As the most powerful demon lord in this world, he is severely injured and dying with only 3 days left to live. Not only is he currently under siege by tens of thousands of experts from the righteous path, even his 9 most trusted disciples, whom he painstakingly cultivated, are constantly plotting to betray their master and annihilate their sect. The eldest disciple, Yu Zhenghai, after leaving the sect, founded the Netherworld sect, claiming to be the #1 demonic sect. The second disciple, Yu Shanrong, has become a fearsome sword demon that terrifies people at the mere mention of his name. He readily engages in slaughter at the slightest provocation. The sixth disciple, Yi Tianqin, is the beloved princess of the Yenyu Palace, revered by numerous female cultivators, known as the Fairy Shura. The seventh disciple, Siwuya, has an intelligence network that spans the entire world. He once instigated a great war using his tactics of sowing discord, causing countless deaths and injuries. The eighth disciple, Zhu Honghong, achieved the title of Evil King within just a few years after leaving the mountain. The ninth disciple, Xia Yuaner, was the latest to join the sect, and still retains some conscience at present. Lu Zhou slowly opened his eyes, and fragmented images appeared in his mind. In his previous life, he was a high-ranking executive, but now he has transmigrated into the body of the demon lord Ji Tiandao. Through his memories, he learned that, a month ago, the top 10 experts of the righteous path set a trap, besieging the demon lord Ji Tiandao. Ji Tiandao fought against them single-handedly, resulting in a stalemate and severe injuries. Nowadays, experts from the righteous path are at his doorstep, preparing to launch a strong offensive on his stronghold. Unfortunately, he has lived for nearly 1,000 years, which is close to the limit of a cultivator's lifespan. As he grows older, his deterrent power diminishes as well. 5 of his 9 disciples have consecutively betrayed him, posing a great challenge to his authority. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou couldn't help but laugh and cry. His body is now extremely weak, and just as he was about to get up, he sat back down. When the people outside the pavilion saw their master waking up, they hurriedly approached him. The 4th disciple, Ming Shirin, reported the current situation. It won't be long before the experts from the righteous path break through the defensive barrier. The 3rd disciple, Duan Musheng, frowned, and said he wanted to go out and ask the eldest senior brother for help. Considering their master-disciple relationship, he shouldn't ignore him. The 5th disciple, Zhao Yu, also suggested that they could seek help from the 7th junior disciple. Not only is he cunning, Lu Zhou interrupted them and spoke up. The barrier of Jinting Mountain is strong enough to hold for a while. Although Lu Zhou was extremely anxious, he forced himself to remain calm and scolded them. He couldn't reveal the secret of his cultivation being scattered now. Otherwise, before the righteous path could kill him, these 4 disciples would have taken his life first. Disperse now. I have my own plan to deal with the enemy. Upon hearing this, the 4 disciples immediately left. At this moment, Lu Zhou finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had no plan to deal with the enemy. He just wanted some peace and quiet. With these 4 ungrateful people ready to pounce at any moment, along with the countless righteous cultivators outside, and Lu Zhou's own feeble body, just as he was despairing and cursing his fate, he suddenly heard the voice of the system. Detection of host completing the task. Mission to pass on teachings and inheritances completed after 1,000 years. Merit system officially activated. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou's heart trembled. He suddenly understood why Ji Tiandao worked hard to train 9 disciples. What a pity it was. Working hard all his life, sewing clothes for others to wear at their weddings, triggering the main quest retreat from the enemy. Detected that the host is too weak. Rewarding with a newbie gift package. Would you like to open it? This series of prompts pleased Lu Zhou. Obtained a reversal card, which can restore a portion of vitality. Obtain 3 peak state cards. Each use grants 30 minutes of Ji Tiandao's peak state. Obtain 5 fatal block cards. Passive effect, can block 5 fatal strikes for the host. Lu Zhou didn't think much about it. He took out the reversal card and his mind flickered. In an instant, the vitality of the surrounding vegetation and trees transformed into streams of energy that rapidly surged into his body. At the same time, the 3rd disciple exclaimed, "Such powerful energy! Master indeed has even greater abilities that he hasn't taught us." Little 9. Master always dotes on you the most. What kind of technique is this energy fluctuation? Xia Yuaner looked bewildered at the words. How would I know? His old self is unfathomable. Meanwhile, the voice of a righteous cultivator outside the barrier could be heard. Come out and face your death, those inside. It was Zhou Jifeng, a senior disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. It is said that he recently reached the Divine Court realm. Just stepping into it. Even if he were to fight one-on-one, he wouldn't be worthy of being my little martial sister's opponent. Unfortunately, they have strength in numbers. While these people are not to be feared, the 10 great experts are the troublesome ones. but to speak rebellious words. If the four of us want to escape, who can stop us? Hearing this, Xiao Yuan became somewhat angry. Senior martial brothers and sisters, have you never considered fighting alongside our master? Xiao Yu replied indifferently, little martial sister, you joined late, and there are many things you don't understand. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou had been studying the system all this time. After using the reversal card, he felt a renewed vigor coursing through his body. His remaining lifespan was restored to 313 days. But for him, it was still far from enough. He needed to reverse to a youthful state. The decrepit appearance was truly uncomfortable. After pondering for a moment, he slowly walked out of the pavilion. A loud rumbling sound resounded, and Jinting Mountain trembled along with it. The four disciples appeared before him in an instant. Seeing Lu Zhou standing upright, they couldn't help but be surprised. Duan Musheng, who was standing beside them, spoke up. Master, your disciples request a battle. We will undoubtedly annihilate them without leaving a trace. Lu Zhou's eyes narrowed upon hearing this. Duan Musheng's heart trembled at the sight, and he involuntarily lowered his head. I already have a plan to retreat from the enemy. Follow me outside to confront them together. After saying that, Lu Zhou strode toward the formation's perimeter. At this moment, Jinting Mountain had gathered thousands of righteous individuals who were organizing themselves to attack the mountain's defensive formation. The leaders of Jinting Mountain's evildoers listened. You have already been surrounded. Come out and meet your death quickly. The voice of the provocation kept echoing in this world. Lu Zhou stopped his steps near the barrier, watching the cultivators outside while remaining calm and composed. The four disciples, Ming Shirin, felt a jolt in their hearts upon seeing this scene. Why isn't he continuing forward? Luo Changfeng, the head of the Heavenly Sword sect outside, laughed heartily. Haven't seen you in a month, but it seems the old devil ancestor has become younger. Lu Zhou forcefully maintained his composure and reprimanded. Luo Changfeng, you have some nerve. Stop pretending and surrender obediently. The righteous sects of the world will leave you with a complete corpse. On the ground, Zhou Jifeng spoke loudly. You four must be this old man's disciples, right? I'll give you a chance to repent and join the righteous path. Help us, the righteous path. Kill him. Upon hearing this, Ming Shirin disdainfully glanced at him. Enough with the noise. Master, your disciples request a battle. I can't wait any longer to flay and strip the skin off this arrogant brat. Lu Zhou raised his hand and replied, no need. How could the esteemed righteous sects give you the opportunity for a one-on-one duel? Seeing that they were unmoved, Luo Changfeng in the sky continued his taunts. Who doesn't know that the 9 evildoers of Jinting Mountain have committed countless atrocities? Everyone deserves to be punished. Today, the righteous experts of the world join forces to crusade against you. It's your own fault, you bunch of evildoers. Blame no one but yourselves. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou refuted sternly. Whether it is righteous or evil, I have my own judgment. Even if my disciples make mistakes, I personally punish them. It's not for you to meddle and point fingers. Upon hearing this, Luo Changfeng burst into laughter. Old fool, you have quite the sense of humor. Can you even control your senior disciple, Yu Zhenghai, who leads the Netherworld sect in annexing other sects? Let me ask you again, wasn't it Yu Shanrong who abducted the princess of the western regions? Lu Zhou felt helpless but had to put on a bold face and replied, yes. Luo Changfeng became even more enthusiastic as he continued. 30,000 cultivators died in Rongbei. Wasn't that Siwia's doing? Since you admit it, it's good. Your teaching is lax. The laziness of the master. Do you have anything else to say? At this point, Lu Zhou's gaze burned like fire as he answered. Those who are not our kin do not share the same motive. Those from the western regions are not our kin. And the same goes for those from Rongbei. To hell with your pity and mercy for the different regions. Upon hearing this, Luo Changfeng's cheeks turned red with anger. He no longer argued and said, old devil, let's see how long you can keep pretending. Take this. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou walked out of the barrier in big strides. Very well, let me witness your skills. The disciples behind him secretly rejoiced. Let these people test Master's trump cards. Luo Changfeng then blinked to the midair. The swords on his body multiplied and spun in the air. Finally, they converged into a giant sword. Although Lu Zhou seemed calm on the surface, he was actually extremely anxious. He kept his eyes on the item cards on the panel, and realized that the suspicion of these 4 evildoers was growing stronger. Trigger the side quest. People's hearts are revealed by their actions. Let the evildoers show their true colors. At this moment, the power of Luo Changfeng's giant sword converged and completed. Face your death, he shouted loudly, pointing towards the others. Duan Musheng and Zhao Yu frowned deeply, knowing that the old man must not die. If he dies, the techniques and weapons will disappear with him. Just as the giant sword was about to strike, the 2 of them, who had made up their minds, simultaneously attacked the sword. The gust of wind created by their attacks deflected the sword's edge, hitting the barrier instead. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou immediately turned around and ran back to the barrier. looking extremely embarrassed. Seeing this scene, countless cultivators burst into laughter. Luo Changfeng, standing high above, taunted, "So, this is your skill? It truly amazes me." The leader of the Genie sect also joined in the mockery. The patriarch of villains actually needs his disciples to protect him. What a remarkable phenomenon. Lu Zhou didn't pay attention to their words. Instead, he glanced at the peak experience card once again. Combining the 3 cards gives me an hour and a half. In other words, once I use them, I must finish the battle quickly. Before dealing with the enemy, I must deal with internal issues. If I don't make these evildoers behave, once the time is up, I will be in danger again. With this in mind, his voice involuntarily became louder. "Duan Mushing, how dare you? Who gave you permission to interfere with my affairs?" Duan Mushing's face slightly changed upon hearing this. He hurriedly approached and knelt on the ground, expressing concern for the safety of his master. At this moment, Ming Shirin chuckled. "Master, there's no need for this. You've acted so tirelessly, it should be enough. Brother, please get up." Upon hearing these words, the respectful expression disappeared from Duan Mushing's face, and he slowly stood up. At this point, the evildoers had already guessed from Lu Zhou's previous embarrassed appearance that he was barely holding on. "Master, give up. As long as you pass on the techniques and weapons to us intact, we will do our utmost to help you escape today." Lu Zhou remained silent upon hearing this. After a moment, he slowly spoke up. "Little Nine, what about you?" "Master, your disciple dare not." Little Nine immediately knelt down with a thud. Secondary quest completed. Reward, True Eye of Reality. Effect, permanent. Upon hearing the prompt, Lu Zhou was momentarily stunned. Then a special message appeared before him. Ci Yuaner's loyalty, 60% and increasing. Ming Shirin's loyalty, 15%. Duan Mushing's loyalty, 23%. Xiao Yu's loyalty, 35%. When loyalty falls below 0, they will defect from the sect and become enemies. If it exceeds 80, they are unlikely to defect. Seeing the continuous decrease in loyalty among the 3 evildoers was within his expectations, but the rising trend of Ci Yuaner surprised him. Intentionally, Lu Zhou said, "Since that's the case, there's no need for me to continue pretending. Indeed, I have been injured, but that doesn't mean you can defy me." After speaking, he crushed the peak experience card in his hand, and instantly, a powerful gust of energy surged out. The 3 individuals were struck by the impact, immediately spewing blood and being thrown backward. Only Ci Yuaner remained, wide-eyed and unable to believe everything. It felt as if the entire world had fallen silent. In the moment when the 3 fell to the ground, they quickly rolled and knelt down, shouting in unison, "We know our mistakes, Master." Lu Zhou didn't look at them, took a deep breath, and muttered to himself, "The feeling of being in peak state is truly wonderful." It felt as if everything was under control. Everyone before him turned into insignificant ants. With just a gentle flick of his finger, he could crush them. A gust of energy erupted, soaring into the sky. The crumbling barrier shattered completely. The top 10 righteous experts glared angrily, unable to believe their eyes. Wasn't he injured? How could he release such a powerful surge of energy? The cultivators who had mocked Lu Zhou earlier couldn't stop their legs from trembling. The 3 evildoers quickly realized their mistake, kneeling down in a panic and shouting in unison, admitting their wrongdoing. Lu Zhou coldly stared at them, disobeying the master, a severe punishment. After speaking, golden light emanated from his fingertips. With a bang, the group crashed into a distant mountain peak. "I'll deal with you later." Lu Zhou observed that there were 29 minutes remaining. Teaching the 3 evildoers a lesson was just a matter of moments. Before long, he would face the thousands of cultivators and the top 10 righteous experts. "Let me see how much progress you have made in this month." As Lu Zhou's voice fell, he gathered strength and charged into the air. 100 tribulations of the underworld Dharma body. With a loud shout, a golden halo surrounded the manifested Dharma body. Each rotation of the 8-leaf golden lotus below released a gust of energy. Seeing this, Luo Changfeng hurriedly called on other experts to block it together. After a moment, the 10 interconnected Dharma bodies formed a wall in the center of the battlefield. Within a radius of 100 miles, the area was illuminated by the 11 Dharma bodies. Other cultivators quickly retreated, taking cover behind the Dharma bodies. However, some weaker individuals suffered heavy injuries due to their delayed retreat. Observing this, Lu Zhou snorted coldly. "Do you like using swords? Then I'll use a sword too." Imperfect Heaven's Favor, a dazzling long sword condensed between his index and middle fingers. Duan Mushing on the ground instinctively raised his head, suddenly trembling all over. because he recognized this as the Heavenly Oneness technique, one of the most powerful moves. For so many years, he had been diligently practicing swordsmanship, aiming to master the Heavenly Oneness technique to perfection. But unfortunately, Ji Tiandao had been unwilling to teach him the final sword. He never expected to encounter it in this situation. At this moment, the three of them realized how terribly wrong they were. Not only could their master effortlessly display the Dharma body, but he could also execute the imperfect heaven's favor. What's even more terrifying is that the power of imperfect heaven's favor would multiply under the influence of the Dharma body. Luo Changfeng naturally understood this as well. He hurriedly called on the other experts to retreat, realizing that if they didn't, all 10 of them would suffer severe injuries. Never did he expect that this old thief's strength would be even stronger than before. At this moment, Lu Zhou's figure hovered in front of the Dharma body, as if the two had merged into one. Then, with his sword in hand, he instantly unleashed a powerful sword light, descending upon the crowd. The weak cultivators who couldn't dodge in time were immediately cleaved in half. Following a loud rumbling sound, mountains, rivers, and lakes were split in two by the sword wave. The top 10 righteous experts had already moved aside long ago. Although the old demon could use the Dharma body to contend with 10 opponents, it was unlikely for him to execute other powerful techniques. But now, he was going all out with his ultimate move. What's crucial is that the old demon's expression still appeared relaxed. Realizing the severity of the situation, a sense of dread arose within their hearts. Indeed, it seemed effortless. Lu Zhou discovered that the peak experience card truly lived up to its name. Every time he expended his abilities, the energy within his body instantly reached its peak again. Imperfect heaven's favor claimed the lives of hundreds of individuals, leaving the cultivators, both small and large, frightened and scattering away. Lu Zhou didn't stop them because his target was the top 10 righteous experts. Want to run? Unfortunately, you're too slow. As soon as the words fell, he disappeared from the spot like lightning. In midair, only remnants of his figure remained. Several evildoers were dumbfounded. This is the divine technique Blink. Blink allows one to appear at a certain location in an extremely fast time, making it an excellent means for pursuit or escape. The only drawback is that it consumes a tremendous amount of vitality. It's over, third junior brother. We should escape quickly. Master keeps using powerful moves in succession. I never expected him to be able to use such an ultimate move. Clearly, he has such formidable strength. Why did he hide it all this time? Isn't that deceiving us? Senior brother, senior sister, listen to my advice. Stay here honestly. Our master possesses a divine technique. You won't be able to escape. Upon hearing Cai Yuaner's words, despair filled the hearts of the three individuals. Meanwhile, Luo Changfeng was riding the wind, swiftly maneuvering through the forest. He occasionally looked back, seeing no one following him. Finally heaved a sigh of relief. But at that moment, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation on his back, followed by a familiar voice. I've been waiting for you for a while. How come you're only here now? Seeing the other party's embarrassed appearance, Lu Zhou chuckled. What happened to your arrogant demeanor just now? Luo Changfeng heard this and broke out in a cold sweat, secretly feeling miserable. Who is the old man not pursuing? Yet he's pursuing me. He forced himself to speak, suppressing his fear. You've already used up so much of your power. If you continue, you will only exhaust yourself, he said. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhou once again transformed into his Dharma body. I only know one ultimate move, he declared. With that, he controlled his overwhelming Dharma body, as if covering the sky, and immediately pressed it down. In the cultivation world, there are few cultivators who can master the 100 tribulations profound Dharma, and if they can achieve the 8-leafed golden lotus, then they are even more rare. Under the immense pressure, Luo Changfeng had no power to resist, coughing up blood and suffering internal injuries. At this moment, he was filled with immense fear. What's the point of playing with infinite ultimate moves? Following a loud bang, the ground trembled incessantly. The Dharma body, carrying a fierce wind, crashed down like a towering mountain. After the smoke dispersed, Luo Changfeng had turned into ashes, not a trace remaining. After dealing with the powerful enemy, Lu Zhou realized there were still a few minutes left. There's no time to chase after the others now. I still have to deal with those few scoundrels. Even if I catch up, I'll only kill a few more people. It would be disastrous once the effect of the experience card wears off. Completing the preliminary task, the next mission was to discipline the evildoers and increase disciple Cai Yuaner's loyalty to over 80% while punishing 3 evildoers. Then, Lu Zhou hurriedly used his supernatural power and quickly returned to Jinting Mountain. The moment he landed, the peak experience time also came to an end. Feeling the energy in his body dissipate, Lu Zhou felt a sense of loss. This kind of power is truly exhilarating. I wonder how long it would take to reach that realm through my own cultivation. Who can an old guy like me defeat now? I need to be cautious, not letting others see through me. With these thoughts in mind, he slowly approached the three evildoers. At this moment, the three individuals knelt on the ground, trembling in fear, and their loyalty levels began to recover to varying degrees. However, it was still far from enough. Lu Zhou ignored the three of them and looked at his youngest disciple. "Ciu Honor, I'm tired. Help me back." Upon hearing this, Little Nine immediately ran over joyfully and supported him to leave this place. Watching the master walk away, Duan Mushing started to complain to Old Four. "You really caused me a lot of trouble." "What? How is this my fault?" I carefully analyzed it and confirmed that the master was injured. Who knew it would turn out like this? I miscalculated a bit. What did you miscalculate? Maybe the master got tired of his old tricks and wanted to try something new. Should we escape now? Escape? How can we escape? Didn't you see the master display his power? Meanwhile, in the pavilion on the mountain, Lu Zhou took a sip of tea and spoke up. "You know you're wrong." Upon hearing this, Little Nine immediately knelt down on the ground. "Little Nine knows I'm wrong. I shouldn't have disobeyed the master. Master, please believe that I've always been well behaved." After hearing this, Lu Zhou coughed lightly. "What I'm talking about is not this matter. At the end of the year, did you leave Jinting Mountain and steal the ancient books of cultivation from two great sects? Yes or no?" The reason he asked this was because there was no motive found in Ji Tiandao's memories for Yuan to do such a thing. "Disciple knows I'm wrong. Fourth senior brother said that those who can't make it onto the sinister list are not worthy of being disciples of Jinting Mountain, so I went." Sinister list? Lu Zhou's face slightly changed upon hearing this. There was also no information about this in his memories. Ciu Honor continued to explain, "It's a ranking established by cultivators. The list is full of cultivators who have committed numerous evils. Master, you're ranked first, and senior brothers and senior sisters are all in the top 30. After hearing this, Lu Zhou was speechless. Then he let out a sigh. "Get up, Yuan, you are the disciple I cherish the most. From now on, you must not commit any more evil deeds. Understand?" Yuan, who received forgiveness, was overjoyed and ran behind him, pinching his shoulder. Later, Lu Zhou called the other three evildoers. The loyalty levels above their heads improved slightly, but they were still very low. As long as there were any slight changes, they would revert back like grass on a wall. The fifth disciple, Zhao Yu, was the first to beg for mercy. It's all the disciples' momentary confusion. "I beg for the master's forgiveness." Seeing someone take the lead, Duan Mushing and Ming Shirin followed suit. "The disciples have been with this sect for 100 years. Even if we have no merits, we have worked hard. We plead with the master to spare our lives in consideration of our 100 years of diligence." Lu Zhou stood with his hands behind his back, not looking at them. After a long silence, he finally asked them about their rankings on the sinister list. Duan Mushing answered that he ranked 18th, Ming Shirin ranked 25th, and Zhao Yu ranked 28th. "What a group of good disciples. You have tarnished my reputation." Upon hearing this, the three of them trembled and quickly admitted their mistakes. At this moment, Lu Zhou suddenly changed the topic. "Now that you know you're wrong, you must change. From now on, you must not continue to commit evil deeds. Can you do that?" Although the few of them couldn't fully comprehend, they still answered in unison, obediently. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and let out a sigh. "I also made a mistake. I made a mistake by only teaching you cultivation and not teaching you how to be a good person. It is because of my teachings that you have become such rebellious evildoers. Old Four, now that the barrier of Jinting Mountain has been broken, I will punish you by repairing the barrier. You must not take a single step away. Repairing the barrier will be difficult and may take 8 to 10 years to complete. However, compared to killing them, this punishment is much better." Both of them naturally understood this and eagerly agreed. As for the punishment for the fifth disciple, Zhao Yu, it was to leave the mountain to atone for her sins. Zhao Yu knelt on the ground and did not dare to argue. She just didn't know which sins to atone for. Lu Zhou did not specify and then asked them if they knew what is good and what is evil. Yuan was the first to answer, saying that benefiting others is good, while harming others is evil. Old Four said that doing good deeds and accumulating virtues is good, while killing and setting fires are evil. Old Four added that serving the country and the people is good, while assisting in cruelty is evil. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou shook his head. Their answers were too hypocritical and clearly not what he wanted to hear. Then he pretended to be profound and said a couple of sentences. "We may not achieve perfection, but we should have a clear conscience." Upon hearing this, the four of them looked confused. "Wait, wasn't it just a month ago when Master said that anyone who displeased him should be killed without hesitation? Is that having a clear conscience?" "We understand. Master, we will definitely kill those scoundrels who insulted you, Zhao Yu replied. Lu Zhou's beard twisted in anger upon hearing Zhao Yu's response. He felt like he was talking to a brick wall. However, he understood that it would take time to change their mindset. Then he asked Zhao Yu to stay on the mountain to help repair the barrier and warn them that their past actions would not be held against them. But if they commit another offense in the future, I will not spare them lightly. Since they have entered Jinting Mountain, they are my disciples, and I will protect them. Upon hearing this, the four of them quickly expressed their gratitude and thanks. Their loyalty also increased significantly. Lu Zhou was satisfied with the results of his combination of grace and authority. Then, under his command, the four of them left the place. As he watched their figures disappear, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and opened the system panel. It displayed a reward of 200 merit points for completing the task. Merit points can be used for lottery draws, with one draw costing 50 points. They can also be used in the marketplace to exchange for items, weapons, and techniques, including the powerful Dharma body. However, the prices were outrageously high, with even the cheapest beginner-level Dharma body requiring 300 points. Regrettably, he could only try the lottery system and ended up winning a reversal card. He didn't expect the winning rate to be so high, and he was ecstatic. He planned to save the remaining points to purchase a Dharma body since his current priority was to improve his cultivation realm. Then, the panel displayed a task update reminder to discipline the 8th disciple, Zhu Honghong, and change the current situation. Lu Zhou fell into contemplation upon seeing this. He couldn't casually use the Pete card anymore since his current cultivation was definitely more of a disadvantage than an advantage. He needed to carefully consider his next steps. Having the 3 evildoers by his side was also a trouble. The truth would eventually come out. Currently, only Yuan was the most reliable and loyal. Her cultivation was at the Divine Court realm, making her the most suitable companion. It would also be an opportunity to teach her about being a good person, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And there was still 1 reversal card to use before making any decisions. With that, he returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Tiger Ridge Gang, the person sent to investigate Jinting Mountain brought back news. However, I only saw 1 Dharma body. Upon hearing this, the fierce-looking Zhu Honghong hastily asked, "What does a Dharma body look like?" That Dharma body is 10 feet tall and 2 feet wide, surrounded by golden light, with an 8-petaled golden lotus beneath it. Upon hearing these words, he instantly fell from his seat, his face turning extremely ugly. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and he muttered, "Is it really the master? We're done for now." After handling everything, I returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion. The Evil Sky Pavilion is located at the mountaintop and serves as the residence for Ji Tiantao and his disciples. After using the reversal card, Lu Zhou's remaining lifespan also recovered to 613 days, and he appeared somewhat younger. However, he only had 150 merit points left, which was pitifully few. Instead of choosing Ji Tiantao's techniques to cultivate, he planned to exchange for new ones from the system. In his view, a person's propensity for evil was not only a matter of character but also intricately connected to the techniques they practiced. While contemplating, he heard the voice of Xia Yuaner seeking an audience from outside. After obtaining permission, she walked in. "Master, you look younger," she said with a smooth tongue. Lu Zhou raised his hand and gently touched her head. Xia Yuaner blinked her eyes and immediately flattered him. "Master, you're amazing. You single-handedly forced back the 10 top experts. Only you can do such a thing in the world today. You once said that as long as you have great strength, you can kill anyone you want. So why didn't you kill senior brother and senior sister?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou glanced at her, surprised to find that this young girl harbored such dangerous thoughts. "Listen, you need to forget everything that I have taught you in the past. It's best to forget it completely." Xia Yuaner mustered up the courage to respond, "Understood. But master, should I also forget the promise you made to me?" "Promise?" Hearing this, Lu Zhou was momentarily stunned because many memories were lost when he transmigrated into this old body. "Master, you said that you will give me the Jade Horsetail Whisk once I make it to the Divine Court realm." Although he didn't remember the specific promise, he knew that the Jade Horsetail Whisk was a heavenly ranked treasure that greatly enhanced the power of cultivators. However, when he transmigrated, all of Ji Tiantao's belongings disappeared, so even if he wanted to give it to her, he couldn't. Therefore, he could only say with a straight face, "Of course, you should forget about it." Seeing Xia Yuaner's disappointed expression, he quickly changed the subject and painted another enticing picture. "However, in the future, I will bestow upon you another heavenly ranked treasure." Upon hearing this, Xia Yuaner was overjoyed and showed a hopeful look. Then, under Lu Zhou's instructions, she went to deal with the righteous sects lurking near Jinting Mountain. About 10 minutes later, Lu Zhou heard a series of notifications in his ear. "Killed 1 evildoer, earned 10 merit points. He arranged it this way because he accidentally discovered that when disciples completed tasks, the master could also obtain merit points from them. Soon, half an hour had passed, and his merit points had accumulated to 300. Currently, he could purchase the apprentice-rank Taiji avatar. The moment the purchase was successful, he suddenly felt a surge of energy entering his body, and his realm advanced from the quenched body realm to the mystic enlightening realm. After a brief moment, the energy within his body calmed down. He frowned as he looked at the panel in front of him. Because the next realm requires 1,000 merit points, it's simply a huge pit. At this moment, Yuaner had almost finished tidying up, and the merit points had stopped increasing. So Lu Zhou slowly got up, preparing to stretch his muscles and bones. But just as he was about to leave, a figure wielding a sword like lightning suddenly stabbed him in the back. Lu Zhou quickly reacted and looked back, only to find it was Zhou Jifeng, a senior disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. Due to the activation of Lu Zhou's passive skill, Fatal Block, he was unharmed. Zhou Jifeng, who had thought he succeeded, was dumbfounded when he saw that Lu Zhou was unscathed. Summoning his courage, he approached again and made another sword strike, but it proved to be useless. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou frowned and stared at him intently. Then, he coldly spoke, "What the fuck are you trying to do? This situation has me on edge. But I can only pretend to be calm and keep an eye on him." Under the terrifying pressure radiating from me, he was so scared that he was on the verge of wetting himself. Lu Zhou understood that he absolutely could not lose in terms of momentum. With a cold snort, he said, "You underestimate your abilities." Zhou Jifeng hesitated for a moment before gathering his determination and charging again. "You killed my master. Even if I die, I will seek revenge." Just as the longsword was only 0.01 centimeters away from its target, a furious shout came from behind. "Whoever has no eyes dares to sneak attack my master." With a loud bang, Yuaner immediately struck, sending Zhou Jifeng flying into a distant wall. "Disciple will tear him apart to help you vent your anger," Yuaner said, her eyes revealing a hint of killing intent. However, Lu Zhou stopped her because he had just received a notification triggering a hidden branch quest. "Turn Zhou Jifeng to your side." He pondered for a moment before slowly speaking, "If I kill your master, it's reasonable for you to seek revenge, but underestimating your abilities is equivalent to seeking death. It serves no purpose." At 9 years old, you reached the quenched body realm. At 13, you enter the sense condensing realm. At 18, the Brahma Sea realm, and at 20, you enter the Divine Court realm. You are an incredibly rare genius in the cultivation world. You could have waited a few more years before seeking revenge. Why did you have to come and court death now? Upon hearing this, Zhou Jifeng felt deep regret. Is it still possible to regret it now? Yuaner, with a disdainful expression, said, "And this is what you call a genius? I became your disciple at the age of 10, and I entered the Divine Court realm at 15 this year." "Don't interrupt," Lu Zhou scolded her with a stern look. Then he turned to Zhou Jifeng and asked, "Do you know why I didn't kill you? Did you really think your master, Luo Changfeng, is an upright gentleman? You arrogant young man. I knew Luo Changfeng even before you were born," Lu Zhou continued. Zhou Jifeng widened his eyes and asked what he meant. "If I tell you that your father's killer is Luo Changfeng, would you believe it?" Hearing this, Zhou Jifeng immediately roared, "You won't succeed in sowing discord. Such despicable tactics won't work on me." Shaking his head, Lu Zhou continued speaking. "When I visited Yi province many years ago, I stopped at the Jiang family for a rest. Coincidentally, the young lady of the family was giving birth. The newborn boy was born with an extraordinary bone structure and amazing talents. I intended to take him in as my disciple. So, I gave his parents 3 days to consider, but regardless of their decision, I had decided to bring the boy with me. However, the next day, the whole Jiang family was slaughtered. It was already too late when I arrived. Later on, the whole cultivation world thought I was the one who slaughtered the Jiang family. I've killed countless people in my life, and one more murder case or one less false charge would not change that fact. All the orthodox cultivators in the world thought I did it, but nobody knew it was actually done by Luo Changfeng. You have a birthmark on your shoulder. When you were born, the inside of your body was wet and cold. Your surname is Jiang, and you are the son of that Jiang family." Zhou Jifeng was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Very few people knew about the birthmark. How did this old devil know? "I see that you are too young. If I were to tell you the whole truth, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to handle the pressure. It doesn't matter. You may leave." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jifeng still didn't believe it and roared loudly, calling him an old devil. Yuaner's expression turned cold in an instant. "If you dare to defame my master, believe it or not, I will kill you right now." Before she finished speaking, Zhou Jifeng immediately closed his mouth. "It seems that you can't be too gentle with people like him." Lu Zhou chuckled. "Your master, Luo Changfeng, destroyed the Jiang family, dishonored your mother, and took you away. 30 years ago, he broke through the nascent divinity tribulation realm. The realm is divided into 3 major stages: Dao Primal, Chaotic Primal, and Dao Fusing. In the Dao Fusing stage, there is a way to advance. With a powerful cultivation base, a Dao Fusing expert can devour another person's energy essence and cultivation base, and fuse them as one. That is why the stage is called Dao Fusing. In the whole Heavenly Sword sect, only your cultivation path is exactly the same as Luo Chanfeng's. Do you still think there's nothing wrong with him? If you still don't believe it, ask your master when you go back. Xia Yuaner, send him away. Master, are you just letting him go like this? He attacked you. Outrageous. A reprimanding shout frightened Xia Yuaner, making her stomp her foot. She then dragged the still bewildered Zhou Jifeng towards the window. Foolish pig, does my master need to lie and deceive you? It would be better to kill you directly. She tossed him from the upper floor to the ground, while Zhou Jifeng instinctively murmured, I don't believe it. System prompt, failed to complete the mission of persuading Zhou Jifeng. Lu Zhou, seeing this, had a helpless expression and thought, what an idiot. Xia Yuaner, puzzled, asked him why he didn't kill the opponent. Lu Zhou stood up with his hands behind his back and explained, killing is not the only way to solve problems. But just now, Master asked me to go down the mountain and kill many orthodox cultivators. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, killing is not the only solution, but it is always one of the options. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly received another prompt from the system. His disciple was engaging in evil deeds, and corresponding merit points would be deducted. Merit points can still be deducted? What kind of nonsense is this? Lu Zhou exclaimed. Immediately, he instructed Xia Yuaner to gather a few disciples. Before long, everyone had assembled in the room. Lu Zhou frowned and stared at them. Speak up, what were you all doing just now? Ming Shirin hurriedly answered. We were listening to your instructions and patrolling near Jinting Mountain. We didn't do anything. After listening, Lu Zhou said calmly, you should know your master's temperament. I dislike lies the most. Ming Shirin's face turned pale, and he quickly admitted his mistake. Some hunters came to the southern part of the mountain. Jinting Mountain is off limits. I will go and kill them all. As he turned to leave, Lu Zhou stopped him with a reprimand. The barrier of Jinting Mountain hasn't been repaired yet. It's normal for someone to enter by mistake. Just drive them away. If you find anyone with malicious intent, then you can take action. The disciples respectfully obeyed their master's command. They said, we will follow your orders, master. After they finished speaking, they looked at each other and left Evil Sky Pavilion. Although they were not accustomed to such a gentle master, they learned from their past mistakes. Perhaps their master was trying a new approach, and they dared not disobey his commands. Not long after, while resting, Lu Zhou heard the voice of the system. You have saved 5 innocent lives. Reward, 150, merit points. Received worship from 14 individuals, 14 merit points. Received devout worship from 1 person, 10 merit points. Prompt, devout worship grants a 10x bonus. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou immediately opened his eyes. Can it be played like this? Why didn't you notify me earlier? Yuaner, where are you? Go inform your master and senior sister. The innocent must be treated well. Soon, it was dawn. The scene shifted to the headquarters of the Tiger Ridge Gang. One of the subordinates hastily reported, we received a reply from the Yanyu Palace. Zhu Honghong, who was taking a bath, became delighted and asked, what does the letter say? The palace master of the derived Moon Palace said that since the old villain of the Golden Court Mountain was able to kill Luo Changfeng, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, with one move, it means his cultivation base has recovered. Therefore, she cannot help you. You have the lowest strength, so make sure to hide well, Zhu Honghong was told. Upon hearing this, Zhu Honghong slipped and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou received a prompt. Educating Zhu Honghong, 50 merit points. He looked at the panel with confusion. I didn't do anything. I've been accumulating just over 200 merit points in these few days. It's like a drop in the bucket for items worth thousands of points. Well, let's draw a lottery. Having made up his mind, he began to operate. This lottery costs 50 merit points and rewards a whitesword. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou's eyes widened with excitement. He didn't expect to draw such a rare item. Whitesword is the only permanent mount. Looking at the god beast mount Whitesword that he successfully tamed with a single draw, Lu Zhou felt very proud at this moment. After all, he was an old villain who had lived for 1,000 years. Surely, he had accumulated many things. But now, I have replaced Ji Tiandao. I have nothing on me and I'm very poor. Those who could not catch demon beasts or wild beasts as mounts would find ways to craft flying chariots or learn the art of flying swords so that they could fly in the air. But none of these were as impressive as an actual mount. If it were in modern times, a Weitzer would be equivalent to the most luxurious car. The higher the level of the wild beast a person controlled, the stronger he would naturally be. With a slight movement of Lu Zhou's mind, Weitzer disappeared from the spot in a flash. This scene also stirred up waves in the hearts of several evildoers. Did my eyes deceive me? It seemed like an extremely powerful energy just now. You're not mistaken. I also felt the new technique he used. He intentionally concealed his evil aura. Let's just pretend we didn't see it. Then, Lu Zhou drew 3 more times in succession, and each time, he received the response, "Thank you for your patronage." This made him helplessly shake his head. As expected, it's all a trick, but considering the benefits, it's already worth it. Meanwhile, at the foot of Jinting Mountain, 3 men on horseback appeared. One of them sighed, "I hope this old devil will help our clan survive this disaster for the sake of your honor." Then they continued to move forward in the mountain forest. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the air. "Who dares to intrude into Jinting Mountain?" Hearing this, the 3 immediately knelt down on one knee. The CI family from the city of Anyang offers greetings to the experts of Evil Sky Pavilion. As soon as the words were spoken, Ming Shirin had already arrived here from 100 meters away. CI family? Old 4, the CI family from the city of Anyang is Junior Sister's clan, Duan Mushing explained. After listening, Ming Shirin pondered for a moment. I understand. Luckily, I didn't act directly. According to Master's new approach, we should treat them kindly. Besides, they are Junior Sister's family. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly and walked forward to help them up. The leader of the group was immediately scared, with cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Since you are Junior Sister's relatives, then you are family. Come, don't be nervous, he said. The 3 men naturally knew the notorious reputation of Evil Sky Pavilion and quickly waved their hands, saying, "We dare not, we dare not." Seeing this, Ming Shirin's face instantly turned extremely ugly. "You won't accept my toast, then you shall taste the penalty. Hurry up and bring them up the mountain to await punishment," he commanded. A moment later, Lu Zhou received a report from his disciple. The CI family from the city of Anyang seeks an audience. Lu Zhou took a sip of tea and allowed them to enter. Not long after, the 3 men were kneeling and trembling on the ground. He glanced at them and said calmly, "I have set a rule. Once someone joins Evil Sky Pavilion, their family and friends are not allowed to have contact. CI Yuaner, do you remember?" Upon hearing this, CI Yuaner quickly responded, "Disciple will send them away immediately." At this moment, the manager of the CI family looked up at her and started crying. "Miss, I am CIN. I finally get to see you. Master and Madam are in trouble." Hearing this name, CI Yuaner was somewhat surprised. She was only 10 years old when she left home, and 5 years had passed, so her memories were somewhat blurry. Duan Mushing and Zhao Yu didn't take it lightly and angrily reprimanded, "How dare you? This is not a place for you to cry. If it weren't for the fact that this person is a relative, I would have sewn his mouth shut long ago." CI Yuaner worried about her family. They fell to the ground and cried out, "Master." Ming Shirin's eyes flickered, and he respectfully said, "Master, rules are made by people. Junior Sister's family is our senior brother's family. When family members are in trouble, if we don't lend a hand, we are worse than pigs and dogs." Duan Mushing and Zhao Yu also echoed, bowing their heads in agreement. Lu Zhou nodded slightly after listening. There is some truth to that. However, Evil Sky Pavilion doesn't interfere in every matter. Exactly, Master. As the unparalleled powerhouse, you don't need to bother with trivial matters. Ming Shirin took over the conversation and praised him excessively. The other 2 immediately rolled their eyes at Old 4's blatant flattery. Then CI Yuaner gave a signal to the manager, and CIN hesitated for a moment before hurriedly explaining the situation. The CI family has been minding their own business and conducting trade in the city of Anyang. A month ago, our trade caravan was robbed by a gang of mounted brigands while passing through a river valley. We paid them some money to avoid trouble, but they didn't stop there. They attacked us in Anyang, took everything, and kidnapped over 100 people as hostages. We reported the incident to the authorities, but as soon as they heard about the mounted brigands in the river valley, they immediately turned us away. They didn't dare to help us. It is said that this gang of mounted brigands is backed by cultivators. After finishing the story, everyone looked at Lu Zhou. According to his previous habits, Evil Sky Pavilion would never intervene in such matters. But circumstances change, and now it involves Junior Sister's family. Before Lu Zhou could speak, Ming Shirin stepped forward. "Master, please allow me to make amends for my past actions by doing good deeds. Junior Sister's family is in grave danger, and as her senior brother, I can't just ignore it. Yes, you have grounded me, but this is a special circumstance, and I hope you can let me help them." Upon hearing this, the other 2 felt speechless. Old Four was truly shameless. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhou agreed. This matter should have been handled by Xia Yuan herself. However, she is young and lacks restraint when taking action. Since you, as her senior brother, are willing, then I'll leave it to you. You have 3 days to handle it. Ming Shirin was overjoyed upon hearing this and vowed not to disappoint his master. He turned into a streak of light and quickly left the place. Xia Yuan accompanied them down the mountain. Lu Zhou instructed. Although your fourth senior brother is infatuated with the outside world, he is serious in his actions and likes to use his brain. With his temperament, he will solve the problem within a day. No need to worry. Xia Yuan agreed and led the 3 people out. When Zhao Yu heard his master calling for him, he quickly responded, "Here, I'm giving you 2 days to investigate the Heavenly Sword sect, especially their senior disciple Zhou Jifeng." Lu Zhou ordered. Zhao Yu's face showed a pleased expression as she replied, "Understood. I will complete the mission." Lu Zhou sipped his tea and was satisfied with his arrangements. He still needed to continue to win him over, so he needed to keep an eye on him. Ever since the assassination attempt by Zhou Jifeng, his 3rd and 9th disciples had been guarding the outside like door gods. Although they believed that Lu Zhou had enough strength to withstand assassins, it was their negligence that allowed those small fry to infiltrate Jinting Mountain. "Master, is the 4th senior brother really okay?" Xia Yuan couldn't help but ask. Duan Musheng, who was nearby, answered first. Although Old Four is playful and sometimes unreliable, he always goes all out when it comes to tasks. "Junior sister, you can rest assured. If he forgets, there's no need for the master to intervene. As his senior brother, I won't let him off easily." If only 7th senior brother were here. Xia Yuan murmured a sentence. "Junior sister, don't speak nonsense. Those who betray the sect are heinous criminals. We should confront them directly." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou shook his head to indicate that it was fine. 7th senior brother is skilled in scheming. He is indeed a rare talent. However, he tends to enjoy manipulating people's hearts and easily gets trapped in his own thoughts. Before finishing his sentence, a transmission bird from a senior sister flew over. Transmission birds are not ordinary birds. They are mutated birds nurtured with spiritual energy in Jinting Mountain. They have become one of the many fierce beasts in the Great Yen world. Xia Yuan flew up and retrieved the letter from the bird, following Lu Zhou's instructions. She then read aloud the contents of the letter. "Master, since the top 10 sects besieged Golden Court Mountain and Luo Changfeng died, the Heavenly Sword sect is thrown into confusion, and everyone is fighting each other to become the next sect leader. Zhou Jifeng failed to become the sect leader after returning to the Heavenly Sword sect. Meanwhile, their former sect leader, Luo Xingkong, has suddenly entered seclusion to cultivate. I suspect he may take this opportunity to break through to the Dao-fusing stage of the nascent divinity tribulation realm. When I was spying on them at night, I discovered that Zhou Jifeng has become disloyal to his section." After finishing the letter, Lu Zhou calmly replied, "The speed is a bit slow. Inform Zhao Yu, and if necessary, she can assist him." Duan Musheng, puzzled, asked, "Zhou Jifeng is our archenemy. Why should we help him?" Lu Zhou didn't answer his question. It was because they needed to be cautious until their loyalty reached a level of 80 or above. Seeing that Lu Zhou remained silent, Duan Musheng awkwardly turned his head and dared not ask further. Suddenly, the system sent a prompt. Ming Shirin completed the assigned task, rescued 105 members of the CI family, rewarded 1,050 merit points, received the worship of 105 people, rewarded 1,050 merit points. Task, slain 82 mounted brigands, rewarded 820 merit points. Lu Zhou's eyes brightened at this news. He hadn't expected to gain so much from this one task. Then the transmission bird brought back a letter from Ming Shirin. "Master, I've rescued all the kidnapped members of the CI family and slain the mounted brigands. Also, I found that the cultivators behind these brigands seem to be related to Old 8's Trigger Ridge gang. I'll look into this matter." The first half of the sentence is about reporting the task, while the latter part is just an excuse to play for a few more days. Lu Zhou naturally understood his intentions but happened to be in a good mood, so he didn't bother arguing with him. Whether he is involved or not, let Old Fourth investigate. With this remark, he returned to his residence. Behind the room, he eagerly spent 1,000 points to purchase the 2 transformed powers avatar. In an instant, a surge of energy entered his body, and his cultivation soared rapidly. After experiencing it, Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Next, he purchased 2 reverse card and green spiritual vortexes appeared in the sky above the evil sky pavilion. It increased his lifespan by 600 days. He planned to use the remaining merit points for a lottery. However, to his disappointment, he received "Thank you for your patronage" for 5 consecutive times. he instantly lost interest and didn't continue. With his current cultivation, it would be difficult to leave Jinting Mountain and ensure his safety, so he could only stay temporarily on the mountain. As long as these evildoers were there to protect him, there shouldn't be any major problems. After contemplating his situation, he called Cai Yuaner and instructed her to bring the 4 treasures of the study from the Evil Sky Pavilion to his location. Yuaner, upon receiving the order, didn't dare to delay and immediately prepared everything, carefully grinding ink on the side. Lu Zhou then wrote down the names of his 9 disciples on the white paper one by one. As he wrote, he fell into contemplation. Even the youngest disciple is a powerful divine court realm cultivator. What level of realm has the eldest disciple reached? Was he stronger than Ji Tiandao? If he were with the murderous mind of Yu Zhenghai and Yu Hanrong, how could they allow an old villain like Ji Tiandao to continue existing in this world? Did he keep some tricks and trump cards up his sleeve when he began teaching these disciples? Besides, Ji Tiandao should know very well that each of the disciples he had taught was as savage as a tiger and as fierce as a wolf, and they certainly would betray him one day. Unfortunately, the most critical part of the memory was lost. Ji Tiandao, what were the life-saving items you had kept? While he was lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by Cai Yuaner's small hand. You have only taken 9 disciples. With your ability, you can open up Evil Sky Pavilion and Jinting Court Mountain and take tens of thousands of disciples. With so many disciples, no one will dare to disobey you. Those orthodox sects will not dare to provoke us. With just one order from you, the many disciples will wipe out anyone who refuses to submit to us. Those who obey me shall prosper, those who resist me shall perish. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhou's pupils suddenly lit up. So that's how it is. He then picked up the paper and pondered over it. The bright moon shines over the sea from far away. We share this moment together. All 9 disciples' names were mentioned in the poem, but there was still one missing, the final sure character. If Ji Tiandao had found disciples based on this poem, it meant that the criteria for accepting disciples was not based on talent, but on their names. However, Lu Zhou couldn't understand how Ji Tiandao could have known this poem, which was passed down in his own world. Could it be that Ji Tiandao was also a time traveler? My master is an unforgivable old demon. Every time I have wicked thoughts of leaving the sect, I always succumb to his tyrannical power. Now, I can finally leave the mountain to carry out a mission. This time, I must have my fill of enjoyment before returning. The 4th disciple Ming Shirin quickly flew over the town. Their arrival caused the townspeople to exclaim in astonishment. After finally leaving Jinting Mountain for once, he took this opportunity to have some fun. Originally, he wanted to go down and enjoy himself, but considering that the master now likes new tricks, he had to give up on that idea. In that case, I'll be a good person and reward you ants with the treasures plundered by bandits. Begin. With these thoughts in mind, he opened his backpack and tossed it down towards the town. As the objects fell from the sky, the people on the streets quickly dodged, but as soon as they recognized the gold and silver, they immediately fell to the ground and kowtowed. At the same time, Lu Zhou received a notification. 35 people devoutly worshipped him, earning him 350 merit points. This scene made him feel delighted. After a while, Ming Shirin arrived at the territory of the Tiger Ridge Gang. Bold 8, I've come to see you. After speaking, he leaped up and floated towards the mountains and forests. Village Chief, there are cultivators outside the village seeking an audience. Zhu Honghong, who was sound asleep at the moment, received the report from his subordinates. Tell him to get lost, disturbing my sweet dreams. Castrate him, feed him to the fierce beasts in my back village. Since learning that the master's cultivation has been restored, he has been living in constant fear every day. Finally, he managed to sleep peacefully today, but his subordinates were confused after hearing his order. Just as they were about to explain further, suddenly, a hearty laughter came from outside. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Zhu Honghong immediately shouted and fell to the ground. Ming Shirin's figure slowly walked in from the outside. Seeing his appearance, Ming Shirin couldn't help but make a few teasing remarks. Seeing that only he was present, Zhu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. You scared me. I thought it was our master who came. Turns out it's Senior Brother 4. Senior Brother, are you planning to join me here? I've always said that Jinting Mountain is not a place to stay. That place can't support people. As long as you come, I'll give you the position of Deputy Village Chief. Cut it out. You think I want this place of yours? It doesn't even have a gate, Ming Shirin said while swaggering past. His subordinates, who wanted to stop him, were scared and kept stepping back. Move aside. Seeing this, his gaze turned cold. Then, at Old 8's invitation, Ming Shirin sat in the main seat, his eyebrows furrowed, and he went straight to the point. I have a mission this time. Did you have any involvement in the kidnapping and extortion case in the city of Anyan Ci family? Zhu Honghong hurriedly explained upon hearing this. Why would I have anything to do with it? Moreover, CI family is our junior sister's relatives. Even if I were a beast, it would be impossible. Hearing this, Ming Shirin asked calmly, I have already killed all the bandits. One of the accomplices was a cultivator who, before dying, mentioned Tiger Ridge Gang. Am I wrongfully accusing you? After listening, the other party's eyebrows furrowed, and he began analyzing the situation. He mentioned that since the establishment of the Tiger Ridge Gang, they have offended many cultivators in order to establish themselves. He suspects someone is framing him. I don't care. You have to come back with me to meet the master. Upon mentioning the master, Zhu Honghong broke out in a cold sweat and slumped to the ground. Master is injured, right? Just turn a blind eye to it. Why take it so seriously? After all, you will leave Jinting Mountain sooner or later. Shut up, you traitor who dishonors the master and ancestors. How dare you say such rebellious words in front of me? Kneel down. Upon hearing this, Zhu Honghong fell to the ground and apologized, with his trembling flesh shaking uncontrollably. A while ago, the master defeated the top 10 nascent divinity tribulation experts of the cultivation world. I believe you have heard about it. How dare you show no respect for him? Ming Shirin scolded Zhu Honghong, conveying a warning while also letting him know that the master's cultivation had not regressed but had become even more advanced. After hearing this, Zhu Honghong took out a letter from his pocket and handed it over, stating that it was sent by 7th senior brother. He said that master's cultivation level is at the perfected stage of the nascent divinity realm, and that master had tried to break through to a higher realm several times 200 years ago but failed. Also, when master was ambushed by the top 10 experts, someone witnessed him getting wounded by them. So, how did master recover his cultivation base? Upon hearing this, Ming Shirin furrowed his brows in suspicion and asked, what 7th senior brother means is that the master used some kind of secret medicine? That's right, you and I both know the cultivation level of eldest senior brother. His cultivation is not inferior to the master's. After all these years, eldest senior brother has never made a move against the master. Why? Throwing away the letter in his hand, Ming Shirin said, no one knows how many killer moves the master has hidden. It doesn't matter how many cards he has up his sleeve. In the end, he cannot surpass the limit of lifespan. He will die sooner or later. Upon hearing this, Ming Shirin was slightly surprised and asked, Old 8, 7th senior brother didn't write these words in the letter. Who told you? Did you figure it out with your pig brain? Was it 6th junior sister or 2nd senior brother? Zhu Honghong innocently replied, it's just my own thoughts. Alright, if you don't want to say, forget it. Look at how scared you are. I have thought about the words in the letter, but I am different from you. I still respect and follow the teachings of our master. During this time, the master is in seclusion on the mountain and probably won't come down. You should stay obediently at the Tiger Ridge Gang and avoid causing trouble. Luckily, the master didn't order me to kill you. After hearing this, Zhu Honghong was overjoyed and quickly thanked Ming Shirin, bowing respectfully. Also, make sure to investigate the matter with the bandits thoroughly. I need to report back to the master, Ming Shirin said, leaving behind a residual image before disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. After he left, Zhu Honghong shivered uncontrollably, his legs trembling. His subordinates quickly asked what happened. Zhu Honghong nervously replied, it's nothing. Don't panic. Stay calm. At this moment, the figure of 7th senior brother appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but feel relieved. That was close. 7th senior brother was right. Now the master has discovered that due to old age, the meridians are too old, the Dantian and Sea of Qi lack vitality, making it extremely difficult to gather energy. In other words, the techniques in my mind are suitable for the disciples. With this in mind, Lu Zhou shook his head helplessly. This old guy's condition is really uncomfortable. It seems that he needs to accumulate some vitality first, but now he only has 1,000 merit points, which is too few. At the current rate of accumulation, it's difficult for him to rejuvenate himself. However, the previous incident of old for killing the bandits earned him a considerable amount of merit points, and there are also the rewards from receiving the worship of the people. All of these provide substantial merit point rewards. With these thoughts in mind, he suddenly had an idea. Immediately, he called for Xia Yuaner and asked her if there was any recent news from the outside world. Xia Yuaner replied, I've been staying in Jinting Mountain all day and don't know what's happening in the world. It's a problem. Lu Zhou then calmly spoke. There is a station in Tanzi, the town nearest to Jinting Court Mountain. Cultivators often stop there to rest and share information, while others will pay them for information. You can go there to inquire. Upon hearing that she could leave Jinting Mountain, Xia Yuaner became overjoyed and asked with a bow, Is it true? Why are you so happy? Have you been feeling oppressed staying on the mountain? No. It's just that I haven't been out for a long time, so I feel a bit bored. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou gave the order, Then go. Remember, you must not reveal your identity casually, and you must not kill indiscriminately. But what if someone bullies me? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou lightly patted her head. He didn't believe that his disciple would be bullied. If someone doesn't provoke me, I won't provoke them. But if someone provokes me, I will definitely retaliate. Understand? Understood. Your disciple will follow your orders. After saying that, Xia Yuaner leaped up and flew away. Watching her fly through the air, Lu Zhou couldn't help but feel envious. He wondered when he would be able to do the same. Just as he was contemplating, Duan Mushing came down to seek an audience. He informed Lu Zhou that 3 formations had been repaired, but there were still 5 more that needed to be fixed. At this rate, it seemed unlikely that he could complete the task alone. Lu Zhou was well aware of this fact. Originally, he had intended for the 3 of them to repair the formations together, but the formations required a significant amount of energy. Even with Duan Mushing's high cultivation level, he couldn't withstand the constant absorption of the formations. However, they dared to complain about repairing the formations. Lu Zhou couldn't afford to be weak. With this in mind, he coldly spoke. If it can't be repaired in 1 year, then 2 years. If it can't be repaired in 2 years, then 3 years. If anyone objects, I won't show mercy. Upon hearing these words, Duan Mushing broke out in a cold sweat and hastily replied, "Disciple understands. Disciple will continue to repair the formations." After speaking, Duan Mushing left the place. Now, only Lu Zhou remained in the area. He opened the system panel once again and started the lottery. But to his surprise, he drew 10 times in a row and all he got was "Thank you for your patronage." Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but angrily curse the system for being a scam. He then used the remaining 4 merit points to purchase a reversal card. Now, he had no more aspirations and could only lie there and wait for death. After all, it was difficult for this old man to find something to do, unlike in his previous life when he could go to the park to play chess, cards, or walk the dog. Just then, a series of system sounds rang out. Completion of the Zhou Jifeng defection mission rewards 200 merit points. Zhou Jifeng's hostility value reset to 0. Loyalty increased by 10%. Reward of 200 merit points for killing 2 elders. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou's eyes lit up and praised Zhao Yu for doing a good job. While he was happy, Ming Shiyin's figure floated up from below the mountain. Disciple completed the mission against all odds and has come to report to the master. Lu Zhou turned to look at him and his brows furrowed because Ming Shiyin's loyalty had dropped to 58 points, clearly indicating a problem. Seeing that the master didn't speak, Ming Shiyin continued, "After killing the bandits, I immediately sent a carrier pigeon back and then went to Tiger Ridge Gang to see 8th junior brother. To see the traitor Zhu Honghong. I gave him a good lesson." Having finished his report, he waited silently for Lu Zhou's response. However, seeing that the master remained silent, he added, "Everything I said is true. I dare not speak any lies." At this moment, Lu Zhou calmly spoke, "You have done well in completing your mission. However, how is the investigation of the kidnapping of our junior sister's relative going?" Ming Shirin answered that the matter was still under investigation and Zhu Honghong claimed he had no involvement in it. The disciple thought about it carefully and realized that Zhu Honghong didn't have a reason to do such a thing, especially since it involved our junior sister's relative. Although he betrayed the sect, the disciple doesn't believe he is capable of such cruel acts. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou nodded, "You make a valid point, but besides that," Ming Shiyin's heart trembled upon hearing this and he became nervous. He then pretended to be clueless. Seeing his reaction, Lu Zhou paused and coldly stared at him. "Going to old Eight's place? You must have said more than just that." Ming Shirin was shocked by these words, but he knew he could admit to anything except for his intention to defect. So, he nervously replied, "No, that's all." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou shook his head. "Fine, if you don't want to say, I won't force you. You did a good job completing this mission. Go help your 3rd senior brother repair the formations. If there's a need, I will call for you." "Understood, Master." Ming Shirin glanced around but didn't see Xia Yuaner, so he asked, "Where is junior sister?" "It's none of your concern. No need to inquire," Lu Zhou replied. After that, Lu Zhou picked up a secret manual and started reading it carefully. However, Ming Shirin didn't immediately leave. Instead, he suddenly kneeled down with a thump. "Master, I've cultivated the Bluewood technique to the last level, but no matter how hard I cultivate it, I just can't comprehend the essence of the last level. I hope Master can give me some guidance." It was evident that this was an intentional test. Ji Tiandao probably didn't hand over the complete Bluewood technique. If given to them, with the cultivation talent of these wicked disciples, they would soon make a breakthrough. At that time, the danger would be directed towards Lu Zhou himself. At this point, Lu Zhou cleared his throat. Old 4. Impatience is the biggest taboo for a cultivator. Behind every almighty expert is hundreds of years of boring meditation and hardship. I remember your last breakthrough was just 60 years ago. Why are you in such a hurry to scale to a higher level? Moreover, in the final stage of cultivation, it relies on comprehension. Your comprehension is good, but don't go astray and become restless. Upon hearing this, Ming Shirin respectfully cupped his fists and thanked his master for the enlightenment. Thank you for your enlightenment, Master. It was the foolishness of your disciple. I also have a boxing technique that I've been using recently, but it never seems to be quite right. I would like to ask for your guidance, Master. Lu Zhou furrowed his brows and asked, what's wrong with it? He speculated that this wicked disciple probably heard some rumors from Old 8 that aroused suspicion, which led to this probing. If he refused, it would only make him more suspicious. However, if he agreed, he would have to figure out how to guide him. Mystic Enlightening Realm teaching Divine Court Realm. It's like asking a child to teach an adult. I can't use the precious peak experience card, right? I feel like this boxing technique can't unleash its full power. It feels like something is obstructing it when I strike. Lu Zhou pretended to remain calm and nodded. Show me outside the pavilion. Understood, Master. Ming Shirin slowly stood up and then, with a light touch of his toes, he floated into the air as light as a swallow. He constantly moved and dodged, throwing punches left and right, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. The surrounding airwaves kept rolling out. After a few punches, he hovered in the air and shouted, Master, this is the punch. At this moment, countless shadows of punches converged together and struck towards the mountain wall. With a loud bang, numerous rocks scattered in all directions. After a moment, Ming Shirin landed back on the ground. Outside the pavilion, large rocks continued to crash down, luckily not affecting the small pavilion. Lu Zhou paused for a moment, feeling somewhat embarrassed. To be honest, he didn't actually see it clearly. With his current cultivation level, he couldn't keep up with Ming Shirin's speed. However, based on his memory, he knew that this set of boxing techniques was indeed taught to Ming Shirin by Ji Tiandao. There was nothing wrong with this punch, but due to the lack of the final set of oral instructions, its power was greatly reduced. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Zhou calmly spoke, your punch has reached its essence and there's no problem with it. Then, it seemed like he thought of something and his expression turned angry as he snorted. Old 4, do you understand your mistake? Ming Shirin was frightened by these words and cold sweat poured down his face. He immediately knelt down on the ground, loudly hitting his head in repentance. I understand my mistake. I would never deceive Master. He felt extremely guilty at this moment, as if he could sense that his actions at Old 8's place had been completely exposed to his master. Old 4, Lu Zhou lightly stroked his beard and looked towards a nearby giant rock. As expected, Duan Mushing appeared from nearby in the next second, floating over. Since you're here, you might as well come out openly. Do you think I don't know you're hiding in the corner? Upon hearing this, Duan Mushing, kneeling on the ground, quickly admitted his mistake. As Lu Zhou watched the three trembling in fear, he realized how deeply Ji Tiandao had instilled fear in them. If it were an ordinary villain, they would have rebelled long ago. Old 4, since you're here, you can help guide him with his boxing technique. Cultivation matters cannot be taken lightly. Duan Mushing was overjoyed and replied, yes, I will follow your orders. Meanwhile, Ming Shirin wore an expression of frustration and despair. He couldn't believe that his master had become more cunning. In the past, Lu Zhou would personally beat people up, but this time he made senior brother do it instead. After the two of them left the pavilion, everything returned to calmness. Lu Zhou furrowed his brows, feeling a bit annoyed. Ming Shirin had indeed become suspicious, and if it continued like this, he would eventually find an excuse to spar with him. It would be a waste to use a peak experience card in that case, especially since there were only 2 left. But this situation couldn't go on forever. Perhaps he had to do it. Soon, Xia Yuaner returned to Jingting Mountain after completing the mission. This time, she did gather some information in Tangzi Town, and under Lu Zhou's instructions, she slowly began to speak. After defeating the top 10 experts, the 10 major sects are all adjusting. It is said that they are not recruiting disciples recently. Heavenly Sword Sect is in internal turmoil after Luo Changfeng's death. Eldest senior brother Zhou Jifeng has already left the section. Other sects are behaving obediently, except for eldest senior brother. Xia Yuaner realized she misspoke and quickly stuck out her tongue before continuing. The Netherworld sect has sent people to inquire about news regarding Jingting Mountain. It seems like they are wary of Master. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou let out a cold snort. I taught him many things, which made him into the fearful sect leader of the Nether sect and gave him a peak level, perfected cultivation base of the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Even so, he cannot touch me. Go on. Xia Yuaner proceeded to share all the information she had gathered, as if she were listing treasures. She went on for about 20 minutes. Lu Zhou kept furrowing his brows while listening. Then, he called the other 2 disciples over. Ming Shiyin's face was already bruised and swollen. Lu Zhou looked at the 2 of them and spoke. I called you here because there are a few things I need you to do. Zhou Jifeng of the Heavenly Sword sect has betrayed Old 3. I want you to track and investigate him. With his current identity and status, it shouldn't be difficult for him to join a new sect. Report to me immediately once you have any news. Old 4, I have a rather special task for you. Throughout my life, I have caused much trouble, and I have handed over you 9 infamous villains who have caused much outrage. Now, I want you to get rid of the scourge. Ming Shirin was startled by this and quickly knelt down. He replied, although I have the cultivation base of the Divine Court realm, I am still far behind eldest senior brother Yu Xinghai and second senior brother Yu Shanrong. In fact, I'm no match for even junior sister Qianqin. She owns the Amorous Hoop, which is a heaven-grade treasure, and she has killed countless people. I'm afraid that she has already broken into the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Lu Zhou naturally understood the situation. These disciples who betrayed the sect back then relied on their weapons and their fearsome cultivation bases to become notorious villains in the world. Duan Musheng, Ming Shirin, and Zhao Yu didn't leave simply because Ji Tiandao had left them without weapons and complete cultivation techniques. The eldest disciple, Yu Xinghai, possessed the Jasper Saber, which was a heaven-grade treasure at its maximum power. The saber could even break apart the avatar of the same realm as him. Meanwhile, the 6th disciple, Yi Tianqin, mastered the heaven-grade treasure, the Amorous Hoop. Having pondered this, Lu Zhou calmly said, Old 8's cultivation base is only at the Dao-controlling stage of the Divine Court realm, while you are at the Dao-transforming stage. You will start with him. Have you met Old 8 before? Upon hearing the question from his master, Ming Shirin quickly replied, Indeed, I did go to Tiger Ridge Gang. It's just that Old 8 is foolish. I suspect he was misled by 7th junior brother, which led to his betrayal. It doesn't warrant death. Lu Zhou remained silent upon hearing this, standing with his hands behind his back, facing away from Ming Shirin. After a moment, he slowly spoke, Come here. Ming Shirin was frightened by these words, trembling uncontrollably. He then timidly walked towards the pavilion. Look me in the eyes. Lu Zhou turned around after speaking, his gaze full of meaning as he stared at him. You're very nervous, Lu Zhou said, his eyes fixed on Ming Shirin. Your gaze is erratic, and there's a faint flow of qi around you. Are you afraid that I'll make a move against you? Ming Shirin, drenched in cold sweat and with weak legs, quickly knelt down, begging for mercy. Master, your cultivation is unfathomable, and I know I'm no match for you. Being cautious is just instinctual, an unintentional act. Lu Zhou looked at his appearance and couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. He had truly frightened him. Ji Tiandao's way of disciplining disciples had always been through physical violence, instilling both fear and resentment in them. If one day a disciple possessed the strength to rival their master, it was likely they would kill their master. It was inevitable that they had come to this point. I know what you're thinking, Lu Zhou said, so I'm giving you an opportunity. He handed over a piece of paper with the last level of the Bluewood Technique incantation written on it. With this technique, your cultivation will advance further. Perhaps even entering the nascent divinity tribulation realm is not out of reach. He passed the incantation to Ming Shirin, who stared at it in disbelief. In his heart, chaos ensued. According to the previous pattern, if he took something like this, at the very least, his hand would be broken. However, since Lu Zhou defeated the 10 top experts, his master's temperament suddenly changed. Even the old patterns were being replaced with new ones. In other words, he could take this. With these thoughts, Ming Shirin trembled as he reached out and accepted the incantation. Thank you, Master, for granting me this opportunity. I will do my best to clean up our sect. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction and dismissed him. The other 2 disciples watched with envy as Ming Shirin left. I hope you both fulfill your duties and don't disappoint me. We will follow your orders. Duan Musheng replied with a bow, then left the pavilion. Meanwhile, Xia Yuan pouted, expressing her desire to go on a mission. You're still young and lack experience. Stay by my side, Lu Zhou said. Xia Yuan, puzzled, said, Wasn't Zhou Jifeng's task supposed to be carried out by senior sister Zhao Yu? Lu Zhou took a sip of his drink and proceeded to explain. Zhao Yu has an unpredictable style and lacks stability. She has been gone for 2 days since completing her task and has not returned. It's very likely that she has left directly. Xia Yuan's expression turned pale upon hearing this. Does that mean senior sister won't come back? Frustrated, she clenched her fists. How can senior sister Zhao Yu be like this? Don't worry about her, Lu Zhou said nonchalantly. Since the day she sent the message, we haven't received any news from Zhao Yu. If Ming Shirin, the 4th disciple, had his loyalty drop below the passing line with just one outing, then Zhao Yu must have fallen under even stronger influence to choose to betray. He knew that it would take time and effort to properly discipline these disciples. Right now, the priority was to quickly restore vitality and improve cultivation. Xia Yuan waved her fists, feeling indignant on Lu Zhou's behalf. She's betraying her master and ancestors. How can we just let it go? Lu Zhou found her adorable in that moment and said, "In the meantime, you can inquire about Zhao Yu's whereabouts at the post station. I'll be here in solitude, focusing on my cultivation." Xia Yuan acknowledged with a response and left the pavilion. Meanwhile, on their way down the mountain, the two disciples bumped into each other. Duan Muxing's tone carried a hint of envy as he said, "Old Four, you're really lucky this time. Master not only didn't blame you, but also gave you the last part of the Bluewood technique." Ming Shirin crossed his arms and replied, "I don't know what he's thinking. Maybe I'm overthinking it." Overthinking? Duan Muxing's expression slightly changed. "I completed my mission successfully, and it's only natural for Master to reward me. But 7th senior brother mentioned that Master possesses a secret medicine that can temporarily conceal injuries. So, I wanted to test it out." Sighing, he continued, "Regretting won't change anything now." Duan Muxing was surprised by this revelation. "You really have a lot of guts." Even without 7th senior brother's words, "I can understand." If Master wasn't injured and had reached a perfect realm, would he still need to stay on the mountain? With his temperament, he would have long gone out and killed. In the battle that day, he used so many powerful moves and remained unharmed. Normal cultivators wouldn't dare to waste their vital energy like that. Ming Shirin nodded repeatedly, expressing agreement. "Senior brother, I always wanted the complete Bluewood technique. With it, I believe it won't take me long to reach the perfected level of the Divine Court realm. Maybe I can even step into the nascent Divinity Tribulation realm, just like eldest senior brother and second senior brother. However, now that I have obtained it, I have a feeling that is hard to describe." Ming Shirin continued. Duan Muxing picked up on the implications in his words and asked, "Ever since junior sister Qianxin betrayed the sect, Master no longer teaches the final part of all the techniques. But this time, he made an exception for you. Are you afraid that Master has other intentions?" Ming Shirin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, senior brother. What do you think his intentions are?" Before he could finish speaking, Duan Muxing suddenly patted him on the shoulder. "My suggestion is to honestly complete Master's tasks. Keep in mind that Master is injured and nearing the end of his lifespan. He won't harm us. Furthermore, the 10 major sects have suffered heavy losses and dare not easily provoke Jinting Mountain. I believe that for a long time, Jinting Mountain will remain our protective talisman." Ming Shirin's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he felt more at ease. He quickly expressed his gratitude. "Makes sense, senior brother. You are truly wise despite appearing foolish. Your words are like a sudden realization." The scene shifted. Although recently disciplining Ming Shirin earned him some merit points, the total was only 1,600 merit points. For him, who needed 3,000 merit points to advance to the next realm, it was still far from enough. "Should I wait a bit longer?" "No, I can't wait any longer. This body's capabilities are too poor. I can't repeat Ji Tiandao's old path. It was because of his lifespan issue that his cultivation gradually declined. I have to draw the lottery as usual," Ming Shirin thought to himself, and he immediately took action. Unfortunately, in 5 consecutive attempts, he only received "Thank you for your patronage," adding up to a total of 23 times. Including the previous 18 times, he only accumulated some luck points. Lu Zhou almost couldn't help but curse upon seeing this. Try 2 more times and then buy a reversal card with the remaining points, he decided, and continued his actions. However, the next 2 attempts still resulted in "Thank you for your patronage. If I fail 1 more time, I won't draw anymore." As he became more and more invested, he quickly used up about 1,000 merit points. Now, he was left with only 104 merit points, and he collapsed on the ground with a look of despair. Although he acknowledged his luck, he couldn't do anything with these remaining merit points. He could only continue drawing. This time, it cost him 50 merit points and consumed 33 luck points. "You have received a cultivation technique, 3 scrolls of heaven writing, 10 reversed cards, an avatar, 3 condensing flowers." He was shocked to witness this scene. The less hope he had, the more he seemed to draw. Realizing this, he became excited and danced around, feeling that he had struck it big this time. If you want to purchase 3 condensing flowers, it requires 3,000 merit points. 10 reversal cards cost 5,000 merit points. You have also obtained the cultivation technique 3 scrolls of heaven writing. Lu Zhou's thoughts stirred, and he opened the first book, Heaven Writing, the Human Scroll. He began to observe it, but sadly discovered that the content inside was like randomly drawn symbols, completely incomprehensible. Since that was the case, he could only set it aside for now. He then turned his attention to the reversal cards. Calculating approximately 300 days for each card, 10 cards were equivalent to nearly 10 years of lifespan. As he started using them one by one, a tremendous energy constantly converged into vortexes and was absorbed into his body. His previously lax skin gradually became slightly firmer. After using the Dharma Body 3 condensing flowers, Lu Zhou's realm instantly advanced to the sense condensing realm. Cultivators begin their journey by tempering their bodies, entering the body tempering realm, cultivating their tendons, bones, and skin, and breaking through 9 stages to reach the mystic enlightening realm. From there, they advance through the 5 apertures of heart, mouth, nose, eye, and ear in the mystic enlightening realm to reach the sense condensing realm. They then break through 3 stages to the Brahma Sea realm and finally open 8 meridians to step into the divine court realm. A cultivator is considered a grand cultivator when they enter the divine court realm. There are only 3 levels of grand cultivators: the divine court realm, the nascent divinity tribulation realm, and the mysterious heaven saint realm. Throughout ancient times, cultivators who truly reached the mysterious heaven saint realm only existed in legends. Nobody had seen them. It is said that only by reaching this realm can a cultivator break free from the limitation of lifespan and become immortal. Ji Tiandao was just 1 step away when he died in the gazebo. What a pity! After obtaining so many items through the draw, Lu Zhou felt quite satisfied. He then opened the system panel, which displayed 2 tasks: disciplining Zhu Honggong and Zhou Jifeng. Currently, he could only obtain merit points from disciplining the wicked disciples. He then analyzed the current situation. The 8th disciple, Zhu Honggong, was rather dull-witted. In theory, he should be the easiest to discipline, so why hasn't his loyalty increased yet? Based on the information from Ming Shireen's report, it seemed that there was some influence from the 7th disciple behind Zhu Honggong. The 7th disciple was skilled in scheming and, in order to establish a foothold in the cultivation world, should have formed good relationships with the eldest and 2nd disciples. It appeared that simply disciplining 1 disciple was far from enough. Only by improving his own strength could he deter both the wicked disciples and righteous cultivators. But for now, his cultivation was still too low. Lu Zhou sighed with a hint of helplessness as he thought about it. Dealing with the situation was indeed quite challenging. Jingting Mountain had attracted too much attention. He decided to focus on comprehending the heaven writing first. 2 days later, inside the Yinyu Palace, a graceful and beautiful woman was gently swaying a feather fan in her hand. She was Yi Tianqin, the 6th disciple of the current leader of the evil sect, and the 9th on the sinister list. She opened her eyes slowly and spoke as a figure approached from outside. "Senior sister, you should have left Jingting Mountain long ago. Why wait until now?" said Zhao Yu, the 5th disciple, with a sigh. "I didn't have the same luck as you. I thought I could get something out of that old guy, but he hasn't budged." Zhao Yu continued, "Since you left, he has never trusted us." Yi Tianqin floated down from above and said, "I advised you the same thing back then, senior sister. Although you entered before me, there are things you failed to see clearly. Who knows how many treasures that old man still has hidden on him? But unfortunately, all those treasures will go into his coffin with him. But I can give you a suggestion, senior sister," Yi Tianqin added. Zhao Yu became interested and asked, "What suggestion?" "The old man dotes on his youngest junior sister. You can use her to test his limits. If old 4 and old 3 have any ill intentions, the old man will never fully trust them. Only the youngest junior sister can stay by his side and protect him. Even with his secret medicines and hidden cards, they can never compare to a living person." Upon hearing this suggestion, Zhao Yu was shocked. "Seriously, even if I had 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to threaten the junior sister to manipulate the master. If it provokes him and he resorts to using his secret cards, like when he killed Luo Changfeng as a warning to others, it would be disastrous." Yi Tianqin seemed to see through her thoughts and asked, "What's wrong, senior sister? Are you scared? Think about how that old guy treated us in the past. You have to be ruthless and show no mercy." "I understand what you're saying," Zhao Yu replied, "but even eldest senior brother wouldn't dare to do such a thing. If I provoke him like that, it would be suicidal." Yi Tianqin chuckled and said, "Senior sister, you've been on the mountain for too long. You've become dull-witted. Who said you have to personally take action? Look at eldest senior brother, 2nd senior brother, and even me. We're all doing well so far, aren't we? I admit that the old guy has some hidden cards, but he is cautious and won't use them easily. This just shows that his cards are limited." Yi Tianqin continued, "Besides, he's getting older, and his sea of qi will dry up over time. At that point, he will inevitably harbor resentment and use all his hidden cards. It's actually more dangerous to stay by his side. Our priority should be to find out his secrets using some means." Even if he finds out it's us, we can avoid him. Can't we outsmart him if we can't overpower him? Hearing this, Zhao Yu's brows relaxed a bit. It seemed to make sense. She couldn't help but admit that Yi Tianxin had reached her current position not only because of her cultivation but also due to her cunning intelligence. They continued to plot how to scheme against their master in the Yanyu Palace. 2 days later, completely unaware of their plans, Lu Zhou was still in his room diligently studying the heaven writing. He felt frustrated. The name heaven writing was truly fitting because, apart from the content on the first page, everything else was shrouded in confusion. He couldn't understand its meaning at all. At that moment, Xia Yuaner's voice came from outside the door. Master, you have been staying in seclusion for 4 days. Fourth's senior brother was here to see you yesterday, but I did not dare to disturb you, so I've asked him to leave. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou immediately stretched his body and walked towards the door. When he opened the door, Xia Yuaner widened her eyes in disbelief. Master, you look younger, she exclaimed. Lu Zhou stood with his hands behind his back, calmly gazing at her. While he had only become 10 years younger, there were some noticeable changes in his appearance. Smooth tongue. I went into seclusion not only to improve my cultivation but also to rejuvenate this old body, Lu Zhou explained. You've worked hard during these days. Xia Yuaner chuckled and quickly flattered him. This is my duty as Master's disciple. I believe Master can definitely make the breakthrough and become the first cultivator in the world of Great Yen who steps into the mysterious Heaven Saint realm. Lu Zhou was pleased to hear her words. He stroked his beard and then asked, has Old Third sent any news during these days? Upon hearing that there was no news, he felt surprised. Given Duan Mushing's cultivation base, it should not be difficult for him to investigate Zhou Jifeng. Even if there were no results, he should have sent a letter with an update. Why was there complete silence? Xia Yuaner voiced her concern. Master, could Old Third betray us like Zhao Yu's senior sister? Lu Zhou replied, it's unlikely because Duan Mushing's loyalty is above 70%, unlike Zhao Yu's low loyalty. Also, I haven't received any prompts from the system, which means Duan Mushing hasn't betrayed us for now. However, it's hard to truly know someone's heart. In this world, people's hearts are unpredictable, so we shouldn't let our guard down. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Zhou couldn't help but sigh. Just then, Xia Yuaner suddenly pointed her arm upwards, indicating that someone was approaching. Lu Zhou looked up and saw Ming Shirin flying towards him like a bolt of lightning. Seeing his fourth junior brother again, Lu Zhou couldn't help but feel a bit envious because he could tell that Ming Shirin had comprehended more than half of the final layer of the Bluewood technique. It had to be said that these wicked disciples had remarkably high talent. Welcome, Master. Out of seclusion, Ming Shirin said as he landed and knelt down on one knee. He also trembled in his heart upon seeing Lu Zhou because not only had the Master become younger, but his aura was also spine-chilling. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and calmly spoke. Rise. You have comprehended about 70 to 80% of the final layer of the Bluewood technique. However, your cultivation technique leans towards the wood attribute, showing great vitality. Make good use of this advantage and don't let it go to waste. Upon hearing his master's guidance, Ming Shirin was overjoyed. Ever since his sixth junior sister left, the master hadn't given any instructions to his disciples. Therefore, under the circumstances of being abandoned by their own, the master's generous guidance was unexpected. Then, Ming Shirin reported the main matter. Recently, when I was near Anyang, I heard news that the people of Junior Sister's clan seem to have been kidnapped again. I am willing to investigate and make sure to expose and eliminate the mastermind. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Yuaner immediately knelt on the ground in worry. Master, let me handle this. Lu Zhou pondered in his heart. After all, they were Xia Yuaner's clansmen, and her eagerness was understandable. However, when it came to dealing with this matter, Ming Shirin was indeed more experienced and had a higher cultivation level. It seemed more prudent to let him handle it. While he was considering this, a messenger bird suddenly flew back in the sky. Xia Yuaner quickly stood up and took the letter from it. Xia Yuaner said, Master, when I went to the Heavenly Sword sect to investigate, I found that their sect leader position was temporarily vacant and that Zhou Jifeng had left the section. After further investigation, I discovered that he had joined the Righteous Sect. The sect leader of the Righteous Sect, Zhang Yuanzhan, appointed him as one of the sect's 4 elders, making him the youngest elder of the section. Due to Zhang Yuanzhan's profound cultivation base, I didn't delve deep into the Righteous Sect, but from the information I gathered, Zhang Yuanzhan publicly insulted the master several times and declared to the cultivation world that his sect was at odds with Jinting Court Mountain. Lu Zhou heard this and revealed a face of indifference. There are plenty of people who hate him in this world. Who is he to be concerned about? Xia Yuaner paused and continued. When I was investigating at the Bamboo Mountain, the headquarters of the Righteous Sect, I fought a fierce battle with their second elder, Dudafang, and 1. A pity that I failed to kill that devious guy. As soon as I get my condition adjusted, I plan to visit the righteous sect at night and assassinate Zhang Yuanshan to help Master vent the anger. After hearing this, Ming Shirin was slightly surprised. Third senior brother, this is risking his own life. Lu Zhou naturally understood the point of risk involved. Old 3 seemed honest on the surface but was actually daring and meticulous. He had clever ideas. Zhang Yuanshan, the sect leader of the righteous sect, had already stepped into the nascent divinity tribulation realm 100 years ago, while Old 3 was still in the divine court realm, one major realm behind. His attempt to assassinate Zhang Yuanshan would be no different from seeking death. Xia Yuaner, puzzled by this, asked, then why did senior brother say that? Ming Shirin explained, it's to show loyalty after Zhao Yu's betrayal. Fourth senior brother is expressing his faithfulness. Master, you're right. In fact, I'm much more honest than him, Ming Shirin said, feeling somewhat pleased with himself. Lu Zhou felt somewhat helpless after hearing this. It seemed that Duan Mushing's understanding of him still remained in the style of Ji Tiandao. If Ji Tiandao himself were still around, he would definitely send Duan Mushing to infiltrate the righteous sect at great risk. However, even if he allowed Duan Mushing to go, he would surely prioritize his own safety, feigning injury. This would only widen the gap between master and disciple, leading to a vicious cycle. Thinking of this, he slowly spoke up, Old Fourth, I was originally going to punish you all to repair the barrier of Jinting Mountain. The barrier formation can block experts in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. But now that Old Fourth has a mission, I want you to help him. After this matter is resolved, focus on cultivating on the mountain. I will bestow upon you a heaven-grade treasure. Ming Shirin, who was initially calm, immediately became ecstatic upon hearing the grand promise from his master. He knelt down on the ground and quickly responded, disciple obeys. 1 heaven-grade treasure. It's not just a matter of staying on the mountain for 3 years. Even if it's 5 or 10 years, it's still worth it. Many cultivators struggle their entire lives to obtain a heaven-grade treasure. Eldest senior brother, Yu Xinghai, possessed the Jasper Saber and had used it to decapitate tens of thousands of cultivators, making a name for himself. Practitioners of the same level without a heaven-grade treasure can only be slaughtered by others. It was said that the difference between a cultivator with and without a heaven-grade treasure was like a grandfather and a grandson, where the former could easily teach the latter a hard lesson. For many years, Master had been extremely cautious about giving out heaven-grade treasures, and I did not expect that he would promise to reward us with heaven-grade treasures at this critical moment. How could one not be excited about it? Then, he calmed his emotions and asked about how to deal with the matter of little junior sister's clansmen. Lu Zhou stated that it wasn't a simple matter and that he needed to discuss it with Xia Yuaner before making a decision. I understand. I will go and support third senior brother. After completing the mission, I will immediately return to Jinting Mountain to repair the barrier, Ming Shirin said. Following Lu Zhou's instructions, he leaped up like a lightning bolt and swiftly left the place. After Ming Shirin's departure, Xia Yuaner voiced her curiosity. Master, isn't it just Zhou Jifeng? You seem to value him quite a bit. Lu Zhou felt somewhat helpless because he completely looked down upon Zhou Jifeng. However, he fabricated a reason and explained, this guy previously attempted to assassinate me. The reason I spared his life is for him to see the true face of the Heavenly Sword sect. Even if he doesn't join us at Jinting Mountain, he will inevitably clash with the Heavenly Sword sect sooner or later. Xia Yuaner was slightly surprised to hear this because in the past, Master would simply go over and resolve matters with a sword. She didn't expect him to employ such tactics now. After a brief pause, she asked how to handle the matter concerning the Ci family. Lu Zhou replied, this matter is not as simple as it seems. The reason I didn't let your fourth senior brother handle it is because I'm afraid he would handle it too crudely. Ming Shirin's way of dealing with things is almost identical to Ji Tiandao's. He would directly kill to save someone and then consider it done. As for the mastermind behind the scenes, we haven't investigated it carefully. Xia Yuaner heard this and immediately knelt down with a thump, pleading for him to think of a solution. Lu Zhou had already made up his mind. He calmly said, in that case, I will personally go to Anyang. Xia Yuaner couldn't believe her ears when she heard that Master would personally take action. In her impression, Master hadn't left Jinting Mountain for a very long time. Although nobody talked about the reason, they vaguely guessed that it was due to his health. She never expected that he would personally intervene in their family matter this time. This matter must be kept confidential. Also, leave a letter to inform your senior brother. If there are any other matters, I will send a letter. Xia Yuaner responded and quickly prepared the letter, while Lu Zhou made some minor changes to his appearance and disguise. After all, as long as he wasn't recognized, it would save him a lot of trouble. Once everything was in order, he summoned Whitezerd. In the sky above Jinting Mountain, auspicious lights illuminated the area, and after a while, a mystical beast slowly revealed its head. The beast resembled a flying deer, covered in white fur, with wings on its abdomen, and surrounded by magnificent colorful lights. Whitezerd circled in the air for a moment before gently descending in front of the two. Lu Zhou calmly extended his hand, inviting Xia Yuaner to sit on the mount. Xia Yuaner was shocked and hesitated, claiming that she didn't dare to ride on Master's mount. Lu Zhou reassured her, saying, "It's fine. Just sit in front of me." They would reach Anyang in less than an hour. It took energy for a cultivator to fly. To win against a flying mount, one would have to use a divine ability like Soul Chase, but these divine abilities usually consumed more energy, so they were not suitable for traveling. For most cultivators, it was already considered an astonishing achievement to capture and tame a legendary mount like Whitezerd, let alone ride one. There was a saying in the cultivation world, if you don't own a legendary mount at birth, you won't have one for the rest of your life. "Sit tight," Lu Zhou immediately reminded. Whitezerd let out a cry and transformed into a streak of light, flying towards the city of Anyang. Along the way, Xia Yuaner sat on its back, filled with joy, but Lu Zhou felt uncomfortable. After all, his cultivation level was still too low, and the speed was taking a toll on his body. Soon, an hour passed, and the city of Anyang appeared before them. Lu Zhou had Whitezerd stop outside the city, giving himself some time to recover from the trembling state. Xia Yuaner, on the other hand, couldn't get enough and kept stroking Whitezerd while praising its appearance. It seemed that women had a similar perspective when it came to appreciating things. To avoid attracting attention, Lu Zhou quickly put away Whitezerd. They also needed to change their appearances and disguise their aura. They arrived at a farmhouse outside the city and changed into ordinary clothes. After concealing their auras, they walked into the city. Xia Yuaner jokingly said, "Master, you look more like an old farmer now." Lu Zhou waved his hand, indicating that it was all right, and said, "From now on, we can address each other as grandfather and granddaughter." Xia Yuaner understood and attempted to call him grandpa. However, the sudden change in address made her feel uncomfortable, but once she got used to it, she couldn't stop herself from calling him grandpa repeatedly. It became addictive. Upon entering the city of Anyang, they noticed the bustling crowd. Xia Yuaner looked around and casually grabbed 2 candied haws. "Hee, Grandpa, this is so fun," she exclaimed. "Hey, you haven't paid yet." The vendor hurriedly chased after her, shouting and trying to stop her. Xia Yuaner felt annoyed at his words. "Get lost. It's your lucky day that I'm eating your stuff. If you keep bothering me, I'll make you regret it," she retorted fiercely. Lu Zhou felt helpless seeing this scene and reprimanded, "Yuaner, pay up." Upon hearing her master's words, she immediately became timid, pouting her mouth as if feeling greatly wronged. "Grandpa, he's so fierce. I listened to you and didn't even hit him," she muttered. Lu Zhou shook his head upon hearing her words. "If everyone starts grabbing things like you did, who would dare to sell candied haws in the future?" Realizing her mistake, Xia Yuaner nodded and handed a pile of gold and silver to the vendor, who didn't expect such generosity. He happily left the scene. Meanwhile, a crowd had gathered on one side of the street. Xia Yuaner, who enjoyed watching lively scenes, hopped over at Lu Zhou's instruction. However, she found it difficult to squeeze through the crowd of tall and strong men. After several unsuccessful attempts, she became frustrated. "Move aside," Xia Yuaner exclaimed and stomped fiercely on the ground. With a loud bang, the previously solid ground instantly cracked. The surrounding crowd quickly retreated in fear. As the crowd dispersed, several disciples responsible for recruiting in the market center noticed the commotion. One of them nodded approvingly and said, "Not bad, not bad. Young lady, would you like to join our sect? You have a good foundation. That kick you just delivered had the strength of someone at the 5th level of the quenched body realm." Xia Yuaner heard this and couldn't help but feel disdainful. "When did I say I want to join your stinking dragon association?" A man who felt insulted stood up and angrily shouted, "You are bold, little girl. How dare you insult the Azure Dragon Association?" In response, Xia Yuaner immediately stomped and shattered the man's table. "What is Azure Dragon Association? What are you doing here? Tell me now. My grandpa is waiting." The man, alert to the situation, tightened his grip on the weapon behind him. "How could you not know about the Azure Dragon Association?" Seeing the man preparing to act, Lu Zhou walked over and snorted coldly. His voice, infused with a trace of inner power, clearly reached the man's ears. Sensing this inner power, the man mistakenly believed that Lu Zhou was only at the 7th or 8th level of the quenched body realm. Lu Zhou didn't have time to bother with them. He leaned in and whispered in Xia Yuaner's ear, "You can ask for help from the Azure Dragon Association in Anyang to investigate the matter concerning the CI family." Xia Yuaner's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she turned her head to reprimand them. "All of you, come over here." Hearing these words, the man's face immediately darkened. This wild girl probably doesn't know that the backer of the Azure Dragon Association in Anyang is the Netherworld sect, right? What? The Netherworld sect? Xia Yuaner seemed visibly stunned upon hearing this. Isn't the leader of the Netherworld sect eldest senior brother? Lu Zhou furrowed his brow and looked at the man again to confirm. "Are you saying that the backer of the Azure Dragon Association is the Netherworld sect?" "That's right, old man. I think you're not bad. Join the Azure Dragon Association as a lackey. Not only will you have good food and drink, but the Azure Dragon Association will also have your back. Your granddaughter has more potential than you, and she looks pretty too. I can talk to the sect master and let the two of you join together," the man said with a smug smile. Xia Yuaner secretly glanced at Lu Zhou, assuming he was silent because he was angry. Her master had said not to kill people indiscriminately, but he hadn't said anything about not hitting them. With this thought in mind, her eyes brightened, and she lifted her leg and kicked the man's chin with force. With a loud bang, the man's entire body was sent flying into the air. Xia Yuaner swiftly followed, kicking him in the chest and then landing a punch on his face. She continued with a flurry of punches, the sound of impacts reverberating throughout the venue. Not long after, the barely conscious man could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, completely limp. Xia Yuaner, still filled with anger, lifted the man's face with the tip of her foot, resembling a pig's head, and coldly stared at him. "Insolent, do you think you can call my master that?" The onlookers were frightened by the scene and quickly retreated to a safe distance. The remaining two members of the Azure Dragon Association finally reacted and brandished their weapons, reprimanding, "Is there no law? Is there no order? How dare you assault someone openly in broad daylight?" Upon hearing this, Xia Yuaner kicked the man to the ground and declared, "Not only can this miss hit people, but she can also kill them." With that, she chuckled, revealing her two small tiger teeth. A few strands of chi unconsciously emanated from her body. "Oh, this isn't quenched body realm. At the very least, it's a mystic enlightening realm expert," they thought, trembling in fear and immediately kneeling down to beg for mercy. Lu Zhou approached and praised Xia Yuaner for her actions. She was delighted to hear his words. "They insulted you, so I couldn't help myself. I had to teach them a lesson." Lu Zhou then turned to the two kneeling men and demanded, "Where is the main branch of the Azure Dragon Association located?" One of the men answered, "In Anyang, 3 miles north of the ancient river." Lu Zhou's gaze turned cold. "As a newcomer to Anyang, I am not familiar with the place. Go back and tell your leader that I will personally visit tomorrow." The two men hurriedly replied and quickly fled with their companion. "Master's plan is well thought out. By finding out their headquarters, we can deal with them properly." Xia Yuaner's eyes lit up as she grasped the reasoning behind her master's actions. Lu Zhou adjusted his beard helplessly. "What a mess. I need to utilize them to investigate the matter concerning the CI family." Speaking of which, he shifted his attention to Xia Yuaner and asked, "After being away for so many years, do you still remember where home is?" Xia Yuaner replied after hearing the question, "I only remember that there are 2 stone lions at the entrance of our house. My father loved martial arts, while my mother enjoyed embroidery." She then revealed a melancholic expression. Lu Zhou understood that Xia Yuaner had been living on the mountain since childhood and hadn't returned home, so it was normal for her to not remember much. Afterward, the two inquired around the city and quickly found the location of the CI family. Since the city of Anyang was not large, and the CI family was a prominent household, it wasn't difficult to gather information. Upon arriving at the entrance of the CI family, Yuaner became excited and danced around, picking up the stone lions to play with. Lu Zhou quickly stopped her. "Since you've returned home, don't be so mischievous." They pushed open the gate and found a steward-like person cleaning the courtyard. The steward looked puzzled upon seeing 2 villagers disguised individuals and asked who they were. "Where are my father and mother?" Yuaner eagerly approached and looked around. The steward was taken aback. "Who is this little girl? Your parents aren't here." Upon hearing this, Yuaner's expression darkened, and she immediately slapped the steward. "Get out of the way! Don't block my grandfather." She then held onto Lu Zhou and walked towards the inner courtyard. The surroundings appeared desolate and cold. "You, come here. Where are my father and mother?" Yuan pointed angrily at the steward. Confused once again, the steward couldn't recognize her. After all, Yuan had left the CI family at a young age. Lu Zhou glanced at the steward and asked for his name. The steward, rubbing his fiery cheeks, stuttered and introduced himself as Wang Fugue, the steward of the CI family. CI family's manager, Xian, has also been taken hostage, he said. Lu Zhou then pointed at CI Yuan and introduced her as CI Yuan from the CI family. Wang Fugue swallowed nervously, looked her up and down, and immediately knelt down, crying, "Miss, you've finally returned. I am Wang Fugue." CI Yuan scratched her head and, despite leaving home at a young age, seemed to have some memories of the steward. After Wang Fugue's explanation, it was revealed that most of the CI family members had been abducted by a gang called the Lakeside Gang. No one knew the background of this gang or who was behind it. Their whereabouts could not be traced either. Due to the repeated abductions of the CI family within a short period, the remaining servants and staff were too afraid to stay and abandon their duties, taking away the household's belongings. Only Wang Fugue remained. After listening, Lu Zhou sipped his tea and inquired, "Why didn't you report to the authorities?" "We did report, but the officials couldn't find any leads. On the day when the CI family was abducted, everyone except for the servants who were out on errands was taken. I happened to be in the outhouse, so I managed to escape," Wang Fugue explained. Curious, CI Yuan asked, "Then why didn't you run away?" Wang Fugue is loyal to the CI family. "I was born a member of the CI family, and even in death, I am a ghost of the CI family," Wang Fugue replied. Lu Zhou smiled faintly at his response. "You are indeed loyal. However, keep Yuan's return a secret. As for the CI family's abduction, I will investigate it myself." Having said that, Lu Zhou dismissed Wang Fugue. He arranged for Yuan to go to the Azure Dragon Association early the next morning to investigate the so-called Lakeside Gang. After everything was settled, Lu Zhou lay on the bed to rest. At this moment, he heard the voice of the system in his ear. "Complete the task to support Duan Mushing. Reward, 200 merit points." He frowned as he looked at the task panel. When he left Jinting Mountain, he had assigned the task for both of them to repair the barrier together. However, the task panel only showed Ming Shireen. There was only one possibility. Old 3 was injured. Meanwhile, inside Jinting Mountain, Ming Shireen felt puzzled after reading the letter left by CI Yuan. He never expected that the master had actually left the mountain. He wondered what the old man was thinking. Duan Mushing, who was next to him, coughed a few times and offered his speculation. Perhaps he's been staying on the mountain for too long and wants to go out to relax, but he doesn't want others to know his identity. Ming Shireen stood up after hearing this and said, "You make a good point. The master has been playing by his own rules lately, and I can't figure out what he's thinking. Our previous master had absolute strength and disdained using his brain. He believed that all schemes were futile struggles in the face of absolute power." Duan Mushing sighed and said, "Perhaps, but repairing the barrier will be a lot of work for you, junior brother. My injury may take 3 to 5 months to heal." Just as he finished speaking, a towel was slapped on his face. "You're being too optimistic. Just pretend a little. Don't take advantage of the situation. Both of us grew up being beaten. We've endured worse injuries than this. I'll give you 10 days. If it goes beyond 10 days, I'll quit. When the master returns, he'll deal with you." Embarrassed, Duan Mushing sat up and said, "Junior brother, you're truly clever. Most likely, 7 days will be enough. You can leave now. I need to focus on healing. It's not convenient for 2 single men to be in the same room." Upon hearing this, Ming Shireen widened his eyes and gave him a disgusted look. "Ha!" He huffed and turned around to leave the room. The next day in the early morning, while thinking in the courtyard, he noticed a flying letter coming towards him. He lightly stepped forward and took the letter down. After reading it, he was shocked and alarmed. How did the master know that third senior brother was injured? He quickly looked around and his aura surged out involuntarily, sensing everything within a radius of hundreds of meters. However, besides some ordinary birds and animals, he didn't detect anything unusual. The lack of abnormalities only made him more nervous, as if the master was watching him from nearby. Being clever, he immediately knelt down and shouted, "Master, your disciple did not mean to disrespect you. Please rest assured, your disciple will work hard to repair the barrier and take care of Jinting Mountain." After everything was said, he let out a sigh of relief and comforted himself. "Don't panic. As long as I follow the master's plan, everything will be fine." At that moment, Lu Zhou was unaware of the situation and was reading the human volume in the 3 scrolls of heaven writing. With his cultivation progressing, a few pages of text appeared on it, which left him speechless. The purpose of practicing heaven writing was to quickly improve his cultivation, but now he had to improve his cultivation first in order to see the text. It seemed a bit counterproductive. Although he had entered the sense-condensing realm, he still felt like an ant in the face of Divine Court realm experts. After reading those pages of heaven writing, he found it quite boring. The thought of the lottery crossed his mind, but he immediately shook his head. That thing is addictive. I'll consider it when I have more merit points. Meanwhile, inside the Azure Dragon Association's stronghold, the leader Lu Jingfeng looked down below with a furrowed brow. Are you saying that the person who injured you all is a young girl who looks like she's only 15 or 16 years old, and there was an old man with her? What gives them the audacity to provoke the Azure Dragon Association? The two subordinates below answered with mournful faces. We don't know. We were recruiting disciples on the streets of Anyan when that wild girl suddenly appeared and severely injured Elder Jian. The old man even mentioned that he would visit personally. Lu Jingfeng, with a disdainful expression, said, Today, take 20 of our brothers and find the ones who injured Elder Jian. Just as the arrangements were made, one of his subordinates hurriedly ran over and reported, Leader, there's a woman outside requesting an audience. Refuse. Lu Jingfeng was currently in a fit of anger. He had no mood to meet any woman. She said her patience is limited, and until she can still obey her grandfather's order, she asked you to do as she said. Before the words could finish, several loud bangs were heard, accompanied by cries of pain, as a few figures were sent flying in. Lu Jingfeng's anger turned into rage. He quickly ordered his subordinates to go out and investigate. Xia Yuaner was pulling a subordinate who had lost consciousness, angrily saying, I already said it. My patience is limited. It's already good that I didn't beat you all up. How dare you make me wait outside? Confused, the leader Lu Jingfeng became furious and led his subordinates to the entrance. One of his subordinates recognized the person and nervously said, Leader, she's the one who injured Elder Jian. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingfeng's brow furrowed as he realized that the woman before him was a formidable expert. At that moment, Xia Yuaner placed her hands on her waist and looked disdainfully at the group. So, you're the so-called leader of this Azure Dragon Association? Don't think that being in the Brahma Sea realm makes you invincible. Not understanding the principles of modesty and humility, Xia Yuaner just wanted to quickly complete her master's task and asked, I'm asking you, are you the leader of these little minions? I am Lu Jingfeng, the leader of Azure Dragon Association's Anyang branch. My words hold weight, replied Lu Jingfeng with slight annoyance. Xia Yuaner, undeterred, continued, Well, that's perfect. I have something to instruct you. Lu Jingfeng's expression darkened upon hearing this. When has the esteemed leader of the branch ever suffered such humiliation? Enough, take her down. Lu Jingfeng shouted, and the archers beside him received the command, immediately releasing their bows and arrows. With a whooshing sound, the arrow came whistling in with the fierce wind. However, Xia Yuaner stood still with her hands behind her back, unmoved. You disobedient leader, she said coldly, and the arrows suddenly halted in midair. Several majestic bursts of aura instantly emanated from her body. The next second, a thunderous explosion echoed as the powerful aura crashed forward like an avalanche. The surrounding buildings crumbled into rubble, leaving only Lu Jingfeng barely able to withstand the force. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Could it be that she was a Brahma Sea realm expert with 8 open meridians? The Brahma Sea realm was divided into 8 meridians. A cultivator could only be considered to have officially stepped into the realm after opening the conception and governor meridians, and reached the highest level after opening the other 6 meridians. When all 8 meridians were opened, the cultivator could use the energy in the meridians to attack. With all 8 meridians opened, the cultivator was invincible below the Divine Court realm. No matter how powerful the Azure Dragon Association's Sanyang branch was, it was impossible for them to have a Divine Court realm expert stationed there. As fellow cultivators in the Brahma Sea realm, Lu Jingfeng ultimately couldn't withstand the power. He was sent flying and crashed into a wall in the distance. Wait, he quickly pleaded for mercy as he regained his senses. What do you want me to wait for? Xia Yuaner floated over to him as if nothing had happened, her fists clenched. I didn't expect you to be a Brahma Sea realm expert with all 8 meridians opened. Please forgive me for not recognizing your greatness. I beg you to spare me. Let's talk things through. Seeing the fear in his eyes, Xia Yuaner stated her purpose. I have something to ask of you. Help me investigate the Lakeside Gang. They were the ones behind the CI family kidnapping. The Lakeside Gang? Lu Jingfeng looked bewildered. I've never heard of that name. They orchestrated the kidnapping of CI family. I'll give you 3 days to find their whereabouts. Hearing the connection to the CI family, Lu Jingfeng instantly broke into a cold sweat. He replied, a gang audacious enough to kidnap the CI family is beyond the control of the small Azure Dragon Association. Say that again. Xia Yuaner stared at him, her fists clenched tightly. Witnessing this scene, Lu Jingfeng trembled in fear. My lady, I will find the whereabouts of the Lakeside Gang within 3 days. Satisfied with his response, Xia Yuaner swiftly approached one of Lu Jingfeng's subordinates. Was it you who shot arrows at me earlier? The subordinate, terrified, desperately shook his head, denying his involvement. "It was you," Yuan said, lifting her small foot and gently stepping on the floor beside the man. With a loud bang, a clear footprint appeared on the solid ground. "What a coward," she made a mocking face. After leaving a statement, she walked out of the gates of the Azure Dragon Association with an imposing manner. "Be obedient. If you don't do as I said, I'll kill the entire Azure Dragon Association." Looking at the small footprints before him, the surroundings fell into silence. The subordinate was on the verge of having an out-of-body experience and dying on the spot. It took Lu Jingfeng a while to recover from his shock before he was filled with immense doubt. City of Anyang. When did such a young expert emerge? If it were any other faction causing trouble, they could have easily killed us. But this girl just injured us all and assigned a task. It's really strange. Lakeside Gang? Does the city of Anyang have such a force? The notorious first ancestor of the demonic sect. The family members of his disciples have been kidnapped twice in a row. How could he, with a fiery temper, endure this? He immediately sent his little disciple to kill the local gang, Azure Dragon Association. After Yuan left, Lu Zhou also began to live a leisurely elderly life. From his memories, Ji Tiandao met Yuan when he first arrived in the city of Anyang. He wanted to take her as his disciple at that time, but her parents opposed it. Later, somehow, her parents actually sent Yuan up the mountain themselves. Thinking of this, he asked Wang Fugue, "What enemies has the CI family made over the years?" Wang Fugue respectfully answered, "None at all, not even 5 years ago." After hearing this, he thought carefully, "Are you talking about the Morong family?" 5 years ago, the Morong family and the CI family were like water and fire. At that time, both families had properties and businesses in the 3 major southern provinces of Great Yin. Master had focused all his efforts on his businesses, which made him a wealthy man. Later, due to competition, the CI family and the Morong family became mortal enemies. Cultivators should not interfere in worldly matters, but some people are blinded by greed. As a result, the master and his wife were often the targets of assassination. Hearing this, Lu Zhou asked if this kidnapping incident might also be the work of the Morong family. Wang Fugue hesitated for a moment, answering, "This humble one dares not make a rash judgment." Lu Zhou then picked up a handful of feed and scattered it on the ground. The cultivation base of a cultivator who can kidnap all the people in a family would not be lower than the full meridian stage of the Brahma Sea realm. Are there any cultivators in the Morong family? On the surface, there's none. But behind the scenes, I don't know either. While the two were talking, a figure suddenly flashed through the air. Yuan landed in the courtyard with a bang. Seeing this, Lu Zhou scolded, "Why not use the front door instead of climbing the roof?" Yuan stuck out her tongue, answering, "Using the front door requires knocking and opening. Climbing the roof is more convenient. Don't do this again." How did the matter go? Hearing this, Yuan blinked her big eyes and looked over. They were very obedient. They said they would definitely find the Lakeside Gang. "Didn't you fight them?" Hearing this, she giggled. "No, the leader was very friendly. He called me lady and promised to find the Lakeside Gang's whereabouts within 3 days." "Grandpa, don't look at me like that. I swear I'm telling the truth." That's exactly what he said. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and Yuan went to the Azure Dragon Association again. Wang Fugue, who was cleaning the courtyard, was worried. "Sir, will Miss be in danger going alone?" Lu Zhou replied indifferently, "You should be more worried about the safety of the Azure Dragon Association members." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of prompt sounds suddenly rang in his ears. "Killing a villain, merit points plus 10. After a long time, he frowned and sighed. Yuaner's temper can never calm down. With the rewards from disciplining disciples and completing tasks, he now had over 1,000 merit points. Yuaner had killed at least 50 villains. He didn't expect her to handle the matter properly. Moreover, from Wang Fugui's mouth, he learned that the Azure Dragon Association had been committing evil deeds, and the people were deeply affected. All dared to be angry but did not dare to speak. Behind them, the Netherworld sect supported them, becoming a major scourge in the city of Anyang. Killing them was not something to be sympathized with. With this thought, he arranged for Wang Fugue to go to the Morong family to inquire about any recent movements. "With this token, no one dares to stop you. You go." Wang Fugue, who received the token, hurriedly left. Although the items brought by the system had disappeared, the good things robbed from the world were still there. The token of the Imperial Army was one of them. Time quickly reached the afternoon, and Yuan rushed back. She landed with a bang, startling Lu Zhou, who was napping in a chair. Yuan playfully came to Lu Zhou's side. "Kneel down." Lu Zhou scolded with a frown. "Master, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have killed people." Seeing her master angry, Yuan obediently knelt down. "I'm not blaming you. I've told you this is your home. and you should use the front door. Did you take my words as the wind passing by your ears? I know I was wrong. I was in such a hurry to come back that I forgot. I promise I won't make the same mistake again. Lu Zhou ignored her words, continuing to scold. Your nature is good, but you can't have no rules at all. Your parents aren't here, so as your master, I will teach you properly. Hearing this, Xia Yuaner could only lie down on the stone. Obediently, with a smack, he suddenly slapped her, but because of her protective aura, it didn't hurt at all. Seeing her playful appearance, Lu Zhou snorted coldly. Disperse your protective aura. Xia Yuaner wanted to beg for mercy, but realizing her master was really angry, she had to follow his instructions. After the aura disappeared, Xia Yuaner became a completely ordinary person. It's okay to be free by nature, but you can't have no rules at all. It was fine on the mountain, but being so high profile in the city of Anyang could easily expose her identity. She must be punished to teach her a lesson. As Lu Zhou continued to strike, the courtyard echoed with screams. Smack! Get up! Seeing her pitiful appearance, Lu Zhou fell into deep thought. In his memory, Ji Tiandao had never hit Yuaner, from the 1st to the 8th. Each one was beaten black and blue by Ji Tiandao. Some even suffered severe injuries. She had been away from her parents since childhood. The care from her senior brothers and senior sisters was limited. They couldn't replace her parents, so she could only rely on her master. Now, her most respected master had hit her. How could she not feel wronged? Master, it really hurts, Xia Yuaner muttered, wiping away her tears. Pain is good. Forget the big principles I taught you before. Remember what I say from now on. Have a candy. It won't hurt after you eat it. I know, Xia Yuaner said, taking the candy and stuffing it into her mouth. She then recounted what happened at the Azure Dragon Association. The Azure Dragon Association said there was no lakeside gang. It was a group of cultivators disguised on purpose. They lied and even invited helpers from the E province to kill me. I was seized by anger, so I beat them. No, I killed them. They even invited experts. If I hadn't fought back, I might never see you again. Lu Zhou, hearing this, gave her an annoyed glance. Who could bully you without reaching the divine court realm? Then he calculated the time and realized something was wrong. Wang Fuguei should have returned by now, but there was no sign of him. Thinking of this, he spoke. Wang Fuguei hasn't returned. Come with me for a walk. Xia Yuaner, hearing this, agreed. She obediently followed him out. At this moment, in Yanyu Palace, 5th disciple Zhao Yu paced back and forth, irritated. 6th disciple Yi Tianqin, seeing this, comforted her. It's too late for regrets now. We can only go all the way. Zhao Yu, hearing this, frowned and replied, Sister Tianqin, if we had done this a month ago, I wouldn't worry. That old man has always been hot-tempered. His actions are selfish. But recently, his style has changed a lot. Yi Tianqin became interested. How did it change? I can't say for sure, but I vaguely feel that his methods have softened a lot. His temper doesn't seem as explosive either. Maybe I'm overthinking it. You kidnapped the CI family members. Will he take the bait? Yi Tianqin chuckled. Given that old man's character, it's unlikely he'll take the bait, but our junior sister is pure-hearted. She's only been away from home for 5 years. If she learns about this, she will definitely return to the city of Anyang. By then, capturing our junior sister will suffice. Once that old man leaves Jingting Mountain, without the protection of our 3 senior brothers, and the barrier, I'll have countless ways to exhaust his trump cards. Hearing this, Zhao Yu's eyes lit up. She quickly asked how to exhaust his trump cards. Yi Tianqin paused, then slowly said, there are many famous and righteous families in the world. Many have suffered at his hands. If I spread his news, what do you think the famous families will do? Especially since Heavenly Sword Sex Luo Chanfeng died at the hands of that old man. But what if they're all afraid? Zhao Yu couldn't help but shiver. Last time, she witnessed the 10 great experts and tens of thousands of cultivators fleeing in panic. That scene, perhaps only their master could achieve such a feat in the world. Yi Tianqin had thought of this as well. I've already informed the 10 great families about the old man's secret drug. The 9 great experts are not fools. Once they understand the key to this situation, they will return sooner or later. As they spoke, a subordinate hurriedly entered, reporting to the palace master. We received news from Anyang. The Azure Dragon Association has been wiped out, and the Imperial Army's token has appeared in the city of Anyang. We don't know who did it. Judging from the traces of the fight left at the scene, the attacker should be a cultivator who has opened all 8 meridians of the Brahma Sea realm. Hearing this, Zhao Yu started to analyze the situation. Could it be Xia Yuaner's doing? Our junior sister is a divine court realm expert. It's possible for her to wipe out the Azure Dragon Association, given her temperament, but she wouldn't hide her cultivation level. What if the old man left Jingting Mountain with her? Yi Tianqin waved her hand dismissively and said, it's unlikely. However, to be on the safe side, I'll send someone to investigate the CI family immediately. Have someone with this portrait lurk near the CI residence in the city of Anyan. Report back immediately if you find any traces of these two. As for the token of the Imperial Army, it's not important. There are only two possibilities. Someone has faked it or the Emperor is here but dressed as a commoner. However, Great Yan has been plagued by wars in the recent years, so the Emperor wouldn't do something so risky. A smile appeared on Yi Tianxin's lips. So, senior sister, don't worry, everything is under my control. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou and Xia Yuaner were on their way to the Morong residence. He looked at her and warned, Xia Yuaner, you've been too high profile. You might have attracted people's attention. From now on, you'll do whatever I tell you to do. Yes, Master, Xia Yuaner obediently replied. Yuaner, what would you do if the mastermind behind the kidnapping of the CI family is your senior brothers and sisters? Hearing this, Xia Yuaner was hesitant to believe it. No, they've been so good to me. How could they bear to kidnap my parents? Lu Zhou sighed. She was still too naive. Soon after, the two arrived at the Morong residence. Master, I'll knock on the door. No need. Just kick it open. The guards inside the courtyard were conducting their daily training, but the next second, a loud bang echoed as the door was kicked open. An old and a young figure appeared before everyone's eyes. It took a moment for the guards to react. How dare you kick the door of the Morong residence? Take them down. Hearing this, Lu Zhou waved his arm forward and slowly said, Fight! I like this. Xia Yuaner, having been beaten by her master, had been looking for a place to vent her anger. This was exactly what she wanted. She dashed into the crowd like lightning, sending guards flying with each kick. In a matter of moments, the courtyard was filled with screams. Master, they're not very durable, said Xia Yuaner, returning to her master's side with a hint of disappointment. Lu Zhou replied indifferently, a divine court realm expert bullying a group of quenched body realm guards. There's nothing worth boasting about. The commotion outside caught the attention of the people inside. When the Morong family's patriarch, Morong Hai, saw the scene, his eyes turned cold. He tentatively asked, Who are you? Lu Zhou glanced at him and inquired, Is Wang Fugui here? Upon hearing the name, Morong Hai replied with disdain, Wang Fugui has been arrested for forging a military token and handed over to the authorities. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. Xia Yuaner, make him speak properly. Yes, Master, Xia Yuaner said cheerfully, turning to face the man opposite. Several people saw this, and they picked up their own weapons, eager to fight. Where did you come from, you wild girl? But as soon as the words were spoken, his pupils suddenly enlarged in disbelief. Xia Yuaner was now releasing bursts of strong gales from within her body, forcing several people to lie on the ground unable to move under this hurricane-like pressure. What? She's actually a Brahma Sea Realm 8 Meridians expert. Realizing the danger, Morong Hai couldn't stop sweating in fear. You seem to be more resistant to beatings, Xia Yuaner said, and she was about to deliver another blow. Morong Hai immediately raised his hands and begged for mercy. Don't. Wang Fugui is fine. I'll bring him out right away. Soon, a battered and bruised Wang Fugui was brought before them. Xia Yuaner looked at him and was instantly displeased. She clenched her small fist, snorted coldly. Who beat Wang Fugui? Was it you? Morong Hai quickly explained that it wasn't him. I have no grudge against you. Why would I do this? It's you, Xia Yuaner said, raising her fist and striking. At this time, Lu Zhou spoke indifferently. Do you know anything about the kidnapping of the CI family? Don't be in a hurry to answer. If I think you're lying, Xia Yuaner, break his legs. All right, Grandpa. Hearing that she could beat someone, Xia Yuaner was extremely excited. Morong Hai quickly agreed, and told them everything he knew. Although the Morong family had a long-standing feud with the CI family, they couldn't kidnap more than 100 members of the CI family overnight. This powerful force had the support of powerful cultivators. Old man, listen to my advice. Don't provoke those people. Hearing this, Lu Zhou's eyes brightened. Do you know them? Not very clear, but I know that these cultivators have something to do with Jinting Mountain. Do you know about Jinting Mountain, old man? Hearing this, Lu Zhou shook his head, not knowing much about it. You tell me about it. You've never even heard of Jinting Mountain. Looking at the old man's aura and posture, you're probably a reclusive cultivator, the kind of practitioner who is isolated from the world, right? Morong Hai finished his speculation and continued to speak. Jinting Mountain is home to a demonic ancestor, with 9 disciples under his command. Each one of them is a famous demon in the world. The group of cultivators who kidnapped the CI family is likely connected to some of the demons from Jinting Mountain. They kill without blinking, and are utterly evil. I see the old man has a kind face and treats people kindly. Please don't provoke them. Hearing this, Xia Yuaner couldn't help but laugh, which made Lu Zhou somewhat helpless. What's so funny about such a serious topic? Never mind her. Continue speaking. Morong Hai paused and continued speaking. The Lakeside Gang gang is indeed a non-existent gang. 2 days before the kidnapping of the CI family, they scouted in Anyang and used more than 30 people. Hearing this, Lu Zhou was a bit puzzled. How did you know? If the other party is a fake sect, their goal is not to be known, but they let the Morong family know so easily. Isn't this contradictory? Hearing this, Morong Hai's face showed embarrassment. To tell you the truth, among the hostages taken, there were also people from my Morong family. Old man, please show mercy. I promise that from now on, I will no longer be an enemy of the CI family. After hearing this, Lu Zhou slowly turned around. One last question, can you track the hostages? Morong Hai hesitated, stammering and unsure, until he saw the other party staring coldly at him. He finally answered honestly, yes, I can. Go back, take him with you, and don't forget the token of the Imperial Army. Lu Zhou said and stopped staying, calling Xia Yuaner to leave. This dragon pattern is so beautiful. Xia Yuaner took the token from Morong Hai's hand and played with it for a moment. Lu Zhou explained, this is the exclusive dragon pattern of the token of the Imperial Army, the only symbol to identify its authenticity. Put it away, and don't be too ostentatious. What? The token is real? Morong Hai was so scared he wet himself upon hearing this. Yuaner, tomorrow morning, take Morong Hai with you to rescue your clansmen. Upon hearing her master's words, Xia Yuaner hurriedly complied. Time quickly passed, and it was evening. When Lu Zhou returned to CI Mansion and had nothing to do, he started using the system to draw rewards. This time, he spent 50 merit points and received 3 reversal cards. Although happy, he felt somewhat cheated by the system. The subsequent draws all resulted in thank you for your patronage, which made him feel frustrated again. This is addictive. I must restrain myself from drawing. If I draw 10 times and don't get a single reversal card, it's still a loss. He then used all 3 reversal cards. As a result, his remaining lifespan was 5,507 days. The recovery of his lifespan also improved his eyesight, but as he rubbed his eyes, everything returned to normal. What's going on? Lu Zhou was puzzled. Could it be the extraordinary power from the Heaven Writings 3 volumes? If so, how can I make use of it? The system had previously hinted that the cultivation method of Heaven Writings 3 volumes was different from the previous one. In other words, all his previous experiences and insights would become worthless. He could only explore on his own. With this thought in mind, he opened the Heaven Writing interface and continued reading. The next morning, several people gathered in the courtyard. Lead the way, Lu Zhou said calmly, with his hands behind his back. Morong Hai clapped his hands together, then kept making hand gestures, as if casting some secret technique. After getting the result, he finally stopped. About 10 miles north from here. 10 miles? That's so close? Kidnapping the CI family to a place 10 miles away showed that these cultivators were not afraid of anyone trying to rescue them. There might be a trap. Should we be cautious first? Thinking of this, Lu Zhou shook his head. Grandpa, what are you thinking about? Yuaner asked, puzzled. Nothing, let's go. Wang Fugue had no cultivation, so he was asked to stay at CI Mansion. With that, the group quickly headed towards their destination. 10 miles north of Anyang was the territory of Blue Sun Mountain. It should be here. The mark can't be wrong. The cultivators of the Lakeside Gang should all be stationed here. Hearing Morong Hai's words, Lu Zhou spoke indifferently. Yuaner, go save the people. All right. Xia Yuaner revealed a sly smile and swiftly moved towards Blue Sun Mountain, leaving a trail of footprints behind. Seeing this scene, Morong Hai was extremely shocked. Brahma Sea Realm 8 Meridians? Such an achievement at such a young age is rare in the world. But at that moment, several dark shadows suddenly rushed out of the woods. We've been waiting for you for a long time. As the words fell, dozens of cultivators appeared in front of Xia Yuaner. Morong Hai, who accompanied them, was so scared that he was close to wetting himself. Sir, these are all Brahma Sea Realm 8 Meridians powerhouses. Lu Zhou nodded. I know. After hearing this, Morong Hai felt like crying. He was just a weakling who had opened 5 apertures of the Mystic and Lightning Realm. In front of the Brahma Sea Realm, he didn't even have the qualifications to stand. Old sir, should we run away quickly? As for this suggestion, Lu Zhou simply ignored it. His attention was focused entirely on the scene. Yuaner pointed at the opponents and counted them with interest. Seeing this, the leader frowned and said angrily, we never kill nameless people. State your name. 12 Brahma Sea Realm cultivators. Ha! Xia Yuaner finished counting and revealed a smile at the corner of her mouth. Seeing that the other party ignored him, the leader snorted coldly. That senior asks us to kill whoever comes to rescue the hostages. We are paid to solve problems. It's rare for you to achieve such a strong cultivation base at this young age. But too bad you got yourself involved with the CI family. The crowd rushed forward, trapping Xia Yuaner in the middle. Who paid you to do this? Lu Zhou stared at them and asked calmly. Who are you, old man? The leader didn't care and sneered upon hearing this. since he realized that both of their realms were low. Knowing that communication was useless, Lu Zhou sighed helplessly. Yuan, ultimately, in this world, the truth and rules can only be clarified by comparing our strengths. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan smiled knowingly. The energy inside her body immediately erupted. Then, with a light tap of her toes, she instantly rushed into the midair. The 12 cultivators were all stunned. This aura, something's wrong. Kill her. Just as the order was given, everyone with weapons surrounded her, but in the next second, the nearest cultivator was hit by a kick. Xia Yuan's figure was like lightning, leaving after images in the air. Each kick reaped the life of a cultivator. The sound of thumping was endless. Within a few breaths, everyone was kicked and smashed to the ground. The remaining leader saw the scene and was immediately frightened. Need me to help you? Xia Yuan asked coldly. No, I'll go down myself. With that said, he eliminated his muster energy, and with a thump, fell to the ground. At least this way, he could save his life. Well done, Lu Zhou praised when he saw this. Xia Yuan, who had landed, excitedly ran over after hearing this. Then, Lu Zhou looked at the man lying on the ground, and asked who the mastermind was. I don't know. The leader hurriedly raised his head and answered, where are the CI family hostages? They were taken away. By whom? I don't know. Have you ever seen his appearance? I haven't seen it. Kill him. Lu Zhou turned around and shook his head. This person can't be interrogated. The leader hurriedly revealed key information. I'll talk. Don't kill me. The whole CI family is on Blue Sun Mountain, but their family head has been taken away by my employer. I really don't know the identity of my employer. Xia Yuan saw this and approached with a grin. My grandfather is so capable. He confessed everything with just a little scare. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou spoke indifferently. I didn't scare him. This place is indeed a trap. The mastermind had purposely left behind a message. If he didn't tell us, others would. So, what's the point of sparing his life? The leader turned pale upon hearing this, his face like ashes. Meanwhile, at Yanyu Palace, several female cultivators quickly flew over the mountains to arrive here. Master, we received a letter. An old man and a young girl are approaching the CI family's residence. Have their identities been confirmed? Upon hearing this news, Yi Tianqin and Zhao Yu came out together. They look somewhat similar to the portraits. Similar, as far as I know. Third senior brother has been injured and the righteous sect has sent experts to Jinting Court Mountain. Also, after the death of Luo Changfeng, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, there has been no one to succeed him. Their former sect leader, Luo Xingkong, is constantly looking for an opportunity to avenge his son. Fourth senior brother alone can never stop a nascent divinity tribulation expert. After listening to Yi Tianqin's words, Zhao Yu understood that this was a good opportunity to exhaust Ji Tiandao's trump card. But what if these two people are not pretending? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqin chuckled. Wouldn't that fall right into our trap? Just as 6th disciple Yi Tianqin and 5th disciple Zhao Yu were discussing, a flying letter arrived with a piece of news. The cultivators of the Lakeside Gang on Blue Sun Mountain are all dead, and the whole CI family, except their family head, have escaped. Yi Tianqin's eyes lit up upon hearing this. The person who can kill all the cultivators of the Lakeside Gang is most likely to be Little Junior's sister. Send a letter to Evil King. Inform him that the plan remains unchanged and to get ready for action. Upon hearing that even the somewhat dazed Old Eighth could become the Evil King, Zhao Yu couldn't help but laugh lightly. Old Eighth was only slightly stronger than Little Yuaner. However, Little Yuaner had just joined the sect for 5 years, and it would not take her long to surpass him. Yi Tianqin sighed helplessly. It is not that Old Eighth is too weak, but that old thing, too strong. Meanwhile, unaware of the situation, Lu Zhou suddenly sneezed. The CI family members all knelt down and expressed their gratitude after being rescued. After receiving the gratitude of more than 100 people, Lu Zhou's merit points increased significantly, which made him feel quite comfortable. Xia Yuan was excited for a while after recognizing her mother. Unfortunately, they didn't have much time to spend together, because there were still people waiting to be saved. After properly settling the CI family members, they set off on their journey again. After the previous battle, Morong Hai also admired Xia Yuan's strength. Old Mister, your granddaughter is probably the youngest 8 Meridians Brahma Sea cultivator I've ever seen. I'm certain that she will step into the Divine Court realm in less than 3 years. Upon hearing this flattery, Yuan looked disdainful. Bah! I remember you were scared out of your wits just now. Morong Hai's face showed embarrassment. He was about to say something else, but he saw Xia Yuan staring at him angrily and said, Oh, you don't think so? Count yourself lucky that you still have some use to us. Otherwise, we would have killed you with a kick now. Seeing this, Hai hurriedly caught up with Lu Zhou's pace. It's not easy to talk to a temperamental little girl. The old mister is much more gentle and comfortable. Old mister, why did you send the people of the CI family back to their residence? Wouldn't it be a waste of effort if they were kidnapped by someone again? After hearing this, Lu Zhou replied, don't worry, these cultivators' target should not be the CI family. Hai nodded and agreed that it made sense. If they wanted money, they would have asked for it. But they didn't, and they did not kill a single hostage, which means what they want is something else. In that case, why did they do this? Just as he was saying this, a messenger bird suddenly flew down from the sky. It's a letter from 4th senior brother. Xia Yuaner leaped up and caught it. This time, Lu Zhou didn't let her read it but beckoned for her to pass it over. After reading the letter, his brow furrowed slightly. Send a letter to Old 4th and tell him to wait for my return. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuaner immediately responded. Hai, who was watching from the side, had many thoughts. From the way they addressed each other, I guessed that this pair of grandfather and granddaughter should be from some sect. The world of Great Yan is boundless, and it was perfectly normal to have 1 or 2 almighty hermits. Not long after, the group arrived at an open area surrounded by mountains on all sides. Lu Zhou carefully observed the surrounding environment, and then spoke loudly, come out. The next second, a sinister laugh echoed through the forest. Immediately after, an incredibly powerful aura suddenly surged into the sky. The man was dressed in a black robe with fierce eyes, and he was holding Xia Yuaner's father in his hand. Not good. Run. It might be the demon from Jinting Mountain. Hai was terrified and wanted to escape, but it's too late to run. The hoarse voice of the man in the black robe sent shivers down one's spine. Then he unleashed a powerful force, restricting Hai's movements. Lu Zhou stared coldly at the man in the black robe, pondering to himself, judging by the fluctuations of his aura, this person is stronger than a Brahma Sea Realm 8 Meridians. He should be a Divine Court Realm powerhouse. But it's not enough for me to use my peak card. The fact that you managed to escape the trap at Blue Sun Mountain proves that you are pretty strong. But unfortunately, that is far from enough. A 2 Apertures Mystic Enlightening Cultivator, an 8th Tier Body Tempering Cultivator, and an 8 Meridians Brahma Sea Cultivator. This seems like a fair deal. The man in the black robe spoke to himself. His tone seemed to be full of disdain. Xia Yuaner's eyes lit up. She was eager to try. This one should be more resilient, but she was stopped by Lu Zhou after only taking 2 steps. Let go of the hostage and leave. I will spare your life. Upon hearing this, the man in the black robe pointed at Lu Zhou. Old man, do you know who you are talking to? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou spoke indifferently. The 3 Yin styles of the Taoist societies? The man in the black robe was slightly stunned. His intuition told him, this old man was definitely not a quenched body realm 8-fold, but rather, he used some technique to hide his aura. You can tell my sect is not simple. Who are you? You are practicing a reverse breathing method which absorbs the energy essence of the heaven and earth through the Laogong acupoints in your arms and accumulates them in your dantian. The method is very easy to master, but it has a flaw: your bones will be filled with chills and you will be in extreme pain for at least 10 days a month. As Lu Zhou said this, he paused for a moment. His eyes narrowed. You only have 3 months left to live. The man in the black robe was incredibly shocked. There were numerous cultivators in this world, and each one of them had their own secrets. Furthermore, they regarded the flaw in their cultivation techniques as the most important secret. Over the past 2 decades, I have poured in all the effort to cultivate the 3 Yin styles, which made me a formidable Divine Court expert. However, the greater the gains were, the greater the cost would be. How could this old man know this? I'll ask again. Who are you? Hearing this, Lu Zhou smiled faintly. When you betrayed the Tao societies, you had only learned the 3 Yin styles but not the 6 Yang techniques. The extreme cold needs to be balanced with the extreme yang. It is a miracle that you are still alive today. 6 Yang technique? The man in the black robe was somewhat puzzled. What? You don't know about the 6 Yang technique? Lu Zhou asked him back. Upon hearing this, the man in the black robe suddenly burst into a hysterical laughter. Good one, old man. How dare you spout nonsense to deceive me? Having said that, the man in the black robe's whole body was filled with powerful qi, and he gathered his strength to strike Lu Zhou's position. But in the next second, Yuaner blocked it with a single palm. If you want to hit my grandfather, you have to ask me first. Xia Yuaner also exploded with a sharp qi and repelled the opponent. The man in the black robe was shocked. A Divine Court Realm powerhouse at this age? How is it possible? Xia Yuaner no longer hid her strength, stretched her muscles, and showed a readiness for battle. Then she turned to her grandfather and said, Grandpa, I want to fight him. Up to you, Lu Zhou said, not saying any more. Having received her master's permission, she beckoned the man in the black robe. It's been a long time since I've met such a strong opponent. You better hang in there for a while. Hai, who was watching this scene, was somewhat dumbfounded. This is so strange. A little girl is actually provoking a monster. As Sia Yuaner's words fell, she rushed like the wind and kicked the opponent's head. The man in the black robe, who had reacted, hurriedly raised his arm to block, but upon contact, he was forced to retreat by Sia Yuaner's power. Immediately after, she caught up again and kicked him. The man in the black robe adjusted his stance and engaged in a fierce battle with her. The sound of their clashes filled the air. The two moved their battlefield to a more open area. Seeing Morong Hai's shocked expression, Lu Zhou spoke indifferently, "That's just her temperament." Hearing this, Morong Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Is this really just temperament? She's like an unleashed demon." Then, Lu Zhou went to check on Sia Yuaner's father and found that he had only fainted and was not injured. "Old sir, with such a talented granddaughter, why do you pretend to be weak?" Lu Zhou shook his head after hearing this and replied, "People's hearts are treacherous. We must be cautious." Upon hearing this, Morong Hai respectfully bowed. "Old sir has a deep understanding of the world. No wonder you were confident in saving Ci Manor. I have always underestimated you. I have a question that I don't know if I should ask. You are also deliberately hiding your cultivation, right?" In his opinion, it was impossible to suppress such a little demon with just charisma and affection alone. Since his granddaughter was a Divine Court Realm powerhouse, the old man in front of him must also be a Divine Court Realm powerhouse. Lu Zhou glanced at him, neither admitting nor denying. Morong Hai immediately understood a bit. "Old sir is truly a hidden expert." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou waved his hand. "I'm not really an expert." Seeing this scene, Morong Hai couldn't help but feel emotional. The little girl was capricious and had a fiery temper. He didn't expect her grandfather to be so magnanimous, humble, and low-key. "Old sir, forgive me for speaking out of turn. This child has amazing talent and a boundless future. It's a pity that she doesn't understand how to behave in society," said Morong Hai. Hearing this, Lu Zhou glanced at the distant battlefield and replied that he had indeed been thinking about how to teach her the principles of human behavior recently. But he also knew that with Cia Yuaner's temper and personality, it would not be easy to teach her well in just a few days. At this point, the battle between the two was nearing its end. Cia Yuaner excitedly said, "Hey, get up now. That was a good move you just made. Come on, let's fight again." The man in the black robe is lying on the ground, coughing incessantly. He quickly waved his hands. "Cough, cough. I won't fight anymore. I won't." Seeing this, Lu Zhou revealed a hint of a smile. "It seems they've had enough. That's good. Congratulations, old sir. The Ci family is saved. This journey has finally come to an end." Lu Zhou, with a slightly furrowed brow, walked towards the man in the black robe's position. "The matter is not over yet. On the contrary, it has just begun. Pan Zhong, what do you think?" The man in the black robe, lying on the ground, looked at him in astonishment after hearing this. "How do you know my name?" Lu Zhou replied indifferently. "Let's get back to the point. You could have lived for another 3 months, but if you want to die now, I'll grant your wish." Upon hearing this, Pan Zhong's heart trembled, and he quickly turned over and stood up, vigilantly watching the other party. "Although I didn't expect this girl's cultivation to be so profound, killing me is still far from enough." After hearing this, Lu Zhou glanced at him. "The true power of the 3 Yin styles can only be brought out with the help of the 6 Yang technique. You've only learned the 3 Yin styles, and that's why you can't get its essence. How come I've never heard of this 6 Yang technique before?" Cia Yuaner said with some disdain. "What's so good about this 6 Yang technique? My grandpa knows countless cultivation techniques." Pan Zhong was somewhat speechless. "Countless?" But just at this moment, the sound of flying swords suddenly came from behind. Looking up, a large number of cultivators had already appeared in the sky with an aggressive momentum. In the middle of the crowd was a red flying chariot. A silver bell-like laughter slowly came from within. "Little junior sister, long time no see." Seeing the red flying chariot slowly flying in the sky, Cia Yuaner nervously hid behind her master. Seeing this, Lu Zhou calmly comforted her. "There's no need to be afraid. Protect your father." After hearing this, Cia Yuaner nodded and replied, "Yes, right. Master is still here. What's there to be afraid of?" Seeing this scene, Morong Hai's eyes widened in disbelief. It must be an illusion. It's all an illusion. The one who had opened all 8 meridians of the Brahma Sea realm was already an expert. When a cultivator stepped into this realm, he could float in the air, and when he opened all 8 meridians, he could fly in the sky. So how can he not be shocked when there are so many experts flying in the sky? In addition to this, there were no shortage of Divine Court realm experts, and among them was a flying chariot. The flying chariot was a symbol of status, and only the leader of a powerful force could possess one. In the past, when the 10 great experts besieged Jinting Mountain, only the 10 great experts had flying chariots. So who was this expert riding in the red flying chariot? As he was lost in thought, another voice came from the flying chariot. "Little junior sister is growing more and more beautiful." Hearing this familiar voice, Cia Yuaner was so frightened that she quickly ran back behind her master again. Pan Zhong seemed to guess something and swallowed his saliva nervously. Who could make the fierce little girl with profound cultivation afraid? There was only one person he could remember who owned this red flying chariot. Xia Yuaner looked at the figure above angrily and replied, "You big traitor, I am not your junior sister." Hearing this, Yi Tianxin laughed. "Little junior sister, you're still as innocent and adorable as ever." A cultivator greeted Yi Tianxin with a salute and asked, "Palace Master Yi, you told us that the old villain had relied on a secret drug to survive the last attack, and you secretly informed us with letters that he will be here. What I see now is only a little villain. What's the meaning of this? Only a little villain? I'm only about 10 years younger. Yes, my hair has grown darker and my skin is tighter, but my facial features remain the same. Am I that hard to recognize?" Yi Tianxin spoke and lightly touched the ground, slowly descending. At this moment, Lu Zhou also recognized her. Yi Tianxin, nascent divinity tribulation realm, hatred value, 45%. Now the renowned master of the derived moon palace. The sixth disciple, Yi Tianxin, is currently the master of the derived moon palace, who had her name heard by many. It was said that the derived moon palace only had female cultivators and every one of them was gifted. However, they all hated heartless, unfaithful men. No one knew the reason and could not find the answer in his memory either. Surrounded by male cultivators, it was plain that she did not use her own people but outsiders, which was a clever idea. Her temperament and appearance remind me of a poem. The lotus grows in mud, yet is never contaminated by it. The eldest, second, fifth, and seventh disciples had not shown up when I activated a peak form experience card. I only had half an hour, so I must try my best to take down the group of villainous disciples in the peak form. Yi Tianxin, who landed on the ground, looked at Lu Zhou. "Master, you've been deceived." Hearing this, the surrounding righteous cultivators all fell silent. Is this the legendary, infamous, and evil patriarch? Did we make a mistake? There seems to be a difference compared to the portrait, but this is personally identified by Yi Tianxin. Morong Hai, who was standing nearby, was even more shocked. "I didn't expect this kind-faced old man to be the infamous demonic patriarch. Just kill me. They're all liars." At this moment, Lu Zhou stood with his hands behind his back and spoke calmly. "Since you have addressed me as master, I'll give you another chance. Come back to Jingting Court Mountain. You will still be one of my 9 disciples." Yi Tianxin laughed lightly upon hearing this. "Master, it is out of respect that I called you master. As for going back to Jingting Court Mountain, you have to ask them first." As soon as these words came out, the entire audience was in an uproar. The surrounding cultivators were all filled with anger and indignation. "Old villain, you are lucky to have won the last battle, but you won't be so lucky this time. A secret drug is, after all, a secret drug. Every secret drug that can increase one's cultivation base within a short time has side effects. Don't worry, everybody. No wonder this old villain could use his energy in such a wanton way the last time. Old villain, now is the time for you to die. Surrender yourself." Lu Zhou smiled and didn't pay attention to their words. Instead, he looked at Yi Tianxin and continued to speak. "How did you know for sure that I would appear here?" Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxin clapped her hands, and a maid brought up a portrait. Looking at the old and decrepit appearance in the portrait, Yi Tianxin laughed and replied, "It's hard to believe that the villainous patriarch who once held sway in the world would disguise himself. Master, would you believe me if I told you that I guessed it?" Lu Zhou looked around and didn't see any other evildoers. He secretly sighed in disappointment. Catching only one evildoer with a peak-level cultivation doesn't seem worth it. However, facing such a situation, there was no room for maneuver. He stroked his beard lightly and spoke calmly. "Yi Tianxin, I had taught you the blue waves technique and given you the amorous hoop in the hope that you could protect yourself in this dangerous cultivation world, not to make you desert the sect and betray me." Yi Tianxin couldn't help but laugh after listening. "Old man, do you think you can still treat me like you used to? You are old and no longer the same Ji Tiandao who could throw the world into chaos. This place is the graveyard I personally designed for you." The surrounding cultivators began to sense carefully and discover that this place was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. "You dare to scold your master? Be careful of being struck by lightning," Xia Yuaner retorted angrily. At this moment, Lu Zhou raised his hand to signal it was okay, then continued asking, "Who leaked my whereabouts to you? Was it old 7th, old 5th, or that good-for-nothing old 8th? Yi Tianxin slowly spoke. "I don't need them to tell me. I don't mind telling you the truth. The kidnapping of the CI family was my plan, and the goal was to lure little junior sister and you out of Jingting Court Mountain." Pan Zhong looked worried after hearing this. "You are the one who gave me the task. What if this old villain didn't show up?" Yi Tianxin coldly replied, "You're asking too many questions. Just do what you're supposed to do and take your deserved reward." After getting the answer he wanted, Lu Zhou didn't waste any more words. Well, I've killed many people in the past, and I don't mind killing a few more. Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators all took out their weapons, as if facing a formidable enemy. However, Yi Tianxin appeared fearless. Why are you still pretending, old thing? The secret drug of Primal Fiend. A dose of this drug can boost a cultivator's energy for a short time, but the side effect is that the cultivation base will reduce to half for 10 days. And it cannot be consumed again. Mentioning this name, Lu Zhou recalled in his mind, this secret drug was invented by the Medicine King in the past, but it was boycotted by the orthodox sects in the world because of its overly brutal and evil effects. Over time, it disappeared. He just didn't expect them to think of this secret drug. Seeing Lu Zhou silent, Yi Tianxin became more confident in her guess. There's one more piece of bad news I have to tell you. I've placed down an array here, which has greatly weakened energy. Even if you have the secret drug and take it in your desperation, it will be in vain. Well, that's all I want to say. Master, this is the last time I call you master. When you're dead, I'll order someone to properly bury you and handle Jingting Court Mountain. Oh, right, the experts of the righteous sect should have arrived at Jingting Court Mountain. Third senior brother is wounded, so I think fourth senior brother must have surrendered by now. Yi Tianxin spoke while retreating back into the crowd. Xia Yuaner, upon hearing about the array, hastily asked what they should do. Lu Zhou confidently assured her there was no need to be afraid. Wang Fugui suddenly ran out from the woods. After glancing at the fallen CI family's master, he knelt beside Lu Zhou and pleaded, "Old mister, please save my master." Having said that, he suddenly pulled out a short sword from his chest. While no one was paying attention, he leaped forward and aimed straight at Lu Zhou's back. This unexpected scene left everyone stunned on the spot. Xia Yuaner's face showed worry as she urgently warned him. Morong Hai's mouth gaped in disbelief, as Wang Fugui was actually a divine court realm expert. Yi Tianxin's excitement was beyond words. The distance was too close, leaving almost no chance to dodge the attack. Even a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator would be unable to withstand this unguarded strike without injury. Wang Fugui, full of confidence, continued to exert force. However, the next second, he became dumbfounded because the short sword could not penetrate any further. What's going on? This is an Earth-grade treasure, coated with a strong poison. With my full-strength attack as a divine court realm cultivator, why can't I feel it piercing his body? Wang Fugui was in a panic, raising his head to see the short sword seemingly blocked by an invisible force outside of Lu Zhou's body. At this moment, Lu Zhou's face was full of disdain. Why do I need to take a drug to kill you all? He suddenly unleashed his powerful aura, forming circles of energy that knocked Wang Fugui away. The ripple-like energy kept spreading, reaching the sky. Seeing this scene, the righteous cultivators were shocked. Not good. The old villain did this on purpose. It is not the old villain who has fallen into a trap, but us. Yi Tianxin, you are such a scheming woman. Ah! All Brahma Sea Realm cultivators were blown away, unable to resist. Yi Tianxin's eyes widened, her body trembling. She couldn't understand why the array failed or why the old man could still take the secret drug. What went wrong? At this moment, Lu Zhou took a deep breath. The feeling of being at the peak was great. It was like a long-stored flood breaking through a dam, instantly regaining his full cultivation and power. After savoring this for a moment, he turned his icy gaze towards Yi Tianxin. Yi Tianxin, you had made a divine court assassin disguise as a steward in the CI family? Do you think I didn't know that? For many years, she had lost the sense of fear, but gradually, that feeling of dread resurfaced. Her well-thought-out plan was completely forgotten. Lu Zhou simply raised his arm slightly, and the severely injured Wang Fugui flew uncontrollably towards him. Everyone in the world knows about the Imperial tokens, so how could Morong Hai not identify it? You shouldn't get in the way. At this moment, Wang Fugui was trembling with fear. When he first saw Lu Zhou and Xia Yuaner, he wasn't sure whether they were the evildoers from Jingting Mountain or not. It was only when he got the token that he confirmed everything. He had thought about assassinating them at night, but he always felt that the old man was not an evildoer from Jingting Mountain, and he was also afraid of ruining Yi Tianxin's plan, so he didn't take action in the end. You can't kill me, Wang Fugui stuttered, trying to reveal the forces behind him to save his life. Every divine court realm expert has some kind of backing to some extent, but does it matter? Or was there any force in the world that could frighten the great evildoer? No! Lu Zhou didn't want to listen to his nonsense. He closed his fingers and directly ended Wang Fugui's life, gaining 200 merit points for killing a divine court realm evildoer. He can't last long. Don't be afraid, Yi Tianxin said, her heart filled with fear. After leaving these words, she leaped up and jumped onto her flying chariot, disappearing into the sky without looking back. Pan Zhong, realizing what happened, was terrified. He quickly begged for mercy. Senior, I was used by others. I never intended to be your enemy. Please spare my life. He understood that it was almost impossible to escape the attention of such a powerful expert, and begging for mercy was the only chance for survival. After hearing this, Lu Zhou scanned the crowd, noticing there were about 15 Divine Court Realm experts and more than 100 Brahma Sea Realm cultivators. He paused for a moment and then spoke, "I'll give you a chance. If you leave without a single Brahma Sea Realm cultivator remaining, I'll grant you the 6 Yang technique. You can choose life or death." With that, he snapped his fingers, and a blessed light descended from the sky. The divine beast Whitesword stepped on the void and slowly landed in front of Lu Zhou. "Take your father back to Blue Sun Mountain. Wait for my return." "Yes, master," Xia Yuana replied and left in front of everyone. Pan Zhong, seeing this, was shocked. The legendary mount, countless treasures, weapons, and techniques were all in the hands of the old evildoer, just as rumored. Having thought about it, he decisively knelt on the ground and bowed. "I'm willing to serve, senior." "Very well," Lu Zhou said. And then he lightly tapped his toes and flew into the air. His powerful aura spread out in all directions, and the Divine Court Realm experts had to summon their Dharma bodies to resist the pressure. The weaker cultivators fled like frightened dogs. 100 tribulations in sight. As Lu Zhou's words fell, a towering golden phantom appeared like a mountain in an instant, evoking awe. "So powerful. Senior's cultivation is so high. Why did you deceive me?" Thinking back on the past, everyone laughed at me for being a demon. Then I'll be a demon. Go to hell. A cold light flashed in Pan Zhong's eyes, and he immediately attacked the nearest cultivator. Screams filled the air as the Brahma Sea Realm cultivators were slaughtered. The Divine Court Realm experts flying low had no time to care for their companions. Their only thought was to escape. Imperfect heaven's favor. An observant cultivator recognized Lu Zhou's move and recalled the scene when they besieged Jinting Mountain. He quickly shouted for everyone to disperse. "It's a straight cutting technique. Don't gather together." But the next second, as Lu Zhou swung his sword, dark clouds gathered in the sky, rolling and swirling. The sword beams turned black, and dark clouds rolled in the sky, the sword devil's destiny. As Lu Zhou finished gathering his energy, the sound of swords cutting through the air filled the sky. The black sword attacks fell like heavy rain, piercing through the bodies of countless cultivators without any resistance or screams. It was then they realized, it was the Gui Yuan sword technique, the famous ultimate skill of Yu Shangrong, one of the villains of Jinting Court Mountain. Unfortunately, it's already too late now. These black sword feathers are not only extremely fast, but their power is also terrifying to the extreme. Even a nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm expert would find it difficult to survive under this move, let alone them. Indeed, in the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy and tricks will become pale and powerless. Killed 15 Divine Court Realm targets. Gained 3,000 merit points. After dealing with these people, Lu Zhou looked into the distance. Divine technique, blink. With a swoosh, he disappeared from this place along with his huge Dharma body. Another great move? Morong Hai and Pan Zhong were shocked beyond belief. At this time, the sixth disciple Yi Tianxin was controlling the flying chariot, speeding through the sky. Although she didn't understand why this old thing was even stronger than in his peak period, under the full-speed flight of the flying chariot, except for great divine abilities, it was difficult for anyone to catch up. Thinking of this, she felt much more at ease. He didn't chase me. It seems that the old thing had unleashed his 100 tribulations inside Avatar just now. There will be a long time in the future. We will meet again. A faint smile appeared on Yi Tianxin's lips, but at this moment, a sudden humming of sound waves began to echo in her ears. Who is it? She looked around in confusion, only to see a towering Dharma body walking side by side with her. Lu Zhou coldly looked at her. You are an evil disciple. Yi Tianxin's eyes widened in shock. Master. Then he slowly raised his arm, and the overwhelming pressure on his body suddenly erupted. In an instant, a giant palm covering the sky appeared. Seeing this, a touch of despair appeared in Yi Tianxin's eyes. 100 tribulations inside Avatar, 100 feet high and 20 feet wide, with 8 leaves. No, it's 9 leaves. The 9th leaf has already bloomed, plus the strongest move, the Fiend Monk's hand seal. How much strength does this old thing still have left? Amorous Hoop. Yi Tianxin, naturally, wouldn't just sit and wait for death, and immediately used her strongest weapon to resist. Lu Zhou knew that the biggest reliance for her to reach today's position was this heaven-grade weapon, Amorous Hoop. However, since I can give you a weapon, I can also take it back. Give it back to me. As his words fell, the giant palm slowly closed towards the Amorous Hoop. Seeing this scene, Yi Tianxin screamed desperately. Stop! The Amorous Hoop, as its name implied, was a hoop but with sharp edges. When a cultivator filled it with energy, its power would be even more terrifying. The amorous in its name did not symbolize love, but hatred. It meant that no matter what it tangled with, it would never let go. We must take it back. Because once we lose the amorous hoop, even if we can escape today, our strength will be greatly reduced. Thinking of this, Yi Tianxin used her ultimate move, Blue Wave's technique. With a loud shout, a wave made of mighty muster energy appeared out of thin air, rushing towards the fist in midair. Unfortunately, you're facing an opponent who knows this technique better than you. Blue Wave's technique. Break, Lu Zhou said, and his body erupted with surging waves, rolling in the opposite direction. Compared to that, Yi Tianxin's Blue Wave's technique was like a small puddle, insignificant. This old man really doesn't give any hope. Yi Tianxin had no choice but to protect herself with all her strength. The next second, the huge wave came with a domineering gale, and she was severely hit, spitting blood and swaying. Then she was hit like a shooting star across the sky. Lu Zhou glanced around after seeing this, not sensing any other evildoers nearby. This is strange. According to previous thoughts, Yi Tianxin alone shouldn't have the guts. Since there's none, he didn't linger and immediately used the divine power blink to chase after her. Before she even landed, he had already arrived below, then emotionlessly raised his arm. The muster energy burst out mightily. As his palm clenched, this energy instantly wrapped around Yi Tianxin's body. At this moment, her eyes were filled with fear and shock. Her breathing became rapid. Disrespecting your master and ancestors, defying me, I will take back everything I gave you, Lu Zhou said, and a powerful muster energy gathered at his fingertips. What are you doing, old man? Yi Tianxin trembled, her face pale. As she realized the danger, she tried to beg for mercy, but there was no room for negotiation now. The muster energy accurately hit her dantian. The dantian shattered, and her cultivation was lost. This meant that she had gone from the high-ranking Yanyu Palace master to an ordinary person. Yi Tianxin was completely stunned. For cultivators, there is nothing more cruel in this world than losing cultivation. Back then, she sought to become stronger, willingly joined Jinting Mountain despite her fears, and went through countless hardships to achieve her current status and accomplishments. She enjoyed the worship of others and countless auras. Now, all this vanished with the destruction of her dantian. Ha, kill me, old man. She smiled bitterly, revealing a crazed expression. Incorrigible. Lu Zhou raised his hand and slapped her in the face. If you want to kill or torture, do as you please. Ha, poor third senior brother and fourth senior brother. They could have escaped this catastrophe. Why did it have to be this way? It's all your fault they died. From now on, there will be no Jinting Mountain in this world, Yi Tianxin said while laughing. Lu Zhou's face remained unchanged when he heard this. There are only 5 minutes left in the peak state. Even if I use the divine power blink, I'm afraid it's too late. However, fortunately, the system did not prompt Old Four and the others to have an accident. That means they are not in danger at the moment. Besides, Old Four isn't stupid. He won't fight to the death. With this in mind, Lu Zhou spoke. Fool. Yi Tianxin was stunned upon hearing this. The old devil used to scold people differently. Fifth senior sister said that master has changed and become more unpredictable and unfathomable. As long as I'm alive, no one dares to ride on Jinting Mountain's head, Lu Zhou said, and then reached out and grabbed her. Thinking that he was going to kill her, Yi Tianxin subconsciously leaned back, but when she opened her eyes again, she was extremely surprised. Lu Zhou was holding her shoulder, and they were rapidly flying through the air. Mountains constantly passed by in front of them. No, this is the great divine ability, the soul chase. Why is it like this? Can the old man continuously use divine techniques without mobilizing muster energy? How did he do it? Although cultivators could live longer than common people, their cultivation base would decline in the decades or centuries before their death. Starting from the body-tempering realm, the body was the key to cultivators' achievement. The realms of mystic enlightening, sense condensing, and Brahma Sea were all related to bodies. When the body aged, meridians, dantian, and sea of qi would lose their vitality and potential to continue expanding, resulting in the stagnation of the cultivation base. At that moment, combat experience, life experiences, schemes, and plots, as well as external forces, are the keys for a cultivator to maintain his or her strength. But Ji Tiandao is already so old. Why is he stronger than before? She asked unwillingly. Why? I admit that I made a mistake, but you won't be better off if you catch me. Lu Zhou frowned slightly upon hearing this. Have you said enough? Then, he opened a part of the wind barrier in front of her. The next second, the strong wind roared like a knife, scraping past. After they left this place, some movement came from the dense jungle below. 8th disciple Zhu Honggong sat paralyzed on the ground, breaking out in a cold sweat. In front of him stood a man in luxurious clothes. It was Ji Tiandao's 7th disciple Si Wuya, 7th senior brother. Luckily you came in time. Otherwise, I would have become cannon fodder. Hearing this, Si Wuya shook his head. Old 8, you've always listened to my advice. Why did you suddenly collude with 6th senior sister? Hearing this, Zhu Honggong replied with a crying tone. Recently, I've been having nightmares of Master beating me up. I'm scared. How about I merge my Tiger Ridge gang with your Crouching Dragon Darknet? Siwaya gently shook his feather fan, refusing the other's request. Forget it. You'd better keep your little gang. Why? You saw Master's avatar. Sixth senior sister will certainly sell me out and I will be finished, Xu Hongdong said and showed a panicked expression. Hearing this, Siwaya sighed helplessly. Yi Tianxin thought she could find out Master's trump cards with this group of divine court experts. It's simply a pipe dream. If Master really got weaker, she would not have gotten her turn to attack him. Seventh senior brother, did you see how many moves Master had used to kill 15 divine court cultivators? I don't know. Why? You are so clever. Stop it. You call yourself the evil king, and yet you also don't know, do you? Well, I can scare others with my title, but I'll never dare to show off in front of my senior brothers. Hearing this, Siwaya glanced at him, somewhat regretting persuading him to leave Jinting Mountain. This fool was holding them back. He then paused and reminded, from now on, you must sever ties with Yanyu Palace. Why? Xu Hongdong was somewhat puzzled. Yi Tianxin led orthodox cultivators to attack Master. She failed miserably, but she did not bring anyone from her derived Moon Palace. What will the powers behind those cultivators think of this? When Master was pursuing sixth senior sister, I briefly inspected the arrays she placed down. I found something wrong with the array's pattern. If my guess is correct, senior sister Zhao Yu got cold feet. Hearing this, Xu Hongdong was amazed. Zhao Yu's senior sister was involved too. Siwaya nodded and continued. When she left Jinting Court Mountain, I had already received the information that she had gone to the derived Moon Palace. With sixth senior sister's temper, she must have drawn fifth senior sister to her side. Senior sister Zhao Yu is the best candidate to control the array. Also, Pan Zhong is a deserter of the Clarity sect. He had only learned the 3 Yin styles and is suffering from the bitter coldness that fills his body. Sixth senior sister used him as a bait to lure little junior sister, which will most likely displease the Clarity sect. What about Wang Fugue? Xu Hongdong asked doubtfully. Siwaya gazed deeply into the sky. This is a clever move from sixth senior sister. Wang Fugue's real name is Shen Yuan. He is an expert under Lady Jade, the consort of Great Yan's emperor. Lady Jade is also the younger sister of the Princess of the West, whom the emperor had married. The Princess of the West was killed by the second senior brother, but everyone pinned the blame on the Master. What Master did may displease Great Yan's emperor, and it may even stir up a dispute between 2 states, resulting in a war. The people will suffer just because of the grudge between a few people. Moreover, the 15 divine court cultivators came from 3 different sects in the southern region of the Great Yan. Many years ago, the 3 sects Earth grade and below weapons were all destroyed by Master's heaven grade weapon. They never got their revenge, and now with their experts killed, there is a whole new enmity. What do you think the 3 sects will do? Xu Hongdong's face showed disbelief after hearing this. These are all parts of sixth senior sister's plan. Unfortunately, no matter how good the scheme is, it is meaningless in front of absolute power. Yi Tianxin could not have expected that Master could keep using Soul Chase. This series of divine techniques indeed subverted everyone's cognition, and Master's fighting style was extremely fast, almost not giving Yi Tianxin any chance to lay out her plans. Xu Hongdong suddenly felt terrified after hearing these words. No, I don't want to be the gang leader anymore. I want to go back to my hometown. I'm not a good player like you all, but I can always hide. Not long after, Lu Zhou arrived at the Blue Sun Mountain. At this time, Xia Yuaner also happened to ride her whitesword over. Yuaner, keep an eye on her. After saying that, Lu Zhou left Yi Tianxin and walked to the side. The effects of his peak experience card had worn off. Xia Yuaner agreed and looked at senior sister with a huff. Yi Tianxin seemed to have sensed something. She chuckled. I never thought the mighty old villain would have such a sorry moment. You know nothing. Master is getting old. Can he take a break? Xia Yuaner retorted mercilessly. Realizing her mistake, she quickly apologized to her master. Lu Zhou waved his hand, indicating it was no big deal. Although Yi Tianxin's cultivation was crippled, her tone was still full of sarcasm. If I were you, I would rush back to Jinting Court Mountain at once. Didn't you say that no one will dare to bully Jinting Court Mountain as long as you are still alive? Haha. Unfortunately, Jinting Court Mountain will change owners today. I have reincarnated the once broken cultivation of the old demon. Yet, I was besieged by countless righteous cultivators and my own wicked disciples. In desperation, I had to use a secret technique to abolish my 6th disciple's cultivation. Unexpectedly, I was also played by her. A triumphant expression appeared on 6th disciple Yi Tianxin's face. Unfortunately, Jinting Mountain will change hands today. Before Lu Zhou could speak, Xia Yuaner retorted. Nonsense. What about your cultivation base? A hint of desolation flashed in Yi Tianxin's eyes upon hearing this. Destroyed. Little junior sister, this is the work of your respected master. He is old, How much longer can he protect you? Listen to me. If he goes on like this, he will push you all into the abyss sooner or later. Hearing this, Yuan made a face at her. I won't believe you. You are a traitor. Serves you right to have your cultivation base destroyed. Humph. Look at him now, little junior sister. He's just like an ordinary old man. Trust me and slap him. Yi Tianxin seemed to sense something and started to instigate, but Yuan directly snorted and refused. She wouldn't dare to do that. Master, I've sent my father back to his residence with Whitesard. We can leave now. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou waved his hand and summoned Whitesard over. Yi Tianxin was incredibly astonished after seeing this. This mount is actually legendary. When did the old man's mount change to Whitesard? Before she could figure it out, Lu Zhou mounted the creature and called Yuan to join him. Meanwhile, inside Jinting Mountain, righteous cultivators were everywhere. They were searching every corner with weapons in hand. This is truly strange. Where could the Jinting Mountain demon have gone? Keep searching. Lord Elder said we must find Ji Tiandao and Ming Xian today. In the evil sky pavilion at the top of the mountain, righteous sect elder Fang Jinshan was sitting up high. He furrowed his brows and spoke. Duan Musheng, as long as you tell me the old villain's whereabouts, I'll spare your life. The trapped Duan Musheng dismissively replied. Fang Jinshan, you profess to be a righteous cultivator, but you take advantage of my precarious situation. If you have guts, release me and we will fight 300 rounds fairly. I can't believe you are still so arrogant when wounded. Do you think you are qualified to fight me? Even the old villain had to hide in some hole like a rat when I got here. Not to mention you. Duan Musheng sneered after hearing this. Even your brother has to bow his head respectfully when he sees me. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a whistling attack. In his weakened state, he could only cross his arms and forcefully withstand the attack. Who do you think you are? To me, you are just a dog without its master. Tell me the whereabouts of the old villain and Ming Xian. Otherwise, this day next year will be your death memorial. Hearing this, Duan Musheng still showed no fear. Just try it. Arrogant Fang Jinshan snorted coldly and was about to take action. He wanted to take the opportunity to kill Duan Musheng for his brother's revenge. The other fellow disciples immediately stopped him. This demon must not be killed. Our targets are the evil sky pavilion and the old villain. Lord Sect Leader said that he wants them alive. Please think twice, Elder Fang. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Hearing this, Fang Jinshan had no choice but to give up. You won't be happy for too long. Since the sect leader doesn't let me kill you, fine. Surely you haven't tasted the feeling of being imprisoned in a dungeon with no hope of seeing tomorrow's sunlight, have you? At this moment, a cultivator flew in on a sword outside the door. Seeing this, Fang Jinshan spoke up. Elder Zhou Jifeng, it's good that you have come now. Have you found out where Ming Xian is? Upon hearing this, Zhou Jifeng bowed with his hands clasped. Second Elder, I have ordered the whole mountain to be searched, yet nothing has been found so far. Nothing? You and I saw with our own eyes that Ming Xian was severely wounded. I don't believe he can escape too far away with his injuries. I want you to find him. I almost forgot. The old villain killed Luo Chanfeng, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect and also your respected teacher. Zhou Jifeng replied with a blank expression. With second elder around, they can't escape. Although you come from the Heavenly Sword sect, you are very obedient. You are more sensible than them. Now I order you to interrogate Duan Musheng with torture. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jifeng hesitated. Seeing this, Fang Jinshan changed his tone. No wonder Heavenly Sword sect doesn't want you. You're just a dog who has lost its master. I don't know what sect leader sees in you and why he made you an elder. Get out of here. He pushed Zhou Jifeng aside and suddenly kicked Duan Musheng with great force. With a loud bang, Duan Musheng couldn't help but step back a few steps. Do you still dare to resist? A cold glint flashed in Fang Jinshan's eyes. Then he gathered his energy, preparing to strike again. But at this moment, a golden light appeared in midair in the blink of an eye. The cultivators on the ground looked sideways and were overjoyed. It's a legendary mount. An almighty expert is here. Inform the elders. It should be a righteous expert who comes to support us. But the next second, Lu Zhou's cold snort echoed around. Who gave you the audacity to intrude into my Jinting Mountain? With Lu Zhou's loud shout, rolling sound waves instantly spread across the entire mountain. The righteous cultivators below all stopped and began to watch. This deep voice. I guess the owner of the voice is an old man, but based on the energy contained in the voice, it's unlikely to be an expert. Legendary mounts are rare, let alone one that came with an auspicious aura. Who is the speaker? Just as everyone was speculating, Duan Musheng, who was trapped, recognized his master's voice right away. "Welcome back, master." Upon hearing this, the righteous cultivators were all shaken. "Not good. The old villain has actually returned." "Don't panic. According to internal intelligence, the old villain is long at the end of his tether. He has relied on the secret drug of Primal Fiend. Form the array. I want all Divine Court experts and above to assemble right now." Lu Zhou glanced down and found that, as Yi Tianxin had said, Jinting Mountain was invaded by a group of ignorant cultivators. A smug smile appeared on Yi Tianxin's lips. All this way, enduring the torment of the pain from a shattered Qi and Dantian, she could no longer speak, but she managed to hold on until now, just to see how the old villain would handle this situation. Indeed, this was a difficult problem for Lu Zhou. To deal with this situation, I have two options. The first one is to use the last peak form experience card. However, it's the biggest trump card, and I would have no other methods to protect myself after using it. The second option is to flee Jinting Court Mountain with Wizard. After all, Duan Musheng and Ming Shirin are villainous disciples, so I can just let them die. Should I use the last peak form experience card or flee? He struggled with the decision. "Let me go. You have no more trump cards." Yi Tianxin saw her master's predicament and spoke up. Xia Yuaner snorted coldly after hearing this. "In your dreams." The righteous cultivators below had already gathered, staring intently at the old man on the mount as if facing a formidable enemy. When Lu Zhou looked at the people in the front, his face showed a puzzled expression, because he found that Zhou Jifeng's loyalty had actually increased to 15%, 5% more than when he left the Heavenly Sword sect. Fang Jinshan spoke confidently and coldly. "I thought some formidable foes are here, but it turns out to be the old villain of Jinting Court Mountain. Duan Musheng has been captured by me, and Ming Shirin is seriously wounded by us. Golden Court Mountain belongs to the righteous sect now. Come down now to face your death." The cultivators behind him were outraged upon hearing this, and shouted in unison, demanding him to come down and face his death. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhou frowned slightly. What a difficult situation. He couldn't even save the last peak form experience card. So be it. After pondering, he no longer hesitated. But suddenly, there was a loud bang. Zhou Jifeng instantly drew his sword and stabbed at Fang Jinshan in front of him. At this moment, an invisible barrier appeared around Fang Jinshan, protecting him. Fang Jinshan turned his head, his eyes wide with anger. "Why did you do this to me?" Failing to achieve his goal, Zhou Jifeng quickly retreated. "I didn't expect you to be able to block my attack." He was very confident in this strike. At such a distance, even a nascent divinity tribulation realm expert might not be able to block it. Fang Jinshan sneered upon hearing this. "Didn't anyone tell you that there's a huge gap between a cultivator with a heaven-grade weapon and one without? Why do you think sect leader only sends me, a divine court cultivator, to Jinting Court Mountain?" Xia Yuaner was getting restless. "Master, they make me so angry. I can't believe a group of mere divine court cultivators can be so wanton." Lu Zhou shook his head upon seeing this. "The shield of the dragon heart. I don't think it can be considered a heaven-grade treasure." Fang Jinshan was taken aback after hearing this. "How do you know it is the shield of the dragon heart? What's so strange about it? You were still playing with mud when my master held sway over the world." "This is indeed the truth. When Ji Tiandao was famous all over the world, none of the people present were even born." Lu Zhou looked down and spoke calmly. "I'm giving you all a chance to live. Put down the weapons in your hands, fix the damage you have done to Jinting Court Mountain, and serve me on the mountain for 3 years. If you agree, I can forget everything you have done today." As soon as his words fell, the people below burst into laughter. "Haha, I seem to have heard the funniest joke in the world. The old villain finally gave up evil and returned to good. Instead of killing people, he now wanted to let people live, and all they had to do was fix Jinting Court Mountain and serve him for 3 years? Isn't this funny?" Seeing this scene, Lu Zhou sighed helplessly. "I had offered you the chance. Since you don't cherish it, you might as well stay here forever." He then leaped off his mount. Yi Tianxin had wanted to witness her master's embarrassing escape, but the next second, she stared wide-eyed in disbelief. The moment Lu Zhou used the peak form experience card, an overwhelming surge of muster energy erupted once again. The 9-leaf 100 Tribulations Insight avatar appeared in the blink of an eye, casting an immense shadow and exerting tremendous pressure on Jinting Mountain. Yi Tianxin was dumbstruck on the spot. At this moment, she understood. Her guess had been wrong all along. She then fainted from anger and shock. The righteous cultivators below were similarly stunned, cold sweat pouring down. Why was his first move an ultimate skill? Shouldn't we go through a few normal skills before using that? Duan Musheng's face was filled with joy, his excitement evident. His loyalty increased by 5%. Zhou Jifeng prostrated on the ground, bowed, and exclaimed, Old Senior is the mightiest man in the world. Lu Zhou did not save this experience card. On the day he became Ji Tiandao, his choice was predetermined. He was destined to follow this path. In this treacherous cultivation world, where people are devoured everywhere, only Jinting Mountain is the foundation, and cannot be tainted by others. So the last peak form experience card had to be used. To warn the world, to warn those who covet Jinting Mountain, I rely not on secret drugs, but on my own strength. Only true personal strength can be unleashed continuously. No secret drug or external force in this world can achieve that. Lu Zhou landed and looked down at the crowd, calling out Duan Musheng's name. Hearing this, Duan Musheng quickly responded. The final part of the Divine One technique includes a sword technique and a spear technique. I will demonstrate them to you now, but only once. Watch carefully. As Lu Zhou spoke, he condensed a dazzling long sword between his index and middle fingers. Duan Musheng was overjoyed. He joined the sect very early, but his progress was slower than other disciples. Although Ji Tiandao had taught him the complete Divine One technique, he had failed to master the final part. Even after cultivating it for years, he had been studying it by himself, which was no different from walking in total darkness, resulting in slow progress. Use your fingers to condense energy into a sword. Imperfect Heaven's Favor. Target Fang Jinshan. As the words fell, Lu Zhou just gently pointed. A sword aura formed by muster energy blasted out. Fang Jinshan's face changed dramatically. He hurriedly took out his own weapon to block. With a loud bang, dazzling sparks filled the center of the battlefield. The surrounding righteous cultivators closed their eyes, unable to look directly. It's the shield of the dragon heart. Can you see it? I can't see, I guessed. Lu Zhou didn't choose to kill the opponent with one move. He swung his arm and began to gather strength again. Fang Jinshan, who thought he was doomed, found his mind went blank. He surprisingly didn't die. Use your palm as the base and condense your energy. This is the result when a Divine One technique is used in the form of a spear technique. It's a ranged attack. After Lu Zhou spoke, it seemed like he was driving thunder and lightning. A long spear appeared in his hand. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed dramatically. It overlapped a stream of energy into 1,000 waves, which were then thrust out like 1,000 spears. It was also a key ultimate move of the Divine One technique. You know? I guess I know it. Not good. Run. It's too terrifying. Even a nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm powerhouse wouldn't dare to take this move. Realizing the danger, everyone ran like dogs of a bereaved family. Lu Zhou swung the long spear towards Fang Jinshan's position. Thousands of spear shadows fell like thunder and lightning. Nearby cultivators were affected by the shockwaves. All of them screamed in pain. Zhou Jifeng also retreated dozens of meters, barely blocking it with his protective aura. So strong, it was impossible to see whether Fang Jinshan was alive or dead. A moment later, the dust in the sky gradually dispersed. Only a deep abyss-like pit was left where the spear shadows had fallen. Zhou Jifeng was a bit dazed by the sight. It seems that the reason he continued to attack was either to vent his anger or to guide his disciple. After 2 strikes, only 3 minutes have passed. Lu Zhou's face was calm. He spoke softly. Did you watch them clearly? Hearing this, Duan Musheng knelt down with a thud. He cowed out heavily. Yes, thank you, Master. It is better to watch Master demonstrate the techniques than to practice alone for 10 years. Very good. Lu Zhou agreed, then lightly tapped his feet to fly into the sky, heading straight for the array of Jinting Mountain's defensive formation. Xia Yuaner below looked up curiously, wondering what her master wanted to do. At this moment, the righteous cultivators scattered like birds. Who would dare to stay here? As long as everyone runs separately, he would not be able to catch us all. After all, he did not have 3 heads and 6 arms. And he can't clone himself. It's the perfect strategy we had thought of when we came, sacrificing a few people to save the lives of the majority. If we can't defeat it, then run. Lu Zhou snorted coldly. Of course, he knew their thoughts. I've said that you all have to stay here, and that means none of you can run away from me. Having said that, he instantly exerted his strength, injecting all the muster energy from his dantian into the array. Duan Musheng, seeing this scene, was dumbfounded in place, unable to believe it. Is Master trying to repair the barrier? How is that possible? The shield of Jinting Court Mountain was constructed by generations of senior experts. It absorbed a great amount of energy and worked in conjunction with weather and geographical position. Previously, when me, 4th, and 5th were fixing it, it had taken at least 3 years to complete the work. Moreover, it would take at least 10 years for one person to repair the shield. Master is old. Shouldn't he be conserving his strength? Why would he do that? As a huge amount of energy was injected into the array, a transparent barrier suddenly enveloped Jinting Mountain. Those cultivators who were escaping in all directions were blocked by the barrier. Zhou Jifeng's eyes also widened in shock. His astonishment was beyond words. Previously, when I led other cultivators to destroy the shield, it had used all my strength, and yet it just would not budge. I never thought Ji Tiandao could fix it alone. At this moment, Lu Zhou coldly stared down. The peak form experience card is simply a bug. Unlimited energy, it's simply inexhaustible. If it were not for the time limit, this card would be truly invincible. With it, there's no longer a need to improve the cultivation base. All you need is the peak form experience card. I had lost count of how many times I've emptied my Dantian because it would be instantly refilled whenever that happened. In game terms, that's ultimate power. After receiving Master's order, Xia Yuaner responded and rushed out. Her 7-star cloud gathering steps was executed to the extreme. Brahma Sea Realm cultivators who hadn't escaped far were practically killed in an instant. Screams echoed one after another in the sky. Master, Duan Mushing respectfully bowed with his hands clasped. After hearing this, Lu Zhou glanced at him. Loyalty has reached 80%. His injury should be from his battle with Dudafang of the Righteous Sect. It was amazing that he could bear it for so long. Of course, it was also because of Ji Tiandao's torture in the past that he had become so tough today. An ordinary cultivator would have collapsed to the ground by now. Lu Zhou then asked about the whereabouts of Old Four. Upon hearing this, Duan Mushing hurriedly answered. Fourth junior brother fought a fierce battle with Fang Jinshan and others, but he was outnumbered and eventually fled after they wounded him. As for where he is now, I don't know either. Just as he finished speaking, Whitesword slowly descended. Then he placed the severely injured and unconscious Yi Tianxin back in the courtyard. Upon hearing Duan Mushing's words, Lu Zhou couldn't help but frown. This is good. The third, the fourth, and the sixth, all wounded. They are all wounded except for little Yuaner, who was killing the cultivators like an unscrupulous wolf. As he pondered, Zhou Jifeng came forward and knelt down. I wish to join Jinting Mountain and serve you. Lu Zhou heard this and didn't refuse him. With a wave of his arm, he spoke indifferently. Go and help Xia Yuaner. Understood. Zhou Jifeng was overjoyed and immediately took out his weapon, rushing toward the escaping cultivators at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, the time for the peak form experience card had just ended. The majestic muster energy in Lu Zhou's body receded like a tide. He entered the secret chamber with a sullen expression. His current cultivation was only at the sense condensing realm. Merit points 6,674. Remaining lifespan 5,506 days. Now he needed to clear his thoughts and reorganize his trump cards. The last peak form experience card was gone, leaving only 7 fatal block chances. If he encounters a powerful enemy, they could attack 10 or even 100 times in the blink of an eye. So the significance of having 7 chances isn't that great. What to do without a trump card? The number 1 demon of Jinting Mountain. How many people are watching covetously? Fortunately, the barrier has been repaired. Even if a powerful enemy comes again, the barrier can hold for 10 days or half a month. Using the peak form experience card twice in a row, he deterred the righteous cultivators. They wouldn't dare to invade Jinting Mountain like this time again, even if they were fools. The more than 6,000 merit points were the harvest from the Anyang trip. With merit points in hand, the next step is to think about how to use them. Although constantly drawing lots can accumulate luck, what if he really has a streak of bad luck? Let's wait a bit. Wait for Xia Yuaner and Zhou Jifeng to clean up the remaining cultivators, and make plans after that. Then Lu Zhou began to wander around in the secret chamber. I haven't been in the secret chamber for a very long time. The ancient one-sword technique, the Tranquil spell, the Tao Heart Sutra. From what I know, they were not practiced by any of my disciples. There are also some weapons. Most of them are just Mystic Grade and Yellow Grade, which are very inferior weapons in the eyes of nascent divinity tribulation cultivators. It's all covered in a thick layer of dust. I don't remember where they came from or how to use them. At the same time, the seriously injured Yi Tianxin slowly opened her eyes, looking at the familiar surrounding buildings. The scene of her joining the sect appeared in her mind. She still remembered everything here clearly. Every tree, every wall, every pattern. At this moment, the voice of Ming Shirin came from behind. Yi Tianxin looked over, only to see Ming Shirin leaning against a tree, disheveled. Not only was his face covered in dirt, there was also a bloody wound on his chest. Junior sister, it's right to come back, he said while collapsing onto the ground. Yi Tianxin was stunned for a moment. Is this still the 4th senior brother whom the world feared? Even flies are bullying him right now. Is this Ming Shirin, a Tao transforming divine court expert? After recovering, she gave a wry smile. You also have today. Ming Shirin waved his hand and replied, I'm just tired. Hearing this, Yi Tianxin began to ridicule. That old thing left us on the mountain to die. I can't believe that you willingly stayed behind to work yourself to death for him. Are you crazy? You don't understand. I'm different from you. I still respect Master very much. After saying this, Ming Shirin closed his eyes and fell asleep. Then a miraculous scene appeared. Countless flowers grew around him at a visible speed. Seeing this, Yi Tianxin widened her eyes in disbelief. This is the Bluewood technique. Senior brother has actually mastered it all. When the Bluewood technique is cultivated to the extreme, it can bring one back from the dead and transform to give new life. At the same time, this means that the fourth senior brother will survive this tribulation and step into the nascent divinity tribulation realm. When did the old demon become so generous? Looking at the area covered by blue wood, Yi Tianxin stood in place, unable to comprehend. Then, the ninth disciple, Xia Yuaner, flew back into the courtyard. Where's my master? Traitor. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxin waved her hand, inviting her over. Can you tell me what the old thing has been doing all these years? Hearing this, Xia Yuaner crossed her arms and refused to acknowledge her. I'm not going over there. Afterward, the battle-worn Duan Mushing also arrived. Seeing his appearance, Yi Tianxin couldn't help but smile teasingly. Yi Tianxin, you have deserted the sect, betrayed the master, and your treachery is hated by both man and heaven. How dare you laugh? Duan Mushing, who was straightforward in nature, didn't care about her feelings. Senior brother, at this point, don't act so self-righteous. Don't you know how the old thing treats us all? Look at how pathetic you are now. The old thing's days are numbered. I hope you can still be so righteous. Shut up. Duan Mushing couldn't help but scold her angrily. Yuaner, master isn't here, so slap her for senior brother. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuaner walked over, closed her eyes, and casually slapped her before running back. With this slap, I hope you will remember that this is the evil Sky Pavilion, the very place where you learned all your skills from master. If you dare to insult again, don't blame senior brother for being merciless. As Duan Mushing spoke, a wave of sound rolled out, causing Yi Tianxin to cough up blood. With her cultivation wasted, she was just like an ordinary person and remained quiet for a while after being hit. Xia Yuaner initially wanted to help unlock the chains, but Duan Mushing helplessly shook his head. No need, the chain is made from cold iron that is over 1,000 years old. I'm afraid only eldest senior brother's Jasper Saber and second senior brother's Longevity Sword can cut through it. As soon as his words fell, Zhou Jifeng was seen nervously passing by. Stop! Xia Yuaner immediately shouted upon noticing him. Zhou Jifeng promptly bowed and greeted them. Greetings, seniors. You are a disciple of Heavenly Sword Sect, which is a famous righteous sect. Why do you want to join Jinting Mountain? Are you not afraid of being laughed at by the world? Hearing Duan Mushing's question, Zhou Jifeng hesitated for a moment before replying. What's the difference between good and evil? If I were afraid of being laughed at, I wouldn't be standing here. As he spoke, he knelt on the ground to show his determination. Now that I'm here, it means I've thought it over. Old senior, where are you? Please give this junior a chance to explain. Seeing this scene, Yi Tianxin couldn't help but laugh again. Crazy, you're crazy. So many people are eager to stay as far away from Jinting Mountain as possible, and yet you chose to join it. Are you so impatient to get yourself killed? Hearing this, Zhou Jifeng retorted righteously. Old senior has bestowed me with an act of kindness. Meanwhile, after all the righteous cultivators inside the evil Sky Pavilion were dealt with, Lu Zhou's merit points reached 7,540. However, looking at the mall panel, he couldn't help but frown. A mighty 4 quadrants avatar costs 2,000 merit points. Good weapons need a powerful cultivation base to support them, or else it's useless. A reversal card costs 500 merit points, and a critical block card costs 100 merit points. They are expensive and not worthy enough to be trump cards. An impeccable card? Impeccable card provides 10 seconds of damage immunity, 500 merit points. This card is not bad. It's almost like invincibility, but 10 seconds is too short. Deadly Strike card provides an unspeakable power to deliver a fatal blow to the target, 500 merit points. Lu Zhou flipped through and saw these two prop cards. He was somewhat puzzled. Unspeakable power, what does it mean? As an online game enthusiast in my previous life, I knew that if an item I got from killing a monster had the Deadly Strike ability, it usually had a very low chance of being triggered. However, this card did not have such a limitation. No matter what power it is, this card should not be bad based on the description. He continued to flip through. Top grade defense card. Reduce damage by 90% for 30 seconds. 500 merit points. Second grade defense card. Reduce damage by 60% for 30 seconds. 300 merit points. He checked more than 10 prop cards and found that they were all defensive types and not very useful. These cards were not as useful as the impeccable card. Soon, he realized something was wrong. Wait a moment, Why are most of them defensive cards? Is the system trying to make me a coward? Does it want me to let others beat me like a punching bag without fighting back? He continued to scroll down, finding only a few prop cards with question marks. Even the detailed descriptions were not visible. It was probably like the high-level avatars, with hidden descriptions and prices, meaning they should be very powerful. After much deliberation, Lu Zhou finally chose 3, an impeccable card for 500 merit points and a deadly strike card that cost him 3,000 merit points. Looking at the 2 prop cards, Lu Zhou fell into deep thought again. What would happen if I attack an impeccable card with a deadly strike card? Lu Zhou hesitated at this point, looking at the remaining 4,000 plus merit points. Should I buy a few reversal cards to restore my lifespan? But the remaining merit points are only enough to buy 9 reversal cards and about 2,700 days of life. What about lucky draws? With the experience of the last round of lucky draws, it could swallow all my merit points and give me nothing if I am down on luck. Should I practice heaven writing instead? After all, improving my cultivation base is the key. Well, my cultivation base is indeed the root of everything. But before that, let me just try a few lucky draws. Meanwhile, Pingdu Mountain is located in the north of Yu Province, which is in the western part of Great Yin, the headquarters of the Nether sect. A subordinate came to the Nether Hall. My lord, I've found out everything. The Patriarch alone captured the Palace Master of the Derived Moon Palace. None of the Righteous Sect and Heavenly Sword Sect experts who invaded Jinting Mountain survived. After a moment of silence, a hoarse voice came from above. I see, my lord, the Palace Master of the Derived Moon Palace was your junior sister. Her assault of the Patriarch with the Righteous Cultivators failed miserably. The Yun Sect, Tian Sect, and Luo Sect are infuriated, and they swear to kill everyone in the Derived Moon Palace as a tribute to their dead disciples. Do you think we need to help her? As the voice fell, the air suddenly became quiet. It was a long time before Yu Zhenghai spoke slowly. She brought it upon herself. There's no need to intervene. Subordinate has another matter to report. The spy we planted in the Imperial household reported that Lady Jade plans to wipe out Jinting Mountain, and she even tried to convince the Emperor to mobilize the Imperial army. And then, Yu Zhenghai became interested immediately. The subordinate hesitated for a moment before continuing. The Emperor punished her by forbidding her from leaving her chamber for 3 months. Yu Zhenghai seemed to have anticipated this outcome. Great Yan is always at war, and the Imperial army is the force guarding the capital city. How can it be mobilized so easily? Lady Jade has shot herself in the foot this time, but she comes from the western regions and is not one of us after all. Keep a close eye on her. Sword Freak loves to challenge others. Since the Clarity sect has many experts, send him there and tell him to avoid the Sword Devil. Subordinate will follow the orders of the sect master. The subordinate respectfully left the place. At this time, outside the evil Sky Pavilion at Jinting Mountain, several disciples were anxiously waiting in the courtyard. Duan Mushing looked at the pacing Ci Yuaner with some helplessness. It's normal for Master to calm down and recuperate after the battle. Little junior sister, stop walking around. You make my head spin. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jifeng started to flatter. Old Senior's a mighty expert. He will be fine. Look at how bright this shield is. Yi Tianxin, with a cold expression, said teasingly, if I were you, I'd go inside and have a look. He is very old and anything might happen to him. Before she finished speaking, Lu Zhou's voice came from inside. Come in, all of you. Hearing this, everyone respectfully entered. At this moment, Lu Zhou was facing away from everyone, seemingly lost in thought. Master, Ci Yuaner called out softly again. Lu Zhou couldn't help but mumble in frustration. Why can't I draw even a single prize? Master, what are you talking about? Ci Yuaner asked in confusion. It's nothing, Lu Zhou replied quickly. Don't be angry, Master. I've killed all the invaders. If you're still not happy, I can go back and stab their bodies a few more times with my knife. Lu Zhou shook his head, indicating that it was unnecessary. Where's Old Four? He asked. Duan Mushing replied, Old Four is badly wounded, but it also brought him a rare opportunity. He is now protected by woods and cannot come to see you, Master. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou felt somewhat relieved. No one shall be near the woods for 7 days. It would take Ming Shirin 7 days to break through under the wood's protection, and if the process was interrupted, he would never be able to step into the nascent divinity tribulation realm again. Yi Tianxin spoke out in resentment. You don't have to be a hypocrite. I'm pretty sure you'll sneak up on him in the middle of the night and give him a slap. Lu Zhou ignored her and ordered Ci Yuaner to confine her to the back mountain for reflection. Then, his gaze fell on Zhou Jifeng. Zhou Jifeng was startled for a moment before quickly kneeling and stating, Old Senior, I am willing to join Jinting Mountain. Please take me as your disciple. Lu Zhou paused before replying. I had not thought of taking a disciple since I traveled to this world. The old villain was at the peak of his cultivation base when he started taking in disciples. With my current cultivation base, it's difficult for me to be sure that I would not take in some ambitious and treacherous people as disciples. The bright moon shines over the sea. From far away we share this moment together. The old villain used to look for disciples. There was one last place to be filled. Why did the old villain not fill it? Well, it's no longer important. After contemplating, he tactfully refused. Your talent is not bad, but unfortunately, you have cultivated the sword technique of the Heavenly Sword sect. Switching to a different path halfway would only result in half the results with twice the effort. Old Senior, Zhou Jifeng understood the meaning behind his words and wanted to plead again, but Lu Zhou handed him a secret manual. This is the Heavenly Sword sect's ancient one-sword technique. With your talent, you should have no difficulty mastering it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jifeng held the manual in his hands, his eyes filled with excitement. The ancient one-sword technique had always been taught by the master to the disciples, level by level. Only when the disciples had learned the first level would the master teach the second level. Although Zhou Jifeng had almost completely mastered it, Luo Changfeng never taught him all the sword techniques. This phenomenon not only existed in the Heavenly Sword sect but also in the other righteous sects in the world. This was regarded as a precious treasure by the Heavenly Sword sect, but in front of the old senior, it was like a worthless thing. With the sword technique, I don't have to worry that I would not reach the nascent divinity tribulation realm. I'm so excited. He quickly realized and kneeled down in devotion. Thank you, Senior. Then Lu Zhou's reply came. Since you are not a disciple of the evil Sky Pavilion, you will address me as Pavilion Lord from now on. There are many accommodations in the evil Sky Pavilion. Apart from the East Pavilion and the South Pavilion, you can choose anywhere to stay. You may leave now. After Zhou Jifeng left, Duan Mushing asked with confusion, Master, Zhou Jifeng is after all a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. I have my own plans. Lu Zhou waved his hand to end the topic. He glanced at Duan Mushing's chains and slowly stood up to walk into the evil Sky Pavilion. Duan Mushing wanted to say something, but he heard his master muttering, luck should have turned. Seeing this, he could only sigh helplessly. He had wanted to ask his master to unlock the chains, but it seemed that he would have to wait. Xia Yuaner hurried back from the back mountain and saw Duan Mushing's worried face. She asked what was going on, and Duan Mushing replied, it's nothing. I just feel that Master seems to be a bit absent-minded. Absent-minded? Did Master give any instructions just now? Xia Yuaner asked curiously. No, he didn't, but he did say something. Master seems dizzy. Xia Yuaner understood a bit. Master is old after all. Riding the Whites back and forth and flying around in the sky. It's no wonder he would feel dizzy. Duan Mushing agreed. Senior brother, how should we deal with the traitor? Let's wait until Old Four passes this tribulation. Old Four is clever. If we don't punish the traitor, how can we face Master? Xia Yuaner then angrily said, I just don't understand why she betrayed our sect, but why did she want Master to die? Duan Mushing sighed helplessly. Yi Tianxin is also a miserable person. Miserable? Xia Yuaner felt something when she heard this and muttered, I'm miserable too. Duan Mushing was speechless. I'm going to heal my injuries. I'll leave this place to you. Meanwhile, inside the evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou started drawing prizes again. He had used up 3,000 points and had 1,540 points left. His luck had accumulated to 60. Drawing more now would be too hurtful. Ding! This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying. You have received 1 luck point. Fine. Lu Zhou could only pause helplessly. I'll read some heaven writing first and try to change my luck before continuing to draw. He scanned the characters he could understand and found that they hadn't increased. The parts he couldn't understand didn't seem to have decreased either. From this, he deduced that he needed to read the earlier parts of the heaven writing repeatedly and comprehend their meanings. The subsequent parts would gradually unfold. This meant that heaven writing could be comprehended, but the difficulty was relatively high. This discovery made him interested, so he immersed himself in comprehension and became engrossed. 3 days passed quickly. Zhou Jifeng continued his sword practice, while Duan Mushing began closed-door healing. Only Xia Yuaner was left idle every day. Suddenly, a creaking sound came from the ground. Confused, she immediately flew above the evil Sky Pavilion. There, she saw that the blue wood at Mingshi Yin's location had grown rapidly again, and its speed was increasing visibly. She was puzzled. Master said it will take 4th Senior Brother 7 days to transcend this tribulation. How can he be so fast? The wood has grown to almost the same height as the evil Sky Pavilion. The giant blue wood suddenly exploded with a loud boom, shaking the evil Sky Pavilion violently. Mingshi Yin's figure emerged from the center gradually. He stretched his arms and muttered, so comfortable. As soon as his words fell, a domineering aura of the nascent divinity tribulation realm spread out. Now that 4th disciple Mingshi Yin has broken through the realm, he's become a bit too full of himself. myself. As I was comprehending heaven writing, I was startled and immediately scolded out loud. How dare you! With Lu Zhou's loud shout, rolling sound waves immediately spread out from the outside of Evil Sky Pavilion. Congratulations, fourth senior brother, on stepping into the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Did senior brother gain the 100 tribulations inside Avatar? Xia Yuaner excitedly came forward to congratulate. Ming Shireen was secretly very pleased at this moment. Before you all came back, I had already stayed in the earth for a long time, so I didn't need 7 days to break through. It feels so good to step into the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Now that I have an avatar, the world will soon be mine. Watch closely, little junior sister. As he said that, he called upon his muster energy, wanting to show off his 100 tribulations inside Avatar. But at that moment, Lu Zhou's angry shout reached his ears. Scared, he fell to the ground with a splash, frantically kneeling and admitting his mistake. Fourth senior brother, do you need to kneel to release your avatar? Xia Yuaner curiously asked. Ming Shireen heard and awkwardly cleared his throat. Having just entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm, he was a bit unaccustomed. Where's master? Then, Xia Yuaner recounted the events of the past 2 days. Ming Shireen couldn't help but frown when he heard it. Sixth junior sister's cultivation base is destroyed and she is now locked up in the back of the mountain. I'll go and have a look at her. Leave everything on the mountain to me. I need you to gather information at the station in Tanzi. Master will certainly ask about that when he comes out of seclusion. Yuaner was excited at the thought of going out to play. Fourth senior brother is so thoughtful. I'll go right now. Ming Shireen turned his head to look in the direction of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Recalling the warning he had received earlier, he couldn't help but shiver. He thought that entering the nascent divinity tribulation realm would make things easier, but now it seemed that he was still far from it. Afterward, he lightly tapped his toes, taking 10-mile steps to reach the back mountain. He happened to see Zhou Jifeng practicing his sword. Little junior sister said, "You are a rare cultivation genius of the Heavenly Sword sect." Zhou Jifeng was somewhat flustered when he heard this. Greetings, fourth senior brother. Ming Shireen then stretched his muscles and murmured, let's test my skills. 100 tribulations inside Avatar. As his words fell, an avatar that was 1 meter wide and 2 meter high materialized. Upon seeing this, Zhou Jifeng couldn't help but mutter, such a small 100 tribulations in sight. What did you say? Zhou Jifeng, frightened, quickly changed his tune. So strong. Oops, dizzy. Ming Shireen was somewhat smug when he heard this. If the avatar of the nascent divinity tribulation realm is really so strong, so much so that it had made Zhou Jifeng faint before I could attack, a rare genius, you are mediocre at best. At this moment, inside the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou had also finished his comprehension of heaven writing. In the past few days, it felt like he had experienced a great dream, refreshing his understanding of heaven writing. However, many of its meanings were still obscure and difficult to understand. He would need more time to study it further. Time to continue the lucky draw. Lu Zhou immediately opened the system interface. Ding! This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying. You have received 1 luck point. Could it be that my drawing posture is wrong? With this thought, he stood up for consecutive draws, but it was still all thank you for your patronage. Luck points increased. It's really a ripoff. In fact, it had nothing to do with the drawing posture. Currently, he had 66 luck points. Will they bring me better luck? Women had a sixth sense while men had keen intuition. I must get something. Draw again. Ding! This lucky draw costs 50 merit points and 66 luck points. You have received 1 reversal card. Lu Zhou wanted to curse, but held back. I won't be angry. I can't lose my composure. With 1190 merit points left, let's try one more time. If it doesn't work, I'll give up. Ding! This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. You have received a weapon, unnamed. You have received a mount, buy-in. He actually got a weapon and a mount. As Lu Zhou shouted, golden light burst out from his hand. In an instant, a pitch-black object appeared in his hand. What the hell? He looked somewhat embarrassed. Able to change weapon form with thoughts at will. The stronger the cultivation level, the stronger the power. So that's how it is. What a good item. Lu Zhou immediately became interested. He began to excitedly play with it in his hand. This was a weapon that could change forms at will. 1 item was worth 10. It was a good deal. Let's test its power. Meanwhile, at the peak of reflections, Yi Tianxin sat there with a desolate expression. The next second, a figure appeared. Ming Shireen was overjoyed. Junior sister, do you want to see my 100 tribulation inside Avatar? Yi Tianxin was somewhat speechless. If the old man told you to kill me, just do it. Why do you have to show off? If you're going to kill or torment me, just do whatever you like. Upon hearing this, Ming Shireen awkwardly explained, that's not what I meant. Junior sister, if master wanted to kill you, he would have done it earlier. Why would he tell me to kill you? Then what did he tell you to come here for? I came here with my own will. Anyways, I can't just bear to watch you go astray. Go astray? The ones that went astray are you guys. After hearing this, Ming Shireen sighed helplessly. Are you still hating Master for that matter? Yi Tianqing turned her head upon hearing this. She seemed not to want to bring up the past again. I started earlier and suffered more than you. Have I said something before? Ming Shireen continued to console her. Pa, you were the one who cursed the most behind the Master. Ming Shireen's face flushed with embarrassment. That was then. This is now. Master has become really kind lately. Kind? Your joke isn't funny at all. I'm not joking. Master has lived a long life and gained great wisdom. His attitude now is very different from before. But what does that matter? Why can't you understand what I'm saying? Master hasn't taken any of our past actions to heart. Yi Tianqing hysterically responded. But I have. I can't rest until that old man is dead. Hearing this, Ming Shireen slapped her without using any muster energy, just an ordinary slap to the face. Yi Tianqing was stunned by the slap, but when she regained her composure, she stubbornly stared into Ming Shireen's eyes. Ming Shireen raised his hand to slap her again but ultimately stopped an inch away from her cheek. He shook his head and sighed, then patted her shoulder. You should ask Master about this in person. That's all I'll say. Take care of yourself. He turned and left, feeling there was no need to persuade her further. Just as he was about to leave, Yi Tianqing suddenly called out to him. Wait. Ming Shireen asked indifferently, what else do you want to say? Yi Tianqing's face showed a trace of loneliness. The disciples of the Yanyu Palace will definitely unite to save me. If possible, brother, please be merciful. Hearing this, Ming Shireen scoffed. You're still self-indulgent. Now that they're barely able to save themselves, how can they save you? The Cloud Sect, the Heavenly Sect, and the Luo Sect have all died. With this many Divine Court Realm cultivators, do you think they will unleash their anger on Master? You're wrong. The first one that they will annihilate is your Yanyu Palace. After being reminded by Ming Shireen, she suddenly realized the danger. At this moment, inside the evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou was still playing with the black iron egg that could transform into any weapon. The sense-condensing realm was still lacking in control. In the case of insufficient cultivation, it felt like playing with a chicken feather as if it were a command arrow. After testing the transformed short sword against a long sword, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Both weapons were completely undamaged. At this time, Xia Yuaner's voice came from outside the door. Master, Pan Zhong from Jingming Taoist School has requested an audience. Is this what I got with 0 luck points? It's really a piece of junk. Lu Zhou slowly walked out upon hearing this. As for Bayan, he would study it when he had time. However, he didn't know that after he left, the long sword he had tested began to show cracks like a mirror. Senior, Elder, seeing Lu Zhou come out, Pan Zhong and Murong Hai quickly knelt down to greet him. Xia Yuaner explained, Master, while I was at the post station gathering information, I happened to see the two of them kneeling outside the barrier, so I brought them along. Master won't be angry with me, right? Lu Zhou affectionately patted her head. You girl, just don't cause trouble. Then, he looked at the three of them. Stand up and speak. The two immediately complied. Pan Zhong was relatively composed, maintaining a calm expression. Murong Hai, on the other hand, was sweating profusely from fear. After exchanging a glance with Lu Zhou, he trembled and stumbled back onto his knees. Old Master, please spare me. It was my fault for not recognizing your greatness. Seeing this, Lu Zhou was somewhat speechless. I haven't even done anything to you, have I? I have been friendly towards you all along, and yet you are acting as if I've killed your whole family. With that thought, he sighed helplessly. Xia Yuaner, take him away. Before Murong Hai had a chance to say goodbye, he was kicked down the mountain by Xia Yuaner. Pan Zhong watched the scene, feeling fearful and uneasy. Lu Zhou then turned his gaze to Pan Zhong and asked, do you really want to join my Jingting Mountain? Upon hearing this, Pan Zhong did not hesitate to kneel and express his intentions. I voluntarily join Jingting Mountain. Please, Senior. After listening, Lu Zhou pondered for a moment with his eyes closed. Although you have a bitter and cold physique, it is not a bad body constitution for learning the 3-yin style. Under the heavens, everyone fears me. Those Taoists who are in the righteous path want to eliminate me. Even the disciples I have taught and trained want to turn their swords against me, disrespect their teacher, and destroy their ancestors. But as long as you are a disciple of the Jingting Mountain, I will definitely protect you. However, if one day, Lu Zhou paused, and Pan Zhong naturally understood what he meant. He immediately continued, if I were to have any intentions of betraying the sect, I will be subjected to 1,000 cuts and 10,000 slashes. Hearing this, Lu Zhou nodded with satisfaction. I always value promises. Stand up. At this time, Ming Shireen arrived, flying through the air. "Master, your disciple has broken through to the nascent divinity tribulation realm." Hearing this, Pan Zhong was shocked beyond belief. Those who reached this realm were all formidable figures, and there were already several from Jingting Mountain alone. Lu Zhou looked at him and spoke indifferently. Entering the realm of the divine tribulation is equivalent to mastering 100 tribulations. The realm of spiritual enlightenment is vast and mysterious. One must not be proud and complacent. Ming Shirin obediently replied, "Disciple obeys your command. Isn't it said that the old devil of the Jingting Mountain kills without batting an eye and has a hot temper, especially cruel to his disciples? Upon meeting today, it seems to be completely different from the rumors. On the contrary, I feel that the old senior has the dignified demeanor of an elder and that of a teacher. Compared to those old-fashioned folks in the Jingming sect, this senior is much better." Ming Shirin then recounted what had happened earlier. "Master, I heard that the traitor Yi Tianxin is locked up in the Repentance Cave on the back of the mountain, so I wanted to go and teach her a lesson to relieve your anger a bit." Lu Zhou calmly replied, "No, let her reflect in the Repentance Cave." Also, regarding the kidnapping incident involving the CI family, Old 8 and Old 5th are both implicated. Ming Shirin's eyes lit up. "Disciple has just entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Master, I was thinking that I have nowhere to test my skills after entering the transcendent spiritual realm. How about I go and bring Old 8 back and make him listen to your orders?" At the same time, Zhu Honghong, who was roasting a suckling pig, sneezed inexplicably. Lu Zhou pondered for a moment and shook his head. "Leave him be. I'm tired." Dismissed. After Lu Zhou left, Ming Shirin winked at Pan Zhong, who was standing nearby. "Are you new here?" Upon hearing this, Pan Zhong hurriedly replied respectfully, "Greetings to 4th Senior. I like this title. By the way, do you want to see my 100 Tribulation Inside Avatar?" At this moment, Ci Yuan appeared, walking on air. Ming Shirin smiled smugly. "Little junior sister, you came just in time. Come and watch senior brother's 100 Tribulation Inside Avatar." Ci Yuan blinked her big eyes, looking very cute. "Senior brother, let's look at it again next time." A group of cultivators just appeared at the base of the mountain, and I suspect that someone wants to invade Jingting Mountain again. Upon hearing this, Ming Shirin was overjoyed. "That's great, junior sister. I'll go down first. This kind of trivial matter doesn't bother Master to do it. I can definitely kill them all by myself." He then vanished like a wisp of smoke, using his lightness skill. "Senior brother, those who came are all the female cultivators from the Yanyu Palace." Pan Zhong looked confused, not knowing what to do. Ci Yuan turned her head angrily and glanced at him. "What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll poke your eyes out." Ming Shirin couldn't wait to go down the mountain after learning that someone had invaded. He was really fed up. As soon as he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he laughed and unleashed his powerful 100 Tribulations Inside Avatar. With a loud shout, an avatar that was 1 meter wide and 2 meter high materialized. "Not good. Run!" The numerous female cultivators below were instantly thrown into chaos. Something's not right. This 100 Tribulation Inside Avatar is quite small. It should be a cultivator at the early stages of the primordial spirit tribulation realm, and the demon ancestor's avatar is 10 times bigger. It isn't him. Besides, where are we supposed to escape to? The female cultivators were discussing among themselves, somewhat at a loss. "Who dares to intrude on my Jingting Mountain?" Ming Shirin approached them and spoke coldly, but as soon as he finished speaking, he revealed a surprised expression. He saw that they had all knelt down in unison. Shouldn't they be talking trash? And if they refuse to surrender, I will wipe them out in a single attack. Why are they begging for mercy at the start? One of the female cultivators mustered the courage to speak up. "We are the disciples of the Yanyu Palace. Senior, please rescue us. Please save us." The others also pleaded for help from the senior. Ming Shirin furrowed his brows after hearing this. "This is embarrassing. They aren't intruders. They are the 6th Junior Sister's disciples." The 6th Junior Sister's cultivation was abolished by the Master, and she was imprisoned in the Cave of Reflection. The Yanyu Palace is just a group without a leader. The 3 southern sects of the Yan do not want to collide. It's the Jingting Mountain, that's why they're targeting the Yanyu Palace. But the problem is, even if you beg for help, you won't be able to ask for help from the Jingting Mountain. He scanned the crowd, finding more than 100 female cultivators in a sorry state. Some had disheveled hair, while others were seriously injured and couldn't even stand steadily. Seeing this scene, Ming Shirin asked curiously. The 6th Junior Sister tried to kill Master, so she was imprisoned. Logically speaking, everyone in the Yanyu Palace should be punished. Since you dare come to the Jingting Mountain, are you tired of living? Upon hearing this, the female cultivators became even more anxious and continued to plead. "For the sake of the Palace Master, Senior, please help us." "No," Ming Shirin said. and turned around, intending to leave. What a joke. Whether you die or not is none of my business. Me not attacking you all is already me being generous. Just as he finished speaking, a strange sound of wind chimes reached his ears. Ming Shireen turned his head in confusion, only to see a large mass of black clouds slowly drifting towards them in the distance. It's the demon-slaying sect. The demon-slaying sect has arrived. The female cultivators below instantly turned pale with fear, all of them moving closer to the barrier. Please, senior, let us into Jinting Mountain. We will serve you as oxen or horses, at your complete disposal. Ming Shireen glanced at them and couldn't help but feel disappointed. Are these really the famous female cultivators of the Yenyu Palace under my 6th junior sister? Without a nascent divinity tribulation realm expert in charge, what's left of their divine court realm strength is nothing more than shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Shouldn't it be the 3 sects of Dian aiming for the Yenyu Palace? Why did the demon-slaying sect appear? This is outrageous. Seeing them shivering like this, do they really think there's a place more terrifying than Jinting Mountain in this world? Are they afraid of the demon-slaying sect but not Jinting Mountain? In the blink of an eye, the dark shadows in the sky had already come close. It was only then that it became clear that what they saw were not black clouds, but rather a square formation made up of guards wearing black robes, protecting a massive dark dragon carriage in the center. Aboard the dragon carriage was Zhuxinshan, a powerful cultivator with an extremely high ranking on the Sinister list. The first on the Sinister list is Master, the second is the eldest senior brother, and Zhuxinshan ranks third. He is also the #1 expert under the command of the demon-slaying sect master. However, Ming Shireen was somewhat puzzled. The demon-slaying sect and the Jinting Mountain have always been on neutral terms. Why would they attack the Yenyu Palace? As he pondered, a divine court realm expert flew forward and, upon arrival, bowed with clasped hands. The demon-slaying sect has no intentions of attacking the Jinting Mountain. 4th Mister, can you hand over the female cultivators to the demon-slaying sect? Ming Shireen, feeling uninterested in the matter, turned around and walked back towards the barrier. Thank you, 4th Mister. We will surely visit you to express our gratitude another day. The black-robed man waved his arm, and in an instant, the surrounding cultivators swarmed towards the female cultivators like locusts. Wait, Ming Shireen stopped them at this point. I almost forgot my master's new teachings. Lately, he has been fond of treating people kindly. With this thought, he raised his hand and pushed all the female cultivators into the barrier. Thank you, 4th Mister, for saving us. The female cultivators immediately knelt down and thanked him in unison. The divine court realm black-robed man furrowed his brow upon seeing this. Escaping from the wolf's jaws and entering the lion's den, have these women gone mad? The 4th Mister has gone back on his word. I'm afraid that's not good, right? Meanwhile, Lu Zhou, who was resting in the evil sky pavilion, heard a prompt sound in his ear. Ding! You've gained 1450 merit points from devout worship. Then, Xia Yuaner recounted the course of events. After listening, Lu Zhou became somewhat enlightened. The female cultivators of Yenyu Palace are Yi Tianxin's subordinates. Yi Tianxin has been imprisoned, and what's left is nothing more than a group of scattered sand. They even dared to come to Jinting Mountain. Their courage is not ordinary. They're just a group of female cultivators, with the highest cultivation level being Divine Court Realm. It's so tiring to attend to everything personally when you're older. These days, the lottery has been making my head foggy, so I don't have time to deal with this trivial matter. It's better to think about the rules of the lottery. With this thought, he spoke indifferently. These small matters, you can handle them yourselves. Xia Yuaner happily ran out after responding. At this time, at the foot of Jinting Mountain, Ming Shireen sneered after hearing the other party's words. What? Are you unhappy? The Divine Court Realm powerhouse was obviously taken aback by these words. Before he could open his mouth, a voice came from the dark dragon carriage. Mr. Fourth, can I have a meeting with your esteemed master? This voice carried a strong sonic wave. It didn't sound powerful, but the muster energy within it could even cause trouble for a Brahma Sea Realm cultivator with all 8 meridians open. Ming Shireen crossed his arms and looked somewhat unconvinced. Do you think that my master is someone that just anyone can see casually like stray cats and dogs? The atmosphere became tense as soon as these words were spoken. The guards beside them watched the scene coldly, ready for battle. Take advantage of my good mood and disperse, Ming Shireen said, and then walked towards the barrier. However, the next second, a violent gale suddenly swept in. The female cultivators of Yenyu Palace inside the barrier were immediately suppressed and paralyzed on the ground. Mr. Fourth, do I have the qualifications to meet your esteemed master now? As the words fell, a 4-leaf dark avatar gradually materialized. Ming Shirin saw this and frowned immediately. The dark incantation of the 100 Tribulation Inside Avatar with 4 leaves opened and is about 5 meters tall. Such a strong opponent. Besides Master, only the first senior brother and second senior brother can take him on. But it is a pity that Jinting Mountain has long since lost its former glory. Then he asked coldly, "So you're a nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm expert? If you came here to show off your martial prowess, I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place." "How dare I?" the figure said, and then retracted the avatar, leaped up, and jumped down. The guards behind him also slowly retreated a distance under his guidance. Demon Slayer sect Shuxinchan sincerely begs to have a meeting with the old senior. "I hope Mr. Fourth can help us this once. Is he trying to threaten and scare me?" Ming Shirin was about to shake his head and refuse when Xia Yuaner's figure arrived here. "Master has ordered." It turns out to be Miss Nine, who has been well known for quite a long time. Shuxinchan glanced at her and began to flatter her. Xia Yuaner burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Wow, has my reputation become so great? It's even more than that. Miss Nine entered Jinting Mountain at the age of 10. It took 10 days for you to profoundly enter a realm, 3 months for you to condense your cultivation, 2 years for opening all 8 meridians in the Ancient Sea realm, and entered the Divine Court realm in 3 years. Under the heaven, there may be no one who can match with Miss Nine's accomplishments." These words made Xia Yuaner quite pleased. "You are pretty good at talking," Master said. "He will see you in front of the hall." Ming Shirin felt speechless as he saw this scene. This is also considered an expert who opened the 4-leaf golden lotus, flattering others with a set of skills. At this time, in the evil sky pavilion, Lu Zhou was sitting at the top of the hall. Duan Musheng, Zhou Jifeng, and Pan Zhong were all standing by his side. He hadn't sat in this position for a long time, and it felt a bit cold and unfamiliar. Before long, Shuxinchan entered the hall with 4 subordinates. Shuxinchan of the Demon Slayer sect greets the old senior. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou glanced at him. "Take a seat." "Thank you." After sitting down, Shuxinchan looked around. "I really didn't dare to perceive the cultivation level of this powerful figure. Based on my intuition, the aura of this evil patriarch seemed a bit quite ordinary. However, in the world of cultivators, it is commonplace to hide one's cultivation, so it is not surprising. Also, the decoration around the hall, it's not extravagant nor majestic. It's just like an ordinary sect, and there's really nothing special about it. Speak. What's the matter?" Lu Zhou said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Shuxinchan bowed. The Demon Slayer sect has long heard of the great name of Jinting Mountain. Today, we came here to discuss 3 matters. First, Yinyu Palace has provoked the Demon Slayer sect more than 3 or 5 times recently. Now that Palace Master Yi has been captured by the old senior, it is only natural and justified, and she only has herself to blame for it. As for the other female cultivators from Yinyu Palace, I hope the old senior will hand them over to my Demon Slayer sect. Upon hearing this, Duan Musheng's eyes narrowed. Yinyu Palace was created by the traitor of Jinting Mountain. Even if they deserved punishment, it will not be your turn to have a say in this matter. Shuxinchan didn't argue, and maintained a respectful demeanor. What Mr. Third said makes sense. Second, under the entrustment of Jing Mingdao, Pan Zhong betrayed his sect, and the Demon Slayer sect can deal with him as we see fit because prior to this, Pan Zhong had already intended to join the Demon Slayer sect. These 3 slaves from lowly families are not worthy of standing in the Demon Sky Pavilion. As soon as the words fell, Pan Zhong's face changed dramatically. Duan Musheng was about to speak when Lu Zhou's voice came. "Continue. If the 3rd matter can be fulfilled, then the first 2 things can also be done as well. In the end, the Demon Slayer sect is just like the Jingting Mountain Demon Sky Pavilion. Both are hated by those so-called righteous sects. The top 10 experts have repeatedly sparred with the old senior, and their power not only did not diminish but instead increased significantly. If the Demon Sky Pavilion is willing to join hands with the Demon Slayer sect, there will be no rivals under the heaven." Hearing the tone of his words, Duan Musheng's temper couldn't be held back any longer, and he immediately started cursing. "Bullshit! Based on your lowly status in the demon-slaying sect, you are not qualified to converse with the Demon Sky Pavilion." Upon hearing this, everyone present was astonished. Facing Duan Musheng's angry rebuke, Shuxinchan didn't get angry. He continued to speak with a calm expression. "If I have offended you in any way, I hope that Mr. Third can forgive me." At this moment, Ming Shirin stepped forward. "Shuxinchan, let me tell you. Firstly, the owner of the Yinyu Palace is Yi Tianxin, and whether a dog bites or not depends on the owner. Don't you agree? The second point is that since Pan Zhong has entered Jingting Mountain, he is now considered a member of Jingting Mountain, and any past conflicts with the Demon Sky Pavilion will not be pursued anymore. If you want to cause trouble for him, then you are causing trouble for the Demon Sky Pavilion. The third point and the most important one is that if you want to join hands with the Demon Sky Pavilion, I'm sorry, you are not qualified. Suishinchang shook his head and chuckled, disagreeing. If the Demon Sky Pavilion's power was at its peak, it's natural that the demon-slaying sect was not qualified. But times have changed. Demon Sky Pavilion has been declining, and even Senior G's profound cultivation cannot change the current situation. The demon-slaying sect is growing stronger, and it's obvious to the cultivation world. Moreover, having one more friend is always better than having one more enemy. After saying that, his gaze fell on Lu Zhou. The meaning was very clear. The opinions of others in the Evil Sky Pavilion didn't matter. He only cared about Lu Zhou's thoughts. Lu Zhou still had a calm expression. After a moment, he slowly spoke. You're right. Hearing this, CI Yuaner couldn't help but look back at him. Has Master become confused? What kind of arrogant demon-slaying sect member comes to Demon Sky Pavilion and speaks so recklessly, and yet the Master isn't even angry? Suishinchang quickly showed a joyful expression and bowed. It seems that Senior G has a deep understanding of righteousness. Lu Zhou paused for a moment and continued. Do you know why I asked you to come up and meet me? Upon hearing this, Suishinchang tentatively answered. Could it be that Senior G already guessed the purpose of my visit beforehand? Are you practicing demonic dhyana? The Bodhi tree is originally without a trunk. The bright mirror is also not a stand. This kind of demonic dhyana cultivation is rare in the world. It is said that only by practicing it alone can one achieve enlightenment after 100 tribulations. Hearing Lu Zhou's praise, Suishinchang felt a bit proud. Senior, you're too kind. Indeed, it's true. I have been practicing demonic dhyana for 100 years and was able to rank in the top 3 of the blacklist, relying on the hand seal of the demonic dhyana sect. Not bad. Not bad. Lu Zhou nodded in approval. This scene left the two disciples on the side somewhat bewildered. Suishinchang's words are full of insinuations and even suggest that the Demon Sky Pavilion is in a state of decline. Master, do you really not understand what he means? Moreover, you even praise him. Then, let me learn and experience it from you. Duan Mushing shouted and leaped into action. The hot-tempered man couldn't stand the other party's arrogant attitude. That's exactly what I was thinking. Suishinchang's eyes lit up. This was also an opportunity to show off their strength in the Evil Sky Pavilion. As the two of them took action, a sudden gust of wind rose in the arena. Neither of them was willing to back down from the collision. CI Yuaner looked a little nervous. She was afraid they would tear down the hall. Lu Zhou calmly said it was no problem. Let them fight. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng, standing nearby, watched in amazement. This was a showdown between experts. The two had exquisite control over the wind. Whenever the wind was about to touch a building, it would automatically disappear. Duan Mushing's chain in his hand danced fiercely. Sparks flew as the wind collided, making for a spectacular scene. Suishinchang appeared as composed as ever. Mr. Third is injured and yet still has such powerful strength left. Admirable, truly admirable. Lu Zhou understood. Duan Mushing was just a little short of breaking through to the primordial spirit tribulation realm. After all these years, he was unable to break through under Ji Tiandao's suppression, so when he was facing off against Suishinchang, he would naturally be at a disadvantage. And on the other hand, Suishinchang appears to be very relaxed. The handprint is out. CI Yuaner pointed at the scene with a worried expression. In an instant, countless palm prints condensed around Suishinchang. They continuously slapped towards Duan Mushing. Duan Mushing had no choice but to keep blocking with his chain, but he was forced to continuously retreat, losing momentum. There was still a gap in their realms. Lu Zhou shook his head upon seeing this. Duan Mushing could be considered invincible below the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Not only was he resilient, but also very fierce. What a pity, but it doesn't matter. The path of cultivation is long. These disciples have extraordinary talents. Becoming a top expert is just a matter of time. I'll join. Ming Shirin saw this scene and leaped into the battlefield. Although his participation stabilized the situation a bit, Suishinchang remained undefeated against the two and grew stronger as the battle went on. So, Mr. Fourth is in the nascent soul tribulation realm. If that's the case, then I won't be polite anymore. Avatar, come forth. With a shout, a dark-colored avatar gradually materialized. In the blink of an eye, it filled the sky. The power of the nascent divinity tribulation realm was mainly in the avatar. 5 meters tall, it was enough to demolish the Evil Sky Pavilion. But strangely, the dark-colored avatar seemed like a phantom standing within the pavilion. Therefore, it can be seen that this person is not an ordinary strong one. The situation was immediately reversed as soon as the avatar appeared. A majestic pressure instantly swept towards the two who were fighting. Palm prints several times larger than before fell densely like a torrential rain. Upon seeing the situation, Ming Shirin hastily summoned his own avatar, which was 2 meters tall, to resist. However, the gap in strength was too great after all. A moment later, he felt his blood surging and his arm numb. Suishinchang, who was completely in control, smirked triumphantly. Everyone, will you join hands with the demon-slaying sect now? Upon hearing this, Duan Mushing shouted angrily, "Not a chance." Then he immediately leaped up and started fighting with Suishinshin again. Seeing this, Lu Zhou frowned slightly. Duan Mushing's temper was too explosive. He was usually quite calm in front of him and had the demeanor of an elder brother. Now he was just a reckless man. He directly used the chain to infuse muster energy, swinging it back and forth. Fortunately, the space was large enough, otherwise, 10 evil sky pavilions would not be enough for him to demolish. The gap in realms was obvious. Suishinshin intended to use Duan Mushing as practice, showing off his strength. However, this could also indirectly reveal the cultivation level of the disciples. On the other hand, it also allowed Lu Zhou to observe the strength of the second-in-command of the demon-slaying sect. So, Lu Zhou didn't stop them. Although he had repeatedly defeated righteous experts and demonstrated his powerful dominance, the righteous world always believed that Ji Tiandao would grow old one day. Even the most powerful cultivators would be useless without enough lifespan. In the cultivation world, no one has broken through this limitation so far. The demon-slaying sect is the most ambitious sect in the cultivation world, constantly growing their power by devouring other sects. In the past, the demon sect also had clashes with the ghost sect in secret, but both sides feared each other's strength and have never engaged in large-scale conflicts. But the visit to the Jingting Mountain is true, the desire to form an alliance is also true, and the display of strength is also true. The siege and suppression of the Yanyu Palace's female cultivators was just an excuse. However, does Lu Zhou need an alliance? Or is the demon-slaying sect worthy? There are so many forces in the world, and it's not just the demon-slaying sect that wants to win over Jingting Mountain. In terms of status, qualifications, and strength, the demon-slaying sect doesn't rank at all. It's ridiculous to rely solely on the third place in the sinister list. Before long, Duan Mushing was knocked to the ground by Suishinshin. The gap in realms was becoming more and more apparent. He realized this himself. After all, the realm difference is not something that can be made up by being resilient. Ming Shirin, who had rested for a while, jumped back into the fray. At this point, Suishinshin was somewhat carried away. Even if the opponents took turns, he still didn't take them seriously. Binding seal, see through the nature of the mind clearly. Having said that, he clasped his hands together, forming a raging palm print. In an instant, it carried an unstoppable momentum and collided with Ming Shirin. Ming Shirin, at the nascent divinity tribulation realm, tried his best to resist but ultimately was no match and was thrown back to the ground. Upon seeing this, Yuan showed a worried expression on her face. Suishinshin stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the scene with an air of arrogance. Are the three gentlemen satisfied with this battle? You, with only a 4-leaf avatar at the primordial spirit tribulation realm, have the nerve to show off? Ci Yuan angrily retorted. Hearing this, Suishinshin replied indifferently, Mr. Third and Mr. Fourth are not ordinary cultivators. I was forced to use the binding seal out of helplessness. This move was indeed a bit like that of the strong bullying the weak. Please forgive me. If the first senior brother and second senior brother were to be here, don't say you have a 4-leaf golden lotus. Even if you had a 6-leaf golden lotus, you would still have to bow down. Ci Yuan was furious at this point. However, everyone knew that these words were just for saving face, so Suishinshin didn't take it to heart. At this moment, Lu Zhou finally spoke. Suishinshin, that move of using the binding seal was quite good. Hearing this, Suishinshin became somewhat complacent. Thank you, Senior Ji, for the praise. I would like to ask Senior Ji to teach me a few moves. As soon as these words were spoken, the guards following behind were dumbfounded on the spot, incredulous. This seems to be not part of the plan. Even peak-level experts at the primordial spirit tribulation realm with 7 or 8-leaf golden lotus avatar would not dare to make such a request. What's the intention behind your action? Second sect leader. Lu Zhou's expression remained calm, and he didn't say anything. Suishinshin released a violent aura that surrounded his body, quite proud of himself. Elder Senior Ji can rest assured that my binding seal technique can definitely withstand powerful attacks. If I were to lose within 10 moves, I will let you do as you please. Hearing this, Lu Zhou snorted coldly and stood up. Although the Demon Sky Pavilion is no longer as powerful as before, it is still not a place for you rats to come and act recklessly. With that, he stretched out his arm. Between his fingers, a golden vortex slowly took shape, and then gradually enlarged, releasing a dazzling light. After using Fatal Blow, you will gain an indescribable power that deals a fatal blow to the target. Each use grants 500 points of merit. Suishinshin stared wide-eyed, his hairs involuntarily standing on end. This is the Great Fearless Seal. Now, he only felt as if a gigantic palm covered the sky and locked onto him. The guards behind him were frightened and stunned on the spot. Compared to the Great Fearless Seal, the binding seal was so insignificant. Suishinshin was terrified, his palms constantly flipping up and down. Myriads of binding seals. With a loud shout, countless binding seals rushed towards the opponent in succession, but without any effect. All were swallowed up by the golden giant palm. Seeing this, he could only inflate his four-leaf avatar to the extreme for defense. The next second, a thunderous boom echoed through the sky. Under the impact, he was instantly knocked out of the evil sky pavilion, his fate unknown. At this moment, the scene was extremely quiet. Everyone was shocked by the sight, unable to add anything to it. What just happened? They didn't know. They only felt an indescribable power. I'm still alive. Where's the second sect leader? He seems to have been thrown out. Everyone came to their senses and hurriedly rushed outside. Master, let's go and take a look too. After everyone left, only Lu Zhou remained in the hall. He looked at his palm with some confusion. Is this what an indescribable power looks like? I didn't expect the released form to be the Great Fearless Seal, because I haven't really practiced Zen Buddhism before. In my memory, my understanding of the Dhyana handprints is only at a basic level. I am familiar with some basic handprints and moves, but I cannot say that I have practiced them. When I made my move that time, I already felt the immense power of that force. Judging from the feeling just now, the power was strong enough to instantly defeat Zhuoxinchang, just like the power surge from the peak experience card. Could it be that it grows stronger when facing stronger opponents? Unfortunately, I only used the prop card once, so the reference basis is insufficient. Indeed, it is indescribable. The grand and infamous first ancestor of the demon sect now has been sought out and humiliated. How could he endure this? He immediately mustered the energy and slapped it over. The next second, Zhuoxinchang was hit by this overwhelming palm, his life or death unknown. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly ran outside. At this time, only Zhuoxinchang was seen standing in place, unmoving, staring in horror towards the direction of the evil sky pavilion, as if he was turned into stone. Those not involved could never understand the feelings of those involved at this moment, but it can be confirmed that he indeed lost in just one move. A guard stepped forward and offered his services. His clothes were all gone, truly pitiful. This is my good opportunity to show the leader. After all, details determine life. The favor I got among the four people is not without reason. Second sect master, you can wear my clothes. No need to thank me. After saying this, he draped the clothes on the other party, but he didn't expect that in the next second, Zhuoxinchang was actually turned into flying ash by the wind stirred by the clothes, dispersed between the heaven and earth. The third on the sinister list of the cultivation world, Zhuoxinchang, fell like this. Everyone who saw this scene was extremely shocked. You made the second sect master disappear. I didn't do it. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng swallowed. Some couldn't believe that Zhuoxinchang turned into dust. That guy really dared to act arrogant in the evil sky pavilion, and ending up like this can be considered a self-inflicted punishment. However, just a single slap and he vanished into thin air. Isn't it a bit too cruel? Xia Yuaner had stars in her eyes and a look of admiration. I have followed Master for many years and have never seen Master use the great hand seal of the Tathagata Buddha. Suddenly, he was able to use it to kill Zhuoxinchang, who is known for his four-leaf golden lotus inside avatar, with just a single blow. How many more tricks does Master have up his sleeve? Duan Mushing and Ming Shirin were both shocked and relieved. Then Ming Shirin's eyes hardened as she looked at the four black-robed subordinates. Do you four people still want to see my 100 tribulation inside avatar? Upon hearing these words, they instantly began to tremble all over. At this moment, Lu Zhou's voice came from the evil sky pavilion. Go back and tell your own sect master to manage their own people. When Master spoke, Ming Shirin could not take action. Immediately, they were told to leave. Ding, you have received 1,000 merit points. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou had a myriad of thoughts. A single item card provides 500 merit points. Meanwhile, killing an expert in the primordial spirit tribulation realm can provide 1,000 merit points, which is equivalent to earning twice as much. While item cards are good, they should still be used with caution in the future. Since the power of this item card is so indescribable, how can I use it when I encounter someone I don't want to kill in the future? The reason for letting Zhuoxinchang in was because, aside from wanting to understand the purpose of the demon-slaying sect, it was also because I wanted to try the effect of this card. However, killing him off just now can also be seen as a warning to those of the demon-slaying sect. After several disciples returned to the evil sky pavilion, they started to flatter the master. Master's divine power is unparalleled. You don't even need to make a move. And even when you do, you can make him disappear in a flash. Xia Yuaner cutely moved forward, cheerfully indicating that she also wanted to learn. Lu Zhou shook his head and rejected her. You practice the Taijing Jade Scroll, focusing on body movement and boxing, which conflicts with the practice of Zen Buddhism. Aren't you afraid of being eroded by the evil spirits while practicing it? Upon hearing this, Xia Yuaner grumbled. In the mouths of people from the outside world, I have already become a devil. Lu Zhou, after hearing this, glanced at her, talkative. Duan Mushing asked with a puzzled face, Master, Why did you let them go? Before Lu Zhou could speak, Ming Shirin answered, Master only intended to use the fate of one life to warn the rest. He didn't really want to eliminate the whole demon-slaying sect. The demon-slaying sect is very ambitious and wishes to expand its influence, and First Senior Brother, the ghost sect, is their stumbling block. So, if the demon-slaying sect were to be eliminated, who would come and restrain the ghost sect? Duan Mushing continued to ask upon hearing this. Suishin-chan is the second-in-command leader of the demon-slaying sect. Since he was killed, the demon-slaying sect will definitely not let this matter pass easily. Ming Shirin sneered, You're thinking too much. Even if they are angry, what can they do? Lead their whole sect to come attack Jinting Mountain? If even Yu Shanghai doesn't have the courage, would the demon-slaying sect dare to do so? Moreover, it hasn't been long since Jinting Mountain has defeated the top 10 experts. Even the Heavenly Sword sect Master Luo Changfeng, who has the 7-leaved inside avatar, was defeated by Master not long ago. Who else would dare to come and challenge us? Upon hearing these words, Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng's eyes lit up. Fourth Master's words are really reasonable. It has enlightened me. Fourth Master is very talented and even cleared up the doubts from my heart. After hearing this, Ming Shirin was somewhat confused. Did these two idiots flatter the wrong person? Then he quickly glanced at his master, and saw that the master was not angry. At this point, Lu Zhou was somewhat speechless. This guy is really good at analyzing. Just after hearing him out, it seems he actually made a lot of sense. Then he took out a few bags of snacks and distributed them to everyone. Master, where did you get these snacks from? Go ahead and eat. After you finish eating, fix the broken things. Meanwhile, after Suishin-chan's death, all the guards hastily drove the Black Dragon sedan away from Jinting Mountain, but without Suishin-chan anchoring them. Even mobilizing the Black Dragon sedan became extremely difficult. Although they could barely get it to fly, the flying speed was very slow. They flew for half an hour but hadn't even covered 100 miles. Everyone put in more effort and infused spiritual energy into the Dragon sedan. Just as the leader was rallying the other guards to continue their efforts, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the side. Quick, look ahead, there seems to be someone. Following the direction of his pointing hand, they saw a figure in a green robe, blocking the path of the Black Dragon sedan. The person was suspended in midair, surrounded by an eerie aura. The long sword on his back was faintly glowing red. The leader of the black-robed men cautiously asked, May I ask for your honorable name? Why are you blocking our path? As soon as he finished speaking, a strange smile appeared at the corner of the mouth of the man in the green robe. He softly said, Apologies. Upon hearing this, the black-robed man gave a bow of his hand. If it's a misunderstanding, there's no harm. Please step aside. After hearing this, the man in the green robe continued to fold his arms and stood quietly in place. Then, a surge of gang chi began to circulate around his body. The blood-red long sword on his back instantly broke free. The face of the black-robed man changed drastically when he saw this scene. He finally realized that something was wrong. It's the sword demon. Quick, abandon the sedan and run. As soon as these words fell, everyone immediately scattered and ran like locusts. However, the long sword trembled, splitting into 2, then into 4, and 4 into 8. In the blink of an eye, a dense rain of swords filled the sky. It pierced through the scattering and fleeing black-robed men. Accompanied by the spilling of crimson blood, over 100 black-robed men fell back to the ground like kites with broken strings. The sword demon Yu Shangrong had a smile on his face all along. He crossed his arms and did not look at those people. In the next second, he vanished in a blur, disappearing from here like a ghost. Meanwhile, inside the evil sky pavilion, Ming Shirin tentatively asked his master, The demon-slaying sect has all retreated. How should we deal with the female cultivators of the Yenyu Palace? He was a bit unsure about his master's style. After all, according to normal logic, people like Yi Tianxin, who betray their master and destroy their ancestors, should be killed. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou pondered for a while, then turned his head to ask Xia Yuaner what she thought. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuaner naively leaned in and said, Why not kill them all? As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Zhou knocked on her head. Xia Yuaner immediately corrected herself. I understand, master. I'll let them go right now. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou glanced at her. When did I say to let them go? Upon hearing this, Ming Shirin's eyes flickered, and he quickly had an idea. Master, many parts of the evil sky pavilion have been damaged recently, and many places need cleaning and repair. How about we punish them by making them do hard labor? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou nodded his head. This is indeed a good idea. After they have repaired the evil sky pavilion, lock them in the cave of reflection to be punished alongside Yi Tianxin. I will obey master's orders, Ming Shirin said. He then gathered his courage to ask his master, "Master, now that the entire Yanyu Palace has been punished and Yi Tianxin's cultivation has been abolished, if someone were to stay in the Cave of Reflection with its threatening cold air, they would most likely die. Should we?" Before he could finish speaking, Lu Zhou interrupted him. "Do you sympathize with her?" Ming Shirin was in a state of chaos and quickly responded, "This disciple wouldn't dare. Yi Tianxin should be punished for her betrayal. This is what she deserves." He didn't dare to plead any further and turned around to leave. After leaving the evil Sky Pavilion, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, with junior sister's trial and error, "Master, that old man's temper is not something that's easy to think through." Thinking of Zuoshinchan's fate, he felt a chill and decided to keep a low profile in the future. When Duan Mushing saw him leave, he also bowed and was about to retreat. "Wait." At this time, Lu Zhou stopped him. He then carefully observed the chain in his hand. This is indeed a 1,000-year forge of cold steel, an ordinary weapon which is hard to destroy. If one wants to break free from the chains, they will need a heavenly grade weapon. It's just that right now, I don't have any heavenly grade weapon. All I have is 2 deadly attack cards left. The question is, can the cards be used on the chains? Won't they destroy Duan Mushing along with them? Upon seeing that Master's attention was all on these chains, Duan Mushing was overjoyed. "Master, please take action. These chains are rusted iron. They're no different from waste paper." Ci Yuaner also ran over to examine the chains, and after seeing the words Heavenly Sword Sect engraved on them, she immediately glared at Zhou Jifeng in anger. Zhou Jifeng, realizing that he was in trouble, knelt down and began to explain hurriedly, "That has nothing to do with me." Duan Mushing didn't care and expressed his excitement. "With Master here, even if there are hundreds of you, they will all be gone with just a single attack." No sooner had he finished speaking than he heard Lu Zhou's voice, "Yuaner, help me back." Seeing this, Duan Mushing was a bit taken aback. "Did I say something wrong?" Zhou Jifeng awkwardly walked forward. "Third Mister, I really can't unlock those chains." Pan Zhong also chimed in, "Me too. Get lost." Upon hearing this, Duan Mushing instantly became angry. "I understand." The two of them nodded and quickly left in disgrace. Duan Mushing scratched his head and began to speculate. Maybe it was the chains that resisted Zuoshinchan's attacks, so Master deliberately picked it? Or is wearing these chains good for cultivation? Master's intentions may seem foolish, but it's best not to speculate. Since this is the case, I shouldn't rush. I'll just wear them. Meanwhile, in the demon-slaying sect, several black-robed men rushed into the demon-slaying palace. "Sect Master, the second fleet visiting the Jinting Mountain has encountered an accident. 40 kilometers north of Jinting Mountain, we've discovered the Black Dragon Chariot, with 150 corpses." After they finished reporting, there was an eerie silence from above. The leading black-robed man continued, "The second fleet has already formed an alliance with Jing Ming Dao and even had His Highness's support when we pressured the Jinting Mountain for an alliance. We didn't expect that old man." Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. Silence. The sect master's voice, like a thunderbolt, pierced the eardrums of his subordinates, informed Jing Tiandao to help. "I will not be angered because of this, nor will I take this to heart. The demon-slaying sect and Jing Tiandao have always been the same. However, I hope that Jing Tiandao can also show some sincerity." The black-robed men suppressed their fear and bowed. Yes. This subordinate also has one more thing to report. Yesterday, 2 experts of Jing Tiandao competed with Zuoshinchan and suffered heavy injuries. I'm afraid they won't be able to meet the sect master. Leave! Upon hearing this, the shadowy figure above suppressed his anger and roared, the sound waves causing the black-robed men's blood to surge uncontrollably. "When I finally achieve power, I will crush that old man to ashes." At this moment, Lu Zhou seemed to sense something and sneezed a few times. He currently had 2690 merit points left. After using up the reversal card he had won from a lottery draw, he gained an additional 300 days of life. Now, he suppressed the urge to draw from the lottery. Cultivation is the basics. I think to convert the unconsumed merit points to buy the avatar. As for obtaining the merit points, the mission is the main part. These disciples are the main forces to complete the task. Thinking of his 6th disciple, Lu Zhou felt a bit gloomy. Yi Tianxin, this disciple who holds a grudge against me. If it were before Ji Tiandao's death, for such a rebel, most likely he would have been expelled. Just where did it go wrong? That part of the memory is still missing. At first, I thought it was the result of not being fitted after transmigrating. But during this time, I basically have full control of this body. The missing part is that part of the memory. Why can't I recall it? Forget it. If I can't remember it, it's her fate. With that, Lu Zhou no longer dwelled on it and began to seriously study the heaven writing. Meanwhile, in the Cave of Reflection on the back mountain, Ming Shirin arranged for the female cultivators from the Yanyu Palace and then brought a large quilt here. If it wasn't for Master, all of your subordinates would have died. Yi Tianqin leaned against the cave wall, her face pale. After hearing this, she clenched her teeth and coldly hummed, "A bunch of bastards who take advantage of others. If I am here, when will Zhuo Xinjian act wild?" Ming Shirin sighed and continued, "What are you talking about? The demon-slaying sect has nothing to do with your Yanyu Palace, even if Zhuo Xinjian isn't your opponent. What about Yin Tianluo's 3 sects?" Hearing this, Yi Tianqin's eyes were a bit dim. The 3 sects of South Dian have many experts, and they are beyond the capabilities of a small sect. Tianqin, senior brother can't help you that much. I originally thought that Master would fear the demon-slaying sect, and would send the beauties of the Yanyu Palace to others as gifts, but I never expected. Master only used a single attack, and it killed Zhuo Xinjian. 1 hit? Yi Tianqin was stunned when she heard this. Ming Shirin's eyes were full of admiration. That's right, this single attack, regardless of the Chan sect's handprint great fearless seal. Is he not afraid of wronging the demon-slaying sect? The back of the demon-slaying sect isn't as simple as just a few demon cultivators. That's what I thought. Junior sister Tianqin, you are still too young. What do you mean? Yi Tianqin asked in confusion. Ming Shirin answered proudly, "This is all in that old man's control." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Tianqin suddenly began to cough violently. "I don't care what you say, I will remember your sympathy." Seeing this, Ming Shirin covered her with her own blanket and transmitted some energy to her, which somewhat relieved Yi Tianqin. When he moved closer, Ming Shirin noticed that there were a few silver strands in her hair. Yi Tianqin nonchalantly explained, "Don't worry about me. My cultivation has been abolished, and the Dantian Qi cannot replenish my vitality energy, and will decline sooner or later." After hearing this, Ming Shirin couldn't help but sigh. "Listen to my advice. Just plead forgiveness to Master, and maybe remember your relationship as disciple and Master. It might save you." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqin slowly raised her head. "Senior brother, have you ever thought of why first and second senior brother left?" Upon hearing this, Ming Shirin looked indifferently to the side. "I don't know and I don't want to know." After saying that, he immediately left. "You have to properly reflect in the cave of reflection. When you finally understand, I will ask Master to release you." A sense of loss flashed in Yi Tianqin's eyes as she heard these words. "I almost forgot to sun the quilt." The next second, Ming Shirin returned to take the quilt from her. After leaving the cave of reflection, Ming Shirin took a deep breath, mumbling to himself, "I'm not like you guys. I still respect Master." After drying his quilt, Ming Shirin headed towards the Evil Sky Pavilion with his hands behind his back. The quiet back mountain is a good place for cultivation. Pan Zhong, who was cultivating, saw him pass by and plucked up the courage to follow him. "Fourth Mister, please stay. I have a request. I wonder if the fourth Mister can fulfill it." Ming Shirin folded his arms and responded indifferently, "I can't." Pan Zhong was a bit confused upon hearing this. "What's with that expression? I have to be more thick-skinned and gutsy." With that thought, he quickly stepped forward to explain, "Fourth Mister, please hear me out. My cold physique has recently become a state of overbearing pain. If this continues, I won't be able to last 3 months. The Pavilion Master promised me that he will grant me the 6 yang skill. I hope Fourth Mister can help. Please help me." Ming Shirin looked at him after hearing this. "Is that it? Since Master, that old man, has promised, then he definitely won't forget. 3 months is still long. Some people don't know whether they will see the sun tomorrow." Seemingly reminded of something, he sighed at this remark, and then jumped up and left, leaving a confused Pan Zhong standing there. Zhou Jifeng, who was nearby, saw this and patted him, comforting. "As I said earlier, although Fourth Mister looks peaceful on the surface, his words carry a knife and he is unpredictable. I suggest you look for the Ninth Sister. Ninth Sister is innocent and pure. She is also good-natured, and the Pavilion Master adores Ninth Sister the most. Say something nice and she will definitely help you." Pan Zhong nodded after hearing this, seeming to find some sense in it. The pure-hearted Ci Yuaner was beating someone up at the post station at the foot of the mountain. Not long after, she returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion. "Master, I got news about senior sister Zhao Yu." Lu Zhou was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. "Let's hear it." He still didn't understand why Zhao Yu had betrayed them. It should be different from the other disciples who had left. Ci Yuaner plucked up the courage, picked up Master's teapot and took a big gulp. Then after a pause she said, "Senior sister might appear in the U region. The people stationed mentioned the bright jade skill, so I guessed it might be the case." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou couldn't help but worry. It's true that Zhou Yu used the bright jade skill to cultivate, but according to Zhou Yu's temperament, how could it have spread so easily? Could it be the same as the time they tried to lure me in by kidnapping Ci family? This time, it's different from before. Without the peak experience card, if I fall into their trap, it will be the end. At this moment, A system prompt sounded in his ear. New mission. Bring back Zhou Yu. Xia Yuaner paused for a moment, then continued, Senior sister looks like she's getting married. Something about being a saintess. Lu Zhou was taken aback. The reason she's able to have her cultivation now is solely because of the bright jade skill. A jade user, the energy of heaven and earth, taking the fortune of heaven and earth, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. If one wishes to cultivate the skill to its peak, they mustn't get entangled in thoughts and mustn't be in a personal relationship. After some thought, he asked what the reason could be. Xia Yuaner shook her head, indicating that she also didn't know. This disciple only heard that the Yu province chancellor seems to be holding a grand ceremony. That's right, it seems like the demon-slaying sect will also send someone there. Master, how about I go there myself? I will bring back senior sister. If I see people from the demon-slaying sect, I will kill them for you, okay? Upon saying this, Xia Yuaner unintentionally released a bit of killing intent. The teapot in her hand shattered in response. Lu Zhou flatly refused her without hesitation. Although I don't take the demon-slaying sect seriously, their sect master is also an expert at the nascent divinity tribulation realm. 7-leaf golden lotus. You're just at the divine court realm. If you encounter them, how will you fight them? Aside from the demon-slaying sect, what other forces are there? After hearing this, Xia Yuaner obediently replied, looks like the Jingyi Dao and the Jingming Dao will also go. Lu Zhou became more confused. The orthodox way and the demonic way have always been incompatible. How can they go together? Are they there to fight or to argue? Tell Pan Zhong to come here. Tell him I want to ask him something. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuaner raised her arm in confidence. Master, you can just ask me. Go already. Lu Zhou's voice raised quite a bit. Xia Yuaner could only obey the command. It wasn't long before Pan Zhong rushed over with a bruised face. It was likely Xia Yuaner who took out her anger on him. Seeing this, Lu Zhou asked him about the injury on his face. The Jinting mountain is very steep, so I accidentally fell. Then Lu Zhou got straight to the point. You're from Jingming Dao, so do you know about the grand ceremony? Upon hearing this, Pan Zhong nodded, indicating that he did. It will be a long story. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuaner snorted, then make it short. Pan Zhong, frightened, hurriedly put some distance between himself and her. Ever since the human race conquered Dian, other races have been driven to the north and west. In the cultivation world, good and evil are incompatible, and there are countless sect disputes every year, resulting in countless deaths. In order to alleviate the disputes, some small sects came up with the method of holding a grand ceremony. On one hand, it is for the sect's conflicts. On the other hand, it is a way to show goodwill to avoid disputes. After hearing this, Lu Zhou more or less understood. Then do you know if the Jingming Dao will participate in the Yu province grand ceremony? I heard there is a saint that will be used as a bond to resolve conflicts. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Pan Zhong shook his head. That, I really don't know. I left Jingming Dao 3 years ago. Yes, it is. The saintess will also be the marriage bond. After hearing all this, Xia Yuaner was so angry that she stared at him wide-eyed. Traitor. How can she do something like that? After getting a rough understanding, Lu Zhou waved his hand to dismiss him. Senior. Pan Zhong hesitated, then knelt down on the ground with a thud. Please, Senior, grant me the 6-yang skill. No sooner had he finished speaking than he was lifted by Xia Yuaner. Do you think you can bother Master with such trivial things? Just go look for it yourself in the archives. Pan Zhong was a bit embarrassed. Are such important cultivation secret records really so casually given out? Before he could react, he was thrown out by Xia Yuaner. Lu Zhou stroked his beard without saying a word. Qi Tiandao often plundered the cultivation records of the famous orthodox sections. Most of them were discarded without even looking at them. At this moment, Ming Shirin slowly walked in. Master, this disciple has something to report. Speak, Master. Please read the traitor disciple, Siwia's flying letter. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou was momentarily stunned and then took it into his hands. The 7th disciple? Ever since the 7th disciple left the Jinting mountain, he rarely took an interest in the Jinting mountain's affairs. Now his attention is focused on the Jinting mountain. After all, he is a traitor to the evil Sky Pavilion. To send a flying letter here, he's quite bold. The content of the flying letter was about the 5th disciple, Zhao Yu. Xia Yuaner curiously leaned in to ask what was written. After Lu Zhou read it, he handed the flying letter to the two. Upon reading it, Ming Shirin was utterly shocked. Master, if the rumors are true, then I'm afraid junior sister Zhao Yu is in trouble. Upon hearing his words, Lu Zhou glanced at him. What do you think? Although Ming Shirin has an odd way of thinking, his ideas are sometimes worth listening to. Hearing Master's words, Ming Shirin began to analyze seriously. It's the third party that benefits from the tussle. If they want to make peace, then we will provoke them. Water and fire are never compatible, so it would be easy to do. Master, don't bother doing such trivial things yourself. your disciple is willing to do it and will be sure to bring back junior sister Xiaoyu. After finishing speaking, he was secretly overjoyed. Well then, will master allow me to go? Following this, Lu Zhou's voice rang in his ears. As your master, I punish you to the Cave of Reflection for 3 days. Was that not the way? I have to be responsible and diligent during this period. Do what I do, follow his orders, rush through enemies, kiss ass, and perform outstandingly, yet I still get punished? Even though Ming Shirin was a bit stunned, he dared not object. This disciple will accept his punishment. After saying that, he obediently rushed to the Cave of Reflection. Lu Zhou looked at him without saying a word. Ming Shirin's loyalty sometimes fluctuates around 70, but never 80. His restless heart is never honest. At this moment, Xia Yuaner asked with a puzzled face, isn't this a trap? Maybe it's to deliberately force 5th senior sister to vent her anger? Lu Zhou didn't explain much. He slowly stood up. I will go with you to the chancel. Master, are we going out? Hearing this, Xia Yuaner was overjoyed. Master, shouldn't we tell senior brother? No need, said Lu Zhou, leading her outside. It's time to see the new mount. Thinking of this, he snapped his fingers. In an instant, the sky above was filled with auspicious light. Seeing this, Xia Yuaner was excited beyond measure. Is the Whitezard coming out? With a rumble, a dazzling figure flew out from the purple auspicious cloud. Bayan was a legendary beast, shaped like a black tiger. Before it even landed, it roared, seemingly demonstrating its loyalty to its master. Xia Yuaner was startled by its appearance. It's not the Whitezard. Master, is it safe? It looks scary. Don't be scared, said Lu Zhou, stepping forward to stroke it. Hearing this, Xia Yuaner started observing it. As their eyes met, Bayan let out a low growl. Master, it growled at me. Instead of being scared away, Xia Yuaner quickly jumped onto it. Following this, Lu Zhou casually waved his hand, and Bayan disappeared into the sky with the two of them. This was Lu Zhou's first ride, and what surprised him was that Bayan's speed was on par with Whitezard's. If there are any pros and cons with them, it's that Bayan is more aggressive. It is equivalent to them having strength beyond human cultivators' capabilities, but they're less intelligent than humans. Whitezard is stable and a smooth ride. It also belongs to the aiding class, so I don't know its capabilities for now. Soon they arrived at their destination, Runan City. After stopping in a secluded corner, Xia Yuaner cheerfully began. I understand what Master meant by not to attract attention. Lu Zhou nodded upon hearing this. Runan is not far from the Shin capital, and the Shin capital is where cultivators around the world gather. Conceal your skills. We have to keep a low profile. I understand, replied Xia Yuaner promptly. Then she went to a shop outside the city and discreetly bought 2 outfits with a box of gold coins. As soon as she had changed her clothes, she eagerly asked her master, Master, are we going to have fun at the Shin capital? All the way, Xia Yuaner was hopping and skipping with joy. Grandfather, there isn't an up ahead. Let's stay there for the night first. All right, agreed Lu Zhou with a nod. As they observed the sky filled with flying cultivators, it caused a stir among the people. However, the conflicts within the cultivation world did not affect ordinary people, so they weren't overly worried. It's the flying chariot from the unorthodox sect. It also has the banner of the demon-slaying sect. When will I become a powerful cultivator and have a flying chariot like that? Xia Yuaner looked unimpressed upon hearing this. What's so impressive about that? My grandfather also has a sheep as a mount. A middle-aged man nearby scoffed. Little girl, can your family's sheep even carry you? Humph. Not only can it carry me, it can even fly out of Great Yen in just half a day. You can continue to boast about your family. Little girl, do you think I will believe your nonsense? You don't believe me? Xia Yuaner rolled up her sleeves, ready to teach him a lesson. Fortunately, Lu Zhou called her in time. He was somewhat puzzled at this time. I didn't expect that such important figures would come to Runan. Could it be that the unorthodox sect is still holding a grudge regarding the incident of Zhuoxinjian? Judging from such a grand display, they must be experts at the primordial spirit tribulation realm at the very least. Xia Yuaner entered the inn and told the innkeeper that they wanted the best room. Unexpectedly, he said all the rooms were booked and suggested they look elsewhere. I'm very sorry. Because of the upcoming chancel grand ceremony that only happens once in 3 years, many guests have come here to stay. So, we hope that our customers can understand and forgive us. Alright, Xia Yuaner responded and turned to leave. But at this moment, a gentle breeze suddenly blew in, and a man holding a long sword appeared in the inn. Innkeeper, a lodging. Realizing that a person from the divine court realm had arrived, the innkeeper was thrilled and rushed forward to greet him. Honorable person, it is such an honor to us that you visited our place. We currently have 2 deluxe rooms available. We hope you don't mind making do with them. Upon hearing this, the man slightly furrowed his brows. Great, 2 deluxe rooms. It's not a problem at all. C.I. Yuaner was instantly unhappy. Old man, didn't you just say earlier that all the rooms are full? The innkeeper began to explain with a flattering smile. Don't be disrespectful. This person is a cultivator who has already opened the 8 meridians and entered the divine court realm. Naturally, other guests like you should step back. Even so, why did you book 2 rooms when you were alone? Upon hearing this, the man spoke calmly. Let me give you an answer. In my luggage, there are ashes of a companion who has passed away. Although he died in the battle, his spirit of being able to be fearless even in the face of death deeply inspires me. In my heart, he has always been alive, and should also be regarded as a living person. My sword has accompanied me through many years of battles and has killed countless enemies. I should have been entitled to have an extra room, but since my sword never leaves my side, 2 rooms are just enough. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou felt quite helpless. There are indeed people in the world who are so neurotic. Yuaner nodded, moved by his words. If that's so, then you really need 2 rooms. Seeing her agreement, the innkeeper intended to see them off. Excuse me, customer. Unexpectedly, Lu Zhou spoke at ease. Hold on. Is there a problem, elder? I want a deluxe room, Lu Zhou said, then turned to look at C.I. Yuaner. Understanding his intentions, she released her chi, creating ripples in the surrounding air. The building and tables trembled under the pressure. If the energy was any stronger, the inn probably couldn't stand it. Seeing this, the innkeeper dropped to the ground with a thud. Today, there are quite a few big shots at the inn. The sword-carrying man was equally shocked. Such a young age, and she's already reached the divine court realm. Under Lu Zhou's gesture, C.I. Yuaner then withdrew her chi. The sword-carrying man then volunteered. My brother. During his lifetime, he highly respected the strong and always aspired to become a great cultivator at the primordial spirit tribulation realm. I will share a room with my brother, and the other room can be given to this old gentleman. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper finally breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, things might have been a bit difficult. However, at this moment, Lu Zhou shook his head. Not enough. This old man wants 2 deluxe rooms. Although C.I. Yuaner has limited life experience, she is already 28 years old and not a child anymore. Ultimately, there are differences between men and women after all. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper was drenched in cold sweat and hurriedly ordered his staff to prepare. Lu Zhou then led C.I. Yuaner up the stairs. As they passed by the man, Lu Zhou glanced at the sword in his arms. Male and female double sword pair? A double sword pair of male and female, one long and one short, decorated with dragon and phoenix, at the peak of the earth tier weapons can barely be considered as a quasi-heaven tier weapon. Lu Zhou continued, if you know about this sword, then you should be careful with your words and actions. If it were any other time, I would have definitely used this sword to teach those who insult the sword a lesson. Upon hearing this, the man looked composed. This sword has killed countless enemies, and after several decades of tempering, it has already become a heaven tier weapon, not an earth tier weapon as you claimed. In my opinion, there is no weapon in this world that is sharper than the male and female double sword pair. Upon hearing this, Yuaner curiously looked at him. Are you able to use both of those swords alone? At this, a trace of desolation flashed through the man's eyes. I used a long sword, while my brother uses this short sword. Lu Zhou was somewhat speechless. You two really are a pair. How did you even achieve the divine court realm with such neuroticism? He then asked with a puzzled look, is that sword sharp? Upon hearing this, the man immediately drew the short sword to demonstrate. He placed a strand of his hair next to the blade. He placed his hair next to the sword, then lightly blew on it. Instantly, the hair was split into 2 sections, and this is only its pure physical sharpness. This is the unparalleled sword of this era, and yet the old mister still has doubts. Seeing this, Lu Zhou suddenly had a bold idea. He then started to rummage in his bosom. Usually, there aren't many opportunities to test heaven tier weapons. Why don't I use Wei Ming to test it out now? If my sword were to be damaged by it, then it proves that Wei Ming is really a worthless sword, and not worth keeping it. The man's expression changed slightly. Old mister, please don't. I think your sword is good. If it got destroyed, I would be uneasy. It doesn't matter. Lu Zhou then swung his Wei Ming sword and a crisp sound of collision echoed. He observed it carefully. There are no scratches or any damages done on Wei Ming's sword, but the short sword of the double sword pair is also in perfect condition. This means that Wei Ming is at least on par with the male and female double sword pair. However, the problem is that why couldn't it even scratch a piece of copper or iron during the test in the secret room last time? Since Wei Ming can transform into multiple weapon forms, could it be more suitable as a shield? Just as he was pondering, the man was incredibly surprised. Is there really a weapon in this world that can withstand the double sword pair? Xia Yuan muttered. That's because you are not familiar with it. My grandfather can break this thing with his bare hands. Do you believe it? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou's mind immediately pictured two kids boasting about whose brother can eat more crap. Talkative. Let's go. Fearing that Xia Yuan might say something else, he quickly led her upstairs. Watching Lu Zhou's receding figure, a touch of solemnity flashed in the man's eyes. Hi, Shuaping. Hope to have the opportunity to see you again, old mister. A moment later, Shuaping also returned to his room, but as soon as he put his sword on the table, a cracking sound was heard. Shuaping, puzzled, drew his short sword and found that the blade was shattered like tofu. How could this be possible? This weapon is my life. Now, this sword got destroyed? Was it that old man? The sword and the person are one. If the sword perishes, so does the person. Shuaping was furious. He drew his long sword and was about to go settle the score with Lu Zhou, but as soon as he opened the door, a swordsman in a blue robe came face to face with him. Shuaping sneered. Please move aside. The swordsman in the blue robe uttered two words calmly. I apologize. With that, he drew his long sword from his back as quick as lightning, and sheathed it again in one go. Shuaping only saw a flash of red light before the swordsman in the blue robe had already appeared behind him. How did he pass through? The world has become two parts. What a strange feeling. Just as Shuaping realized something was wrong, his body fell to the ground in two parts. The swordsman in the blue robe then arrived at a restaurant. A faint smile lingered at the corner of his mouth as he mumbled to himself, Master, where are you? At this moment, a shadow quietly appeared outside the window. What? He asked indifferently upon noticing. The shadow quickly responded upon hearing his question. The sect leader had me inform you that sword addict Chen Wenjie had already arrived in Runan 2 days ago. Please keep an eye on the top cultivators from both the Orthodox sect and the Righteous sect. On another note, Senior G from Heavenly Demon Pavilion might possibly have arrived in Runan as well. The sect leader wanted to know what's your plan. Yu Shangrong snorted coldly after hearing this. That is none of his business. Seeing him approaching the window, the shadow panicked and quickly retreated to one side. There's no need to fret, my friend. The wind is quite big outside. If you don't have anything else to do, why don't you come in and have a drink? Upon hearing this, the shadow didn't dare to agree and promptly bid farewell to leave the place. Look, a birdman. Yu Shangrong took a sip of tea and then disappeared from his spot in a flash. Time quickly moved to the next day. Lu Zhou, who was in a deep sleep, was suddenly awakened by a noisy commotion. After dressing, he went outside. The innkeeper, along with some officers, came straight towards him. Old mister, did you see the killer who killed Shuaping? Lu Zhou shook his head, quite puzzled. Shuaping is dead. Seeing his reaction, the officer could only sigh helplessly. Shuaping is a sword master, so a person who is able to kill him must be another professional too. It's only normal that you didn't see them. Lu Zhou's gaze swept across the crime scene. However it is, Shuaping is a powerful cultivator from the Divine Court realm. Somehow his death is so quiet with no signs of struggle. The opponent might be someone from the mysterious Heaven Saint realm. Shuaping's death has nothing to do with me, but the killer seems to be quite a character. If Runan itself is a huge trap, then getting out of here in one piece would be difficult. Upon reflecting on this, he asked doubtfully, does Shuaping have rivals? The lead officer frowned slightly upon hearing this. Don't ask about things that you shouldn't. But just after he spoke, he saw the other party take out the token of the Imperial Army, exclusive dragon pattern, someone from the royalty. Seeing this, the officer broke out in cold sweat and quickly kneeled on the ground after coming to his senses. Xia Yuan coldly glanced back. Grandpa, should we beat them up? Lu Zhou ignored her and went straight to the officer to inquire, what's Shuaping's identity? The officer didn't dare to slack off and hurriedly replied, he's a sword master. He got the male and female twin swords from killing his own brother. The government can't do much with him as well since his cultivation level is quite high. Why is he at Runan City? The officer respectfully stated that he did not know. These soldiers are merely small characters. It's rare to come in contact with cases that involved cultivators of the Divine Court realm. It's only normal that they didn't know. At this time, Xia Yuan ran over to take a look. After observing for a while, she came back to her master's side. he got killed with a sword, she demonstrated as she explained, from here to here, and right in front of his face. Lu Zhou nodded upon hearing this. The killer is probably a sword user with a heavenly weapon. There are quite a few people who meet these conditions that come to mind. Sword addict Chen Wenjie, brilliant sword user, Jian Aijian, Luo Sex Luo Changqing, or that bastard disciple, Yu Shanrong. As he was deep in thought, a loud commotion suddenly came from outside. Out of curiosity, Lu Zhou came out to take a look and saw a giant 13-story red tower slowly flying overhead. Judging by the symbols on it, this was the exclusive flying chariot of the Great Sky Temple. Lu Zhou stood at the doorway observing for a while, then signaled Xia Yuaner to head towards the Saint Altar north of Runan. Along the way, they were stealthily followed by a figure. "Master, someone's following," Xia Yuaner promptly warned after noticing. She had cultivated from the Qing's Jade Scroll, giving her far superior sensing abilities than cultivators of the same realm. Moreover, she was quirky and full of ideas, and could probably protect herself with the skills from Qing's Jade Scroll even against a more powerful adversary. He didn't need to worry about her. "I originally planned to take a ride to the Saint Altar, but there's currently someone following us. Better take care of that first." With that, Lu Zhou dropped a smoke bomb at his feet. Seeing this, the stalker finally couldn't contain his curiosity and emerged. "Don't go yet, old mister." "What is it?" Lu Zhou coldly glanced at him. The young man smiled slightly. "I wanted to buy something from you, old mister." "No deal, go away." Xia Yuaner angrily kicked an innocent puppy. The young man didn't heed her words and continued, "That short sword of yours, old mister, was able to destroy the male and female twin swords. It is a good sword. I'm willing to pay a hefty price for it." "You were here yesterday?" Lu Zhou asked doubtfully. "Indeed. My original plan was to discuss this matter with you yesterday, but there was someone there, so I had to back off a bit." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou nodded. "You like swords?" A fervent look gradually appeared in the young man's eyes as he slowly replied, "The sword is my life, love till my death." After uttering these words, he added, "I was planning on killing Zhuoping and taking away his male and female twin swords. Who would have thought that someone got there before me? It was a pity that the person had destroyed the sword. It was such a bummer." "Who is that person?" Lu Zhou asked after hearing this. The young man shook his head and answered reluctantly, "I didn't see it, but it's not a hard guess as well. There's only 3 people who could wield a sword with such refined skill. One of them is the elderly demon, Qi Tiandao from Evil Sky Pavilion. Also, the person who I'm most afraid of." Xia Yuaner burst into laughter. "Then you should have run away." The young man showed a confident look. "Why would I? I've observed you two all night. I'm not mistaken. Kiddo, you are indeed in the Divine Court realm. Old Mister's body is considered quite healthy and his cultivation powers are around the middle stage of conscious condensing." That's off topic. Back to the main point. The second person who would master such refined sword skill is the second demon, Yu Shangren from Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou's gaze hardened. "The third?" The young man replied with a smile. "The third person is right before our eyes. You're the sword addict Chen Wenjie?" "Oh no. Chen Wenjie is addicted to sword skill, not the sword. I'm different. I like swords and sword skill." Someone who is uncertain about their own standpoint like Chen Wenjie would eventually die. At this point, Lu Zhou had guessed the other's identity. Jian Aijian, the one who loves swords to death. Jian Aijian. He changed his name to show his love for swords. I'm afraid the only person in the cultivation realm who could do that is him. It's a toxic way of life too. He's a person with no responsibilities to him as well. He's good at surviving in the cracks of this treacherous cultivation realm. It's clear from how he's able to escape from the killer of Zhuoping. He had 2 big traits. 1. Love swords. 2. Don't get into unnecessary business. Seeing that he's able to survive until now without having a standpoint proves that the second trait worked in his favor. Upon hearing Lu Zhou say his name, Jian Aijian couldn't help but feel proud, but in the next second, his eyes lit up and he became excited. At this moment, the dark Wei Ming was already taken out by Lu Zhou. "It's so pretty. I love the feeling of it being short yet detailed." Seeing his excited expression, Lu Zhou shook his head. "If you don't want death, then it's best that you don't think of this sword." Just as he finished speaking, several dull bell sounds suddenly came from a distance. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou looked in the direction of the bell sounds with confusion. The Saint Altar is a feast between the divines and the demons. Why is there a Buddhist bell sound? Jian Aijian seemed to guess his destination. "Old mister, there's a lot of people at the Saint Altar. It's where all the cultivators of both divine and demonic gathers, absolutely menacing. I suggest that you don't go there." Allegedly the saint goddess who's getting picked this time is the 5th female demon from Jinting Mountain Pavilion. Pfft, demon becoming a saint goddess. What more is new? Still, if you, old mister, actually went there and got killed by accident, the sword will be in my possession. Until then, I'll be sure to drag your dead body and find the best place to bury you, old mister." As he finished speaking, he suddenly became alert, then a violent gale swept towards him. Jian Ijian reacted and quickly raised his arm to block it and swiftly created distance. Xia Yuaner, however, stared at him coldly, her face full of anger. "You asked for it. Watch me beat you till you beg for mercy." Having said that, she leapt up and charged towards him with her fists. Jian Ijian took advantage of his position and once again created distance. "A hot-tempered kiddo. You're really not the typical divine court realm. Don't make me draw my sword, kiddo." At this moment, the sound of bells came again from a distance. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou frowned slightly, knowing that he needed to hurry as the ceremony was about to start. He's just a normal person who likes swords. There's really no need to waste a skill card on him. "Yuaner, let's go." With this thought, he snapped his fingers. In an instant, a purple light circulated and the low growl of a beast approached from far away. The massive figure of Bian arrived in the blink of an eye. Jian Ijian was immediately shocked upon seeing this, a legendary mount. Those who have a mount from the legends, without a doubt, are experts. Although this old man's cultivation is rather weak, his background is not simple. Therefore, he tried to persuade, "Mister, the chancel is extremely dangerous. Are you still planning on going?" Lu Zhou answered calmly, "This old man has his own plans." Having said that, he jumped onto Bian and flew towards the Saint Altar. At this time, Jian Ijian was undecided. Do I follow them or not? What if I meet that old devil? I'm not going to participate in their disputes. Yes, that's it. I'll just wait for them to die and bury his corpse. Having made his decision, he leapt up and quickly followed. At this time, the sound of bells echoed around the Saint Altar. The imposing Great Emptiness Temple hovered above. Dozens of monks were chanting sutras with their hands joined together. The sound waves rolled out and echoed continuously in all directions. Xia Yuaner asked curiously, "What's a bunch of monks doing here?" Lu Zhou explained, "The Buddhist Great Meditation Learning." The Great Meditation Learning has a powerful and intimidating effect on enemies. This was achieved by the communal chanting of sutras. Only the bald donkeys of the Temple of Great Emptiness could pull this off. However, he was also puzzled. I wonder why the Temple of Great Emptiness would suddenly appear when they don't care about the secular world's affairs. Shortly after, the surroundings returned to tranquility. Xia Yuaner looked up to see that the flying chariot of the demon-slaying sect was also here. As Lu Zhou mingled with the crowd, he discovered, just as expected, the surroundings are the righteous sect cultivators, and the demon cultivators are all unsightly and some are even panting. With the gaze of the eyes of truth, almost everyone is hostile. If I reveal my identity, will I be okay? If I want to take Xiaoyu back, I'm afraid it will be difficult. Currently, I have 3 impeccable cards and 3 deadly strike cards, enough to protect myself. At this point, a person flew out from the flying chariot of the Great Emptiness Temple. He glanced below as he made hand signs. The abbot has a decree. The Saintess Xiaoyu will be taken away by the Great Emptiness Temple. I ask for your understanding and forgiveness, my dear benefactors. As soon as his voice fell, there were immediately people cursing below. "You bold donkey! How can we let you take the Saintess away just as you please? What do you take our righteous sect for?" Lu Zhou looked around and didn't find Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was on the chancel since the monks of the Temple of Great Emptiness, the righteous sect, Clarity sect, and the demon sect are here. It's getting crowded. As he was pondering, a voice suddenly came over. "Mister, you should take a few steps back." Seeing the person, Lu Zhou was speechless. Jian Ijian? It seemed like the rumor about this person's pathological obsession with swords was true. However, for someone who loved his life equally as much, it was unexpected that he would come to the chancel. He has quite the guts. Jian Ijian still didn't give up persuading. "Mister, if it weren't for your sword, I wouldn't have come to this nonsensical place. You should leave now while you still have a chance to do so. In a few moments, those monks will seal the chancel." "Mister, the chancel is only a pretense, and the Saintess is the bait." Although Lu Zhou was puzzled when he heard this, he remained outwardly calm. "How do you know this is a trap?" Jian Ijian gave a sly smile and began to negotiate. "If you sell me your sword, I'll tell you. You're only at the middle stage of the sense-condensing realm. Nobody will be able to save you if you don't leave now. This is your last chance." Lu Zhou found this somewhat annoying and funny. "I thought you wanted me dead." Jian Ijian shook his head and began to explain. "No, I value life above all else. I would love to get my hands on that sword, but a righteous man should obtain the sword in a righteous way. Look around you. All of them look like they have a short lifespan. You're a good person, mister. Good people should live long lives." Upon hearing this, Xia Yuaner couldn't help but burst into silent laughter. Jian Ijian continued, "That sword is a treasure. As its owner, I'm sure you won't have a bad character." This logic made Lu Zhou feel helpless. He stroked his beard and said, "There are so many experts here. Can the Temple of Great Emptiness deal with them?" Hearing this, Jian Ijian pointed down and said, Mister, look closely, the elders from the righteous and clarity sects aren't here. Only the third seat of the demon sect is here. They won't be able to do anything. They're being held back by experts. They'll be lucky to keep their heads, let alone coming to the chancel. Kong Xian calmly explained, Zhao Yu is a villain from the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. She bears many sins. Several years ago, Master Kong Ming had lost his life in her hands. The Temple of Great Emptiness shall take her to let Buddha purge her of her sins so that she'll be able to reincarnate as a human. As soon as this statement was made, there was immediate laughter from the crowd below. The she-fiend is the public enemy of the noble path. The Temple of Great Emptiness has never bothered about these things. And yet, you suddenly show and fill our ears with your intended acts of mercy. Here's what I think. Poohaha. The demon-slaying sect side still had no reaction, and was exceptionally quiet. This naturally drew Lu Zhou's attention. The demon sect's second seat, Zhuxinzhan, was killed by me. For this reason, they hated the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. It was logical for them to shift the blame to Zhao Yu. I'm surprised the demon sect had sent their third seat here this time. I don't know this person and had never seen this person in the memories as well. Perhaps, this person was too insignificant for Ji Tiandao to take note of. Kong Xian was not angry. He spoke lightly. This old monk didn't come here to ask for your approval. Dear benefactors, I'm only here to inform you of this decision. The Temple of Great Emptiness must take the villain of Heavenly Demon Pavilion, Zhao Yu, away. As soon as the words were spoken, a sword-wielding figure suddenly leaped out. That will depend on whether you have the ability to do so. Everyone's faces brightened at the sight. It's Square from our righteous sect. Senior brother is amazing. Jian Aijian shook his head and didn't bother watching. Just a cannon fodder throwing his life away. The great meditation only weakens and intimidates its targets. With the chaotic blood chi of these people, I'd applaud them if they're able to even unleash 30% of their strength. Ci Yuaner, on the other hand, watched with great interest, even joining others in enthusiastic applause. Just as Square attacked with his sword, Kong Xian was surrounded by bursts of golden light, which quickly formed a protective barrier. With a bang, it repelled Square back to his original position. Kong Xian remained as still as an Arhat golden body. Why is there a need for anger? The villain is from the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. You have all fought and lost against the old villain along with 10 great nascent divinity tribulation realms experts. Even the Heavenly Sword Sect Master Luo Changfeng died a gruesome death. His implication was, only by handing this she-fiend over to the Temple of Great Emptiness will everyone remain safe. If Ji Tiandao were to come, how many of them were capable of stopping him? Upon hearing the monk's unpleasant words, someone immediately stood up to refute him. You foul-mouthed bald donkey. If the righteous sect can't handle him, what makes you think the Temple of Great Emptiness can? Upon hearing this, Kong Xian's face remained incredibly calm. The abbot has been cultivating in seclusion for a century and has raised his cultivation base tremendously. We are able to handle that old villain. Upon hearing this, everyone showed a look of horror. The Temple of Great Emptiness Kong Yuan was a 6-leaf golden body divine monk a century ago. Who would have expected him to have been cultivating in seclusion all this time? At this moment, the leader of the Clarity sect took a step forward. If Master Kong Yuan can deal with the old villain from the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, the Clarity sect agrees to hand over the Saintess, Zhao Yu, to the Temple of Great Emptiness. Upon hearing this, Kong Xian nodded in response. This old monk thanks the benefactors from the Clarity sect. The Temple of Great Emptiness definitely won't let you down. We'll certainly reform the villain. However, as soon as the words were spoken, a figure in a red robe walked out. If you wish to take Zhao Yu away, you'll have to ask for my permission. Kong Xian gave him a cold glance. This old monk has said this visit isn't intended as a negotiation. I'm merely here to notify you of this decision. The demon-slaying sect's third, Zhuduanqing, retorted without any mercy. The Temple of Great Emptiness has always claimed that it views all life equally without differentiating the righteous from the evil. It has also never meddled in worldly affairs. Don't you have anything better to do today? Benefactor Duan, are you going to stop this old monk? Wretched monk, you're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. With a wave of Zhuduanqing's hand, 5 experts from the demon-slaying sect charged forth. Upon seeing this, Kong Xian calmly began to cast his spell, standing in place. A 2-meter-tall Arhat golden body slowly materialized. Seeing this, many were stunned. Didn't expect Kong Xian to have such a cultivation level. If Kong Yuan was here, that would be something else. Jiang Aijian quickly cautioned, the Arhat golden body is on par with a nascent divinity tribulation realm's 2-leaf avatar. This bald donkey isn't your average monk. Old mister, quickly move to the back. The demon-slaying sect has clearly come prepared. If that bald donkey uses a Zen mark, you'll certainly be affected since you're only at the sense condensing realm. Those 5 are at the divine court realm. They're also the demon-slaying sect's main force for this occasion. Lu Zhou ignored his words. At this moment, his mind was filled with thoughts. From the memories, it was true that during the past events in this cultivation world, the Temple of Great Emptiness stayed away from worldly affairs. Rumor had it that the abbot of the Temple of Great Emptiness was a cultivation genius of the Buddhist Zen sect. He was so obsessed about the Zen sect that he became a Buddhist monk immediately. However, rumors were just rumors after all. Back then, Zhao Yu had encountered the Temple of Great Emptiness Kong Ming. They had a fight, and Zhao Yu killed Kong Ming. If he truly had been a cultivator of the mysterious Heaven Saint realm, would he have let Zhao Yu go? Since the Temple of Great Emptiness had chosen to interrupt the grand ceremony this time, they were clearly declaring the Heavenly Demon Pavilion as their enemy. In a blink of an eye, the fight in the field had ended. The 5 from the demon-slaying sect were repelled with a single move. At this point, Sui Duanqing spoke in a cold voice. Kong Xian, an honest person doesn't have to resort to schemes. You're the one who kept the elders of the Clarity sect and Righteous sect away, right? Upon hearing this, Kong Xian shook his head in denial. The Great Temple of Emptiness is an open and upright institution. Why would we need to resort to such methods? Weren't you the one who stationed the scoundrel monks outside the chancel? Kong Xian retorted with a cold brow. It seems like you greatly misunderstand the Temple of Great Emptiness, dear benefactor. If you insist on stopping me, Benefactor Duan, I'll play the game with you. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere became tense. Sui Duanqing stretched his muscles and slowly stepped forward. You bald donkey, if you wish to take Zhao Yu away, I won't allow it. As his words fell, he charged forward like a bolt of lightning. Kong Xian furrowed his brows upon seeing this, as he couldn't gauge the opponent's cultivation level in time. Reacting, he once again channeled energy to manifest the Arhat golden body. Everyone held their breath upon seeing this. Didn't expect 2 nascent divinity tribulation realm experts to clash immediately. The demon-slaying sect have placed a lot of weight on Zhao Yu since Sui Xinjian was dead. It's no wonder that Duanqing refused to give in. Sui Xinjian was the only nascent divinity tribulation realms expert who managed to cultivate the evil Zen to the 4-leaf golden lotus stage. However, he died inside the heavenly demon pavilion. How could they not be furious about this? Sui Duanqing's figure appeared, circling Kong Xian with countless attacks. What kind of technique is this? I've never seen it before. It's my first time seeing such a dazzling technique. Jiang Aijian couldn't help but exclaim. These afterimages are caused by extreme speed. At this moment, Lu Zhou lightly stroked his beard and spoke. Taoist technique, Tao invisibility. Upon hearing this, Jiang Aijian's eyes widened in disbelief. Mister, you know this technique? This technique originated from the Taoist societies. It was spread to Fuyu before it eventually became a lost art. In the field, Sui Duanqing's expression remained calm, while Kong Xian felt immense pressure and decided to get serious. In that case, this old monk won't hold back. Having said that, his fingers began to wave up and down continuously, with strands of Gang Qi constantly interweaving around him. A dazzling golden light then burst forth. Zen sect's Dhyana Mudra, seeing one's nature. At this point, Sui Duanqing paused and did not continue his attack. Great Vidra will engrave. As Kong Xian's words fell, a golden giant palm under his control charged directly at the opponent. Seeing this, Sui Duanqing no longer held back. The vast energy within his body burst forth, the 4-leaf avatar. At the moment the avatar solidified, the giant palm came crashing down. Upon collision, the violent Gang Qi immediately spread out, sweeping around like a hurricane. The corridor doors were blown into intense vibrations, and the highest and central door clanged open. Look, inside the chancel's sacred doors. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately followed the sound and let out exclamations. They saw a figure in white robes, Zhao Yu, bound to a golden pillar. There was a red golden lotus painted on her forehead, but there was no fluctuation of energy around her body. Under the fierce attack of the demon-slaying sect Sui Duanqing, the Buddhist Kong Xian gradually fell into a disadvantage. However, he still had no intention of giving up on taking away the female demon. At this moment, Sui Duanqing smiled arrogantly. If that's really all you got, then hear me out. Run along with all your bald donkeys. Upon hearing this, a flash of cold light crossed Kong Xian's eyes. If you decide to continue on like this, then please excuse this old monk. With that, he sat cross-legged and began chanting a series of scriptures. At the same time, all the monks on the flying chariot in midair also put their hands together and started chanting. In an instant, the humming sound of the scriptures echoed throughout the sacred altar, continuously reverberating in everyone's ears. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou felt uneasy. This is bad. How do I defend myself from this? Hypnosis, one of the Buddhist sound skill methods. It's similar to the tranquility mantra. As they recite hypnosis, it benefits them by disrupting the consciousness of their foe. Weak cultivators will be obstructed by it and end up bleeding out from their 7 orifices. After realizing the danger, Lu Zhou instinctively started to mobilize countermeasures in his mind. He then turned to look at Xia Yuaner, finding that this disturbing sound wave attack was like the buzzing of a fly to her. Her simple heart and lack of distracting thoughts were advantageous. Besides, she's also in the divine court realm too, so I guess Sanskrit has no effect on her. All the attention was on the field earlier, and I didn't notice when Jian Aijian disappeared. As time passed, the sound waves of the Sanskrit hypnosis grew louder, rolling in like ocean waves. Lu Zhou understood that he, being in the sense-condensing realm, could not hold out much longer. So, he took out his impeccable card and walked straight into the field. All it would take is a single move to kill Kong Xian of the Great Emptiness Temple, and without their leader, the Sanskrit hypnosis would naturally break. It'll be hard to take Xiao Yu away under the eyes of all these people. Seizing the opportunity to use the impeccable card to avoid the sharp edge would also be a good move. By this time, the buzzing of the sound waves had increased several times, causing all cultivators in the sense-condensing realm to spit out fresh blood. Why is the old man okay? We're both in the mid-stages of the sense-condensing realm. Why am I exploding when I'm at the same stage as him? That old man is completely fine. This is not logical at all. Lu Zhou was also somewhat puzzled at this point. Exactly, why am I completely fine? Because the power of the Sanskrit hypnosis had reached its maximum, many people with lower cultivation levels were bleeding from their mouths and died on the spot. Yet, Taoist texts started appearing in Lu Zhou's mind and a sense of heat came from his dantian, which amazingly turned into a feeling of coolness, from the dantian to the chest, passing through the heart and reaching the mind. Lu Zhou's face instantly lit up. I can't hear the buzzing of Sanskrit hypnosis, but rather the content of the heavenly book starts to sound. Human word scrolls of the 3 scrolls of heavenly book. In the field, Kong Xian's avatar, under the blessing of Sanskrit hypnosis, had grown several times larger, comparable to Zhuoduanqing's 4-leaf avatar. However, he not only had no intention of stopping but even accelerated the speed of his chanting. Arhat golden body, double. With this exertion, the giant golden body instantly split into 2. As the one in the center of the battlefield, Zhuoduanqing was the most affected. He gritted his teeth and let out a cold laugh. Bald donkey, so this is what you call looking over all the sentient beings? What a hilarious joke. Having said that, he controlled his avatar to actively attack the other side. Upon their collision, the entire sacred altar underwent severe tremors. With a loud bang, Zhuoduanqing was sent flying and crashed heavily into a distant wall. He immediately raised his hand to control the damage caused by the sound wave and then looked coldly at the other side. The bald donkey is that strong? What is he doing? Why isn't he stopping? He already won. Kong Xian, whose body was glowing and starting to float, showed no intention of stopping the Sanskrit hypnosis chanting. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. Enough. Buddhism has been known for not killing, yet a killing spree is happening today. Did the Temple of Great Emptiness have the permission to do so, or are you the one who's behind it? Looking at the extraordinarily calm old man in front of him, Kong Xian was somewhat surprised. How? Are you alright? Lu Zhou, after hearing this, glanced at him indifferently. I'm asking a question, all you need to do is answer. Old benefactor, are you trying to stop this old monk? Although Kong Xian was puzzled, he still exuded self-confidence. Seeing this, Lu Zhou shook his head. Thick-head fool. Having said that, he pulled out his 2 trump cards. Realizing that this old fellow wasn't easy to deal with, Kong Xian decided not to hold back anymore. He put his palms together, and the muster energy in his body began to circulate wildly. 2 increased to 4, 4 increased to 8, 8 Arhat golden bodies. Die, old man. As his words fell, he controlled the golden body to press down forcefully on Lu Zhou. But at this moment, an unexpected change occurred, and everyone was shocked beyond words by the scene that unfolded next. A golden Buddha, 100 feet tall and 10 feet wide, appeared by the old man's side, keeping the 8 Arhat golden bodies at bay. Kong Xian stood dumbfounded on the spot, unable to believe it. This golden body is too damn big. My arhats are the size of a fist compared to it. As he stared in astonishment, a miniature handprint quietly approached. What is this? Kong Xian reacted and retreated rapidly like lightning. As he retreated, he slapped out countless palm prints, but all were blocked by an invisible barrier in front of Lu Zhou. Seeing the danger, Kong Xian could only abandon his golden body and continue to dodge. This is the deadly strike. Death is inevitable. Can you evade it? However, why did it manifest with a Buddhist sex technique? Lu Zhou was also pondering this question. At this moment, Kong Xian's intuition told him that this handprint was very dangerous. It seemed to have eyes and kept following him. The sacred altar plaza stretched for several miles. Just when he thought he could dodge it, the miniature handprint suddenly enlarged and its speed increased a lot. The more Kong Xian retreated, the more he felt something was wrong. Because as time passed, the handprint had become larger than a person. Under the instinct of survival, he could only run away wildly, but the handprint enlarged again to the size of a house. Like swatting a fly, it directly hit Kong Xian. With a bang, it hit Kong Xian instantly, vanishing into thin air, not leaving a trace. The flying chariot of the Great Emptiness Temple also crashed to the ground under the residual power, and the chanting of the Sanskrit hypnosis disappeared. The field was silent at this moment. Zhao Yu, who was trapped, looked up and her whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. The master has come. A strong sense of fear caused her to faint again. Lu Zhou watched this scene calmly. Just 10 seconds to resolve. Not too long, not too short. Everyone's mind was filled with questions. This old man managed to defeat Kong Xian with just a single strike. Who's this cultivator who unleashed such a powerful Great Vidra hand sign? Is he another enlightened senior monk from some Buddhist sect? Lu Zhou looked around. Most of the cultivators were currently unable to fight. The plans of the heavens superseded that of man. This makes things much simpler. The deadly strike card and the impeccable card I just played had a great shock effect. No one should dare to attack me now. If anyone could pose a threat, it would be Zhuoduanqing alone. The question is, does he still have the guts? After a long silence, Zhuoduanqing bowed his body and his eyes were filled with gratitude. I, Zhuoduanqing from the demon-slaying sect, thanked the master for his help. The Clarity sect and the Righteous sect came to their senses and also thanked the master in front of them for his life-saving grace. Why is the master's hair so lush? Maybe it's a wig? You idiot! Cultivating with long hair while drifting through the clouds like a wild stork is the highest state of spiritual enlightenment. Haven't you ever heard of it? Seeing his identity being misunderstood, Lu Zhou just went with it. He raised his big hand and placed it on his chest, his face gloomy as he began to speak. The Buddhist sects value mercy above all else. I'm greatly distressed to have killed one of my own kin today, but I had no choice. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a great admiration for him. There's no need to concern yourself about this, Master. Kong Xian was despicable and shameless. He intended to kill all of us with the Brahmin lullaby and take the saintess away. This outcome is to everyone's satisfaction. A person like Kong Xian doesn't deserve to be a disciple of a Buddhist sect. You're truly an enlightened senior monk. Compared to those sanctimonious bald, well, you're 10,000 times better than them. If it weren't for you, Master, all of us would have died. Master, you have such a profound cultivation base. I wonder what brings you to the holy altar today. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou responded, I was just passing by. The crowd began to flatter him again. I see. I heard that senior monks who cultivate with their hair like to travel the world and regard the four corners of the world as their home. I'm truly blessed for 3 lifetimes to have met you today, Master. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhou was helpless. I can't stay here any longer. With Zhuoduanqing, a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator present, the remaining monks can't cause any trouble. Where's Xia Yuaner? This girl, how carefree is she? How can she fall asleep with all the commotion around her? She doesn't know how to be cautious. This won't do. I'll have to re-educate her. But now isn't the time for teaching her a lesson. Yuaner. Upon hearing her master's words, she reflexively sat up immediately. Seeing this, the crowd began to flatter him again. Master, I see you have a female disciple. Is your Buddhist sect so broad-minded that it's even accepting female disciples? What's the fuss? I heard that there was a master that took in a monkey and a pig as his disciple. Lu Zhou glanced at the highest building of the holy altar. Go get her. Xia Yuaner understood and answered, then quickly flew upwards. Master, you can't take her away. Lu Zhou listened and glanced over. The crowd immediately didn't dare to speak further. Then Lu Zhou spoke again. Did you think Kong Xian was acting alone when he boldly attacked this venue? That's right. Although the monk Kong Xian had a profound cultivation base, would he have acted this way on his own? This must be the Temple of Great Emptiness's abbot, Kong Yuan's doing. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly came to their senses. Such scum is an embarrassment to Buddhist sects. Kong Yuan has cultivated for a century, and yet, he has ventured down the wrong path. However, if Kong Yuan furiously comes, we ask you to defend us, Master. Lu Zhou listened and didn't say anything. What does it have to do with me if Kong Yuan comes looking for trouble with all of you? What a joke! If I weren't here today, all of you would have died. Besides, I don't know who caught Xiao Yu and brought her here, and it's already a great blessing for them for us to not settle this, yet they still dare for justice? If Kong Yuan chases after them after this, they can consider it as a lesson. After contemplating this, he called out to Xia Yuaner and turned around, preparing to leave this place. He was originally a thoroughly wicked demonic ancestor, yet he could effortlessly execute the divine techniques of Buddhism. Not only did he save hundreds of righteous cultivators, but he was also mistaken for a compassionate, enlightened monk. Lu Zhou, after killing the Buddhist Xian Kong, was about to leave, but at this moment, someone from the Clarity sect couldn't sit still. How is this fine? Master, this is unacceptable. Xiao Yu is the 5th disciple of the evil Sky Pavilion's villain. She has committed many crimes. If she's not dealt with, she'll bring calamity to the world. Please reconsider your decision, Master. Lu Zhou, after hearing this, became somewhat annoyed. They were asking me to defend them, and now, they are asking me to reconsider my action. They should weigh their own worth on the scale. It's indeed true that the righteous sect is filled with sanctimonious pricks. Thinking of this, he coldly scanned the crowd behind him. Is there anyone who has a problem with me taking her away? Hearing the displeasure in his words, everyone looked at each other and didn't dare to say more. All eyes turned towards Zhuoduanqing. Lu Zhou understood. Among the cultivators present, only Zhuoduanqing had some ability. The others weren't worth considering. It would be reasonable for Zhuoduanqing to try to stop him, and would once again intimidate these righteous cultivators. Thinking of this, his gaze fell upon Zhuoduanqing. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Zhuoduanqing suddenly bowed in respect, and indicated that it was more than appropriate for the master to take the demonist Xiao Yu away. The demon-slaying sect had no objections. Once these words were spoken, the entire venue was in an uproar. Everyone was puzzled. Although the righteous sect and demon-slaying sect are at odds with each other, today's grand ceremony was held to use Xiao Yu and a marriage alliance to soften the tension between the two sides. The demon-slaying sect's second seat was also killed by the evil Sky Pavilion's old villain. Why can they just let Xiao Yu go now? At this moment, the senior brother of the Clarity sect, Jing, reminded, Duanqing, have you forgotten how Zhuoxinchan lost his life? Zhuoduanqing responded with a dismissive smile. The second seat went up the mountain to challenge the evil Sky Pavilion. He was outmatched and lost his life. That's all there is to it. After hearing this, the senior brother Jing asked skeptically, can you speak for the entire demon-slaying sect? However, just as he finished speaking, Zhuoduanqing stepped forward and grabbed his head. The righteous sect and the demon-slaying sect are at odds. I'm not that bald donkey, Kong Xian. If you're here to preach, you'd do well to go home and preach to your own mother. I'm sick of hearing all of this shit. As his words fell, the sacred altar square fell silent. They were daring enough to argue about reason with an enlightened senior monk, but they did not dare to do the same to someone from the demon-slaying sect. Seeing this, Lu Zhou couldn't help but admire his knack for handling situations deep down. This person was much more tactful than the people from the Clarity sect and Righteous sect. However, I still have to remain wary. At this moment, Zhuoduanqing continued to express his stance. You are merciful, Master, to be willing to reform this she-villain. This is a blessing for everyone under the heavens. Since you're taking the she-villain away, the demon-slaying sect will consider the second seat, Zhuoxinchan, avenged. After hearing this, Lu Zhou nodded in acknowledgement. You did a good job hiding your Dao. Having said this, he raised his hand to summon Bayan. Hearing this, Zhuoduanqing's eyes instantly filled with fear. If the world knew about his foreign lineage, he feared that there would be no place for him in this great yen. At this moment, two monks tried to escape unnoticed, but they, at the Brahma Sea Realm 8 Meridian stage, were stepped on by the descending Bayan as soon as they made a move. Seeing this, everyone was taken aback. This mount is indeed aggressive. It's unexpected that a high monk with such a high level of cultivation would have such an aggressive mount. Once a legendary mount flew out of the chancel, one had to use some grand technique to catch up to a legendary mount. However, grand techniques would require a amount of energy. A cultivator would not be able to use them unless they had a profound cultivation base. Everyone could only watch as Lu Zhou departed. We can't forgive those bald donkeys. Lock them up. Coming back to his senses, Zhuoduanqing coldly spoke. Aren't you being too lenient by just locking them up? Remove the weed by pulling up its roots to prevent any mishaps in the future. Before long, the square was filled with intermittent screams. Lu Zhou didn't pay attention to this. He rode Bayan and flew away. The anger of the demon-slaying sect under the torture of Sanskrit hypnosis was bound to be vented on these monks. Watching Bayan cross the sky like a shooting star, Jian Ijian below had mixed feelings. That isn't right. His cultivation base is clearly at the middle stage of the sense-condensing realm. How can he be a great master of the Buddhist sect? Should I follow after? Will I be annihilated by that palm strike? However, he's a senior monk, so he probably won't kill me on a whim, right? The old mister seems like a nice person. I'm sure there won't be any problem. Lu Zhou did not return to Jingting Mountain, but instead came to Runan City again, because there were some things that needed to be clarified. Just enter the inn. My lord, you finally returned. If you arrive any later, I would have lost my head. Lu Zhou asked with confusion. What do you mean? The innkeeper quickly answered. The officer has told me that you're from the palace. I've acted impertinently toward you, and that's a great crime. Lu Zhou naturally didn't bother to dispute these. He called Xia Yuaner back to the room. Just as he was climbing up the stairs, he suddenly remembered the murder case that had occurred before. So, he asked, did you find the culprit? The innkeeper shook his head after hearing this. The officer would never reveal such information to me. I truly don't know. Lu Zhou nodded and walked towards his room. In his heart, he had some ideas. At the chancel, I can rule out Jian Haijin. That sword freak, Chen Wenjia, was fighting against a clarity sect's expert, so he could not have been the culprit as well. That leaves two people, second disciple, sword devil Yu Shangrong, and the Luo sect's Luo Changqing. Luo Changqing is currently in the northern regions of Great Yin. It would take him some time to get here. It can't be him. Yesterday, wasn't my second disciple, sword devil Yu Shangrong, merely dozens of meters away from me? Just as he thought of this, he suddenly heard Xia Yuaner's voice. Master, senior sister has woken up. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou hurriedly returned to the room. Looking at Zhao Yu, who had knelt on the ground, he couldn't help but sneer. You sinful disciple, you're really a good disciple of your master. At this time, Zhao Yu's loyalty had dropped to 10%. She, terrified, quickly knelt and admitted her wrongs, her face pale as a ghost. Seeing her weak state, Lu Zhou started speaking with a stern face. Enough. Who abducted you? Zhao Yu, trembling all over, answered. I only know the person is an expert from Clarity Sect. His cultivation base is profound. He's almost on the same level. No, he's slightly weaker compared to you, master. There were 3 true experts in the Clarity Sect. The first one was the sect master, Mochi. Rumor had it that his cultivation base was at the 7-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm. The second expert is their grand elder, Pan Litian. This man had vanished without a trace long ago. Nobody knew where he went. It's said that Pan Litian's cultivation base surpassed that of his sect master. However, this rumor was never verified. The third one is the second elder, Yu Hongyi, the most powerful female cultivator in the Clarity Sect. Lu Zhou took a sip of tea and spoke calmly. Zhao Yu, I've said that I won't deal with traitors lightly. Do you remember that? Hearing these words, Zhao Yu trembled incessantly. Master, you must listen to my explanation. I have no intention of betraying you. I wanted to return to my hometown to pay homage to my parents after completing my mission the other day, and I was intercepted by the Clarity Sect's experts along the way. You dare lie to me? Lu Zhou then slammed the table hard. Zhao Yu was instantly shaken to her core and confessed truthfully. I went to the Yanyu Palace. Junior sister Qianxin wanted to harm you, but I didn't plan to cooperate. It's true that I returned to my hometown, but I did have second thoughts. This disciple knows that she's done wrong. I shouldn't have listened to Yi Tianxin's slanderous words. Yi Tianxin has laid an array near Blue Sun Mountain. I had to lie to her that I'd activate it. You're good to me, master, so I would never think about harming you. I would rather not go than bear the sin of killing my master. I'm telling the truth. If my words contain even the slightest lie, I'm willing to be punished in whatever way. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou continued to inquire, who sealed your cultivation? She answered, the only thing I know is that he's from the palace. I didn't see his face. Palace? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou fell into contemplation. These incidents are somehow related to the palace. From the mountain to investigate the kidnapping in the CI family, the impersonation of the CI mansion's butler, Wang Fugui, to the palace expert who sealed Zhao Yu's cultivation base. All signs pointed to the palace taking a keen interest in the evil Sky Pavilion. Raise your head. The stern voice of the master reached Zhao Yu's ears. Without daring to resist, she quickly obeyed the order. The red golden lotus on her forehead looked exceptionally enchanting and eerie. After observing for a while, Lu Zhou had a hypothesis in his heart. Witchcraft. There were a plethora of cultivation methods under Great Yin. The Taoist societies were the largest, followed by Buddhist societies. However, it did not regain its former glory, and the remaining cultivation methods could hardly be regarded as refined and presentable. Witchcraft was one of those cultivation methods. Most witchcraft methods were extremely evil in nature. A cultivator would gain far less from practicing witchcraft compared to cultivating the Taoist methods. As time went by, witchcraft was rejected by the people from the righteous sections. It gradually waned, and the number of people who cultivated it dwindled as well. Seeing the mark on Zhao Yu's forehead, Lu Zhou guessed, there must be an expert in witchcraft in the palace. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu quickly kowtowed in apology. "Master, please free me from the restrictions." Lu Zhou glanced at her and noticed that her loyalty was increasing. So, he spoke indifferently. "I've already said I won't deal lightly with those who betray me." Hearing these words, she naturally didn't dare to argue. This disciple is willing to accept any punishment. That will come in due time. "You honor, write to your senior brother. Tell him to take Zhao Yu back and punish her." After saying this, Lu Zhou left the room. Xia Yuana replied and quickly stepped forward to help her senior sister. "I knew that you weren't like Yi Tianqin, senior sister." Zhao Yu let out a helpless sigh. "It doesn't matter. I've made a mistake this time. If Master didn't take me away from the chancel, I would have been." Suddenly, Xia Yuana started gesturing excitedly. "It's alright, you don't know this, but Master displayed his majestic strength when we were on the chancel. The righteous sects and the demon-slaying sect were all defeated." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu curiously asked, "Little junior sister, were you there too?" "Of course, there were many bald monks there as well. They kept buzzing like flies. I was so annoyed." After leaving, Lu Zhou went straight back to his room, just as the officer who had been dealing with the Shuoping case hurriedly chased after him. After catching up, he knelt down immediately. "My lord, your subordinate has been looking for you." Seeing this, Lu Zhou was quite puzzled. "You were looking for me? We're tasked with escorting you to the general's residence in Runan City to make a statement." "I'm busy." Lu Zhou left these 3 words and closed the door directly. "How can I let the lord walk over to meet the general? Isn't this just like taking his rank lightly?" "My lord, I've spoken wrongly. It's not my intention to make you travel there." After the event at the altar, Lu Zhou indeed felt a bit tired, but when he lay down on the bed, he found himself unable to sleep despite his thoughts racing. Clearly, the royal token had found its way to the general's residence in Runan City. The palace would be notified about this in half a day's time as well. Would the expert who harmed Zhao Yu be bold enough to show up? I still have 2 deadly strike cards, 2 impeccable cards, and 7 passive critical block cards, as well as over 4,000 merit points, of which 1,000 points are a reward for bringing back Zhao Yu, 1,000 points for killing Monk Kong Xian, and 200 points for disciplining Zhao Yu. The remaining points were earned from Mayan charging through the cultivators who blocked its path, but I was still 500 merit points short of being able to purchase the avatar, the mighty 4 quadrants. Having used 2 cards against Kong Xian means I practically made no gain. Looking at it this way, the item cards were mighty, but I can't use them on a whim. The heavenly writing had activated when I was attacked by the Brahmin lullaby. It had negated all of the Brahmin lullaby's effects. Is this the so-called extraordinary power mentioned in the scrolls? Let's try to activate it. Unfortunately, I only managed to circulate my own primal chi. This is a technique that was widely used by cultivators. Seems like I'm unable to utilize that extraordinary power. That extraordinary power must have been exceptionally potent to be able to completely negate the Brahmin lullaby that was chanted by so many monks. Merit points or heavenly writing, which one should I choose? Should I go for another lucky draw? I don't think I should risk going with the lucky draw. My current cultivation base is too low. My body's function should be able to withstand a more profound cultivation base. I have to increase my avatar's level as quickly as possible and improve its cultivation base. No matter how powerful the item cards were, they were still external tools. I have to get stronger. I have to read more. Time to enter into a studying state. With that, Lu Zhou began to recite like reciting poetry. The day quickly turned to evening. The officer's voice interrupted his meditation. "My lord, General Zhao has requested an audience with you." He didn't open the door, but asked indifferently, "What's the matter?" Upon hearing this, the general began to reply, "Zhao Shua of Runan City wishes to have a conversation with the old mister. I wonder if you have the time." "No, he doesn't." Xia Yuaner walked over and kicked a dog away. "My grandpa is tired. Who do you think you are to ask to see him at this time?" "Miss, this is Runan City's General Zhao." "I don't care what General Zhao is. Even if General Li or General Wang is here, I won't agree to this." Just as she finished speaking, Lu Zhou's voice reached her ears. "Let him in." Upon hearing this, Xia Yuaner complied and stopped resisting. Once inside the room, Zhao Shua bowed in respect. "I'm Zhao Shua of Runan City. I hope you'll forgive me for my rudeness earlier. With a calm expression, Lu Zhou spoke indifferently. State your business. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shua steadied his mind. I heard that the royal token is in your hands, old mister. Many years ago, the token was in His Majesty's possession, and he could mobilize the capital's imperial guards. The token is the representation of His Majesty. Then, at some point, the token was lost. I'll say this again. State your business. Lu Zhou's implication was that everything the other party said was nonsense. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shua's face instantly turned red with embarrassment. In that case, I'll cut to the chase. Old mister, please hand over the royal token. You want the token? Lu Zhou gave him a cold glance. I don't dare to demand it from you. I'm sure you're not an ordinary person to have the royal token in your possession for so many years. I'm just here under orders. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou asked him, who? He hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. I'm not sure about that. However, that person is an expert from the palace with a profound cultivation base. He came with a decree, so I have no choice but to obey. If he wants the royal token from me, tell him to get it himself. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shua was clearly taken aback. Old mister, why must there be a need for that? I know you must have an extraordinary cultivation base, but to offend a high-ranking person from the palace is... At this point, Lu Zhou merely held his beard and said nothing. Seeing this, Zhao Shua felt that there was still hope, and wanted to say something else, but Lu Zhou cut him off with a wave of his hand. Send them away. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuaner clenched her fists, walked up menacingly, and growled, get lost. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel a bit helpless and turned to leave dejectedly. This girl, she's feisty. Why is she so different from her grandfather? No, wait, the old mister is an eccentric person as well. Just as he was about to step out of the room, suddenly, Lu Zhou's voice rang out. Who is Shuaping? Before he could respond, Jian Aijin walked in and preempted the answer. Of course, he's someone from the palace. Hey mister, we meet again. After greeting Zhao Shua, Jian Aijin came directly to Lu Zhou, bowed respectfully, and said, pays respect to master. Xia Yuaner glanced at him. How shameless. Upon hearing this, Jian Aijin chuckled. You won't survive if you're not shameless. Zhao Shua hurriedly followed him. My friend, what did you call the old mister earlier? Upon hearing this, Jian Aijin looked him over. Master, what about it? Judging by your outfit, you must be a person from the palace. You were talking to the master for such a long time, but you didn't know he's a senior Buddhist monk? Just as he finished speaking, Lu Zhou's voice came. Jian Aijin, I happen to have some questions for you. Upon hearing this, he immediately leaned in with a wide smile. Ask away, master. I'll tell you anything and everything I know. At this moment, a guard came over to Zhao Shua, whispered something into his ear. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shua's face changed slightly as he realized something. I was blind to the fact that you're a senior Buddhist monk. Please forgive my ignorance, master. The master has diffused the crisis at the chancel on his own and dealt with the temple of great emptiness. For this, you have my utmost gratitude, master. Great, it seems like the misunderstanding is getting out of hand. Lu Zhou didn't want to be mistaken for a high-ranking Buddhist monk. He looked at Jian Aijin and said, you're a sly one. Jian Aijin responded with a smirk. I'm just trying to survive. Please don't mock me for that, master. Is Shuaping also from the palace? Lu Zhou continued to inquire. That's right, General Zhao as well. With his rank, I'm sure he has met a few people from the palace. Am I right, General? After saying this, Jian Aijin nudged Zhao Shua next to him. Zhao Shua was immediately distressed. To be more precise, Shuaping was the subordinate of a high-ranking person in the palace. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou came up with a hypothesis. All of this is no longer important. I'm certain someone in the palace is trying to oppose the evil Sky Pavilion. Lady Jade from the western region is the most suspicious. I suspect that someone was using her to sow dissension between us. But this is all for the future. There were plenty of experts. I wouldn't risk myself just because of a witchcraft restriction. Before I act, I need to find a way to accumulate more merit points and improve my cultivation base. Jian Aijin, are you cultivating the escape technique? Hearing Lu Zhou's words, he touched his head in embarrassment. I'm impressed by your vast knowledge, master. At this point, a guard rushed into the door. Confidential report. General Zhao, there's a report from the east. The evil Sky Pavilion's fourth villain has left the Jinting Mountain and is making his way to Yu Province. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shua's face changed dramatically. Useless fellow, can you say this matter any louder? Jian Aijin seemed to be quite familiar with the evil Sky Pavilion. I expected as much. The evil Sky Pavilion's fourth villain, Ming Shirin. He's cunning and mischievous. A petty man who changes his stance on evil. What about hypocrisy is second nature to him? Upon hearing this, Xia Yuaner's eyes lit up. So he's that evil. What about the Evil Sky Pavilion's ninth disciple? Jian Aijian stroked his chin and spoke slowly. The Evil Sky Pavilion's ninth disciple? The ninth disciple is amazing. She was the last to join the pavilion, and yet, her cultivation base improved the fastest. She's a diabolical cultivation genius. Unfortunately what? Tell me. The little villain lacks experience in the real world. It's a shame she's eccentric and has no sense of propriety. She'll surely become the greatest villain who will bring calamity to the world. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed that Yuaner was glaring at him menacingly. Seeing that Yuaner was about to lose her temper, Lu Zhou stepped in to stop her. Let's call it a day. At this moment, the guard added, General, the villain. When the villain passed through Qing province, he abducted many girls. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shua bowed and excused himself. Since the Evil Sky Pavilion's villain has descended from the mountain, he'll surely be up to no good. I'll go and inform the cultivators from the righteous sect about this. Lu Zhou was quite puzzled. Ming Shirin had always conformed to the norms of society all this while. Is this really his doing? Just as he was thinking this, a few system notifications suddenly rang out beside his ear. Ding! You have killed a horse-riding bandit. Earn 10 merit points. Bandits? Not girls? Lu Zhou suddenly realized. Seeing Zhao Shua was about to leave, Jian Aijian stepped forward and reminded him, the Evil Sky Pavilion's fourth villain is clearly coming to Yu Province. It's highly possible that his destination is Runan City. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shua's mouth twitched slightly. How would you know? Jian Aijian explained with a smile. The saintess at the Chancel's grand ceremony is the Evil Sky Pavilion's fifth disciple. A member of the Evil Sky Pavilion has been taken away, so surely the old villain would send someone to get her. Is there a need to even think? General Zhao, the fourth villain, has a profound cultivation base. When he left the mountain previously, he already had 1 foot in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. That was a long time ago. I'm sure he must possess the 100 tribulations insight by now. Who'd be able to stop him? Upon hearing these words, Zhao Shua felt a headache coming on. How troublesome. Why are there troubles coming one after another, and each one is more troublesome than the last? Since a Buddhist master is here, why don't you ask him politely for his help instead of taking a long trip to the palace just to request for reinforcements? At these words, Zhao Shua's eyes lit up. Brother, those are truly some wise words. Master, I beg you to help Runan City capture this villain and bring peace to the citizens of Runan City. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou felt rather speechless. Do I have to raise the banner of justice to deal with my own disciple? Moreover, Ming Shirin only killed mounted bandits. He did not abduct young girls. Xia Yuaner sneakily glanced at him and stifled a laugh. Master never used to stroke his beard so much. Why does he suddenly have this habit? Seeing that he did not respond, Zhao Shua once again bowed in respect. Master, please help us. Lu Zhou replied calmly. I have my own plans. Yuaner, see them out. Leave. Seeing this, Zhao Shua could only leave reluctantly. It's obvious. The general public has a biased opinion of the Evil Sky Pavilion. No matter what the Evil Sky Pavilion does, it will be seen as an evil deed. Then Lu Zhou glanced at Jian Aijian and sat down on a chair. Understanding his cue, Jian Aijian scuttled over. Lu Zhou knew he was a coward, so he tried to appear as amiable as possible when he said, I spend my days secluded on the mountain, and I'm disconnected from the outside world. If you're willing to be my eyes and ears, I won't treat you unfairly. Jian Aijian laughed at the comment. Master, please don't joke. You're a Buddhist master. Surely you have no need for someone like me to become your eyes and ears. Are you unwilling? Lu Zhou counter-questioned. Seeing his serious demeanor, Jian Aijian pondered for a moment. Master, with your position, you'll give me some sort of compensation, right? I can't be doing this for nothing. Lu Zhou remembered that there were quite a few swords in the secret chamber of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Although he had not seriously evaluated their quality, he figured they wouldn't be too bad. After some thought, he casually asked, do you like swords? Forget it. My sword has already recognized me as its owner, but if you become my eyes and ears, I can give you a good sword or two. Jian Aijian's eyes sparkled as he asked, how good? Lu Zhou paused for a moment before slowly saying, no weaker than the male and female twin swords. Hearing Lu Zhou's terms, Jian Aijian slapped his thigh and immediately agreed. He has collected many good swords in his life. There were swords with unique designs and patterns from a variety of grades in his collection. However, heaven-grade weapons were always the most precious. He has an innate talent for gathering information. This job will not be difficult for him. Then he started looking around the room. Master, where did you put the she-villain? Get lost. Lu Zhou retorted angrily. Then I'll be getting lost. Jian Aijian agreed and left. However, just after leaving the inn, he realized an issue. I suddenly thought of a question. How long would I have to do this? It seems like we didn't discuss the time frame. Wouldn't it be bad if I have to do this for a lifetime? This is bad. Have I been duped? Will I be beaten up if I return to negotiate with him now? After Jiang Aijian left, Xia Yuan muttered, "What a shameless guy." Lu Zhou, lying on the bed, casually replied, "He's useful." Seeing that her master was a bit tired, Xia Yuan bowed and excused herself from the room. Lu Zhou did not go to sleep. He opened the system panel to check the shopping interface. In the avatar column, there were no changes. The only avatar I unlocked was the mighty 4 quadrants. As for my cultivation realm, aside from comprehending heavenly writing, I can only slowly improve. There is no shortcut for this. The weapons and cultivation techniques column is still red. Maybe it's because my cultivation is still low, so it's not enough to use the cultivation techniques and weapons. But thinking about it, Qi Tiandao was still in his prime when he accepted his disciples. But I also have to be wary. I can never follow in his old path. Qi Tiandao died because his life had reached its end and his cultivation base had regressed. With the reversal cards, then there wouldn't be this problem. I will not repeat the same mistake. The problem is, what would happen if I keep using the reversal cards? Will I crawl back into my mother's womb? That's no different from committing suicide. How about this? If I were to use the reversal cards every year as I aged, does it mean I would gain eternal life? This logic is flawless. Upon thinking of this, Lu Zhou's mood lifted considerably. Then, he started contemplating the heavenly writing. Time quickly reached the next day. Early in the morning, Zhao Shua rushed to the door. "Master, please give us your assistance. The evil Sky Pavilion's villain has already arrived in Runan City. He's wreaking havoc on the public." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou calmly responded, "Let him be. He won't do anything evil." Hearing this, Zhao Shua broke out in a cold sweat. "Master, the villain is evil in nature, and he's notorious for his wicked acts. The villain had entered the city early this morning and hung 2 heads at the city gates. The citizens are too terrified to step out of their houses. The villain has a profound cultivation base. His speed and movements aren't something that ordinary people can compare to. I'm afraid you're the only person in Runan City who's capable of defeating the villain. Master, please do something. I'm begging you on behalf of Runan City citizens." At this point, Xia Yuaner's voice could be heard. "Hey Baldy, why are you shouting at my master's door early in the morning? I'll twist your head even if you don't believe it." Lu Zhou remained silent. He freshened up and then opened the door. "Let's go." Xia Yuaner and Zhao Yu appeared together. Zhao Yu had changed into a new set of clothes, giving off the aura of a young lady from a reputable family. They then arrived at a can't-be-full breakfast shop. Zhao Shua, overjoyed, quickly followed. "Master is willing to help." Yesterday, his subordinate had given him a detailed report about the chancel. At this moment, he only had respect for Lu Zhou, not daring to slack off in the slightest. This girl with the golden lotus between her brows must be the evil Sky Pavilion she-villain, right? The master's cultivation base is profound. With him on our side, there's no need to fear the evil Sky Pavilion's 4th villain. We will be safe. After breakfast, Jiang Aijian followed with a smug smile. Upon seeing him, Zhao Shua asked in confusion, "Brother, we're going to face the villain. Aren't you afraid?" After hearing this, Jiang Aijian gave a hee-hee laugh. "Afraid? I feel as if I'm going to die from fear, but Master is here. There's nothing to worry about." Lu Zhou stood with his hands behind his back, looking at him and asked, "Any new news?" Jiang Aijian leaned in and whispered, "Someone from the palace is here. Someone from the palace is the mastermind behind the incident on the chancel. I'm sure they're dissatisfied with you since you foiled their plan. However, put aside your profound cultivation base. I don't think they'll attack a senior Buddhist monk no matter how displeased they are." After hearing this, Lu Zhou gave a faint nod. Jiang Aijian paused, then continued, "The evil Sky Pavilion's 4th villain, Ming Shirin, cultivated the Bluewood Heart technique. It's a troublesome cultivation method. His opponents will have a hard time subduing him. When you encounter him later, please don't hold back. Master, you should take him down with a single strike and not give him any chance to run away." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou responded with interest. "You seem to know a lot about the evil Sky Pavilion, huh?" Jiang Aijian gave a confident smile. "I won't hide this from you, Master. When Ji Tiandao was attacked by the 10 great experts, I was there. That was the battle of the century. 10 great experts. Half of them had 6-leaf avatars, and the other half had 7-leaf avatars. And yet, they still couldn't defeat Ji Tiandao, who had an 8-leaf avatar. The battle went on for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, they only fought to a draw. The old villain, Ji Tiandao, was hurt. Even now I still can't figure it out. How did the 10 great experts fail when they besieged the Jingting Mountain after a month?" Zhao Shua blushed, seemingly lost in thought. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. "Are you afraid of him?" Jiang Aijian responded with a shiver. "Ever since I witnessed that great battle, I swore to stay away from that man. He's too terrifying. How can a human be so terrifying?" Upon hearing this, Xia Yuaner couldn't help but let out a snicker. "Jiang Aijian, who had been mocked by Xiao Yuan countless times, had already grown used to it. Soon, the carriage arrived at the city gate. The scene that met them made Lu Zhou's face darken immediately. How cruel! Jian Aijian looked up to follow Lu Zhou's gaze, only to see two bloody heads hanging on the city wall. Upon seeing this, Zhao Shua couldn't help but frown. The villain must be close by. I've already contacted several Divine Court Realm cultivators to search the area. We should be able to locate him soon. Lu Zhou explained. The dead are mounted bandits. Zhao Shua insisted that it doesn't matter. I'll do anything to capture the villain. Just then, a wild laugh echoed from the sky. Ha, you think you can catch me? Dream on. Jian Aijian, upon hearing this voice, instinctively wanted to flee, but was grabbed by Lu Zhou. Here comes the villain. Ming Shirin, in midair, kept provoking and taunting. Zhao Shua, full of confidence, immediately drew the sword of justice in his hand. Master, I'll leave the safety of Runan City's citizens in your hands. Ming Shirin, disdainfully glancing at the cultivators chasing him from behind, said, I'm getting bored, so I won't play with you. With that, his figure flashed like lightning, rapidly increasing the distance between them. Seeing this, Jian Aijian swallowed. Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm. So fast. As an early-stage Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm expert, I felt those from the Evil Sky Pavilion were much stronger. You Evil Sky Pavilion bastard. Die. At this moment, Zhao Shua shouted with all his strength, throwing his sword into the sky. The strongest strike of righteousness. One sword towards the west. The sword whistled out, leaving a trail of gale in the air. In a few breaths, it caught up to Ming Shirin from behind. The next second, a bang sounded. Ming Shirin met it head-on with a single palm, causing cracks to appear on the sword of justice. These mere techniques won't do anything to me. Ming Shirin smiled arrogantly, casting a cold glance downwards. Why does that old man look like Master? Realizing something was amiss, he quickly controlled his fall back to the ground. In a panic, Jian Aijian retreated behind the Master. Lu Zhou, stroking his beard, remained composed. I don't blame my disciples if they did not recognize me, since the reversal card had altered my appearance quite a bit. However, there was no way Ming Shirin would not be able to recognize me, right? Ming Shirin quickly kneeled in front of Lu Zhou. This disciple greets the Master. What is going on? Zhao Shua and Jian Aijian were instantly dumbfounded. Stand up and speak. Lu Zhou responded calmly. The two behind him were completely stupefied. Ming Shirin then cautiously asked, Master, didn't we agree to meet in the Yun Lion? What brings you here? Zhao Shua, his body shaking, spoke incoherently. You, Xiao Yuan snorted. Watch your mouth. See if I don't pull your tongue out if you keep offending my master. Jian Aijian instinctively wanted to flee, but was caught by the quick-handed Xiao Yuan. The atmosphere immediately became extremely awkward. With a mournful face, Jian Aijian begged for mercy. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. This has nothing to do with me. Can everyone just let me go and treat me like a fart? Lu Zhou ignored him and turned to look at Ming Shirin. There's a rumor going around that you're abducting young girls. Is this true? Ming Shirin, upon hearing this, promptly fell to his knees to explain. I've been wrongly accused. It was the mounted brigands who abducted the girls. I was passing by coincidentally, and I saved them. I was meting out justice for the heavens and acting chivalrously. Not only was I not committing evil acts, but I was doing good. If you don't believe me, Master, you can send someone to investigate this. Things will be clear once they're investigated. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou allowed him to get up. I don't care if you are doing good or committing evil, as long as you do not stir up trouble and cause havoc wherever you go, like before. After all, not every time will there be a strong master standing for their disciples. Then he turned his gaze to Zhao Shua. General Zhao, what do you say if we leave this matter as it is? Before Zhao Shua could answer, the three teammates who had been chasing Ming Shirin just arrived. Zhao Shua cleared his throat and said quietly, withdraw. We can't. We've chased after him this long just to stall him. We can't let him off that easily. Seeing this, Ming Shirin smirked. Master, these people refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I ask that we teach them a lesson. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou nodded. Just give them a slap on the wrist. The scene was then filled with cries for help. At this time, Jian Aijian, while no one was paying attention, was quietly planning to sneak away. But as soon as he turned around, he was held in place by Lu Zhou. Not so fast. Lu Zhou looked at him as if a grandfather looking at his grandson, with a kind smile on his face. After being caught, Jian Aijian turned around and gave an awkward smile. Elder, can I break our agreement? A chill permeated Lu Zhou's tone. I've always valued promises. At the same time, I hate those who do not abide by their words the most. Hearing this, Jian Aijian felt like crying. But you didn't tell me who you are. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou simply smiled. Did you ask? Thinking back, I really didn't ask. Damn it, I've been tricked. Oh, this 8 lifetimes of accumulated rotten luck. I've boarded a pirate ship without noticing it. Even if I were to run away now, I would definitely be hunted down in the future. It's better to just forget about trying. I feel uneasy. At this moment, Ming Shirin quickly returned. Lu Zhou then arranged for him to take Xiao Yu back and lock her in the Cave of Reflection. Ming Shirin respectfully acknowledged, then went to Xiao Yu's side. Upon seeing the mark on her forehead, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It's actually witchcraft. Xiao Yuan spoke upon hearing this. Senior brother, 5th senior sister's cultivation base has been sealed. If master didn't arrive in time, I'm afraid. Seeing all this, Jian Aijian was left speechless. All this trouble was just the master rescuing his disciple. I thought we were going to punish the she-villain. I really thought too much. At this moment, with a snap of his fingers from Lu Zhou, Whitesword landed. Once again, Jian Aijian's worldview was shattered. Even though he didn't care much about mounts, he knew how difficult it was to have 2 legendary mounts. After the 2 left, Xia Yuan asked curiously, "Master, where should we go have fun next? I still have some business to attend to," Lu Zhou said, casting an ominous glance at Jian Aijian. Jian Aijian gave an awkward smile, not quite understanding. Then Lu Zhou shook his head and sighed. What a pity. Looking around, this person is smart and cautious. Since he didn't follow, where would he be? Hearing this, Jian Aijian, who had suddenly realized, immediately flew high into the sky. After looking left and right, upon finding no one, he descended back to the ground. Senior, are you saying someone from the palace has been following us? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou looked at him, his expression a mix of amusement and seriousness. It's just speculation. Well, Jian Aijian, why don't you drop the act? Hearing this, Jian Aijian's guilty conscience made his body slightly weak. Senior Ji, what? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Lu Zhou then stopped beating around the bush. You're from the palace. Hearing this, Jian Aijian felt a sinking feeling in his heart. How can I possibly be from the palace? Lu Zhou understood that the other party was a smart person. There's no need for so much nonsense when talking with a smart person. He knew about the plans of the monks from the Temple of Great Emptiness. He knew about the grand ceremony. He also knew Zhuoping was from the palace. More importantly, when he had boarded the carriage, he said someone from the palace was around. Who else would be so familiar with the incident at the chancel? Who else would know about the schemes of the palace? And what seals the deal is someone has been sending them information about the she-villain, Zhao Yu. I sent Ming Shirin off with base while I remained behind. The expert from the palace still hasn't appeared. The expert didn't dare to act recklessly since my identity had been exposed. In particular, when Jian Aijian found out that I was the evil Sky Pavilion master, he was completely flustered since his plans were disrupted, and he began to panic. All these signs point to Jian Aijian being from the palace. After a moment of silence, Jian Aijian sighed helplessly. Senior Ji is very astute. You're only half right, Senior. Indeed, I'm from the palace, but that's in the past. I left the palace a long time ago. A person like me isn't cut out for a place in life. The people from the palace fight and scheme against one another most of the time, deceiving each other. Senior, would you believe me if I told you this? Jian Aijian paused for a moment before continuing. I like the outside world where I'm free and unfettered. However, my friends prefer to stay in the palace. Whenever we meet up for a few drinks, they would share what they know about the palace with me. Jian Aijian's words made sense. Otherwise, how would a rogue cultivator like him know the palace's plans? Unfortunately, it's too late for some of my friends to leave the palace now. Some of them had even died. Their lives have nothing to do with me. Well, that is true. The human relations in the palace are very complicated compared to the outside world. Senior, since you know about my identity, can we call off our previous agreement? Hearing this, Lu Zhou replied indifferently. You can try. Upon hearing this, Jian Aijian let out a bitter laugh. There is no getting off this pirate ship. But, if others know about this, will I be safe? Lu Zhou snapped his fingers and replied, I don't care about that. As long as you're not working against the evil Sky Pavilion, I won't interfere with whatever you do. Since you were from the palace and know quite a bit about the evil Sky Pavilion, I'm sure you understand the evil Sky Pavilion and how we work. Upon hearing this, Jian Aijian nodded and sighed. Fine, then about the swords you promised. I'll give them to you. After hearing this, Jian Aijian breathed a sigh of relief. Then it's a deal. Lu Zhou then called Xia Yuan and headed towards Bayan. I don't care about the palace's affairs. They better not drag the evil Sky Pavilion into their schemes and feud. After summoning Whitesword to send Ming Shirin away, Lu Zhou and Xia Yuan hopped onto Bayan and sprinted in the direction of the evil Sky Pavilion. My merit points are now at 5,010. I only gained 500 merit points when I gained an informant. Regardless, I think it's a good deal. Someone like Jian Aijian is only suited to collaborate with. He isn't suited to be a subordinate. The sound of Xia Yuan asking interrupted his thoughts. Master, are we not going to Divine Capital? After hearing this, Lu Zhou couldn't help but scold her. You little girl, all you think about is playing. Following that, Xia Yuaner muttered again. Master, we shouldn't trust Jian Aijin. He worked for the palace. Why would he become your informant? I know. Of course, Lu Zhou naturally knew all these. However, the fact that Xia Yuaner could think of these, it is much better than before. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Tiger Ridge Gang, Si Weiyao went to Zhu Honghong. 7th senior brother, your information network is broad, and your information has always been reliable. However, don't you think there's something wrong with the information regarding the incident at the chancel? Why would a senior monk appear? Kong Xian from the Temple of Great Emptiness is only a 4-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm at best. Is he really capable of taking Zhao Yu away with so many people from the righteous sect and demon-slaying sect around? Upon hearing this, Si Weiyao faintly smiled. Kong Xian didn't take Zhao Yu away. He was killed by the senior monk. Upon hearing this, Zhu Honghong's tiger-like body trembled with disbelief. The chess pieces on the stone platform were knocked over by him, scattering everywhere. Kong Xian is dead? How is that impossible? Si Weiyao commented upon seeing this. My informants have always been trustworthy. The bald donkeys from the Temple of Great Emptiness activated the Brahman lullaby, impeding my men from advancing, so they could only observe from afar. However, based on what they saw, those who can cast the hand seal for the Great Vidra Wheel, there's no doubt that it's a senior monk. Scratching his head, Zhu Honghong was somewhat confused. How ironic that Kong Xian was killed by one of his own kind. Just as the two were discussing, a practitioner in a long robe suddenly rushed in from outside, reporting to the cult master. Sword freak Chen Wenjie has been killed by senior sword devil. Upon hearing this, Si Weiyao didn't seem too surprised. I know, cult master, I have another report. Speak. Ren Buping, the master of the demon-slaying sect, has come out of seclusion. Upon hearing this, Si Weiyao's face changed drastically. The stone-sealed tiger seat behind him instantly shattered under the surge of internal energy. He stared straight at the person below and asked, "Did he break through?" The man in black quickly replied, "I don't know. Did they make any moves?" "Not as of now. Inform me right away if they make a move." "I understand." The man in black quickly left after saying this. News of sect master Ren Buping's seclusion had been heard for a long time, and there were occasional reports of his cultivation making great progress, but there was never any accurate information. Over the years, the demon-slaying sect had been expanding its power, and the addition of many experts was like adding wings to a tiger. The expansion of the demon-slaying sect had also affected the Netherworld sect. Not only Ren Buping was in seclusion, the Temple of Great Emptiness Kong Yuan, Luo Xingkong, and the Confucian School's former sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, expert Chang Xian, who had failed to take down Jinting Mountain, had all gone into seclusion to cultivate in hopes of achieving a breakthrough in their cultivation bases. However, none of them had shown any signs of a breakthrough thus far. If Ren Buping had a breakthrough in his cultivation base, what is he going to do? Is he going to expand his influence, or will he seek revenge from the evil Sky Pavilion? Si Weiyao turned his head and glanced at Zhu Honghong, finding him in deep and serious contemplation. "Old Eighth, what are you thinking about?" "I'm just thinking if the senior monk who cast the hand seal of the Great Vidra Wheel is Master's ally." Si Weiyao nodded. Master never liked to ally himself with others. However, times are different now. It's not entirely impossible for Master to do something like that, and it seems like there are new people joining the evil Sky Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Zhu Honghong's eyes lit up. Did the Master take on new disciples? I wouldn't say that person's a disciple. He's more like a staff member. Jinting Mountain's barrier has been restored even though the reason for that is unclear. As for the other matters, let's wait until he has exhausted his lifespan. Another staff member? 7th senior brother. Why don't we return to the evil Sky Pavilion? Upon hearing this, Si Weiyao remained silent, just looking at him quietly. Zhu Honghong felt somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze. 7th senior brother, I'm feeling embarrassed. After successfully bringing back Zhao Yu, Lu Zhou rode back to Jinting Mountain. In the secret chamber, he looked at his merit points value again, which was only 5,010 at present. The trip to the altar didn't earn him many merit points. 5,000 points is just enough to buy the Mighty Four Quadrants avatar, which can directly improve my cultivation. The question is, do I need to spend all my merit points on buying it? It doesn't seem worth it. Last time, I spent 66 lucky points on a lottery and got a reversal card. Of course, I might get it on the first try. However, I have exactly 5,000 merit points, and I don't even have the chance to try the lottery again. Let's stabilize first. Nowadays, Jinting Mountain is very safe, so I can slowly accumulate more merit points. Let's improve my cultivation first. The item cards are only useful in one-on-one battles. There is some luck involved in this trip to the chancel. In normal circumstances, who would give you the chance to fight alone? Ding! You have obtained the Mighty Four Quadrants avatar. As the voice sounded, the original 3 condensing flowers disappeared, replaced by the newly appeared 4 quadrants avatar. The true qi in my body is like a flood, breaking through the dantian and sea of qi under the guidance of the new technique, where the true qi is rapidly expanding. I easily broke through the mid-stage bottleneck of the condensation realm and advanced towards the peak. Then, the dantian and sea of qi were filled with even more true qi. Standing between heaven and earth, I am like a container. How much true qi I can contain depends on how much my container can withstand. The size of my meridians and dantian and sea of qi are the key factors in my strength as a cultivator. But I am not an ordinary cultivator. I am the strongest villain in the world. My dantian and meridians have long been shaped and honed. As my true qi replenish, it was like the yellow river breaking through its banks, unstoppable. My cultivation began to skyrocket. I understand now. When I first obtained the system, my cultivation was focused on tempering my body. Body tempering trains the muscles, bones, and skin, which Ji Tiandao has already done, so there is no need to train them again. As for opening the 5 orifices and reaching the condensation realm, it is similar to mental cultivation. The 8 meridians of the Brahmic Sea are about opening the 8 meridians, which Ji Tiandao has already done. In other words, how much I can improve now depends on the level of my technique and how much true qi I can absorb. At this thought, he became overjoyed. For some reason, he always felt that at this time, reading heaven writing was easier to concentrate and purify his spirit, cast away miscellaneous thoughts. So, he took out heaven writing and started reading. Meanwhile, in the cave of reflection, Ming Shirin paced back and forth after confining Zhao Yu inside the cave. Sister Tianqin's cultivation has been abolished by Master. Without her cultivation, her bodily functions will inevitably decline. It's expected to see her in this state. Zhao Yu, seeing Yi Tianqin's haggard appearance, couldn't help but be secretly horrified. Is the punishment so severe? At this moment, she suddenly felt fortunate that she still had cultivation. I don't have the tenacity and courage like Yi Tianqin. If I lose my cultivation, how is that different from death? Ming Shirin paused before explaining to Zhao Yu, Sister Zhao Yu, it's your good fortune to return safely from Master's hands this time. Master has commanded me to confine you in the cave of reflection for introspection. Don't blame me, your senior brother. Before Zhao Yu could respond, Yi Tianqin lifted her head. Seeing the mark on her forehead, she murmured, witchcraft. Ming Shirin nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's witchcraft. Sister Tianqin, you've seen quite a bit in the outside world these years. Yi Tianqin laughed bitterly after hearing this. Witchcraft restrictions. It's hard for cultivators to break them. It's no different from having your cultivation abolished. I've already ended up like this. Now it's Zhao Yu's turn. I wonder who's next. Zhao Yu couldn't bear it and tried to persuade her. Sister, why do you hold such resentment against Master given the circumstances? Ming Shirin revealed a helpless look. Sister Tianqin, are you really willing to stay in the cave of reflection for a lifetime? The underlying meaning was to persuade her to apologize to Master. Yi Tianqin chuckled. With me in this state, you might as well consider me dead. Stubborn. Ming Shirin huffed angrily. Just then, a resonance of energy muster echoed from outside. Sensing the anomaly, he quickly left a message and rushed out. You two reflect on yourselves here. I'll check on you every day. Once outside, he took a moment to tune in, finding the source of the resonating sound to be the evil sky pavilion. Did someone unleash their meridians in the pavilion? How did a Brahmic sea cultivator sneak into Jinting Mountain? You have some nerve. I will teach you a lesson. Such audacity to invade the esteemed evil sky pavilion. What kind of Tom, Dick, and Harry could sneak in? This is too much. What if Master puts the blame on me? Then I would have bitten off more than I can chew. With this in mind, he hurriedly employed his body technique towards the evil sky pavilion. I remember the last time the Jinting Mountain barrier broke, allowing Zhou Jifeng to sneak attack Master. It was already a great fortune that Master didn't blame me, but if these things keep happening, I will feel annoyed even if Master doesn't blame me. At this moment, he happened to pass the back mountain. Zhou Jifeng's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. He immediately shouted in greeting. The next second, Ming Shirin's voice reached below. Get lost. I'll beat you up when you come back. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jifeng was terrified and broke into a cold sweat. I don't think I've offended you. Is there really no normal person in the evil sky pavilion? In just a few breaths, Ming Shirin arrived at the evil sky pavilion. Little junior sister, did you see any outside cultivators sneak into the evil sky pavilion? Upon hearing this, Xia Yuaner shook her head in confusion. No, what's wrong? Ming Shirin searched around the courtyard several times, then returned to his original position. Are you sure you didn't see anything? I'm sure. Where's Master? Resting. Master said not to disturb him. Upon hearing this, Ming Shirin made a shushing gesture. I'll take a look. What if an intruder snuck in? He then carefully tiptoed towards the door of the secret chamber. After reaching the door of the chamber, he began peeping through the door gap. At this moment, he saw the energy muster inside the secret chamber continuously pouring into Lu Zhou's body like a tide. The force surrounding mythical beasts were also swirling around him as if they were materialized. In the center, Lu Zhou focused all his attention on the heaven writing. The burst of aura just now is from the primal chi surging through my 8 meridians. However, it's odd that my 8 meridians are not as powerful compared to before, even though they had been opened by Qi Tiandao when he was still alive. It feels like it got weaker. Under normal cultivation order, one should gather enough cultivation base before breaking through the 8 meridians. The cultivation base required for each meridian breakthrough increases progressively. Now it seems to have been reversed. The low avatar level limits the intake of muster energy. Much like a pre-dug canal, the muster energy gathered is only as much as a bucket of water. Let's continue reading heaven writing. As usual, each time when focusing on reading, one would immerse oneself deeply into it. At this moment, Ming Shirin, with his butt sticking out, was still peeping through the door gap. It's basically certain the source of the sudden breakthrough aura was from the secret chamber, but it was tightly sealed, and nothing could be seen. He tried to call out for Master. Lu Zhou returned in him in confusion, the voice mixed with the rolling waves of muster energy. With a bang, Ming Shirin was instantly thrown out. He was instantly shocked. Such a strong wave of muster energy. Even with his own nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivation, he was overturned by the sound wave. How is this possible? Watching her senior brother swiftly passing in front of her, Xia Yuan quickly reminded, "Fourth senior brother, don't break the railing, you'll have to pay for it." Hearing this, the reactive Ming Shirin quickly managed to stop his body. Then he fell to the ground with a thud. This disciple is wrong. I suspected that someone had infiltrated the Jinting Mountain. Please forgive me, Master. At this moment, the evil sky pavilion was silent. Even Lu Zhou couldn't figure out what happened. The sound wave just now was indeed astonishing. The intensity of the sound wave was certainly not something a beginner Brahmic Sea realm practitioner could produce. However, there is a gap of 2 realms between the Brahmic Sea realm and nascent divinity tribulation realm. No matter how strong, it wouldn't have thrown Ming Shirin back. Could he be putting on an act? Lu Zhou got up in confusion. Outside the evil sky pavilion, Ming Shirin was still kneeling on the ground. While being amazed by Master's awe-inspiring prowess, he also wondered why Master didn't come out. At the same time, he sensed the surrounding environment, found no intruders nor any other movements. This is really strange. While pondering, the door of the secret chamber slowly opened. Seeing this, he quickly started to flatter. "Your strength is truly unrivaled, Master. I'm no match for your sound technique at all." Lu Zhou stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze fell on him. Then he said with a hidden meaning, "Nice acting. Since you like acting so much, go to the Cave of Reflection and reflect for 3 days." Hearing this, Ming Shirin was completely dumbfounded. The puzzled and quickly explained, "Master, I'm telling the truth. I wasn't. Are you questioning your master?" Lu Zhou's tone became indifferent. Ming Shirin was frightened into a cold sweat. "I dare not. I will accept my punishment. This disciple will now go to the Cave of Reflection." Watching his leaving figure, Lu Zhou couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. He thought he would earn merit points this time, but there was no system notification. Is he not convinced? I'll give him a heavier punishment next time. Ming Shirin, wrapped in a large red quilt, arrived at the Cave of Reflection. He who had been misunderstood had unspeakable grievances. He thought his master had changed drastically from before. Seems like he was overthinking. Master is still unpredictable. But what did Master mean by nice acting? The cave was extremely cold and uncomfortable. Zhao Yu, whose cultivation was sealed, curled up in the corner, shivering from the cold. Seeing this, Ming Shirin said, "Junior sister, don't blame me for not helping you." Zhao Yu shook her head and sighed lightly. "Senior brother, you're doing more than enough by visiting me. I can't possibly ask for more. I'm just worried that Sister Qianqing won't be able to hold on." Hearing this, Ming Shirin was somewhat puzzled. Then he immediately went to Yi Tianqing's side to check on her. Even though her cultivation base was destroyed by Master, her physical foundation was still there. The coldness of the Cave of Reflection wouldn't cause her to lose her life. But the current situation seemed very abnormal. Her skin is very pale. It's like a white jade. And her hair was much whiter than before as well. Without her cultivation base, it was inevitable that her body would deteriorate. However, it should not have deteriorated to this extent. What's happening? At this point, Zhao Yu asked, "Fourth senior brother, what's wrong with Sister Qianqing?" Ming Shirin replied, "I'm not sure. I've never seen anything like this. She doesn't seem to be hurt, and this isn't a residual effect from losing her cultivation base. Looking closely, anyway, this isn't normal. Her skin has no wrinkles. It's smooth, just like a piece of white jade. But why is she unconscious? Junior sister Zhao Yu, you take care of her for now. I'll go and plead with Master." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu quickly acknowledged. she also understood that Sister Qianxin's situation wasn't as simple as having her cultivation base destroyed. Ming Shirin disappeared from the Cave of Reflection. Seeing the busy female cultivators of Yanyu Palace, he called out, "The situation is critical. Ready a stretcher." The female cultivators were a bit puzzled. "Fourth Mister, why do you need a stretcher?" Ming Shirin didn't have the time to explain. "Just do as I say. Why are you asking such questions? Dry my quit. I will get it in your room tonight." Soon, Ming Shirin arrived at the grand hall outside the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou was eating a watermelon. He couldn't help but frown slightly. This old fool really is disobedient. Ming Shirin couldn't care less. Upon reaching the grand hall, he knelt down. "Master, junior sister Qianxin is in a bad condition." As he knelt on the ground, his heart was filled with unease. "I don't know what is Master thinking. Is Master intending to torture Yi Tianxin and make her life a living hell, or is he only using this chance to punish her harshly? If it was the former, no good would come out of him pleading for mercy on her behalf. If it was the latter, there might still be some hope left. Since I'm not certain of Master's intention, I can't act recklessly." At this point, Lu Zhou casually asked, "Has she thought things through in recent times?" Hearing this, Ming Shirin was torn. He didn't know how to answer. "I frequently visited Yi Tianxin in the Cave of Reflection. Her stubbornness had exceeded my expectations, and she had never once reflected on her actions." Lu Zhou shook his head and stood up. He searched his memory for information on Yi Tianxin, but unfortunately, he found nothing. Seeing Master walk out, Ming Shirin was overjoyed. He quickly followed behind. Soon, they arrived at the Cave of Reflection. The many female cultivators of Yanyu Palace knelt neatly at the entrance, hoping to plead for mercy. Seeing this, Ming Shirin immediately scolded, "Don't cause trouble. 3 or 4 of you stay behind. The others can go back to your tasks." Lu Zhou walked into the cave expressionlessly. Xiao Yu, trembling, quickly knelt and saluted. After responding, Lu Zhou then came to Yi Tianxin's side. "Senior sister, what happened to you?" Xia Yuaner was shocked and quickly rushed to help her. Lu Zhou didn't say anything, his brows furrowed. In fact, he had known that this day would come. "When I had first met her, I felt she was pure and unsullied. She had principles and was incorruptible. More importantly, the system interface displayed a completely different notification. Her hatred level has decreased. But what's more important is her race. White tribe, white skin, white hair, people as white as jade. This describes the people of the White Tribe Nation. I already knew about her identity. However, since I had no memories about her, I had no choice but to keep her confined in the Cave of Reflection." Ming Shirin carefully called out to his master. Lu Zhou spoke in a mild tone. "Relax. She won't die. Keep her in the South Pavilion. I have questions for her." Ming Shirin acknowledged, and hurriedly called for the palace maid to carry Yi Tianxin out. Then, Lu Zhou came to Xiao Yu's side. Noticed the mark on her forehead was still a bewitching red. So, he reminded her, "This is the Evil Sky Pavilion. It's also the only place where you can stay alive. This witchcraft restriction doesn't just seal your cultivation base, it'll expose your whereabouts as well." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's eyebrows furrowed. "Master, this disciple begs of you, please undo the witchcraft restriction." Lu Zhou helplessly glanced at her after hearing this. "Do you really think I can undo the witchcraft restriction?" Xiao Yu thought for a moment before replying. "This disciple doesn't know. When you've sorted out your thoughts, we'll talk more about witchcraft." After leaving these words behind, Lu Zhou walked straight out. Xiao Yu's loyalty was too low, only around 30, and it was his first encounter with witchcraft. "It would be easier for me to kill someone. A deadly strike card would have done the trick, but witchcraft couldn't be solved with a prop card." Xiao Yu was uncertain. Temporarily confining her in the Cave of Reflection was the best course of action. The South Pavilion of the Evil Sky Pavilion was a place where the 9 disciples once lived. After Yi Tianxin was sent here, Duan Musheng, who had heard the news, rushed over. "How is junior sister's condition?" Upon hearing his question, Ming Shirin sighed. "It's not optimistic." Duan Musheng continued to ask, "What exactly happened?" Ming Shirin replied, "All I know is 6th junior sister was brought back from the Fish Dragon village, south of Great Yan's River. Ever since then, she's been staying on the mountain." Pan Zhong interjected at this point. "South of Great Yan's River, that's the territory of Yun, Tian, and Luo sect." Ming Shirin paused for a moment before continuing. "All the lands under the heavens belonged to the king. Some years ago, there were other tribes near the Measure Heaven River. They were constantly fighting with cultivators. Shortly after Master brought junior sister back, the Fish Dragon village vanished." Xia Yuaner blinked in confusion, not understanding what that meant, whereas Duan Musheng displayed a shocked expression. Could it be the master's doing? "So, junior sister only." Before he could finish his sentence, Ming Shirin hastily interrupted him. At this point, Lu Zhou's voice came from inside the room. "Have you guys said enough? slap each other's mouth 30 times and reflect on your actions in the cave of reflection for 3 days. Upon hearing this, the two were on the verge of tears. Ming Shirin gave Duan Mushing a white glance, not afraid of godlike opponents, but afraid of dumb teammates. Inside the room, after Yi Tianxin was brought in, her consciousness gradually started to recover, but ever since her cultivation was abolished, she hadn't had her injuries treated. Holding on till now was already quite a feat. Lu Zhou observed carefully for a moment, then pulled the blanket over her. At this moment, Yi Tianxin opened her eyes in a daze. When she saw Lu Zhou, she instinctively shivered. "Master." Lu Zhou stared expressionlessly at the other party. "I don't have a disciple like you." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxin finally realized, "I deserve this." Lu Zhou nodded and spoke. "Yes you do, since you're capable of annihilating the entire fish dragon village. Why didn't you kill me as well?" Yi Tianxin's tone was somewhat sarcastic. Hearing this, Lu Zhou found it strange, because there was no mention of the so-called annihilation of Fish Dragon Village in his memory. When Yi Tianxin said these words, she was clearly emotional. Her hatred level, which was initially at 40%, had increased a bit due to her emotions, but according to his memories, though Ji Tiandao was the most powerful demon in the world, and had done many exaggerated things, he wouldn't have slaughtered innocent people. It seems that the missing part of his memory is crucial. Thinking about these now is useless. The only option is to search for the answers step by step. Thinking of this, his gaze fell on Yi Tianxin. "Did you witness it with your own eyes?" "It's the same as personally witnessing it." He then looked at Yi Tianxin and retorted, "The ones who know me best under the heavens are the 9 of you. Have I ever concealed my actions?" Hearing this, Yi Tianxin was taken aback. This person became the greatest villain the world had ever known. He is number 1 on every blacklist. Did he need to hide or cover up his actions? Just as Yi Tianxin was at a loss for words, Lu Zhou once again spoke her name. "Yi Tianxin, although I will not cover my past evil doings, it does not mean anyone can slander me. If you ever try to slander me." He didn't finish his words and left the place, but the meaning was pretty clear. Yi Tianxin froze in response. Ding! Disciplining Yi Tianxin, obtained 100 merit points. Lu Zhou then returned to his room in the evil sky pavilion. Xia Yuan obediently approached. "Master, please don't be angry. If it really comes to that, this disciple will kill that traitor for you." Lu Zhou naturally knew she was joking. He paused for a moment and then spoke. "Yuaner, send a flying letter to Jianaijian." Upon hearing this, Xia Yuaner immediately began to prepare. "Tell him to investigate the incident of Measure Heaven River's Fish Dragon Village. Tell him to get back to me as soon as possible." After the flying letter was written according to his instructions, Xia Yuaner quickly ran out. She came to the courtyard, stood up and randomly grabbed a messenger bird. Then she kicked it into the distance. Lu Zhou then headed to the secret room of the evil sky pavilion. "I was initially planning to continue reading the heavenly writing, but when I recalled the scene of the Brahman Sea opening up my 8 meridians, I feel conflicted. I didn't expect my avatar would restrict my cultivation base. I thought it was a good thing that I was able to directly purchase the avatar. After all, this meant I would not encounter any bottleneck when cultivating. Many cultivators spent their entire lives trying to break through a bottleneck, but to no avail. Right now, I don't have enough merit points either. 210 points. What can I even do with these merit points? Lucky draw." Lu Zhou's eyes lit up and he immediately called up the system interface. "Ding, you have spent 50 merit points. Thanks for trying. +1 luck. Received binding cage. There is a 30% chance to bind the target when used." Getting a reward on the first try greatly boosted Lu Zhou's confidence, but the next 3 consecutive draws were all "thank you for your patronage," which instantly crushed the confidence he had just built up. Sure enough, that bad feeling came again. Only 10 merit points were left. Luck accumulated to 3 points. This was also good. No need to continue drawing, but the 30% chance of binding cage is too low. How embarrassing and humiliating would it be if the world's greatest villain missed trying to capture his target? I had connected my Brahman Sea's 8 meridians, but they were not true Brahman Sea's 8 meridians. All I had were drainages, not the water source. My avatar, the mighty 4 quadrants, had restricted my intake of primal chi. Moreover, I had no other way to quickly earn merit points. I have no other choice but to study the heavenly writing. At this time, Xia Yuaner's voice came from outside the door. "Master, I already written to Jianaijian." Lu Zhou didn't answer. With Jianaijian responsible for investigating the matter, there should be no major problem. Suddenly he remembered he wanted to give this kid a good sword, which was not so easily obtained. He looked left and right. His gaze fell on the weapon that Nameless had scraped last time, and discovered that a notch had appeared on it. Was this scratched by Nameless? Is the Nameless sword that powerful? In disbelief, he took out the Nameless sword again. "Whether it's a mule or a horse, take it out for a walk." With a crisp sound, Nameless and the long sword collided again. First, he checked the status of Nameless, and found it was intact. Then he looked at the big sword and found that it had small cracks. Only then did he realize that this thing was not junk. It was a treasure, probably because he had broken through his cultivation. The power of Nameless had also increased. Lu Zhou was satisfied and put Nameless away. Then he started searching in the secret room. The items on the weapon rack were covered in dust after being left out for a long time. Moments later, a weapon wrapped in cloth caught his eye. He weighed it and found it to be at least 50 pounds. Ding! Recovered the weapon, the Overlord Spear. Recommended owner, Duan Musheng. The Overlord Spear is big in size and heavy in weight. On the body of the spear, there lies a lifelike azure dragon. When swung, it whistles with wind. Lu Zhou, panting, swung it a few times, feeling that his old bones are better suited to strategizing. He prefers Nameless to the Overlord Spear. After all, Nameless can transform into any weapon. It is more useful. A good sword hanging on the wall caught his attention. Often the inconspicuous ones are treasures. Clearly a good sword. Lu Zhou, interested, walked over, but as soon as he got close, the good sword shattered into several pieces with a snap. Seeing this, he felt incredibly awkward. Such defective products would be collected in the secret room. He doesn't have the time to be picky. He'll have his errant disciples tidy it up another day. The sword for Jian Aijian will have to be dealt with later. Off to practice. Time quickly came to the next morning. Xia Yuaner came bouncing over to Lu Zhou. Master, the shameless one has replied. Read it. Then she cleared her throat and read out. First, nothing can be found from the cultivation world about the destruction of Fish Dragon Village at the Crossing Heaven River or now. However, there's something in the palace's archives and the local archives. Investigations show that the culprit is Ji Tiandao. That's you. Second, there are signs that the records have been tampered with. The most suspicious person at the moment is an officer of the Black Knights, Fan Shouwen. The Black Knights are under the Emperor's direct command. They're a special squad of Imperial Guards. I'll add 2 additional pieces of information. First, nobody believed Zhao Shuo when he told them about your true identity. Second, please don't forget about my sword, old senior. Ha ha. Xia Yuaner's weird laugh left Lu Zhou speechless. But that's not important. Jian Aijian really is a talent. He quickly figured out the problem. Black Knight's Fan Shouwen? Xia Yuaner asked curiously. Is this person very powerful? Lu Zhou thought for a moment. There was no such character in his memory. He probably doesn't carry much weight. So he paused and said, call old 4 over. Xia Yuaner responded and hurried off to the Cave of Reflection. Not long after, Ming Shirin rushed to Lu Zhou. Then he knelt down and paid his respects. Greetings, Master. Lu Zhou looked at him and said lightly, I have a task for you. On hearing that he could leave the mountain, Ming Shirin immediately bowed. All Master has to do is order. Lu Zhou then asked, do you know the leader of the Black Knights, Fan Shouwen? Ming Shirin shook his head at the question. I am not familiar. He seems to come from a family of officials. He doesn't have much to do with the cultivation world. Lu Zhou paused, then said lightly, inform him that I want to meet him. Understood. Ming Shirin excitedly agreed. Then he couldn't wait to head straight down the mountain. There's nothing better than a simple mission like this. I can also have some fun. As soon as he left, a messenger bird flew over. Xia Yuaner opened it to find another letter from Jian Aijian. My apologies. I ran out of paper. Anyways, Fan Shouwen's actual name is Lung Luo. He's known as the Grim Yama. He was ranked on the top of the blacklist 300 years ago. Old senior, I think you know this person better than I do, so there's no need for me to elaborate. After reading, Xia Yuaner frowned. His arrogant tone really deserves a beating. Lung Luo. Ha! The face of the man emerged vaguely in Lu Zhou's mind. It's actually him. Xia Yuaner asked in confusion. Master, who's this person? We can't fully trust Jian Aijian's words. Lu Zhou explained in response. These matters did not conflict with Jian Aijian's interests. There was no reason for Jian Aijian to lie. Where's old Fourth now? Xia Yuaner gestured. With Fourth's senior brother's speed, he should be beyond the barrier by now. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, somewhat speechless. Lung Luo is 200 years younger than Ji Tiandao. However, 300 years ago, Lung Luo was a great villain who committed every evil act imaginable. He was notorious for his cunningness in the cultivation world. He burned, killed, robbed, and looted everywhere he went while humiliating others. However, that person usually operates alone and never worked with anyone else. He had committed many evil deeds on his own. He managed to escape with his life intact even though thousands of cultivators had gone against him. This earned him the top spot on the blacklist. Ji Tiandao had fought this person to an even match. Ji Tiandao was older than Lung Luo. At that time, he had not reached the peak of his power yet. After he had reached the pinnacle of power, Ji Tiandao began accepting disciples. The Jinting Mountain's evil sky pavilion shocked the world, earning Ji Tiandao the top spot on the blacklist. It was at that time that Leng Luo seemed to have vanished without a trace. After hiding for several hundreds of years, his spot on the blacklist gradually deranked and being forgotten by others. In this world, only accomplished cultivators were able to live for more than 300 years. It was only natural that the younger generation had never heard of Leng Luo. 300 years ago, this person was at the nascent divinity tribulation realm with a 6-leaf golden lotus 100 tribulations insight avatar. Now that 300 years had passed, what is his cultivation base like now? Even if he made no progress over the centuries, he was certainly stronger than Ming Shirin, who had just recently attained his 100 tribulations insight avatar. He was not someone Ming Shirin could defeat, right? Thinking of this, Lu Zhou commanded Xia Yuaner to write a letter. Send word to Old Fourth. That man is extremely dangerous. Tell him to be careful. Xia Yuaner was somewhat surprised to hear her master's words. Should we call Fourth's senior brother back? Lu Zhou shook his head to signal it was unnecessary. After all, Ming Shirin is a strong cultivator at the nascent divinity tribulation realm. After years of torment under Ji Tiandao, he had developed an eel-like character. Last time when righteous cultivators besieged Jinting Mountain, even Duan Mushing was captured, but he was not caught. Moreover, he is now just going to inform Leng Luo. Even if a trap is set in advance, catching a person like Ming Shirin is quite difficult. If it wasn't for my deterring ability and the artifact card, I wouldn't be able to do anything with him either. Lu Zhou played with the fan in his hand, lost in thought. Leng Luo might have attained a 7-leaf or even an 8-leaf avatar by now. However, any higher than that is very unlikely. Leng Luo, who is currently known as Fang Xiuwen, after 300 years. What kind of skills and hidden tricks does he have? Time quickly moved to the next day. At this time, at the city gate of Upper Prime City, a group of intimidating black knights were passing by. They were wearing black armor and dark masks, and their bodies faintly exuded a chilling aura. Some of the common people avoided them, not daring to block their path. Let's go. And don't look, Black Knights. Those 3 Black Knights at the front are the strongest of their 4-man group. They're also known as the 4 Dark Knights. They each have their specialized talent and have a profound cultivation base. Nobody knows the extent of their strength. Just as they were about to leave the gate of Upper Prime City, the leading Black Knight asked, "How long is Old Third going to take?" The second one beside him replied, "Old Third's archery is peerless under the heavens. Any target that's unfortunate to fall into his radar will definitely die. It shouldn't be difficult for him to kill the traitor of the Upper Prime City." At this time, the 4th chuckled. "Our mission in the Upper Prime City can be considered as completed. The 4 of us should drink to our heart's content when we return to the divine capital. I just hope the leader will be satisfied." No sooner had he finished speaking, a sound of an arrow shooting passed overhead. The next second, with a bang, a head was pinned to the city wall. The 3 Black Knights were not too surprised. As expected, Old Third is amazing. His archery is truly peerless under the heavens. Old Third of the Black Knights did not say anything after hearing this. Report back to the divine capital. After completing the mission, the Black Knights sped towards the direction of the divine capital. The sound of horse hooves kicking up large amounts of dust gradually faded. When they passed through a forest, a chuckling sound suddenly echoed around them. The leading Black Knight immediately pulled on the reins and stopped moving forward. The team was very coordinated. Old 3 immediately jumped into the air and started patrolling the trees. The leader of the Black Knights furrowed his brows and questioned, "Who dares block our way?" After a while, there was no response. The chuckling sound echoed in the forest again. At this time, in a certain place in the forest, Ming Shirin was leaning against a big tree, teasing an animal in his hand, while all the movements of the Black Knights in the distance were in his sight. Unexpectedly, even the Dark 4 Knights, who have been steeped in countless slaughters, would be confronted and challenged. When the eerie laughter echoed throughout the forest, the Black Knight, being the leader, immediately gave the order, "Old Third." As soon as his words fell, the sharpshooter, Old Third, released the arrow in his hand. The arrow tore through the air like lightning. Under the envelopment of the robust muster energy, it destroyed one tree after another like a bamboo. In the blink of an eye, it destroyed one tree after another. Old 4 asked in confusion, "Did you get him?" Old Third shook his head and replied, "No, this person must be a nascent divinity tribulation realm expert." At this moment, a playful voice sounded, "Not bad marksmanship." Hearing these words, the boss spoke with an uncertain expression. "Who goes there?" The corner of Ming Shirin's mouth revealed a curve. "I'm the disciple of Jinting Mountain's evil sky pavilion. Where's Fan Xiuwen, leader of the Black Knights?" Upon hearing the words Jinting Mountain, the 4 of them immediately became alert. "So, It's a friend from the Evil Sky Pavilion. Friend? Ha ha. Where is Fan Shouwen? Ming Shirin's arrogant laughter continued to echo around, and the trees in the forest began to grow strangely and wildly. This is a jungle area, where the Bluewood Heart technique can be fully utilized. Even a cultivator at the nascent divinity tribulation realm with a 6-leaf avatar might not be able to capture him. In this place, he is the king. The leader attempted to determine the location of the other party, but he came up empty-handed. The voice was elusive, floating from left to right. He then responded politely, "The leader is in the divine capital. What business do you have with him?" The tone of Ming Shirin was filled with displeasure. "Listen up, I'll give you 3 days. The Evil Sky Pavilion wants to meet Fan Shouwen. If he doesn't, you will end up like this tree." With his words, a towering tree suddenly twisted and deformed, and hurled towards the group of the Black Knight. Seeing this, Old Four leaped up, the muster energy gathered in his fist, and in an instant, he shattered the massive tree into several sections. "Your message, I shall convey it to my leader. Farewell." Having said this, the leader quickly led the Black Knight troops away from here. Ming Shirin watched them with interest. Since 4 of them are so strong, it's impossible for Fan Shouwen to be weak, right? "Oh, Master, who are you trying to provoke this time?" The 4 Dark Knights cultivation bases were almost at the nascent divinity tribulation realm, while the remaining Black Knights cultivation base was at the divine court realm, leaving eldest and second brother of Evil Sky Pavilion. These Black Knights could fight on par with the Evil Sky Pavilion. There's no way that a person who commanded these people would be a nobody in the cultivation world. "Fan Shouwen, just who on earth are you?" After expressing his surprise, Ming Shirin delved into the forest. His figure disappeared here in a flash. Like lightning, the Imperial Guards guarded the capital. The Black Knights were a covert group and only operated in the shadows. Their existence was not publicly acknowledged. Their base is not located in the capital. Only a handful of people from the palace knew the location of their base. They went around the capital and continued to the north. Not long after, they returned to the Black Knights' headquarters in a certain mountain range. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall, the several individuals knelt on one knee. "My lord, we've completed our mission. The Upper Prime City's traitor has been eliminated by the Black Knights." Directly in front, a towering figure in black armor had his back turned to the 4. "Excellent. I also have another thing to report. We encountered a villain from the Evil Sky Pavilion on our way back. The Evil Sky Pavilion has a message for you. The Evil Sky Pavilion requests an audience with you. They have set a deadline of 3 days. After hearing this, Fan Shouwen chuckled helplessly. "This is a tribulation that I must face. My lord, the Evil Sky Pavilion is notorious in the cultivation world. It has produced 9 great villains over the centuries, whose names shocked the lands. The founder of the unorthodox Dao, Ji Tian Dao, possesses an unfathomable cultivation base. My lord, I suggest that we avoid the Evil Sky Pavilion." Before he could finish his sentence, Fan Shouwen raised his hand to interrupt him. "I've received an order from the palace. The Evil Sky Pavilion has meddled in the palace's plans. My lord, are we making an enemy out of the Evil Sky Pavilion?" Fan Shouwen shook his head and slowly began to speak. "The Evil Sky Pavilion is indeed terrifying. We have no idea about the cultivation bases of its 9 disciples. Rumor has it that Ji Tiandao possesses an 8-leaf golden lotus avatar. It's not surprising for him to be able to repel the 10 great experts. I have no intention of making the Evil Sky Pavilion my enemy. It's only natural that we should avoid making an enemy out of such powerful people." The Black Knights finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing these words. "I'm afraid that the leader will be conceited for a while. Although the overall strength of the Black Knights is strong, if we were to confront Ji Tiandao directly, both sides would surely sustain great losses. Moreover, there is no need to rush. Once Ji Tiandao reaches his limit, we will easily destroy the Evil Sky Pavilion." However, at this point, Fan Shouwen suddenly changed his tone. "However, since the palace has issued an order, we must obey. Since the Evil Sky Pavilion wishes to see me, I'll go see them." When they learned that Fan Shouwen was going to the Evil Sky Pavilion, the 4 were somewhat shocked. Ji Tiandao's age, he will die in 10 years at most. Why do we have to rush there now? We're Fan Shouwen's most trusted subordinates. Naturally, we knew about Fan Shouwen's identity as well. Fan Shouwen is younger than Ji Tiandao, but he was a prodigy in the cultivation world. When he was at the top of the blacklist, the Evil Sky Pavilion had yet to exist. The two had fought to a draw. However, Ji Tiandao experienced a huge leap in his cultivation base and sat steadily in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Although we don't know how profound our Lord's cultivation base was, but we're certain that it was not higher than an 8-leaf. Fan Shouwen calmly looked at the 4, paused for a moment, then spoke in a cold voice. I can wait, the Black Knights can wait, even the Emperor can wait. However, Great Yan cannot wait. In 3 days' time, you will accompany me to the Evil Sky Pavilion. There's no need to discuss this matter any further. Lu Zhou understood. Apart from the rascals who left the Evil Sky Pavilion, those who remained were quite smart. Their only shortcoming was that it was difficult for them to improve their cultivation bases after being suppressed by Ji Tiandao for so long. However, this situation has to change as soon as possible. The world didn't dare to act against the Evil Sky Pavilion due to Ji Tiandao's cultivation base. However, as time passed, probing attacks such as the one before would only increase frequently. The limit of one's life has always been regarded as the truth in this cultivation realm. Just as he was pondering, Xia Yuaner's voice suddenly reached his ears. Master, I've waited the entire day, but fourth senior brother still hasn't written back. Do you think he received my letter? Lu Zhou shook his head, indicating it was fine. It's fine. Ming Shirin had completed his mission. As long as he didn't cause trouble elsewhere and returned safely, there would not be a problem. Xia Yuaner seemed worried. Master, is senior brother dead? I've asked that idiot about this. He said the leader of the Black Knights, Fan Xiuwen, is very dangerous. Nobody knows his real identity. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou asked in confusion. Idiot? Xia Yuaner replied. Pan Zhong, he said that fourth senior brother will die, so I scolded him with a few words. How many words did you scold him with? I just lightly scratched him. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou was somewhat speechless. He casually tapped her on the head. You're becoming more unruly. This habit of randomly hitting people, when will you change it? Just at this moment, there came a deafening blast from the back mountain. Lu Zhou couldn't help but frown. Jingting Mountain has a barrier for protection. Who is causing trouble? In the midst of his doubts, he saw Pan Zhong rush over, who was also excitedly shouting. Third Mister has had a breakthrough. Lu Zhou stared blankly at him. You are? Greetings, Pavilion Master. I'm Pan Zhong. I fell on my own. Upon hearing this news, Xia Yuaner was also overjoyed. That's great, Lu Zhou chided in a low voice. You're the most carefree one here. Shouldn't you work hard to catch up to your senior brother? Lu Zhou was quite satisfied with his disciple, Duan Musheng. Duan Musheng was not as calculative as Ming Shirin, even though he was opinionated. Ever since the siege of the 10 great experts, Duan Musheng's loyalty remained stable and unwavering. Compared to rascals like Ming Shirin and Zhao Yu, I prefer Duan Musheng more. If Duan Musheng and Ming Shirin were in the same realm, Duan Musheng could easily win in a fight against Ming Shirin. However, Ming Shirin had benefited from the battle on Jingting Mountain previously. Ming Shirin had a breakthrough in his Bluewood Heart technique. Although Duan Musheng's progress was slower, it was no surprise that he had a breakthrough in his realm. However, there's no need to worry about little Yuaner's cultivation. She is the latest to start, but her cultivation level has improved the fastest. Even Zhou Jifeng, the eldest disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, is not as good as her. Duan Musheng came over to Lu Zhou in high spirits. I had a stroke of luck and managed to break through to the nascent divinity tribulation realm, and successfully formed the 100 Tribulation Insight Avatar. Lu Zhou nodded approvingly. It's good that you had a breakthrough. The path of cultivation is long, so remember not to be too proud or impatient, and work harder. Upon hearing this, Duan Musheng bowed respectfully. Thank you for your teachings. Master, I'll remember them. His loyalty had gone up by 1%. It's obvious that the higher the percentage is, the harder it is to increase loyalty. At this point, Lu Zhou suddenly thought of the Overlord Spear. Overlord Spear. It seemed like the spear's designated owner was Duan Musheng. After all, Duan Musheng cultivated the Divine One technique that included swordsmanship and spearmanship. Duan Musheng's character was frank and fierce, which made the Overlord Spear more suitable for him than a sword. The spear and sword were made two different weapons, but they would lead to the same result. If Duan Musheng's cultivation can be greatly improved, it would be beneficial for me as well. Thinking of this, he left a word and rose to return to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Wait here, I'll be back soon. He went back to the secret chamber of the Evil Sky Pavilion, took out the Overlord Spear, then hurried back to his previous position. Seeing Master returning with a weapon in an imposing manner, Duan Musheng was a bit confused. Lu Zhou hadn't yet reached his destination when he threw the Overlord Spear in his hand over. Thinking that Master was about to punish him, Duan Musheng immediately became flustered. Master, I dare not. The next second, the Overlord Spear turned its head upward and steadily landed in his hands. Ding! The Overlord Spear has successfully gained an owner. Activated grade, Heaven grade. Reward, 1,000 merit points. Lu Zhou gave him a meaningful glance. I'm giving the Overlord Spear to you. Use it well, and don't let me down. The moment he received the Overlord's spear, he was overjoyed, and quickly gave a respectful bow. "Thank you, Master, for giving me this weapon." Lu Zhou nodded indifferently. It seems that the grades of the weapons will only reach their potential when they are given to a suitable owner. If it were casually given to someone else who was not suited to it, it would not be able to unleash its full potential. He was also able to break the cold iron chains. Also, this reward is nice. I still don't know how many weapons remained after Ji Tiandao's death. After all, there are a lot of disciples. They should be given grace equally. At this time, Xia Yuaner came up enviously. "Master, I want one too. Your cultivation base is still low, so you shouldn't be messing around." Duan Mushing toyed with it for a while, seeming to be quite fond of it. He then turned his gaze to Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng. "Both of you spar with me. I will wait for you behind the mountain." "Master, I'm going to train with my weapon. I'll take my leave." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou waved his hand. "Go ahead." Just as the three of them left, a messenger bird quickly flew in. Xia Yuaner immediately went up and grabbed it. "Master, it's a letter from 4th Senior Brother. I'll read it for you." "Master, I've conveyed your message to the Black Knights. They'll be arriving at the Evil Sky Pavilion in a few days' time. I'll keep an eye on them along the way." After reading it, Xia Yuaner seemed a bit surprised. Fan Shouwen is really bold. To think he easily agreed to come here. "Master, don't show him any mercy. Kill him with a single slap." Lu Zhou stroked his beard, somewhat speechless. "If I kill him, who's going to unravel the truth behind the destruction of Fish Dragon Village?" Fan Shouwen, also known as Leng Luo, has always been cunning and values his life very much. He is similar to Jian Aijian in this regard. However, Jian Aijian has a lively character, but Fan Shouwen is a man filled with schemes. There's no way that such a person would be easily provoked to come to the Evil Sky Pavilion, right? Fan Shouwen should have heard the news of me defeating the 10 great experts. Since he's unafraid, I wonder where his confidence comes from. Lu Zhou, although puzzled, didn't think too much on it. He then turned his head to ask, "How's Yi Tianxin been doing these few days?" Xia Yuaner answered, "Apart from her frighteningly pale skin, she's doing fine." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou nodded and left the place. Once he returned to the secret chamber of the Evil Sky Pavilion, he opened the system interface. The screen displayed a total of 1,310 merit points remaining. "I have lost interest in reversal cards. The current situation is undoubtedly more suitable for me to cultivate. This means the only option is to select the lucky draw." As he pondered this, a system notification suddenly sounded in his ears. "Ding! Your disciple, Ming Shirin, killed 2 Black Knights on his way back. Earned 200 merit points. This Ming Shirin, he won't stop making me worry. Since you've already conveyed the message, you can just peacefully return. If you provoke Fan Shouwen and get yourself killed, you'll only have yourself to blame." But Ming Shirin is still quite far from the Evil Sky Pavilion. Although I could rescue him with a peak form card, it would still take some time for me to reach him even if I unleash all my techniques to rush over. The cultivation world is already full of dangers, and if Ming Shirin could escape under the pursuit of Black Cavalry, then he would at least be able to protect himself enough in the world of Great Yen in the future. I still don't really want anything to happen to him. Although this disciple is unruly, as long as he is well disciplined, he will become a great weapon. Moreover, I still have to rely on him to earn merit points. On the system's interface, the merit points had accumulated to 1,710. I have 2 deadly strike cards left. They should be enough. Binding Cage's hit rate is too low. It costs 200 merit points each and I purchased 3 of them. I have 6 Binding Cage cards now. This should be enough, right? Next is, I'll go for the lucky draw. It'll be worth it if I manage to get an avatar. I'll only draw twice. I won't go overboard. Lu Zhou couldn't wait and immediately started to take action. The time quickly arrived 2 days later. He woke up from comprehending the heavenly writing. The more I comprehend it, the more my mental state improves. The improvement seems to show itself when something unexpected happens. A good example of this was when I encountered the Buddhist Brahmin lullaby and when my 4th disciple, Ming Shirin, approached the hidden chamber. Could it be that the process of comprehension allows me to gain extraordinary power? Before he could figure it out, Xia Yuaner's voice came from outside, telling him that Ming Shirin had returned. As soon as Lu Zhou arrived in the hall, he saw Ming Shirin, with a face full of dust, kneeling on the ground. Fortunately, his loyalty did not decrease. In fact, it seemed to be much better than before. "Get up and speak. Where are the Black Knights now?" Upon hearing his master's question, Ming Shirin quickly bowed and answered, "The Black Knights departed earlier. They're less than 10 miles away from Jinting Mountain. They should arrive at any minute." "So soon?" Lu Zhou then looked at him for a moment. "Daredevil, impudent." Hearing these words, Ming Shirin instinctively knelt down. "I'm dead. Master is in a bad temper." Lu Zhou continued to reprimand. "We're not clear about Fan Shouwen's strength. You've just entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm, and yet, You're bold enough to provoke him? Are you tired of living? Ming Shirin quickly explained that he didn't dare. I was worried he wouldn't come, so I harassed some of his men. I didn't plan on killing them, but they didn't want to let me go. I had no choice but to hide in the forest and took care of them there. Fool, if Fan Shouwen really meant you harm, he would be able to easily deal with you. There's no need for him to give you a chance. Hearing this, Ming Shirin was suddenly somewhat frightened. Fan Shouwen is so strong? Xia Yuan'er quietly stepped forward and reminded him. His real name is Lun Luo. Didn't you read the letter Master sent you? Ming Shirin remembered the mysterious symbols of the letter and was suddenly speechless. I have never heard of Fan Shouwen, but I am familiar with the name, Lu Lun. Back then, Lun Luo's reputation was unrivaled. If the Master did not amaze the world by raising 9 disciples, Lun Luo's reputation would linger even longer. Lun Luo was a scheming expert with a profound cultivation base. How can I not feel frightened after killing the Black Knights under such an expert's nose? But why didn't Fan Shouwen take action? As he was pondering, 2 female cultivators from Yanyu Palace hurriedly walked in. Pavilion Master, Fan Shouwen requests an audience with you. He's outside. Ming Shirin cautiously asked, Master, should I drive him away for now? You can meet him another time? Lu Zhou waved his hand to signal that it was unnecessary. Bring him in. After receiving the order, Ming Shirin ran towards the outside. Xia Yuan'er also followed to see the excitement. Lu Zhou didn't stop her. After all, Fan Shouwen is already at the foot of the mountain. Fan Shouwen is an intelligent man. He would not be so rash as to attack my disciples. Meanwhile, beyond the barrier, Jinting Mountain, Fan Shouwen looked at the blue glowing barrier and suddenly became interested. I didn't expect that the Jinting Mountain would have a formation in such a perfect place. Old Four heard this and echoed. I've heard that even the 10 great nascent divinity tribulation realm experts could not break the Jinting Mountain's barrier after they joined forces. Such a formation is truly amazing. Fan Shouwen spoke indifferently. 4 of you will accompany me up the mountain, while the rest will stay here and wait. The Black Knight behind him received the order and respectfully responded, as you wish. A green figure swiftly swept over from the mountains. After landing, Ming Shirin's gaze swept over the many Black Knights. So the one standing in the lead is the infamous Lun Luo? How chilling. Reflecting on this, he extended his palm and made a gesture of invitation. The Master has invited you up the mountain. Fan Shouwen gave him a glance and spoke slowly. The Evil Sky Pavilion's 4th disciple, Ming Shirin, you killed 4 of my knights. However, on account of your master, I won't hold it against you. Upon hearing this, Ming Shirin quickly explained, Senior, you're truly magnanimous. However, I had no choice but to defend myself since they persisted in hunting me down. Hearing this, one of the Black Knights scoffed. Weren't you the one who infiltrated the Black Knights' headquarters first? I was just worried you won't convey the message to your leader. I won't be able to bear the consequences if I fail my task. Would all of you like to know what kind of person my master is? Seeing Ming Shirin keep repeating master, Fan Shouwen gestured his subordinates not to speak further. I will never decline an invitation from your master. Lead the way. Hearing the indifferent tone of the other party, Ming Shirin gave a faint smile. I preferred Zhuoxinchan better. At the very least, Zhuoxinchan had addressed me as Mr. Fourth. I like the sound of that. Unfortunately, Zhuoxinchan is dead, Master said. Go up on your own. Fan Shouwen didn't say a word. He led his 4 men and stepped into the barrier. As they passed each other, the leader of the Black Knights glanced at Ming Shirin. Interesting. 4th disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion. If we have the opportunity in the future, let's exchange some moves. Hearing his provocative words, Ming Shirin frowned. Master has said that I'm not allowed to fight without a reason. The 5 of them then walked up the stairs towards the Evil Sky Pavilion. Halfway there, Xia Yuan'er's figure just passed by. Who's hiding in the shadows? Fan Shouwen immediately looked at her position. Xia Yuan'er jumped onto the tree trunk in front of Ming Shirin, and then said, Ugly. Old Four was enraged when he heard this. My lord, the Evil Sky Pavilion isn't showing us much respect. Ming Shirin helplessly explained, my little junior sister is like that. Please don't take her seriously. Fan Shouwen waved his hand to indicate it was no problem. He naturally wouldn't be easily angered. Not long after, they all arrived in the Evil Sky Pavilion. At this moment, Lu Zhou was sitting in the center chair. Duan Musheng, Pan Zhong, and Zhou Jifeng stood on the left. Xiao Yu and Yi Tianxin were on the right. Fan Shouwen's gaze went up to the old man above. According to rumors, Qi Tiandao's days were said to be numbered. 1,000 years of cultivation would return to nature once his time was up. My judgment of a person's aura is different from that of ordinary people. This old man only has about 15 years left in him. As for his cultivation base, I'm unable to sense it. If I were to forcefully try to probe the old man's cultivation base, it would be equivalent to a blatant provocation, which isn't a wise move. Reflecting on this, he then spoke loudly. Fan Shouwen pays respect to old Senior Ji. Lu Zhou calmly nodded. Sit. As his words fell, a female cultivator from Yanyu Palace brought a chair into the hall. After Fan Shouwen took his seat, he asked with a hand-cupped fist, "I heard you wanted to see me, old Senior G." I did not dare to delay, so I led the Black Knights here without making any stops. I wonder what matters you wanted to discuss with me, old Senior G. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou stroked his beard. He casually pointed at Yi Tianqin. "I'm sure you recognize this person." Fan Shouwen looked up at her, indicating that he didn't recognize her. Seeing this, Xia Yuan began to introduce. "She's my master's 6th disciple. She's my senior sister, Yi Tianqin." As she was speaking, she suddenly changed her words. "Traitor. So, she's the Evil Sky Pavilion's 6th disciple. I apologize for my rudeness." Fan Shouwen casually responded. The heavy mask hid what he was thinking. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou couldn't help but frown slightly. Then he continued to ask, "Do you know about the Fish Dragon Village?" Upon hearing this, Fan Shouwen shook his head. "Why do you ask about the Fish Dragon Village, old Senior G?" Lu Zhou then pointed at Yi Tianqin's name. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqin managed to hold back her grief and spoke. 150 years ago, the Fish Dragon Village had a population of about 354 villagers. It was completely destroyed. After I left Jinting Mountain, I went through many troubles only to discover that all the signs pointed to the master. Fan Shouwen's brow furrowed slightly. "I see. I'm truly sorry to hear the Fish Dragon Village has been destroyed. However, is this the reason you summoned me here, old senior?" Lu Zhou responded indifferently. "That's right." Fan Shouwen asked expressionlessly, "What does this have to do with me?" Lu Zhou noticed the slight change in his body. He didn't know whether it was surprise or nervousness. He casually said, "The records of the palace and local archives stated that I was the one who destroyed the Fish Dragon Village. The Black Knights is the special force of Great Yan's imperial family. They only operate in the shadows. It's only natural the palace archives won't mention this force. Have the Black Knights never been to Measure Heaven River?" Fan Shouwen didn't respond to this question. He's a smart one. As soon as I pointed at Yi Tianqin, he knew I would ask about this. It's just unfortunate every cultivator knows that the Black Knights is the special force of the imperial family. Well, let's put the incident at the Fish Dragon Village aside for now. I came here today to discuss a certain matter. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou told him to speak. Then Fan Shouwen's raspy voice came through. "The palace has a message for you. The palace will not hold the Evil Sky Pavilion accountable for its various deeds in the past, including Ming Shiren's killing of 4 Black Knights. The palace is willing to let bygones be bygones. On one condition, the Evil Sky Pavilion must not interfere with the business of the Great Yan's imperial family for the next 10 years. As these words came out, the Great Hall became incredibly quiet. A few disciples stared coldly at the scene below. "I am speaking on behalf of the Black Knights. I hope you can grant us this wish, old senior. The Black Knights do not wish to be enemies with the Evil Sky Pavilion, nor do we possess the right or strength." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou tasted his tea without making any indications. Ming Shiren sneered and was the first to speak. "Ho ho, the last person in this hall who rambled on in such a self-righteous manner is dead. Are you trying to follow in his footsteps?" Fan Shouwen bowed and said he wouldn't dare. At this moment, Lu Zhou put down his teacup. Then he called out his real name. "Lin Luo, are you threatening me?" Regardless of how humble Fan Shouwen's tone was or how respectful his manner was, anyone with half a brain would be able to hear the underlying threat hidden in his words. The Evil Sky Pavilions might struck fear into people's hearts. Whether it was due to Lu Zhou or his 9 disciples, even if they discounted Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shanrong, no forces would dare to take the Evil Sky Pavilion lightly. What gave Fan Shouwen the confidence to speak such words or stop the Evil Sky Pavilion from meddling in the imperial family's affairs if they so wished? What was that supposed to mean? Upon hearing this, Fan Shouwen quickly stood up and bowed. "Old senior, since you're aware of my identity, why must you put me in a difficult position?" Lin Luo disappeared 300 years ago, along with the grace and grudges of the past. "You're older than me, so I should address you as older brother. Being on the blacklist is not something I'm proud of. In fact, it has become an unremovable stain in my life." He spoke passionately with such self-righteousness that it made people cringe when they heard his words. This person who was once on the top of the blacklist and had committed every evil act imaginable and unimaginable under the heavens said that he was ashamed of his past and had turned to the path of righteousness? Isn't that funny? Fan Shouwen paused, then continued to explain. "As for threatening you, the Black Knights won't dare to do such a thing. We're merely conveying the palace's message. There's nothing I can do even if you choose to reject this request." Just as his words fell, Ming Shiren shot back. "If you know your request will be rejected, aren't you just wasting your breath by saying it in the first place?" Duan Mushing spoke out coldly. "You're asking the Evil Sky Pavilion to not meddle in the palace's affairs. According to your logic, if we agree to your request, even if a person from the palace were to cut me open, I'd have to bear with it and endure it. 5th junior sister Zhao Yu's cultivation base was sealed by someone from the palace before she was sent to the holy altar for a marriage alliance. Who will take responsibility? Who's going to answer for the destruction of the fish dragon village? These words from Duan Mushing made everyone look at him with new eyes. No one expected him, who was usually reticent, could speak out like this. Lu Zhou nodded, seemingly agreeing. Lung Luo, did you hear that? This suggested he approved of his disciples' words. This boosted the confidence of the disciples. Such a thing would never have happened in the past. One had to be careful with their words, or they might invite trouble. Fan Shouwen kept his respectful demeanor. I can't defy the palace's orders. Old senior, there's no need for you to lower yourself to the palace's level. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou immediately stood up. No, you don't understand. This simple action made the 5 below instantly tense. Are the Black Knights responsible for the destruction of Fish Dragon Village? A hint of coldness flashed in Lu Zhou's eyes. Upon hearing these words, Yi Tianxin's heart started to beat rapidly. Is there really another side to the Fish Dragon Village's story? Fan Shouwen didn't answer directly. He only said faintly, other tribes will never be allowed to exist in the lands of Great Yan. There were too many of them at Measure Heaven River. At these words, Yi Tianxin was shaken to the core. This was practically an indirect admission. Lu Zhou then asked, did you tamper with the records in the palace and local archives? Fan Shouwen answered, I did. There aren't many who have access to the palace's archives. Old senior, do you have an informant in the palace? Lu Zhou didn't pay any mind to his question, and continued to ask, so, you were the one who slandered me? Fan Shouwen began to explain. The Black Knights were only following orders. We aren't the mastermind behind this. Moreover, from what I know, the 6th disciple of Evil Sky Pavilion is a traitor. Why would you put yourself against the palace for a mere traitor, old senior? As his words fell, Yi Tianxin drew her sword and with all her might, lunged at him. However, before her sword could reach, it shattered into pieces under the impact of Fan Shouwen's protective aura. Who's the mastermind? Who is it? Yi Tianxin asked unwillingly. Fan Shouwen didn't answer, but only slightly released a weak aura, pushing Yi Tianxin back. Xia Yuaner quickly stepped forward to support her. Old Senior G, the Black Knights do not wish to become enemies with the Evil Sky Pavilion. I've answered all your questions. As for the mastermind, forgive me for not being able to answer you, since I've already conveyed the palace's message to you. It's up to you to decide what to do, Old Senior. However, as a junior, I have 2 pieces of advice for you, Old Senior. First, it's best not to go against the palace. After all, 10 years will pass in just a blink of an eye. Second, although the Black Knights can't compare with the Evil Sky Pavilion, we aren't pushovers either. Farewell. After saying this, he turned and walked towards the exit, the other 4 Black Knights following behind. Since we arrived at the Evil Sky Pavilion, we have been constantly disregarded and disrespected. The Black Knights have never been treated in this manner before. We had to sacrifice our pride and dignity here. Even the leader acted humbly after hearing the parting words. It made me feel extremely refreshed. The knots in my heart have vanished. The leader was right. Although the Evil Sky Pavilion is certainly strong, the Dark Knights is no pushover either. Just as they were about to exit, Lu Zhou's icy voice reached their ears. Did I say you could leave? Hearing this, Fan Shouwen stopped, puzzled. When I summoned you here, I had no intention of letting you leave. Seeing their master take a stance, Duan Mushing and Ming Shirin immediately leaped into the hall. They both spoke in unison. I was already sick of them. Upon hearing this, Fan Shouwen furrowed his brows. Do you really want to do all this for the sake of a traitor? Hearing this, Yi Tianxin gritted his teeth in anger, her body trembling. I'll punish the traitor in due time. This is not the place for you to give me orders. If you reveal the mastermind behind the incident, I will leave your corpse intact. Upon hearing this, Fan Shouwen put away his respectful demeanor and simply walked back to his original position. I understand. For Black Knights, since the Evil Sky Pavilion desires to witness the strength of the Black Knights, we shall grant them their wish. As his words fell, the buzzing sound of 4 avatars resounded. In an instant, 4 sturdy avatars stood in the sky. 4 Golden Lotus avatars, 2 3-leaf, and 2 2-leaf. The great leader of the Black Knights, who was once on the top of the blacklist, naturally had some tricks up his sleeves. Since he was daring enough to come, it meant he was confident of his and his men's strength. The 4 Dark Knights were all nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm experts. I stand by my words. I don't wish to become enemies with the Evil Sky Pavilion. Fan Shouwen's tone was no longer humble. His words are grating on the ears. This is a prime example of moving forward by taking a step backward. He keeps saying he does not want to oppose the Evil Sky Pavilion, but his actions tell a different story. Lu Zhou's mind started racing, contemplating a strategy. Yuan can't do anything against the 4 nascent divinity tribulation realm experts. Ming Shirin and Duan Mushing could handle a knight each. That leaves me with 2, and the leader of the Black Knights has a profound cultivation base. Naturally, I can use a deadly strike card and get rid of Fan Xiuwen immediately, but the problem is, I have yet to discover the true mastermind of the Fish Dragon Village incident. Even if I killed Fan Xiuwen, my remaining item cards are not enough to deal with the remaining 4 knights. Although I have merit points to spare to get more deadly strike cards, I wanted to save as many merit points as I could. After all, merit points aren't easy to get. Just as he was contemplating, the leader of the Black Knights stepped forward. "Since you killed my men, I've been itching to spar with you." He then charged at them. Ming Shirin had just recently broken through to the nascent divinity tribulation realm, so his movements are quite flustered. Xia Yuan was somewhat angry seeing this. "Go fight outside. If you break something you have to pay for it." The leader of the Black Knights was incredibly confident. "Stand back. As Black Knights, we don't need to rely on numbers to prove our strength." Ming Shirin retreated while fighting towards the outside of the evil Sky Pavilion. "Black Knights, get out." The 2 figures then collided and clashed, moving away from the range of the evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou continued to watch without emotion. This is alright. Although Ming Shirin's avatar had no leaves yet, he had been suppressed for an extended period of time before he broke through to the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Similar to Duan Musheng, Ming Shirin could be considered as being prepared. Moreover, battles like this would help with their growth. With Ming Shirin's craftiness, he would definitely flee if he could not defeat his opponent. There was no need for me to worry about Ming Shirin's safety. Duan Musheng stepped into the middle of the hall with his overlord spear. As he waved it, the chains clanked and he coldly stared at the opponent. "1 isn't enough. 2 of you can come at me at once." The spear trembled and its aura burst forth like a dragon attacking the opponent. Recognizing this as a heavenly grade weapon, the second in command of the Black Knights drew his broadsword and began to battle. The gap between someone who possessed a heavenly grade weapon and someone who did not possess one is incomparable. This is common sense in the cultivation world. A skilled weapon user could also achieve a breakthrough in his avatar with a heavenly grade weapon. However, without the avatar, the advantage gained from the nascent divinity tribulation realm will be lost. Upon the contact of their weapons, an ear-piercing clash echoed throughout the scene. Xia Yuan, looking quite angry, pointed at them. "Go fight outside." Following her command, the 2 of them immediately took their battle outside the hall. The thrust of the Overlord's spear is merciless. It resembles a dragon. Looks like he is overwhelming his opponent. Duan Musheng was growing more and more courageous as the battle progressed, his momentum steadily rising. The Black Knight's old force sensed that something was off, so he leapt into the fray, joining the intense battle. Under the sudden joint assault of the Black Knights, Duan Musheng's pressure instantly doubled and he was blasted onto the ground. However, even when facing 2 opponents with higher realms than him, he didn't show any sign of retreat. He quickly adjusted his state and charged up again. 2 against 1. Again, that doesn't look like someone who had just recently broken through to the nascent divinity tribulation realm. It's more like someone who had been in this realm for a long time. Third Mister is wielding his spear skillfully as well. Every time he unleashed the scorching field 100 strikes and 1,000 layers of waves, he leaves behind 100 afterimages. This heavenly grade weapon is terrifying, and it is precisely why so many cultivators covet such weapons. Fan Xiuwen applauded sincerely. "If I hadn't witnessed this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that a disciple of the evil Sky Pavilion, who possesses no leaves, could hold his own against 2 opponents." At this point, Old Third wanted to join the fight seeing the tense situation, but Fan Xiuwen stopped him with a wave of his hand. He turned his head towards Lu Zhou and said, "The 4 Black Knights are all in the nascent divinity tribulation realm and they rarely display their strength. The one who's fighting with Ming Shirin is Old First, Chen Zhangyi. The ones fighting with Duan Musheng are Old Second, Yu Zhong, and Old Fourth, Duan Yanhong. This remaining knight who hasn't taken action is Old Third, Li Qing. He's an archer with great precision." In other words, Li Qing was not a close-quarters combatant. He could join the battle at any moment. It's extremely rare to encounter a heaven-grade weapon. Li Qing isn't that fortunate. All he has is the Earth-grade Master Bow. However, with this bow, he can hit everything in his range of vision with 100% accuracy. Just as he finished speaking, a buzzing sound suddenly came from outside the hall. Everyone turned their heads and looked over, shocked. Mr. Third is terrifyingly talented. He sprouted a leaf during battle. Sprouting a leaf means his cultivation level has skyrocketed. At this point, a golden avatar shadow appeared behind Duan Musheng, his body overflowing with aura. With a shout, his clothes shattered. The Overlord's spear turned and instantly pierced through the chains wrapped around his arm. After breaking the chains, Duan Mushing's momentum was like a rainbow. Have a taste of my awesomeness. As his words fell, he attacked the two like a beast in a flood again. Fan Shouwen nodded, indicating to Li Qing to make a move now. Li Qing complied and immediately drew his longbow. However, at this moment, the surrounding muster energy suddenly began to converge towards Lu Zhou. I really despise those who sneak up on others the most. The massive muster energy swirled, continuously compressing into the shape of a hand seal. Target, skilled archer, Li Qing. Great seal of fearlessness. As soon as Lu Zhou said this, he sent out a palm strike. In an instant, the golden hand seal lunged forward, its energy making Fan Shouwen feel deeply startled. He hurriedly exerted his strength to push Li Qing out of the hall. However, the great seal of fearlessness not only was large, but its speed was also very fast. In a blink of an eye, it reached in front of Li Qing. Seeing this, Li Qing frantically used body techniques to dodge, but the hand seal still followed him like a shadow. Knowing that he couldn't avoid it, he pulled the bow and arrow, added aura, and immediately shot several arrows head-on. However, these were all in vain. The great seal of fearlessness was immovable. The arrows hit the hand seal, only producing tiny ripples, then disappeared into the void. This is just like when Kong Xian was killed with a single strike on the chancel. Li Qing's eyes widened, his confident gaze turning into fear and despair. The powerful energy struck his body. No one saw clearly how he was defeated. They only knew that after the hand seal flew over, Li Qing's body disappeared. There was no trace of him left, not even a piece of residue. Fan Shouwen hadn't had time to help. His most loyal and capable subordinate was just gone. This feeling of powerlessness filled him with horror. It seems like the master of Evil Sky Pavilion, Ji Tiandao, my former opponent, has gotten stronger. Is this the true strength of the Evil Sky Pavilion? What is the upper limit of his lifespan and the end of his cultivation base? He killed Li Qing, a skilled archer in the nascent divinity tribulation realm, with just a strike, and it seems like Ji Tiandao's strength is still at its peak. Master, your strength is peerless and amazing. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng were not too surprised. After all, they had seen more exaggerated scenes. Whether it was the nine-leaf avatar or Lu Zhou continuously releasing devastating techniques, they felt much more terrifying than the great seal of fearlessness. Yi Tianxin slumped in her chair, a sense of regret flooding her heart. Fan Shouwen stood straight in the hall, a murderous intent emanating from him. I won't hold you accountable for killing the other Black Knights. However, anyone who touches the 4 Dark Knights is my enemy. Lu Zhou continued to look at him expressionlessly. Lin Luo, till the end, you overestimated yourself. His gaze swept towards the outside battlefield. He found that Duan Mushing was becoming more and more courageous as the battle progressed, and his synergy with the Overlord Spear was getting higher and higher. The 2 Black Knights, who initially had the upper hand, were gradually being evened out by Duan Mushing. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Duan Mushing would emerge victorious. As for Ming Shirin, he was not worried at all. Among the 4 Dark Knights, the one who had gotten the shorter end of the stick had to be Qinjiangyi. Jingting Mountain was the Evil Sky Pavilion's territory. After all, the barrier was usually up, restricting the disciples from wandering beyond its bounds. As a result, they spent their days exploring the mountain, becoming familiar with every nook and cranny as if they knew it like the back of their hands. Ming Shirin intended to toy with his opponent by using his familiarity with the terrain to his advantage. Fan Shouwen now slightly clenched his fist, and the muster energy on his body began to surge. If the Evil Sky Pavilion doesn't take responsibility for Li Qing's death and give us an explanation, my subordinates in the Black Knights and the palace will never let this matter go. As his words fell, the majestic muster energy seemed to materialize and completely envelop him. Lu Zhou silently watched his every move. I want to see what my former opponent, who was once on the top of the blacklist, has hidden up his sleeves. I want to know why Fan Shouwen was so confident about coming here. Fan Shouwen completely released his aura without reservation. The surrounding space now produced intense vibrations. A massive golden avatar gradually solidified. The seated 8-leaf lotus bloomed like a lotus flower. The onlooking Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhong were shocked in their hearts. 8-leaf. If I had not personally seen the Pavilion Master's 9-leaf avatar, I would have been frightened. Even among 8-leaf avatars, there will be a noticeable difference in their strength. The Pavilion Lord had already possessed an 8-leaf avatar 300 years ago when he was at the top of the blacklist. Currently, he has a 9-leaf avatar. Lu Zhou didn't care in the slightest. Lin Luo, is this all you've got? Fan Shouwen replied confidently. A few centuries ago, we were evenly matched. I don't think I'll be able to defeat you now, but it'll still end in a draw. As he spoke, his body suddenly became illusory. His figure flashed like a phantom, leaving multiple afterimages, making it hard to distinguish his real body. The afterimages were elusive, and in an instant, they dove towards Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou didn't take a step back. He silently crushed the binding cage card in his hand. As he raised his arm, a golden net materialized instantly. Dao invisibility technique? It seems the binding cage card will suffice. The success rate is 30%. Will it hit him? Well, even if it doesn't hit him, it's still enough to distract and repel him, right? The massive net continuously expanded, blocking all of Fan Shouwen's afterimages. Seeing this scene, everyone was immensely astonished. What's this technique? I've never seen it before. There is no technique in Great Yen that is similar to this. Xia Yuaner was about to shout out to fight, but was quickly covered by the quick-handed Zhao Yu. With a pause, Fan Shouwen lunged again. You think this is enough to stop an 8-leaf avatar's Dao invisibility technique? Aren't you overestimating yourself? Lu Zhou didn't speak. With a slight shift in his thoughts, the massive net began to shrink, pressing inward. The net formed an airtight cage, then promptly locked onto his opponent's body. Fan Shouwen, with a flash of his figure, shot out of the evil sky pavilion, trying to escape the range of the giant net. However, the net seemed to have a mind of its own, instantly following him. Regardless of his speed, he could never surpass it by half a step. Ding! Captured an 8-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm expert, rewarded with 200 merit points. After the giant net enveloped Fan Shouwen, it began to shrink back into the evil sky pavilion. Fan Shouwen's body constantly slammed left and right, but it seemed to have little effect. Lu Zhou calmly watched the scene. This thing seems to be more useful than I imagined. Capturing the target earned me fewer points compared to capturing a disciple of the evil sky pavilion. How many merit points would I be rewarded with if I killed an 8-leaf target? Lun Luo, I'll ask you again. Who's the mastermind behind the Fish Dragon Village incident? Fan Shouwen did not answer this question. You think you can keep me here? He constantly changed his hand gestures, seemingly deploying some powerful secret technique. Well, all 8-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivators were confident of their own strength. After Fan Shouwen completed his spell, his fingers intertwined to form a heart shape. The Dao invisibility grand technique? Countless afterimages bounced off the cage's inner wall. It was as if a wild beast was rampaging within the cage at this moment. The average person's eyes would fail to capture the movements of Fan Shouwen's afterimages. His speed was too fast after all. This clearly demonstrated the extraordinary strength possessed by Fan Shouwen. Fan Shouwen is unable to escape from the binding cage. You can only blame yourself for being unlucky. The capture rate is only 30%, and yet, you still got caught. Then he uttered a single word, shrink. With a swish, the cage indeed obeyed his command and shrank. Immediately following that, the armor shattered, and the mask fell off. Fan Shouwen's face was exposed. Everyone who saw this could hardly bear to look directly. He's even uglier than me. His appearance was already destroyed, looking ferocious beyond belief, making it impossible to appreciate. It would be difficult to keep one's shoes dry if one were to frequently travel along the river. Considering the numerous evil deeds he had committed 300 years ago, it was not surprising that he bore the scars of his actions. It was ironic to see him in this state, from the very beginning until the end. It is you who has overestimated yourself. The cage is not only locking him in place, but it is also affecting his cultivation base. Having tried and failed to circulate the muster energy in his Dantian's sea of qi, he did not even entertain the thought of breaking free using his physical strength. Everything that happened today was out of his expectations. Today's events have gone beyond his control. Old senior, what is it that you want? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou calmly spoke. Who's the mastermind behind the Fish Dragon Village incident? Fan Shouwen remained silent. Unbelievable, this all-powerful old villain is willing to offend the Black Knights and the important people in the palace for a traitor. Seeing Fan Shouwen's silence, Lu Zhou snorted coldly. I have time on my hands. Fan Shouwen gave him a meaningful look. Time? 15 years. I'll give you 15 years, at most. After that, who will remember you? Just as his words fell, Xia Yuaner pointed at herself. I will. Upon seeing this, Fan Shouwen was somewhat speechless. That's not important. Old senior, it's pointless to kill me. All those who join the Black Knights are prepared to lose their lives. Even if you kill all of us, you won't get anything out of us. Lu Zhou understood. He had spent 300 years in the Black Knights, which was more than enough time for him to become resilient and keep his mouth shut. Someone like Fan Shouwen couldn't be threatened with death. Since the people in this land believed he only had another decade or so to live, he was determined to live a good and long life just to spite them. The battle outside the main hall was still ongoing. Duan Mushing was locked in a fierce battle with two Black Knights, unable to gain the upper hand. The fight was so intense that almost no slab on the plaza remained intact. Lu Zhou, full of energy, shouted, "Too slow." Hearing this, Duan Mushing quickened his spear-wielding pace. Lun Luo, not only did you overestimate yourself, but you also greatly underestimated the evil Sky Pavilion as well. Fan Shouwen's face showed disbelief. Impossible. How could a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator who had just sprouted a leaf pressure a 2-leaf and 3-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator at the same time? Gently stroking his beard, Lu Zhou reminded, "When are you going to use your strongest technique if not now?" The strongest technique in cultivation was called a grand technique. A grand technique would drain much of one's muster energy. Therefore, cultivators would not recklessly cast their grand techniques. However, Duan Mushing seemed like a machine that was filled with unlimited muster energy. He did not slow down at all. With his master's guidance, Duan Mushing's confidence was greatly boosted. He made a leap and swung his overlord spear. In his mind, he visualized the scene of his master demonstrating the supreme move. The spear and the sword were just a means to the same end. Imperfect divine intervention. Duan Mushing's shout. Countless spear shadows instantly rained down. The two black knights had no time to retreat. With a bang, the giant thunder formed by spear shadows directly struck down. Soon after the dust settled, the ground was a mess. Without any conspiracy or taking advantage of others, he bravely fought against two. They still lost, and their defeat was so complete. The masks of the two black knights shattered, revealing their shocked faces. Duan Mushing came before Lu Zhou and knelt on one knee. "Thank you for the instructions, Master. I'm glad I didn't fail you and managed to defeat these two." Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. "There's one more." Fan Shouwen swallowed, not daring to believe it. Yu Chong and Duan Yanhong, full of shame, cried out in unison, "This subordinate is useless." Xia Yuan giggled, "There's no need to call yourself useless. Since you're defeated by my master, you can brag about it in the future." Duan Mushing glanced at her. "Wasn't I the one who defeated them?" Xia Yuan laughingly explained, "Third senior brother, you should thank the master for giving you the overlord spear since it helped your avatar to sprout a leaf." "You're right, little junior sister. My imperfect divine intervention is nowhere near my master's strength. If it wasn't for the overlord spear, I wouldn't have been able to defeat those two." Upon seeing the situation inside the main hall, the two black knights were shocked. Why was the leader of the black knights, a person with an 8-leaf avatar, powerless to fight back? At the very least, we had fought fiercely with our 2- and 3-leaf avatars even though we were defeated in the end. With the leader's cultivation base, he should have been able to fight with Qi Tiandao for 3 days and 3 nights before the results were clear. Lu Zhou glanced at them indifferently, seal their cultivation bases. Just as Duan Mushing was about to act, Pan Zhong volunteered, "Leave this to me. I'm an expert in this." A cultivator's cultivation base primarily circulates muster energy from their Dantian Sea of Qi through their 8 extraordinary meridians. Sealing the 8 meridians through conventional methods is not as simple as it may appear. Many cunning individuals prefer to manipulate their Dantians in order to unblock their sealed meridians. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou nodded. Indeed, the Clarity Sect's meridian sealing technique has its unique strong points. Once he had approval, Pan Zhong couldn't wait to fly down. However, he didn't land steadily and fell over. Seeing him stumbling over, Yu Chong was furious. The Clarity Sect is a prestigious sect of the righteous path. How can the sect have a traitor like you? Upon hearing this, Pan Zhong snorted, "Shut up, loser." Meridian sealing technique. He then put his fingers together and started the process, applying a powerful millennia-old killing technique. A moment of ecstasy filled the two of them. After a moment, Pan Zhong successfully sealed their cultivation. He stated, panting and drenched in sweat, "Pavilion Master, I've sealed their 8 meridians. Nobody can unblock them except for me." Lu Zhou waved his hand, ordering them to be locked up and strictly monitored. Then he returned to his chair in the main hall and slowly pronounced the name Yi Tianqin. Upon hearing her name, Yi Tianqin trembled all over and hurriedly knelt on the ground. Overwhelmed with shame and excitement, she responded, "Master." Seeing this, Lu Zhou shook his head and didn't respond. Instead, he turned his gaze to Fan Shouwen. "Lin Luo, I have given you many chances. Since you don't cherish them, don't blame me for being cruel." Upon hearing this, Fan Shouwen laughed bitterly. "Old senior, there's no need to waste your breath. Since I've been defeated, I deserve to die." Lu Zhou furrowed his brow upon hearing this. A person with an 8-leaf avatar is willing to keep a secret for someone in the palace. Is this person worth throwing your life away? At this point, it's meaningless to exchange any words. Ding! Ming Xian has killed a target in the nascent divinity tribulation realm, rewarded 1,000 merit points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Zhou calmly asked, "The Dark Knight, Chen Zhangyi, do you think he's still alive?" Fan Shouwen confidently responded, "Chen Zhangyi is highly skilled. Although Ming Xian is very powerful, he shouldn't have left the Great Hall. The wider the space, the more advantageous it is for Chen Zhangyi. You killed Li Qing, and Chen Zhangyi will kill Ming Xian. I guess we're even now." As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Yuan pointed at him and rebuked, "Bullshit. Anyone can brag." "Brag? Little girl, the evil Sky Pavilion is indeed very powerful. but it has turned you into a frog in the well. When I traveled under the heavens unfettered many years ago, even your master couldn't stop me." He suddenly noticed something unusual and asked, "Little girl, why are your eyes so wide open?" Xia Yuaner was looking outside the main hall. Zhao Yu, Pan Zhong, Zhou Jifeng, and others also looked outside. Fan Xiuwen turned his head in confusion to see Ming Xian entering the hall in a sorry state. He was holding a short knife in his right hand and a bloody human head in his left. Fan Xiuwen was shocked and struggled to stand up, but Duan Mushing blocked him with the Overlord Spear. "If you want to die, it's easy. One thrust from the spear is all it takes to kill you." Ming Xian then leaped and knelt in the middle of the main hall. "I didn't kill Chen Zhanghe on purpose. He was hiding a top Earth-grade weapon, so I had no choice but to kill him out of self-defense." Hearing this, Fan Xiuwen lost his mind completely. He could not accept this outcome. "I thought Chen Yonghe's victory was certain." After all, Ming Shirin had no weapon and he had not sprouted any leaves on his avatar yet. On the other hand, Chen Zhanghe had the most profound cultivation base among the Dark Knights. He possessed a peak 3-leaf avatar and an Earth-grade weapon. "This is impossible." The female cultivators of the Yanyu Palace were utterly astounded. The evil Sky Pavilion is very powerful. In comparison, the derived Moon Palace is too insignificant. At this moment, Lu Zhou stroked his beard in satisfaction and praised, "Not bad." Ming Shirin was overjoyed upon hearing this. "Master, this Earth-grade weapon is extremely precious. I'd like to refine it." No sooner had he spoken than Fan Xiuwen roared, "You dare?" Xia Yuan retorted, "Really? You're trying to intimidate us at this stage?" Lu Zhou remained silent at this moment, understanding that Chen Zhanghe, who had died, would be restless in his grave if he knew his weapon was going to be refined. However, as the loser, he had no say in this. If he had been defeated by those from the noble path, he could still mock them. However, this is the evil Sky Pavilion. Even if Ming Shirin ripped out Chen Zhanghe's tendons and bones, there would be nothing he could say about it. Seeing his master's silence, Ming Shirin spoke again, "I request master's permission." Fan Xiuwen was enraged beyond measure. He tried to circulate his muster energy again, but he discovered his dantian is still empty. Having traveled far and wide and seen all kinds of cultivation methods and techniques from different sects, this was his first time encountering the binding cage technique. Sitting in the main hall, Lu Zhou casually spoke, "Bring it to me." Ming Shirin's heart fluttered with joy. He respectfully handed the short knife to his master. Heaven-grade weapons are extremely rare. Many cultivators would not even encounter one in their entire lives. Moreover, even if they possessed a heaven-grade weapon, they would not dare to simply disclose it unless their cultivation bases were at least in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. After all, it would be difficult for them to guard against stronger cultivators who coveted the heaven-grade weapons. Therefore, many cultivators were content with possessing a top Earth-grade weapon. It could be tempered and refined into a heaven-grade weapon in the future. However, it is extremely difficult to refine a weapon. It is impossible to refine weapons without spending several decades on the process. Even so, the allure of a heaven-grade weapon was so strong that many cultivators were willing to attempt the refining process. Lu Zhou observed that the design of this knife was not the best. In fact, it was slightly ugly. He lifted his right hand, and the Nameless quietly appeared in his palm, slashing at the short knife. The crowd was stunned, as it looked like Lu Zhou was attempting to break the knife with his bare hands. Fan Xiuwen sneered at the sight. Being a top Earth-grade weapon, it would be preposterous to try to break this knife with your bare hands. As expected of a villain, coveting the possession of a dead man, how do you sleep at night? Ming Shirin shot him a glance. "If we live by your standards, those who fight over weapons in the cultivation world won't be able to sleep at night." Lu Zhou paid no attention to his words. Previously, when he used Unnamed against the male and female twin swords, they remained unscathed. Currently, this peak Earth-grade weapon was also unaffected by Unnamed. He thought to himself, "Does this mean Unnamed isn't even an Earth-grade?" With this thought, he threw the knife to Ming Shirin. Ming Shirin instantly caught the knife with a joyful face, but as soon as the knife was in his hand, a crack appeared. Then, it snapped into 2 pieces with a snap and fell to the ground. Everyone present was dumbfounded at this sight. Fan Xiuwen was incredulous. Duan Mushing and Zhao Yu were utterly shocked, their eyes wide open, while Ming Shirin's expression was mournful as he displayed a bitter-gored face. The weapon he had just obtained was gone. Lu Zhou was first taken aback, but he quickly collected himself. It seems like Unnamed was stronger than a peak Earth-grade weapon, seeing as the test was effective. There is a high chance that Unnamed is a heaven-grade weapon. A heaven-grade weapon that could transform into different forms is definitely a priceless treasure. Ming Shirin looked like he was on the verge of tears. "I went through great pains to obtain this weapon, but the master just broke it with his bare hands." "Master, Didn't I work hard enough? At this moment, Lu Zhou spoke calmly. A mere Earth-grade weapon isn't fit to enter my evil sky pavilion. Ming Shirin was stunned for a moment when he heard this. A mere Earth-grade weapon. Then, does it mean there are better weapons in the evil sky pavilion? C.I. Yuan giggled. Fourth senior brother, look at the weapon in third senior brother's hands. That's the Overlord Spear. Third senior brother fought against 2 opponents with that weapon. Haha. Ming Shirin took a closer look. The Overlord Spear's length and the dragon carving that was wrapped around the shaft gives it a sophisticated air. I recall when the 10 elites laid siege to Jinting Mountain, I urged Duan Mushing to leave, but Duan Mushing would not leave because the Overlord Spear was here. I did not expect Master to give such a precious weapon to Duan Mushing. So unfair, so very unfair. Compared to a heaven-grade weapon, a peak Earth-grade weapon is truly similar to trash. Thinking of this, he kicked the short knife to the side. Master, your majestic power knows no bounds. This garbage can't even take one hit from you. It's clearly a waste weapon. Master, when will I be able to possess a weapon suitable for me? Seeing his frivolous attitude, Lu Zhou was a bit speechless. Carry out your duties well. Upon hearing this, Ming Shirin immediately felt energized. That is equivalent to a promise that I will give a heaven-grade weapon. Although Master did not specify when he would give me the weapon, but Master is a man of his word. Thank you, Master. I'll continue to work hard, and I won't let you down. Lu Zhou nodded and glanced at him, noticing that his loyalty had increased by 2 points. This is much better compared to when I had just transmigrated here. Ming Shirin's loyalty is much more stable than before. As expected, it is difficult to just rely on intimidation and brute strength to obtain someone's loyalty. The female cultivator from Yanyu Palace suddenly exclaimed, Palace Master, are you alright? C.I. Yuan immediately jumped to Yi Tianxin's side, checked her briefly, and found out she had just fainted. She's fine. You'll scare my master by making a fuss like this. Hearing this, Ming Shirin felt inferior. Little junior sister mentions master at every opportunity. I certainly can't compare to her. Lu Zhou waved his hand. Lock her in the south pavilion so she can continue reflecting on her actions. He noticed, Yi Tianxin's hatred has decreased rapidly. It seemed like her hatred that stemmed from the incident in Fish Dragon Village was disappearing. Initially, I only wanted Fan Shouwen to explain the reason behind the incident. However, Fan Shouwen's stubborn manner of concealing the incident only piqued my interest more. Moreover, this matter is also highly likely to be related to my missing memories. It seems like I need to investigate this matter as soon as possible. With that thought, he asked Ming Shirin to take Fan Shouwen, whose cultivation had been sealed, away. At this moment, a female cultivator arrived at the Evil Sky Pavilion. Pavilion Master, the Black Knights at the foot of the mountain are making a ruckus, refusing to leave. Lu Zhou responded indifferently. Fan Shouwen will stay in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Tell those who have no business here to leave. The female cultivator asked nervously. But, what if they still refuse to leave? Lu Zhou stroked his beard. Leave it to Ming Shirin. Meanwhile, outside of Jinting Mountain, dozens of Black Knights were anxiously glancing around outside the barrier, and in the distant forest, there were 2 figures silently observing everything. The man in the green hat curiously asked, Senior, are we going to attack these people? Sword Devil Yu Shangrong slightly smiled. Tell your sect master that I have no intention of taking lives today. Tell him that I'm sorry. The word sorry, it sounds creepy. The man in the green hat respectfully responded. Senior, you killed the sword freak, Chen Wenjia. Previously, who's your next target? After hearing this, Yu Shangrong looked back at him, which scared the man in the green hat, and his legs unconsciously started trembling. Don't worry, I've always been a gentle and polite person. Your sect master knows that as well. The man in the green hat sighed in relief. I'm just feeling pressured from your powerful aura, Senior. I hope you're not offended by this. Yu Shangrong calmly said. Thank you for passing on information to me these days. If I ever plan to kill you, I'll let you know beforehand. My friend, Fan Shouwen, the leader of the Black Knights, has been in there for half a day. I doubt he'll come back. We don't need to wait anymore. It's boring. With that, he disappeared in a flash. Seeing him leave, the man in the green hat finally relaxed. This mission will be the end of me. Evil Sky Pavilion's Ming Shirin. Under the intimidation of Ming Shirin, the Black Knights kept retreating, and they had no choice but to leave Jinting Mountain. No wonder Senior Sword Devil left. Even Fan Shouwen, who has an 8-leaf avatar, is helpless against the Evil Sky Pavilion. The old villain is truly impressive. At this moment, inside the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou was deep in thought while looking at the information panel. I have 2,210 merit points left. The reward for capturing Fan Shouwen is much less compared to killing a nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm elite. I have 5 luck points. I did 2 draws previously, and all I got was a thank you and 2 bad message. Perhaps I should try again. After all, the 3rd time's the charm. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Lucky draw. Ding! Spent 50 merit points on a lucky draw. Thank you for participating. Luck +1. Lu Zhou shook his head, suppressing the impulse to continue drawing. 5 energy universes costs 8,000 merit points. I don't think I'll have enough points even if I kill Fan Shouwen and the others. And this is only the 5 energy universe. I'm certain the 6 recombinant trigram lines, 7 star soul, and 8 methods connected aren't any cheaper than the 5 energy universe. Just as he was thinking, Ming Shirin ran up to the gate. I've locked our captives up. There won't be any problem. With that, he gave a sly smile. His face was incredibly flattering. Lu Zhou glanced at him, instantly at a loss for words. Master, Fan Shouwen is stubbornly refusing to reveal the mastermind behind the Fish Dragon Village's incident. However, I have a suggestion. As he said this, he made a hammering gesture with his hand. Lu Zhou immediately shook his head. Fan Shouwen is the leader of the Black Knights. If he's capable of reaching that position, do you think your torture is enough to make him talk? The mastermind must be holding something over Fan Shouwen's head. Currently, the only person capable of obtaining information from the palace was Jiang Aijian, since he had access to the palace's archives. However, that was before Jiang Aijian left the palace. Now that he has left, it's likely that he wouldn't be able to access the palace's archives. What if the palace leaked the archive on purpose to use the evil Sky Pavilion and the Black Knights as pawns? Thinking about this, Lu Zhou called out Ming Shirin's name. Ming Shirin, I'll leave you to interrogate Fan Shouwen. Ming Shirin responded respectfully. Yes, Master. I'll interrogate this person thoroughly and find out the mastermind behind the incident as soon as I can. As he said this, he suddenly revealed a hopeful look. Master, Fan Shouwen is such a powerful person. The 2 Dark Knights we imprisoned are also elites. I've just entered the nascent divinity tribulation recently, and I don't even have a suitable weapon. Would you? After hearing this, Lu Zhou bluntly replied, "Get lost." Ming Shirin responded and hurriedly ran out of the evil Sky Pavilion. It seems like my achievements must be fitting to the type of weapon I want. His heart wrenched when he recalled the broken knife. Just then, he heard Duan Mushing's voice. Old Fourth, come spar with me. Look at my overlord spear. Isn't this just asking for a beating? Ming Shirin showed a bitter face as if he was busy. Duan Mushing walked over and patted his shoulder. That won't do. You're the only person in the entire evil Sky Pavilion who can spar with me. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng aren't enough. I can't even get a good exercise out of them. Seeing him so persistent, Ming Shirin had an idea. Master has ordered me to interrogate Fan Shouwen today. It's related to the Fish Dragon Village incident. Senior brother, why don't you spar with little junior sister? C.I. Yuaner happened to fly by at this moment. She huffed in anger. I'll tell Master 2 of you are bullying me. With that, she quickly left the place. The 2 of them stood there awkwardly after seeing her leave. You can interrogate Fan Shouwen later. It'll only take a moment. Senior brother, be gentle. Not long after, there came Ming Shirin's screams from the back mountain. Meanwhile, C.I. Yuaner came to Lu Zhou's side. Master, Jiang Aijian has sent a letter. The palace intended to weaken the Black Knights. There's no need to fear retaliation from the palace, old senior. Lu Zhou was somewhat confused after hearing this. Why would the emperor, who directly commanded the special troops, want to weaken them? C.I. Yuaner continued. You wanted to investigate the truth behind the Fish Dragon Village incident, but I'm sorry to say that even as a know-it-all, I know nothing about it. However, the Emperor is certainly not the mastermind. It's said that the Fish Dragon Village of Measure Heaven River holds many secrets. Officers can still be seen patrolling the area every now and then. This is a top-secret archive, and it can't be accessed. By the way, I'm throwing in 2 pieces of information for free. Firstly, the sword freak, Chen Wenjie, has been killed by Yu Shangrong. Didn't I tell you he would die soon for being ambiguous with his stance? Secondly, I learned that Ren Buping, the master of Fiend Temple, has come out from his isolated cultivation. He went directly to the Green Jade Altar to meet with the righteous sect. Also, please don't forget about the sword you promised me. Ha ha ha. Officers patrolling the area? Lu Zhou fell into deep thought after hearing this. There are officers patrolling the Measure Heaven River's Fish Dragon Village even now? If Jiang Aijian called such a minor detail a top secret, things are clearly more complicated than they seem. C.I. Yuaner hesitated before sitting next to Lu Zhou. Seeing her like this, Lu Zhou asked, "Is there something else?" Hearing this, C.I. Yuaner leaned into his arm and acted coy. Master, if I tell you, you mustn't blame me. If this had happened in the past, she would not have dared to take such action. It's evident that my subtle influence on little Yuaner has made her more courageous now. I will continue to guide her slowly, hoping that she will stay on the right path and not stray in the future. Seeing that her master was not objecting, C.I. Yuaner got excited. I want a heaven-grade weapon as well, something like the Overlord Spear. I want a big and majestic weapon. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou raised his hand and lightly knocked on her head. How many times do I have to tell you that your cultivation base is too weak to handle a heaven-grade weapon? We'll talk about this when you're in nascent divinity tribulation realm. Hearing her master's promise, Yuaner cheerfully confirmed, "Really? I always keep my word. I'll break through to the nascent divinity tribulation realm soon." Compared to the other disciples, little Yuaner's loyalty is the highest. She is also frequently by my side. Naturally, I wish for her cultivation base to be higher. Until my cultivation base is restored, little Yuaner is my greatest strength. She is inexperienced in worldly affairs and naive. Compared to other disciples, she is much easier to educate. Lu Zhou then checked the mission panel. My main mission is still to discipline these villains. Thinking of training my disciples, Duan Musheng, Ming Shirin, and Zhao Yu's loyalty points are not too bad. I could still handle the difficulty of disciplining them. The problem lay with those who had left the evil Sky Pavilion. It is extremely difficult for those who have left. Old 8's cultivation base was the lowest, so there is no need to worry too much. He is only relying on his moniker, the Evil King, to intimidate people on the streets. His intimidation worked very well since he was a disciple of the evil Sky Pavilion. Old 1st Yu Zhenghai, Old 2nd Yu Shangrong, and Old 7th Si Wuya. These three were the ones giving Lu Zhou a headache. Not only do they possess terrifying heaven-grade weapons, but their cultivation bases are profound as well. Moreover, they are not alone. They have helpers who are as strong as the Black Knights. I really miss Ji Tiandao's peak form card. If I have countless peak form cards, I can fearlessly roam the lands. As he was mulling over this, Zhou Jifeng suddenly poked his head in. "Pavilion Master, Yi Tianqin is awake. She wants to see you." After hearing this, Lu Zhou responded indifferently, "I refuse." Zhou Jifeng replied, "Understood," and quickly left. Lu Zhou then took out the heavenly writing and began to understand it. Time quickly reached evening. "Pavilion Master, Yi Tianqin says that she'll continue to kneel until you come and see her. She's kneeling at the exit of the South Pavilion." Lu Zhou responded with indifference, "Let her kneel then." Zhou Jifeng didn't say anything else and left again. Lu Zhou continued to the secret chamber to comprehend the heavenly writing. The next morning, he woke up from his state of comprehension. "I feel refreshed. The freshness I'm experiencing is much better than having a good night's rest." A cautious voice came from outside the chamber. "Pavilion Master, Yi Tianqin has been kneeling for the entire night." Lu Zhou waved his hand. "Let her be. There's no need to report this to me." Zhou Jifeng replied, "Understood," and hurriedly left, accidentally tripping on his way out. Ding! Punishing the evil disciple, Yi Tianqin, rewarded with 100 merit points. The system notification used the word punish and not discipline. Although the hatred points have vanished, the loyalty points are not satisfactory. If I'm not thorough in meting out punishments, I would not be fit to bear the title of the Patriarch of Evil Sky Pavilion. As Lu Zhou was feeding the chickens, Ming Shirin, with his bruised face, arrived. "How did the interrogation go?" Upon hearing his master's question, he quickly shook his head and answered, "Fan Xiuwen is truly stubborn. If I didn't recall your words, Master, I would have resorted to torture." Lu Zhou seemed to have expected this outcome. The Black Knights are also experts in torture. It's expected that we can't get anything out of him from interrogation. Should we just kill him then? He's no use to us alive anyway. Lu Zhou shook his head after hearing this. There's use for him yet. An 8-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm expert would certainly give him many merit points. However, when considering the choice between finding out the mastermind behind that incident and revealing the secret behind the Fish Dragon Village, the latter holds significantly greater value. Thinking about this, his gaze fell on Ming Shirin. Then he spoke out loud, "Ming Shirin, I hereby order you to investigate the Fish Dragon Village at Measure Heaven River. Remember, don't act rashly." Ming Shirin put away his nonchalant demeanor and answered seriously, "Yes, Master." After assigning Ming Shirin to investigate the Fish Dragon Village, Lu Zhou made his way to the South Pavilion. He was a bit puzzled. Since the Fish Dragon Village is heavily guarded, how did Yi Tianqin investigate this matter when she left Jinting Mountain back then? I'll have to ask that rascal about this. Upon arrival, he saw her weakly kneeling on the ground. Seeing her master arrive, Yi Tianqin's face lit up. She mustered up some energy and softly called out, "Master." Lu Zhou looked at her indifferently. "You're not my disciple." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqin's joy vanished instantly. "I have questions for you. You only need to answer them. When did you investigate the Fish Dragon Village?" Yi Tianqin paused upon hearing this. "I thought that the master would give me a thorough scolding. I did not expect the master to be more curious about Fish Dragon Village." In a whirlwind of emotions, she honestly answered, "On the 10th year after I left the evil Sky Pavilion." Lu Zhou continued to ask, "How did you access the local and palace's archives?" Some of the sisters in the derived Moon Palace were female guards in the palace. They're familiar with the rules of the palace and the internal layout. They helped me get my hands on the archives, but it took me 5 years. Yi Tianqin's dedication can be seen from the fact that she spent 5 years solely to gain access to the records in the archives, which is truly surprising. Perhaps, the annihilation of the Fish Dragon Village is only a small matter in the eyes of the nobles in the palace. However, the few hundred villagers, as Yi Tianqin said this, she became emotional. Lu Zhou's tone remained unchanged. Is that why you hate me? Upon hearing her master's counter-question, Yi Tianqin's mind went blank, and a sense of regret emerged in her heart. Lu Zhou continued to probe. Did the Yanyu Palace go to the Measure Heaven River before? Yi Tianqin thought for a moment and answered, Yanyu Palace did visit Measure Heaven River several times. The palace mentioned that there were many other tribes in the area, but the Yanyu Palace found no members from the other tribes throughout their years of investigations. From this sentence, it seems that Yi Tianqin is unaware that she is a Bai. However, in Lu Zhou's memories, the Bais did not appear to be a genuine tribe. They were a unique ethnicity among Great Yan's human race. Otherwise, the Bais would not dare to live around Measure Heaven River. Clearly, the palace was using the other tribes as a pretext and excuse. While Lu Zhou was pondering, Yi Tianqin suddenly knelt on the ground. I'm willing to accept any punishment, no matter how severe it is. Please punish me, master. Lu Zhou shook his head. There's no need to be impatient. I will naturally punish you for deceiving and denouncing me. However, the truth behind the Fish Dragon Village incident remains unsolved. Fan Shouwen might just be a pawn in this. If the culprit is me at the end of the investigation, what will you do? Yi Tianqin was dumbfounded upon hearing these words. At this point, she no longer knows who she can trust. Seeing her reaction, Lu Zhou waved his hand. Lock her up in the South Pavilion. She's not allowed to leave. The two female cultivators from the Yanyu Palace helped Yi Tianqin up. After leaving the South Pavilion, Lu Zhou returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Soon it was the next day. He withdrew from his state of comprehending the heavenly writing. As the time he spent comprehending increased, the more the scroll's contents increase. However, it is still difficult to understand the heavenly scroll. Lu Zhou took a moment to rest, then decided to try his luck with the draw again. Ding! Spent 50 merit points on the lucky draw. Thank you for participating. Luck +1. Not giving up, he tried again. Still, it was just thanks for your patronage. Seeing this, he could only shake his head helplessly. Perhaps, I used up my luck trying to comprehend the heavenly scroll. I'll try again at another time. Ding! Ming Shireen has completed the Measure Heaven River's investigation, rewarded with 100 merit points. Compared to the others, Ming Shireen is the most reliable in carrying out missions. I should be receiving a letter from Ming Shireen soon about his investigation. Lu Zhou stroked his beard in satisfaction, and began waiting quietly. However, after waiting for 3 hours, there was no sign of any letter. The Evil Sky Pavilion had always relied on messenger birds to convey their messages, as these birds were known to be as swift as legendary mounts. There was no doubt that the letter would arrive within 3 hours. With this thought, he called Xia Yuaner in. Send word to Jianai Jin. Tell him to assist in the investigation about Fish Dragon Village from within the palace. Also, tell him he'll be rewarded with a nice sword if he discovers the truth. After Xia Yuaner completed the instruction, they saw Zhou Jifeng running into the main hall from outside. Coming up to them, he anxiously said, Mr. Fourth injured. Xia Yuaner was somewhat surprised. What happened to Fourth's senior brother? Lu Zhou furrowed his brows, clearly puzzled. Ming Shireen was not injured when he went to relay the message to the Black Knights. If Ming Shireen got injured while investigating the Fish Dragon Village incident, things are clearly more complicated than they seem. Where is he now? Zhou Jifeng answered. He's at the base of the mountain. Pan Zhong is bringing him here. Not long after, Pan Zhong arrived in the main hall, supporting a battered and bruised Ming Shireen. Master, I'm glad I didn't let you down. I found some clues in the Measure Heaven River. Ming Shireen's appearance looked a bit like how he was after the battle with Qinzhanghe in the Black Knights. Lu Zhou then instructed him to tell what he found. There are officers patrolling around the Measure Heaven River's Fish Dragon Village. This has been the case in the past decade. I snooped around the area during the night and made a huge discovery. They seem to be fishing out corpses from the river. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was taken aback. Putting aside the issue of the other tribes residing near Measure Heaven River, there was no need for those people to fish out their corpses from the river. Moreover, they had been doing this for a decade. Lu Zhou asked with a puzzled look, what's the reason for fishing out the corpses? Ming Shireen weakly responded, I wanted to investigate further, but I accidentally triggered a strange trap and had to hurry back overnight. This disciple is useless. Lu Zhou slowly walked up to him. Lift your head. Sure enough, he saw a witchcraft mark on Ming Shireen's forehead. Upon hearing Lu Zhou mention witchcraft, Pan Zhong immediately leaned in surprise. No wonder Mr. Fourth was affected. It's a witchcraft trap. There are indeed not many witchcraft cultivators in Great Yin. Who did this to Mr. Fourth? Ming Shireen shook his head to indicate he was okay, just felt a little tired. This witchcraft has only restricted 60% of my cultivation base. It's not that serious. However, Pan Zhong expressed a different opinion. It is indeed witchcraft. We must undo this quickly. Otherwise, it might spread until Mr. Fourth completely loses access to his cultivation base. At that point, it could become even more challenging to undo the witchcraft. Ming Shirin jumped at these words. Pan Zhong, you better not be trying to scare me. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and motioned for him to continue. Pan Zhong then started to explain. I'm not making this up. During my time learning the trade at Clarity Sect, I studied the records on witchcraft in the library. Witchcraft is divided into white witchcraft and black witchcraft. A cultivator will wander down the wrong path if they cultivate with malicious intentions. During that time, I was young and impulsive. My main focus was on rapidly advancing my cultivation base, so I had looked up witchcraft, but alas, everyone in the Clarity Sect guarded this secret tightly. Moreover, I couldn't find any seniors who had learned witchcraft and were willing to teach me. Zhou Jifeng asked out of curiosity, is that why you chose the 3-yin style? Pan Zhong ambiguously nodded. The Clarity Sect's elder only told me that I'm suited for the 3-yin style, but he didn't tell me that I had to pair it with the 6-yang technique. I only learned about the balance between yin and yang after I met Pavilion Master. Speaking of witchcraft, its restrictions are similar to cultivation seals. They would slowly corrode a cultivator's meridians and block them. In fact, the Clarity Sect's seal block technique is created based on a witchcraft technique as well. In any case, the sooner we undo the witchcraft, the better it is for Mr. Fourth. In Mr. Fifth's case, her cultivation base has been completely sealed. The spellcaster must have cast the seal from a close distance. That's why it took effect immediately. For this reason, the outcome will be the same regardless of when we undo the witchcraft. Zhou Jifeng hurriedly asked, since you know so much about witchcraft, do you happen to know any ways we can break the spell? Pan Zhong nodded and began to answer. I remember reading about a method to undo the spell, which is also considered the most trusted and reliable. This method requires the spellcaster themselves to undo the spell. The second method involves cultivating Zen according to Buddhism or practicing Taoist methods. In this approach, once the victim's cultivation base surpasses that of the spellcaster, they would have the ability to undo the spell. However, this method is impossible. After all, how can one continue to cultivate if one's cultivation base is sealed? So, what you mean is that there's nothing we can do to remove the spell on Mr. Fourth? Pan Zhong shook his head to indicate. I'm afraid that the Pavilion Master is the only one capable of undoing it. The third method is to have a cultivator who's much more powerful than the spellcaster forcibly break the spell. Otherwise, the conflict between witchcraft and muster energy would cause the cultivator's meridians to break, leading to their implosion and eventual death. The Pavilion Master is the only one who can do this. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou was momentarily speechless. What should I do? Ming Shirin immediately knelt down. Please undo the restriction on me, Master. Lu Zhou did not respond. Instead, he was rapidly considering his options in his mind. Since there are witchcraft traps around the Measure Heaven River's Fish Dragon Village, I could not simply send people from the Evil Sky Pavilion there. After all, if someone like Ming Shirin fell prey to it, there is no doubt that others would be even more susceptible to falling into the trap. It seems like I have no choice but to personally investigate the Fish Dragon Village. As for undoing the witchcraft, I'm stumped. I have no solution for this. After all, I cannot possibly tell these people that my cultivation base is only in the Brahman Sea realm. Seeing that the master remained silent, Duan Mushing quickly began to plead. Master, although junior brother frequently makes mistakes, he's been doing a good job lately. Please save him, Master. The others in the hall also began to plead. Lu Zhou found himself in a tough spot. If this were in the past, Qi Tiandao would most likely have flown into a great rage and kicked all of them out. However, it is undeniable that Ming Shirin had been doing a good job lately. Although Ming Shirin's loyalty is not as stable as Duan Mushing or Little Yuaner, he is dependable when it comes to completing missions. All Ming Shirin needs is a little discipline. Thinking of this, he turned and walked towards the secret chamber, gesturing for Ming Shirin to follow. Seeing this, everyone felt a bit more at ease. Since Master is dealing with the witchcraft spell, there shouldn't be any problem. The Pavilion Master possesses a profound cultivation base. This minor spell is nothing to him. Duan Mushing walked up to Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng. Since Old Fourth is affected by witchcraft, both of you will do. Hearing this, the two had a bad feeling and quickly asked what he meant. Duan Mushing glanced at them. Spar with me. In the secret chamber of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Ming Shirin followed his master's steps. This was his first time here. Before, he didn't even have the qualification to approach it. Although everyone thought that the master kept all the good stuff in the secret chamber, it was sealed tight. The master would usually cultivate inside, leaving no opportunity to enter. The table was covered with various secret scriptures, and all kinds of weapons were scattered around the shelves and corners. Just as he was excitingly observing everything, Lu Zhou's voice suddenly reached his ears. "Sit down." Ming Shirin obediently followed the order and took off his clothes. Lu Zhou moved behind him and began to work. "My cultivation base is only in the Brahman C8 Meridians realm. However, it's not the true Brahman C8 Meridians realm. My avatar is only the mighty 4 quadrants. There should be no problem for me to examine his body, but it would be almost impossible for me to break the spell." He raised his palm and applied it to the other's back, and waves of muster energy began to probe. Ming Shirin couldn't help but exclaim, "Master's cultivation base is truly profound. He's capable of suppressing his nascent divinity tribulation realm's muster energy to such a gentle level." However, when my muster energy came in contact with the witchcraft spell, I felt a retaliation. Lu Zhou cautiously tried to avoid the witchcraft spell and check the other meridians. However, as soon as I tried to do that, the witchcraft spell seemed to gain a will of its own and suddenly attacked. Lu Zhou huffed coldly. Preposterous. In an instant, the state of comprehending heavenly writing spontaneously emerged. A faint blue light rippled out, instantly repelling the witchcraft. Not only that, the blue light then entered Ming Shirin's body, suddenly shattering the eerie witchcraft power. Ming Shirin was knocked back by the impact, but after feeling the muster energy flow freely inside him, he was overjoyed. Meanwhile, in a dark room in Great Yan's palace, a woman in gorgeous robes suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her eyes filled with disbelief. "Someone managed to break my spell? Who is it?" Back in the evil sky pavilion, Lu Zhou was equally surprised. At this moment, I feel the same refreshing sensation I had after I successfully nullified the Brahman lullaby. I am certain that comprehending the heavenly scroll will grant me extraordinary power. However, it was a pity that he still couldn't figure out how to use it. In any case, now is not the time to think such matters. Lu Zhou then looked at Ming Shirin. Ming Shirin felt the witchcraft restriction vanish after hitting the weapon rack. His previously blocked meridians and Dantian's Sea of Qi became unblocked. Ming Shirin was overjoyed and immediately knelt in gratitude. "Thank you for undoing the restriction, Master. Your skills are peerless." Lu Zhou remained silent. He was still amazed at the extraordinary nature of heavenly writing. It's even capable of suppressing witchcraft. Ming Shirin at this moment noticed the scattered weapons on the ground. Just as he touched them, a notification sounded in Lu Zhou's mind. Ding! Weapons retrieved, separation hook and scabbard. Recommended owner, Ming Shirin. Master, what are these? Ming Shirin curiously inspected them. Lu Zhou then looked at the weapon. A sword that doesn't look like a sword, a hook that doesn't look like a hook. There were certainly some forces at play in the hidden chamber. Whether it was fate or pure coincidence, Ming Shirin somehow stumbled upon this weapon. Master, I think these weapons suit me. This blade, this scabbard. I like incongruous items like these. I'm sure it's at least an Earth-grade weapon. Since Ming Shirin only appraised the weapons with his eyes and didn't test them, it's natural for him to assume they are Earth-grade weapons. The separation hook and scabbard seemed to have been lying around in the hidden chamber for a long time, so they seemed old. However, since the system recommended Ming Shirin as the owner, it will undoubtedly become a heaven-grade weapon once activated. After considering this, he said lightly, "Put them down." Upon hearing this, Ming Shirin could only obediently put the separation hook back on the ground. "You've just entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm, and your cultivation base isn't stable enough for now. It's still too early for you to handle a heaven-grade weapon." Upon hearing this, Ming Shirin's face instantly lit up with joy. There is hidden meaning in Master's words. He's indirectly said the separation hook will be mine sooner or later. Excitedly, he quickly put his clothes back on and responded, "Yes, Master, I'll get stronger as quickly as I can." After speaking, he left the secret room at his master's signal. Reluctantly, he looked back one last time at the separation hook. "Wait for me," he vowed in his heart. Then he quickly walked away with small, hurried steps. On his way back, he happened to run into Duan Musheng and Xia Yuaner. He told them about the master's awe-inspiring display, which left both of them in awe. Soon after, Lu Zhou also emerged from the secret room. The three of them quickly greeted him respectfully. "Master." Lu Zhou nodded in response and then looked at Ming Shirin. "Ming Shirin, although the spell's broken, you should not be careless. Initially, I had no intention of leaving Jinting Mountain for the time being. After all, with my current cultivation base, the best course of action would be to stay in the Evil Sky Pavilion and think of ways to earn merit points through my disciples as I slowly build my strength. However, the truth behind the Fish Dragon Village incident is extremely crucial. It is also related to the palace's elite witchcraft. If I could get to the bottom of this, I might be able to apprehend the person who sealed Zhao Yu's cultivation base." Also, the system's mission list clearly stated that investigating the truth behind the Fish Dragon Village incident would earn me 3,000 merit points. The system had never rewarded me with 3,000 merit points for a single mission before. The importance of this matter is clear. With these thoughts, he spoke in a low voice. I'll be leaving for the Fish Dragon Village first thing in the morning. Hearing this, Xiaoyuan excitedly clenched her fists. Since Master is personally making a move, victory is certain. Master, I want to go with you. Before leaving, Lu Zhou instructed Ming Shirin to keep an eye on Black Knight. Yes, Master, with third senior brother and I here, they won't be able to leave easily even if they sprouted wings. He then asked, is there any news about the traitors? Ming Shirin shook his head. I have not left Jinting Mountain, so I'm unaware of the affairs in the outside world. Ever since the second defeat of the people from the orthodox path, the traitors seem to be keeping a low profile and have not made any moves. After I deal with the matter of the Fish Dragon Village, I'll have to think of a way to deal with these traitors. Upon returning to the Evil Sky Pavilion, he continued to study the heavenly writing. Evil Sky Pavilion, Heavenly Scroll. After perfectly undoing the spell, my understanding of the Heavenly Scroll seems to have deepened at this moment. The usually awkward and difficult scripts seem much livelier. It has become so much more comfortable and easier to read. Lu Zhou read aloud while contemplating. The Brahmin lullaby was ineffective, and it can suppress witchcraft. Is the human scroll effective against cultivation methods that muddle the heart? As he continued reading, indeed, new content began to appear. He was deeply engrossed and unable to extricate himself. Soon, the morning of the next day arrived. Lu Zhou awakened from his state of contemplating the heavenly writing. At this moment, he felt refreshed, more comfortable than after a good night's sleep. It's time to set off. After dressing carefully, he arrived outside the main hall. At this moment, Xiaoyuan was waiting impatiently. Seeing her master come out, she immediately approached. I want to ride Whitesword. I don't want Bayan. This naughty girl. I had wanted to reprimand her but eventually decided to satisfy her wish. After all, I'm already old and can't endure a rocky journey. With a snap of his fingers, instantly, Whitesword's figure descended from the clouds, landing in the open space outside the main hall. Xiaoyuan skillfully mounted Whitesword, the scene making Ming Shirin envious. If I could have a mount like this, I'd be willing to endure beatings every day. Whitesword was different from Mayan. Its back was wider and its flight was extremely stable. At Lu Zhou's signal, it let out a low growl, leapt up, and disappeared. During the flight, he checked his status. There are still 2,210 merit points left. I won't buy any item cards and I'll only buy them based on the situation, when I need them. For instance, if I'm in a dangerous situation that I can't defuse, I can buy 4 impeccable cards. With sufficient time, I'll leave the area on Whitesword's back. Time quickly passed, and an hour later, in order not to attract attention, Lu Zhou had Whitesword land near the Measure Heaven River. Xiaoyuan was somewhat puzzled. Master, since you're so powerful, you can just make your way there and kill all of them, right? Lu Zhou reprimanded. So stubborn. He then took out a small stool and rested in place, while Xiaoyuan obediently started massaging his shoulders. However, she quickly noticed something amiss. Master, someone's approaching. Moments later, several cultivators were seen swiftly flying overhead, frantically shouting, Ji Tiandao is coming. Run, the villains of the Evil Sky Pavilion are here. Hurry! One of the powerful cultivators spotted Lu Zhou and kindly warned, Old man, quickly run. The old villain, Ji Tiandao, is coming. Are you sick of living? Upon seeing this, Xiaoyuan wore a bewildered expression. Master, when did you chase them? Lu Zhou was somewhat speechless. Why would I do something so meaningless? They're just a group of small fries. Master, why don't we catch up to them and kill them? Upon hearing her words, Lu Zhou asked, Why? Xiaoyuan explained. They were cursing and accusing you of something you didn't do. We have to go and kill them. You can't be wrongly accused for nothing. Just as she finished speaking, the ground suddenly began to shake. Lu Zhou looked towards the source, and surprisingly found a giant elephant as tall as a city wall. An epic mount. Mounts are far more valuable than flying chariots. Flying chariots are only difficult to make, but any cultivator with the right materials and formations could activate them. Mounts were rare, to begin with. They were difficult to catch and even more difficult to tame. Elephant King. Its body resembles a castle wall while its legs are like stone pillars. This was the epic mount, Elephant King. It was sturdy and had a strong defense. It could maneuver rugged mountain paths and cross raging rivers. The only thing it could not do was fly. Behind the Elephant King was a huge carriage, with 3 cultivators floating on either side. Lu Zhou, following the principle of live and let live, signaled Xiaoyuan to leave. Just then, a young girl from beside the Elephant King suddenly flew over on her sword. With a haughty face, she blocked their path, and then introduced herself. I'm the 9th disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Xiaoyuan. I'm asking you, Have you seen 10 cultivators running this way? Hearing this, Xia Yuaner was completely stunned, not only daring to block the way but also impersonating her. Enraged, she picked up her stool and launched an immediate attack. The woman was caught off guard by the sudden attack, quickly raising her arm to block. Then with a kick, she shattered the stool to pieces. Xia Yuaner let out a cold laugh and launched another attack. Under the intense collision, the air vibrated slightly. Lu Zhou, who was watching the battle, remained calm. This little girl's temper is still fiery. Little Yuaner's supreme purity jade slip is unparalleled in terms of physical prowess. The imposter didn't expect little Yuaner to launch such a sudden attack, catching her completely off guard and forcing her into retreat. The cultivator who engaged in battle with little Yuaner was in the divine court realm. Little Yuaner was more than capable of handling opponents of this caliber. However, the person on Elephant King must possess a cultivation base in the nascent divinity tribulation realm, at the very least. If that person makes a move, little Yuaner would have no hope of winning. However, that person didn't seem interested in taking action and simply observed curiously. At this time, under Xia Yuaner's continuous attacks, the woman could only respond in a hasty and disheveled manner. Finally, she was hit in the abdomen by a punch and the fight ended. Xia Yuaner then returned to her master's side, while the impersonator, unwilling to accept defeat, tried to get up to fight again. That's enough. The old man on Elephant King spoke calmly. Then Lu Zhou used the Eye of Truth to inspect the old man's information. Name: Ding Fanqiu. Race: human. Realm: nascent divinity tribulation realm. Upon close examination, this old man bore some resemblance to Ji Tiandao. Ding Fanqiu was staring down with a profound gaze. Aren't you afraid of me? Lu Zhou responded with a calm expression. Why should I be afraid? Ding Fanqiu furrowed his brows slightly at this response. I'm in a good mood today. If this were any other day, I would have punished you for being rude. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuaner couldn't help but chuckle. She thought to herself gleefully, my master will show you the consequences of impersonating him. Old man, do you know who is standing in front of you? Ding Fanqiu paid no attention to her words. Instead, a pleased expression appeared in his eyes. Little girl, you're highly talented. It's rare for someone as young as you to reach the divine court realm. With that, he straightened his posture. I'm sure you've heard of my mighty name, old scholar. Lu Zhou shook his head, somewhat speechless. I've been living in the mountains for a long time. I'm afraid I don't know much about the outside world. There's no need to worry. I'll tell you all about myself. Please, get on the chariot. With a wave of his arm, Ding Fanqiu motioned his disciples to go down and welcome them. Although the disciples didn't understand why he was doing this, they obediently flew down. The burly man impersonating Duan Mushing had a face full of beard, and the person impersonating Ming Shiring was bald. Upon seeing this, Xia Yuaner couldn't help but laugh again. Get on. The two then controlled the door panels beneath them and wobbled up into the sky. Lu Zhou was puzzled, considering that they were at the Measure Heaven River. Ding Fanqiu's cultivation base is in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Isn't he afraid of being hunted down by the people from the noble path for using my name? There must be more to this person than meets the eye. However, no one in this world can threaten or intimidate Lu Zhou, not even Ding Fanqiu. Meanwhile, a gold glowing item card quietly appeared in his hand. People around him were completely unaware and couldn't sense any aura. Arriving above, Lu Zhou asked, are you going to Measure Heaven River? Ding Fanqiu was still putting on airs. Lu Zhou shook his head, somewhat speechless. Ding Fanqiu is still putting on airs. He has no idea that he was standing right before the gates of hell. If he gives a false answer, I won't hesitate to use the item card. Ding Fanqiu responded casually, yes, I'm heading toward the Measure Heaven River. Elephant King can navigate through brambles effortlessly. Come aboard. Lu Zhou didn't refuse. Since I'm old and can't move well, I'll accept your offer. Under Ding Fanqiu's command, Elephant King began to move. Entering the chariot, Lu Zhou couldn't help but exclaim, it's not easy to tame Elephant King. Upon hearing this, Ding Fanqiu smiled proudly. Elephant King is nothing. I have 10 other mounts at the back of Jinting Mountain. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuaner couldn't help but roll her eyes. Go on, brag some more. Ding Fanqiu noticed her expression. Little girl, don't you believe me? Xia Yuaner, fluttering her big eyes, replied, the only person I believe is my grandfather. Ding Fanqiu's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything else. He looked at Xia Yuaner, and then glanced at his flying female disciple outside. He could only shake his head helplessly. Halfway there, a disciple hurriedly reported, Master, the 2 cultivators who escaped from us last time are ahead. Ding Fanqiu stroked his beard and said lightly, kill them. Immediately, horrific screams came from the forest. Ding Fanqiu, crossing his legs leisurely, explained, there's no need to be afraid, old householder. Although I committed many wicked crimes, I'm a reasonable person. Lu Zhou nodded and responded, me too. Upon hearing this, Ding Fanqiu chuckled. I think we'll get along well, old scholar. Measure Heaven River is just ahead. After saying that, he ordered Elephant King to stop, then leaped down to the ground. Ever since I started comprehending the Heavenly Scroll, my ability to sense aura had improved. When Ding Fanqiu dismounted just now, I discovered that the aura he released is extraordinary. Obviously, Ding Fanqiu deliberately released his aura. If you may, please. Ding Fanqiu waved his hand casually and spoke in a relaxed manner. As his words fell, Xia Yuaner also jumped down. Lu Zhou followed down the elephant's trunk and landed on the ground. Ding Fanqiu stood with his hands behind his back, seemingly very interested in Xia Yuaner. Little girl, how long have you been cultivating? Xia Yuaner answered proudly. More than 5 years. 5 years to get to the divine court. Ding Fanqiu, surprised at first, quickly regained his composure. He then pointed to his female disciple. She's very talented as well. However, she isn't much compared with you. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou was somewhat speechless. I don't think a counterfeit is worthy of being compared to her. Xia Yuaner, however, pointed to the other 2 cultivators and asked, both of you are in the divine court realm as well? Upon hearing her words, the 2 impostors nodded arrogantly. Xia Yuaner murmured, still a little too weak. Upon hearing this, the 2 counterfeits immediately became displeased and started to argue with her. In this way, they quarreled while moving forward and stopped at a relatively high ground. Beyond the ravine is the Measure Heaven River. Looking out, Lu Zhou found that things had drastically changed. In my memories, this place was full of villagers and fishermen. Now it has become a barren and deserted ravine. Things remain the same, but the people have changed. The Fish Dragon village no longer existed. I'll have to start with the location where officers were collecting corpses from the riverbed first to get to the bottom of the Fish Dragon village incident. As he was thinking, suddenly, Ding Fanqiu's hearty voice came. Many years ago, I dominated the Measure Heaven River. I fought against many elites here, and the battles lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. We fought with our avatars, which resulted in this area being reduced to a ravine. What a character. He doesn't miss any chance to show off. At this time, the fake Ming Shirin stepped forward to report, Master, the Azure Dragon Association's branch is up ahead. I'll drive them away. Ding Fanqiu nodded. Go ahead. Upon hearing the 3 words Azure Dragon Association, Lu Zhou couldn't help but be a bit surprised. When I was in Anyang, I encountered the Azure Dragon Association's Anyang branch. I didn't know there was another branch in Measure Heaven River. If the Azure Dragon Association's influence was so vast, their backer, the Nether Sect, definitely would not be weak. Speaking of the Azure Dragon Association, Ding Fanqiu explained proudly, the Azure Dragon Association is backed by the Nether Sect. Yu Zhenghai, the sect master of the Nether Sect. He was my great disciple. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuaner couldn't help but laugh. Lu Zhou maintained his calm demeanor. I'll allow Ding Fanqiu to continue his act for now. Although the Azure Dragon Association only has small fries, it's much better to have them clean it up for me. I want to save as many item cards as possible. They're too valuable. Not long after, the fake Duan Mushing flew back rapidly. Master, it's as you've expected. When the members of the Azure Dragon Association heard that you're coming, they fled in fear. Upon hearing this, Ding Fanqiu waved his hand in satisfaction. Very good. Keep moving. Meanwhile, at the Crouching Dragon, the Darknet's headquarters, I have a report, Sect Master. Old Senior G has been spotted near Measure Heaven River. Siwia opened his mouth indifferently. The Nether Sect has also received this information. We don't need to take any action. Impersonating the Evil Sky Pavilion will certainly bring calamity to those people. Keep an eye on the Evil Sky Pavilion. Also, where's the Master of Demon Slaying Sect now? Upon hearing this, the subordinate immediately replied, Sect Master, Ren Buping is currently at Green Jade Altar. Zhang Yuanshan secretly supports him. Hearing this, Siwia chuckled. The Noble Path and Evil Path are working with each other for nefarious reasons. This is simply the greatest joke under the heavens. Sect Master, there's another report. What is it? The leader of the Black Knights, Fan Xiuwen, went to the Evil Sky Pavilion earlier, but his current status is unknown. Senior Sword Devil didn't wait for Fan Xiuwen, and his whereabouts is also unknown. I didn't dare to follow Senior Sword Devil. Siwia spoke indifferently. Second Senior Brother is a humble and gentle person. There's no need for you to fear him. This does not sound convincing. Although the subordinate answered in understanding, he still felt somewhat unreliable in his heart. Sect Master, there's quite a lot of activities at Measure Heaven River lately. Are you certain there's no need for us to monitor that place? Upon hearing this, Siwia pondered for a moment. Leak this information to the palace. They should clean up their own mess. A wise move, Sect Master. I'll take care of it immediately. At the same time, a group of people arrived at the dilapidated village near Measure Heaven River. Ding Fanqiu's 2 disciples stepped forward to lead the way. Master, this is the rendezvous point. They won't dare to be tardy since you personally came. Master, Please have a seat. The bald man brought a chair for Ding Fanqiu. Xia Yuaner saw this and quickly took action. Grandfather, I'll go and find a chair for you as well. Taking advantage of her absence, Ding Fanqiu glanced at Lu Zhou and spoke indifferently. Do you know why I'm not giving you a hard time? Lu Zhou shook his head without speaking. Ding Fanqiu explained with interest. If I did, that little girl would certainly hold a grudge against me. Lu Zhou continued to remain silent. The implication of those words. It seemed that Ding Fanqiu has developed a covetous heart towards Xia Yuaner. Xia Yuaner brought a chair to her master. At this moment, a group of officials and soldiers were seen approaching from afar, carrying several large boxes. The leading soldier carefully scanned the crowd. This is our catch for the day. Seeing this, Ding Fanqiu furrowed his brow and asked, is that all? The palace has ordered that the corpses we fished out from the river are not to be moved. Our deal will end tomorrow. It's too late to end it now. With that, Ding Fanqiu swung his arm, and the surrounding disciples immediately drew their weapons and charged. Under the flashing of swords and knives, blood immediately splattered everywhere. Lu Zhou watched all this with a calm expression, while Ding Fanqiu chuckled. Your courage is extraordinary, old scholar. It seems like I've misjudged you. At this time, Xia Yuaner curiously moved towards the boxes. What is in the boxes? A female cultivator nearby answered with a smile. Bones, human bones. Ding Fanqiu stepped forward and gently waved his hand. A palm of qi destroyed the box lid. Lu Zhou's gaze then revealed a puzzled look. These bones look strange. They're slightly translucent, like impure glass or white jade with a muddy coloration. The Bai people, it was clear that the villagers from Fish Dragon Village were dumped into the river. They were Yi Tianxin's people. In that case, why did the palace order their people to fish the sunken corpses out? Ding Fanqiu's disciples started to search in the boxes, but they couldn't find what they were looking for. Lu Zhou asked in confusion, what are these bones for? The fake Duan Mushing raised his eyebrows. Old scholar, some things are better left unknown. A few disciples then changed into the uniforms and waist badges of the officials and soldiers. Lu Zhou stroked his beard. Should I tag along and widen my horizon? Hearing this, Ding Fanqiu joked. There are many witchcraft traps near the place where the bodies are fished out. Aren't you afraid? From their actions, it was obvious that they had been here before, and were very familiar with everything here. Xia Yuaner answered while waving her fists. There's nothing under the heavens that my grandfather is afraid of. Ding Fanqiu nodded in agreement. This is what I like. Nobody can blame me if something happens. About 15 minutes later, the group arrived at the port where the bodies were fished out. They had to bribe the gatekeeping soldiers with silver to let them pass. If they were only fishing corpses for a day, the soldiers would not be able to make money through such means. However, these men had been doing this for a decade. They were not even sure of what they were fishing out of the river themselves. Rocks, rotten fishes, rotten shrimps, everything was taken away. After repeating the same routine day after day, they became apathetic towards their jobs. Xia Yuaner blinked her big eyes and asked, why are we killing our way in? The female cultivator nearby explained, this is so much more complicated. There are powerful witchcraft traps around here. Someone's controlling them. The pace of Ding Fanqiu and the others was fast. They clearly had been here before. They avoided the guards, circumvented several buildings, and quickly arrived at the target warehouse. Just then, Ding Fanqiu suddenly signaled for everyone to stop, as if he had made a major discovery. He then picked up the moist soil from the ground to smell, and tasted it. Only then did he confirm, based on the patterns on the ground and this fresh soil, it seems that a practitioner of witchcraft has set up a trap here. After discovering the witchcraft prohibition, Ding Fanqiu looked at the dog in front of him and explained with a grim expression, in witchcraft, timing, location, and the people involved are important. The spellcaster would call upon the power from external sources to either cause harm or bestow blessings on the target. After saying these words, he looked at Lu Zhou and Xia Yuaner with a profound meaning. Old scholar, please take care of yourself. Little girl, if you're afraid, you can stay closer to me. Xia Yuaner defiantly replied, I'm not afraid. Then, the group bypassed the traps at the front door. After much effort, they arrived at the back door. There were no signs of traps here. How could an ordinary lock stop a cultivator? After opening the door, everyone entered the warehouse. This warehouse is dozens of meters long. The warehouse contains neatly stacked rows of boxes. From the looks of the exposed bones, many of the exposed bones appear different from those discovered in the crumbling courtyard. Numerous ordinary bones are mixed. Considering the population of Fish Dragon Village, which had 354 villagers, even if all their corpses were present, the number of remains here is excessive. Moreover, they had been fishing out corpses from the last decade and they are still going strong to this day. Taking into account the remains that had been washed away by the current, were there other people as well, apart from the Bais? Ding Fanqiu calmly issued the command, search. Several disciples immediately began to take action. They leapt onto the boxes and started searching. Seeing this, Lu Zhou became even more confused. Before he could speak, Ding Fanqiu next to him took the initiative to speak. These are the bones of the other tribes. Other tribes? Lu Zhou showed a bit of surprise. Seeing this, Ding Fanqiu began his daily act of grandstanding. There is no place for the other tribes on Great Yan's lands. Over the millennia, after Great Yan had conquered the lands, there have always been disturbances caused by the other tribes. Measure Heaven River is fated to be drenched in blood. After hearing this, Lu Zhou retorted, "Are all these remains from the other tribes?" Ding Fanqiu gave a sarcastic smile. "Well, that's what the palace says." Xia Yuaner was a bit curious. "What are you guys looking for?" Ding Fanqiu replied, "An extremely unique bone." "What kind of special bone?" Xia Yuaner continued to ask, poking her head out. Ding Fanqiu did not answer. Instead, he pointed at her and said with interest, "Little girl, if you become my disciple, I'll teach you everything that I know." Xia Yuaner shot him a contemptuous look. Ding Fanqiu didn't mind at all and burst into wild laughter. "You should consider this carefully. All 9 of my disciples are renowned experts whose names command respect wherever they go." Upon hearing this, Xia Yuaner pointed to the female cultivator next to her who was rummaging through the boxes. "She's not." This statement left Ding Fanqiu momentarily speechless. Lu Zhou gave a faint smile. "I'm afraid you won't be able to teach her." Ding Fanqiu was trapped in his grandstanding state. "There's no one under the heavens I can't teach." Hearing this, Lu Zhou was left somewhat speechless, and didn't bother to argue with him any further. The reason he came here was to investigate the truth behind the Fish Dragon Village incident. For now, he'd allow him to continue his act and impersonate him. After all, he still has some value. However, how did Ding Fanqiu and his 3 disciples manage to form a connection with this place? It seemed like they had been doing this for a long time. What was Ding Fanqiu's objective? Who was backing Ding Fanqiu? Just as Lu Zhou was pondering, the 3 disciples also stopped their search. "Master, we didn't find anything." Upon hearing this, Ding Fanqiu frowned. "Is there another warehouse?" The 3 disciples shook their heads. By this time, the sun had set and it was getting dark. Suddenly, there were hurried footsteps from outside. The fake Duan Mushing noticed it and was instantly on alert. "It's an ambush." Ding Fanqiu coldly issued the command, "Kill them." Upon receiving the order, the 3 immediately charged towards the soldiers outside. Screams of pain rang out one after another. Ordinary people couldn't possibly be a match for cultivators. Lu Zhou understood that since Ming Shirin returned with serious injuries last time, the ambush this time couldn't possibly consist of just ordinary people. A great battle was imminent. He took the opportunity to ask the question in his heart while there was still time. "What's the special bone you mentioned earlier?" Ding Fanqiu stood with his hands behind his back, his tone revealing a hint of disdain. "Old scholar, I'll remind you again. The more you know, the more dangerous it will be." Lu Zhou turned his head and gave him a cold glance. "At my age, life and death does not matter. This is not a lie. Before I transmigrated, I had already died once. Moreover, this is nothing compared to when the 10 elites laid siege on Jinting Mountain." The sounds of fighting outside intensified. The number of people increased as well. Cultivators flew in from all directions in the sky. Then a wave of sound spread throughout the entire port. "You've walked into a trap. Death to the intruders." A projected voice rang in the jetty at this moment. Although the voice wasn't loud, everyone heard it clearly. It seemed like things were getting more and more complicated. The fake Ming Shirin hurriedly reported to the people inside the house, "We're surrounded. It's a trap." Upon hearing this, Ding Fanqiu seemed unperturbed and leapt into the air. He looked at Xia Yuaner with interest. "Little girl, pay close attention." With that, he exploded with a powerful gust of qi. Avatar! With a shout, a 5-meter-tall golden avatar appeared in the air. Under the envelopment of qi, the golden lotus under him bloomed one petal after another, totaling 4 petals. His disciples watched this scene with worshipful expressions on their faces. Xia Yuaner scoffed. "Only 4 leaves." Hearing this, the female cultivator next to her became angry. "What do you know? Our master's strength is peerless. He's conserving his strength. 4 leaves are enough to deal with these people. With 100 tribulations in sight, everyone here will have to exhaust themselves." At this moment, waves and waves of energy rolled off Ding Fanqiu's 4-leaf avatar. The buildings near the jetty shook and rattled. The soldiers retreated further. The cultivators raised their guards. Seeing this, a cultivator quickly stabilized the morale. "Everyone, stay calm. Let's retreat slowly." News from the palace states that this person isn't the real Ji Tiandao. A grand witchcraft formation was laid down here yesterday. Let's head back to the grand formation. When the elites from the palace arrive, these criminals will be taken care of in one fell swoop, no matter who it is. Death to the intruders. Under his encouragement, the soldiers all started shouting in unison. There are thousands of soldiers and hundreds of cultivators here. It is clear that everything is a trap. Lu Zhou understood. Since the trap had been set, It was only natural that they could not find what they wanted in the warehouse. It seems like this was planned from the start. That thing must be hidden or still somewhere on the riverbed. Yuan clenched her fists, seeming eager to fight. What do we do now? Do we charge through their ranks? Lu Zhou shook his head, indicating that it wasn't necessary. Since that person likes being in the spotlight, let him do it. Upon hearing this, Yuan immediately seemed disheartened. A four-leaf avatar. This won't be interesting at all. Being used to seeing grand spectacles, she felt that such a level of avatar was of a much lower grade. The female cultivator next to her snorted coldly upon hearing this. Little girl, don't be arrogant just because you had a stroke of luck and managed to defeat me earlier. With your strength, you won't even be able to make a single move against my master. Yuan didn't bother responding. She retorted with a single word, loser, and ignored her, although Yuan looked down upon it. However, for the other cultivators, a four-leaf golden lotus avatar could be considered an elite among elites. The cultivators who were hovering in the air gulped. They were wary of the avatar's intimidating power. No one dared to make a move against a nascent divinity tribulation realm elite at this moment. At this time, several groups of Chiform Madras were floating around Ding Fanqiu. Lu Zhou recognized these as Taoist Madras. Taoist Madras were different from Zen Sex Madras. Zen Sex Madras rely on the golden body support and the cultivator's own muster energy to form the fierce Buddhist power. On the other hand, Taoist Madras mainly manipulated the muster energy in the area, providing a good range. Regardless, both Madras are interconnected. Their differences were not as distinct as one might imagine. The densely packed Madras shot toward the soldiers and cultivators. Some of the cultivators turned to flee when they saw things were not in their favor. Retreat. Don't fight him. Wear him down. Prepare the witchcraft formation. Ding Fanqiu controlled his Madras like a heavenly maiden scattering blossoms. In just a blink of an eye, he took out several hundred soldiers. Many cultivators stood far away. Their cultivation bases were barely enough to protect them from the avatar's intimidating aura. They had no additional strength to fight back. It was as though a flood had just washed over the area. The sound of people screaming rang in the air. The remaining soldiers retreated further away. Ding Fanqiu was somewhat pleased. Who dares to stop me from leaving? Although he said this, there are many witchcraft traps here. If this fight drags on and the elites from the palace arrive, I can't escape. So he didn't dare to delay. With a loud roar, he spouted a thick wave of energy. Centered on him, it instantly spread in all directions. Seeing this, the soldiers once again sped up their retreat. The reason why nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivators were so terrifying was due to the 100 tribulation inside avatar. The higher the avatar rises, the wider its intimidation aura would spread. The energy around his avatar spread in all directions with overwhelming force. Lu Zhou, seeing this, stroked his beard, and said indifferently, he's slightly accomplished in Madras. Yuan was somewhat curious. This is a slight accomplishment? Lu Zhou immediately responded. Taoist Madras mainly manipulate the muster energy in their surroundings, condensing chi into energy. For a great cultivator, even an avatar can be converted into energy. Zen Madras are mainly created by the cultivator himself. Usually, they're in the form of palm seals. Yuan, fluttering her big eyes, continued to inquire. So, which one's more powerful, the Taoist Madras or the Zen Madras? Little Yuaner's interested to learn more. This is a good thing. If I can groom her well, she'll surely become a great person in the future. Lu Zhou nodded in approval. Each one has its own advantages, making it impossible to compare them. Ding! Teach Yuan a reward. 100 merit points. The female cultivator standing by was somewhat surprised after hearing this. You're quite knowledgeable, old mister. Indeed, our master is using Taoist Madras. However, Taoist Madras have hand seals as well. There are 12 Taoist Madras in total. The more profound one's cultivation base is, the more powerful the hand seals will be. It won't lose to Zen Madras. After hearing this, Lu Zhou thought to himself, a junior who's still wet behind the ears but is too proud to ask for guidance. She can view the sky from the bottom of the well forever. At this moment, after Ding Fanqiu repelled everyone, he summoned the Elephant King. The clanging footsteps came running from far and near. Many soldiers couldn't dodge in time and were directly hit and died on the spot. Ding Fanqiu stood with his hands behind his back and landed steadily on the Elephant King's back. His 3 disciples saw this and immediately flew towards the Elephant King. Ding Fanqiu, who had just steadied himself, suddenly jumped down again. He then landed in front of Lu Zhou. Then he looked at Yuan and chuckled. Little girl, come to my side. Just as Ding Fanqiu finished speaking, several long rainbows suddenly slashed across the distant sky. Someone has arrived at the palace. Seeing this, he quickly leaped into the air again. Why isn't that little girl coming over? I thought she would be scared and immediately run over to my side. But not only did Xia Yuaner not run, she started to watch with interest. It's one thing to watch, but her expression seemed somewhat disdainful. "Little girl, if you don't leave now, it will be too late," Ding Fanqiu shouted and fell back onto the Elephant King's back. Seeing this, Lu Zhou shook his head. The Elephant King can't get away. Although the Elephant King's resistance is not bad, and its combat power is okay, but it will never fly. Seeing that Xia Yuaner was unmoved, Ding Fanqiu showed a look of regret. "I have never seen such a young person with extraordinary talent and cultivation. She will definitely surpass my female disciple by an unknown margin. If I could bring this little girl under me, it would be of great help. Unfortunately, what a pity." At Ding Fanqiu's command, the Elephant King quickly charged towards the outer edge. Under the trampling of this giant beast, the ground began to shake. Those three disciples are hovering above the throne of the Elephant King and seem constantly vigilant against the cultivators who might launch an attack. An expert of the nascent divinity tribulation realm just sitting within the throne and yet emanating such a powerful aura which deters all the nearby soldiers from approaching, even without making a move. Lu Zhou, Xia Yuaner, and the dog are still leisurely watching the show. There's a faint purple thing that looks both eerie and mysterious has appeared underneath. Some kind of mist-like haze which faintly resembles blue smoke is gradually rising from those purple things. One of the commanders immediately rallied. "It's a powerful witchcraft formation. Take down those invaders. There will be generous rewards for those who succeed. March." Some cultivators and soldiers wrapped in fog charged fearlessly. The witchcraft formation is taking effect. Even if the Elephant King absorbs spiritual energy during its cultivation, it is still an animal after all. It might become formidable and fierce, but it lacks the intelligence humans possess. But upon seeing those purple circles, it actually retreated. The Elephant King let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the mountains, reverberating in all directions. Instead of advancing forward, it actually continued to retreat. Seeing this, Ding Fanqiu was so angry that he cursed, "You useless beast." He immediately leaped into the air, again using the 100 Tribulations Insight avatar. Lu Zhou was somewhat puzzled. The Dharma body of the 100 Tribulations Insight is a powerful move. It consumes a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. It wouldn't be very wise to consume energy in this way. After all, these people are just small fry. If the experts from the palace were to come, how should he respond? Ding Fanqiu doesn't have an unlimited consumption capability like the Peak Experience card. Moreover, when the Dharma body of the 100 Tribulations Insight appeared, those cultivators who were preparing to approach retreated once again, as if they had been trained in advance. To be precise, those rising things are not mists, but rather a part of the formation. Formations convert spiritual energy and form seamless trap formations. However, the soldiers and the cultivators are not affected by them. Under the power of Ding Fanqiu's spiritual energy, he used a move called the Heavenly Martial Seal. Just like last time, the Dharma body of the 100 Tribulations Insight has once again whirls and releases countless celestial seals in the sky. Under the expulsion of celestial seals, the faint purple circles seem to have slowed down momentarily and had no remarkable effect. Those circles have surrounded the entire harbor. As the circles slowly expanded, they intertwined with each other and transformed into a gigantic interconnected structure that resembled a 5-ring formation. The radiance around it is growing stronger and stronger. The witchcraft formation ultimately came together in the end. The Elephant King retreated once again. Who would have believed that, if not seen with their own eyes? Even the mighty jungle ruler, the Elephant King, would also experience fear. No matter how much its owner urges, the Elephant King remains unmoved and still retreating at its own pace while paying no attention to the external commands. Even the expert of the cultivation at the nascent divinity tribulation realm is unable to control it. Who might be the expert in the palace responsible for setting up such a powerful witchcraft formation? Ding Fanqiu's brow furrowed. He hurriedly called several disciples to get into the water. Maintaining this Dharma body consumes an excessive amount of energy, and it is also necessary to preserve strength. Right now, only the surface of the Measure Heaven River appears relatively calm. Perhaps there is a chance to escape. Feeling helpless, he could only decide to abandon the Elephant King. Seeing this, Lu Zhou kindly reminded, the river has long been covered by the formation circles, spreading even beneath the water. Ding Fanqiu's eyebrows furrowed as he looked down from midair, his gaze sweeping over the surface of the river near the harbor. Only then did he find that what he said was right. Indeed, the surface of the river has already been covered by those faint purple formation circles, and they are also growing larger and larger. One must not touch those formation circles. Otherwise, they will be bonded and restricted until their cultivation weakens and gradually fades away. At that point, it will be like a lamb left to the slaughter, with no way to turn the tide. Ding Fanqiu then turned his gaze to Lu Zhou. Seeing you being so calm, Do you have any good strategies? Does this old fellow have any tricks up his sleeve? But Lu Zhou just shook his head. I got none. We just have to wait for the one who created this witchcraft formation to appear. Since there's no discoveries made in the warehouse, it's time to focus on the people within the palace. Those formation circles have already approached closer, within a few meters in front. At this moment, a cultivator appeared from nowhere, mockingly said, "Oh, isn't this the renowned Grandmaster of Demonic Cultivation? Where did that arrogant demeanor from earlier go? Someone has already informed us that you would come." The message was spread within the palace and the witchcraft formation was set up in advance. "We were just waiting for you to take the bait." The witchcraft formations in this place were set up for so many years and have never been as magnificent as it is today. How is it compared to your barrier at Jinting Mountain? The commanding cultivator flies over, overlooking the front. During the previous display of the Dharma body of the 100 Tribulations Insight, he surprisingly stayed hidden and did not come out. Now that the witchcraft formation has formed, he has finally shown up. Seeing a youngster daring to mock him, Ding Fanqiu immediately snorted. "This is outrageous. 100 Tribulations Insight. 5 leaves. This is exactly the moment I've been waiting for." With his yell, the 4-leaf 100 Tribulations Insight avatar suddenly expanded into 5 leaves. The energy of that avatar is extremely fierce. Several people in the distance were shaken and spat out blood before they could react. His 3 disciples looked on in admiration. "This is the true strength of my master." The 5-leaf avatar's energy covers a much wider area compared to before. Many cultivators cried out in pain as they were sent flying before they died. The soldiers and cultivators once again retreated. At this moment, a general took the initiative to come forward to stabilize the morale. They're restricted by the Grand Witchcraft Formation. They can't escape even if they grow wings. We'll just wait until they're too exhausted to fight back. After recalling his avatar, Ding Fanqiu slowly landed. The 100 Tribulations Insight avatar consumes a tremendous amount of vital energy. He now must preserve his strength. The Grand Witchcraft Formation continued to expand. Although its speed is much slower now, it would eventually bind them if this continued. Xia Yuaner looked at the slowly approaching formation with some unease. "Master, what should I do now?" Hearing this, Ding Fanqiu was extremely surprised. "This old scholar is your master?" Xia Yuaner glared at him. "You're annoying. What does it have to do with you? If you continue blabbering, I'll ask my master to clobber you to death." Upon hearing this, Ding Fanqiu didn't get angry. For some reason, I'm not losing my temper when I hear little Yuaner provocative words. It's truly a shame if I can't make her my disciple. Lu Zhou remained silent throughout. The item card is already in my hand. If Ding Fanqiu made any sudden movements, I could have taken his life with an item card. An item card would undoubtedly be able to kill a nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm cultivator. Ding Fanqiu was very puzzled inside. He sensed Lu Zhou's aura and cultivation once again. He's still as calm as ever. I probed his aura and cultivation base again. He is weak, truly weak. At most, he has connected 3 meridians in the Brahman Sea realm. He doesn't seem to be hiding his true cultivation base. Once the Grand Witchcraft Formation reaches him and takes effect, he'll have to defend himself with his muster energy. At that time, he won't have a way to conceal his strength. I wonder who he is. How did he become this little girl's master? At this moment, the witchcraft circle's speed increased. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire jetty. It was as if a giant translucent bowl had fallen from the skies. The Grand Witchcraft Formation is officially completed. Ding Fanqiu's face changed drastically. Before the witchcraft spell completely entered his extraordinary 8 meridians and blocked his Dantian's sea of qi, he had to leave this place as quickly as possible. Run! His 3 disciples were sweating profusely. They were in a state of extreme weakness. Ding Fanqiu understood. I'm the only one in the nascent Divinity Tribulation realm. I could not bring so many people to escape with me. So he tentatively looked at Lu Zhou. "Old scholar, I don't care what kind of elite you are, but you and I must work together now if we want to leave. The Grand Witchcraft Formation will render us powerless in no time at all." After hearing this, Lu Zhou casually glanced at him. "You're not worth it. My current cultivation base is only in the Brahman Sea 8 Meridians realm. I could not even be considered as an 8 Meridians expert yet. Moreover, my avatar is the lowly mighty 4 quadrants. If I were to manifest it, it would only be slightly larger than a monkey. It would be of no use at all. The result is the same without restricting cultivation." Ding Fanqiu was so angry that he was puffing out his beard and glaring. "If I hadn't summoned my 100 Tribulation Insight avatar earlier, you'd be dead by now. The palace has laid down this grand formation to guard this place. Now that the trap has been triggered, we won't be able to leave if we don't act now. Currently, I'm the only one capable of escaping from this place. Little girl, I'm giving you a final chance. Come with me. I'll bring you away from this dangerous situation." Upon hearing this, Xia Yuaner scoffed. Get lost. Seeing this, Ding Fanqiu could only shake his head helplessly. How unfortunate if that's the case. I'll leave on my own and leave you to your fate. The witchcraft has already begun invading my meridians. Realizing something was amiss, he suddenly shot upwards. His whole body's gang energy burst out and enveloped him. If I don't leave now, I'll be stuck here forever. Just a few moments ago, I hesitated about leaving my disciples here. However, there's no need. I don't have time to hesitate now after all. It's too late. Master, please don't leave me here. Master. Upon seeing this, the three of them suddenly burst into tears. Their cultivation bases are only in a divine court realm. Moreover, they have already been weakened by the witchcraft trap. How could they possibly leave the grand formation? The three of them put together could not even compare to Little Yuaner. Little Yuaner merely felt a minor effect. After all, the Supreme Purity Jade Slip is much better than other cultivation methods. At this moment, Ding Fanqiu once again sped up. He was about to break out of the Grand Witchcraft formation, but at this moment, a pale blue arrow suddenly shot over. It was so fast that it was almost sparking from friction with the air. Like a meteor, it passed through the area of the Grand Witchcraft formation and directly pierced Ding Fanqiu's protective gang energy shield, embedding in his shoulder. Ding Fanqiu's eyes widened in disbelief. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he fell back to the ground like a deflated balloon. Upon seeing this, everyone started guessing. A master has appeared. Only a nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm archer could land a hit on him from such a distance under these circumstances. Also, the archer must have a certain level of skill. Who could that person be? Under the skies of Great Yan, there is only one person, the strongest among the three godly archers, who could pull off such a shocking feat, easily piercing through a 5-leaf Avatar Elite's protective energy layer. He is here. Everyone's attention was drawn over. A square red flying palanquin was seen hovering quietly. At each corner of the palanquin, a female cultivator stood guard, and on top of the palanquin, there appeared a man wearing a flower cloak and a bamboo hat. The two words most powerful behind the flower cloak were enough to show his strength and confidence. That shocking arrow was indeed shot by this man. Ding Fanqiu watched the scene with a grave expression. Such a high-level archery skill. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou started making calculations secretly. So, the reinforcements from the palace have arrived. It seems like more than one of them. What if one deadly strike card isn't enough? Just then, the man jumped down and landed gracefully on the ground. The surrounding soldiers bowed respectfully and shouted in unison, "Greetings, Lord Chen." This archer possesses at least a 6-leaf cultivation. He is Chen Zhu, the most powerful person among the Divine Capital's 3 godly archers. Lu Zhou then used the Eye of Truth to check the other's information. Name, Chen Zhu, race, Triverso, realm, nascent divinity tribulation. Lu Zhou was slightly surprised. He then looked at the 4 women. Based on their auras, at least 2 of them are in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. However, a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator without any leaves is not a genuine cultivator in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. I think I might have underestimated the situation. Should I use an impeccable card to escape? While Lu Zhou was contemplating, Chen Zhu's voice rang out. His Excellency has ordered for these people from the Evil Sky Pavilion to be captured and handed over to the palace. Upon hearing this, the general nearby quickly responded, "Understood." Hearing these words, the 3 disciples shuddered in fear. "We're not disciples from the Evil Sky Pavilion. You've made a mistake. We're fakes." Chen Zhu responded with a faint smile. "Since they're fakes, we'll execute them here." After saying this, his right hand rested on the bowstring. His fingers pulled the string, condensing his chi into gang energy. The illusory arrow gradually took shape. With a swoosh, the arrow was instantly shot out, directly piercing Ding Fanqiu's female disciple. Upon seeing this, Ding Fanqiu's face turned pale, but he soon calmed down. He turned his chi into an energy arrow. How could a Divine Court Realm cultivator, restricted by the Grand Formation, defend herself against Chen Zhu, one of the Divine Capital's 3 godly archers? Lu Zhou watched the scene without any expression. His bow seems to be an Earth-grade weapon, similar to Li Qing's bow. He is going to kill them one by one with his arrows. He spoke lightly. "Ji Tiandao." Ding Fanqiu did not deny it. He forced himself to stay calm and revealed the other party's identity. "Are you Chen Zhu, one of the 3 godly archers, whose arrows never miss?" Chen Zhu laughed upon hearing this. My reputation precedes me. Indeed, I am Chen Zhu. You've trespassed where you shouldn't have." Ding Fanqiu stroked his beard in response. This is how the Evil Sky Pavilion has always operated. Upon hearing these words, Chen Zhu glanced at him. "That's enough. It's one thing for you to fool others with your act, but you can drop your act in front of my lord. Your strength and cultivation base are too weak. Even the real patriarch of the Evil Sky Pavilion would have to admit defeat today, let alone an imposter like you. This Grand Witchcraft formation was prepared specifically for blind and arrogant cultivators like yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the aged and deep voice of Lu Zhou came through. 3 godly archers of the divine capital. Hearing this, Chen Zhu's gaze shifted from Ding Fanqiu to Lu Zhou. His eyebrows furrowed. I did not notice this person. Lu Zhou's expression was calm and composed, not at all affected by the witchcraft grand formation. Seeing this, Chen Zhu was instantly startled. You're not affected by the grand formation? Lu Zhou calmly looked at him. Are you talking to me? Chen Zhu waved his right hand, slowly conjuring several arrows composed of gang energy. Do you know who you're talking to? I applaud you for your bravery. Lu Zhou shook his head and responded. Chen Zhu with a proud expression on his face. Old man, who are you? Before Lu Zhou could answer, Xia Yuaner couldn't hold back any longer. She stepped forward and announced loudly, the person standing before you is the true master of the evil sky pavilion. Upon hearing this, everyone revealed expressions of disbelief. After Xia Yuaner finished speaking, she retreated back to her master's side explaining, I could not hold it back any longer. Lu Zhou shook his head after hearing, indicating it was no problem. Right after Lu Zhou revealed his identity, Ding Fanqiu suddenly woke up, scared out of his wits. No wonder. I had thought this little girl resembled the evil sky pavilion's 9th disciple. How many times did I attempt to take her as my apprentice? Who knew the old man whom he had brought with him was the old villain he had been impersonating? I'm dead. But at this moment, Chen Zhu in the distance not only disbelieved but burst into laughter. My lord was informed that this Ji Tiandao is an imposter. I'm here to kill him on the spot. Lu Zhou coldly looked at him. If you answer 3 of my questions, I'll turn a blind eye to today's event. The bow and arrow in Chen Zhu's hand were ready to shoot. Suddenly a wind bell sound came from the airborne carriage in the sky. It seemed to be conveying an order. Chen Zhu understood the meaning. Frowning, he uttered a single word. Speak. Lu Zhou, swaying the cup in his hand, slowly began. First, who's your lord? Second, what's the purpose of fishing the corpses out of the river? Third, who's the mastermind behind the destruction of the fish dragon village? If you answer these 3 questions, no one will die here today. That tone, attitude, and expression, without him making a move, there's no doubt about it. He's the real master of the evil sky pavilion, Ji Tiandao, the patriarch of the evil path, who has 9 great villains as his disciples. Was there anyone under the heavens, apart from Ji Tiandao, who could stand unaffected in a grand witchcraft formation? As Lu Zhou finished speaking, the whole scene was as silent as a grave. One could hear a pin drop. Chen Zhu didn't answer. He was waiting for his master's orders. The soldiers and cultivators waiting outside the formation are primed and ready to attack at a moment's notice. This is a sure-win situation. My lord, what are you thinking about? After a moment, the sound of the bell rang. Upon receiving the order, Chen Zhu revealed a teasing smile. My apologies. It's meaningless for someone who's about to die to know the answers to these questions. I've never met anyone who dared to speak to me in such a manner. An arrow that has been shot can't be recalled. Death is the best outcome for these people. Qi consolidated into several energy arrows. Chen Zhu, holding the bow and arrow, had already aimed at several people on the field. Any last words? As expected of the divine capital's 3 godly archers, from his movements alone, it's clear that Chen Zhu is much more powerful than Li Qing, one of the 4 dark knights. Lu Zhou shook his head. There's a price to pay for being stupid. He then supplemented 4 more prop cards. 5 balls of golden light immediately solidified in his palm. The golden light kept enlarging, morphing into the shape of Tai Chi. Seeing this, Chen Zhu's eyebrows furrowed again. What the? Taoist Madras? How's this possible? Are Taoist Madras so big? Without time to think, he quickly released the bowstring in his hand. The arrows of Gang Qi were instantly shot out. And just then, the incoming Madras came over like shooting stars, leaving a trail of golden light in the sky. Not only did they swallow the arrows of Gang Qi, but Chen Zhu, not too far away, couldn't escape either. He was directly blasted into bits. Everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened at all. Lu Zhou watched the scene without any expression. Everyone on the field was stunned. Ding Fanqiu and his 2 disciples stood dumbstruck. The other 4 Tai Chi golden lights flew into the sky. The female cultivator in the red flying chariot realized something was wrong after a moment of stunned silence. The audacity! The female cultivators shouted, full of confidence. They wanted to disperse these Tai Chi golden lights. But as soon as they made contact, they noticed something strange. The surface of the Madras was covered with Gang Qi, vast like the sea. Touching it only caused a slight ripple. There was absolutely no effect. The 4 circles of light passed by the 4 of them, blooming like fireworks. After the brilliance, they turned into smoke. Only 4 clouds of blood mist were left in the air. The people who witnessed all this couldn't believe it, as if they were dreaming. In just a few seconds, 5 masters from the palace were killed on the spot. It was just too fast. Ding Fanqiu knelt down with a thud, his face filled with shock. In this cultivation world, a cultivator would at least need a cultivation base of 7-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm to cast these Taoist Madras, and this is the case after being caught in the witchcraft formation. This means one would have to fight against the spell's corrosion as well. Just how powerful is this strongest expert under the heavens? Compared to the colossal energy seal, my Taoist Madras were as insignificant as ants. I've never seen such shocking Taoist Madras in my entire life. Those who are capable of casting Taoist Madras like these were Taoist grandmasters. Such exquisite Taoist Madras. To think I tried impersonating someone like this. How foolish. Ding! Killed 3 nascent divinity tribulation targets and 2 divine court realm targets. Rewarded with 3,700 merit points. Fortunately, I didn't suffer any loss. After making the calculations, it seems Chinju alone was worth 1,500 points. However, I did not earn much. I have spent 2,000 merit points earlier after all. I didn't want to attack him. For a nascent divinity tribulation realm elite archer like Chinju, it was easy to fire 3 arrows per second. I can't parry them all with critical block cards. Moreover, I would probably have to waste my impeccable cards as well. Rather than wasting my precious resources, it's easier to do things this way. Also, there was no place for other tribes under Great Yan's skies. Unlike the Triverso, the Bai people branched out from the Great Yan citizens over the generations. After several millennia of surviving, they set down their roots here. They were aboriginals. The Triverso, on the other hand, was another tribe since ancient times. The uncontrolled chariot fell back to the ground. It was completely empty, with no one inside. The soldiers and cultivators were hastily retreating, while Lu Zhou slowly stepped forward. Dear Emperor, what kind of people do you keep around you? Do you know that a person from the other tribe had infiltrated the palace? If only more of them would come here as well. Fortunately, I had expected this when I used my 5 cards. The situation is still within my control. If a group of Divine Court Realm cultivators had charged at me, I would have had a hard time dealing with it. Xia Yuaner cheerfully came to her master's side. Lu Zhou then asked her, "How are you feeling? Is the Supreme Purity Jade Slip capable of repelling witchcraft?" Xia Yuaner obediently answered, "I'm alright. I felt slightly dizzy earlier, but I feel much better now." For some reason, after the masters in the palace died, the surrounding witchcraft circle also faded a lot. The light purple fog dispersed mostly. Lu Zhou then looked at Ding Fanqiu, who was coughing violently. With Chinju dead, I have no choice but to try and get information from Ding Fanqiu. Whether I had to resort to torture or intimidation, I'm certain I would be able to get something out. Ding Fanqiu noticed him and quickly knelt on the ground. This junior had eyes but couldn't see clearly. "Please forgive me, senior," Lu Zhou calmly said. "I think it's strange for you to address me as your senior." Ding Fanqiu explained in fear. "It's unforgivable for me to impersonate you. However, I must still thank you for killing Chinju and avenging my disciple." "Thank you, senior." After Ding Fanqiu finished speaking, he kept kowtowing with his 2 disciples. "Ding, you have received a kowtow. Reward, 2 merit points." The merit points reward is so small, insincere and petty hypocrites. Lu Zhou's expression was as usual, showing no emotion. "I have some questions for you, and you'll answer them truthfully. Tell me your true identity." Upon hearing this, Ding Fanqiu quickly responded, "I'm Ding Fanqiu from Great Yan's sect. These 3 are truly my disciples. Why did you impersonate the evil Sky Pavilion?" Lu Zhou stroked his beard and continued asking. Ding Fanqiu hesitated for a moment, but eventually spoke up. "Senior, many of the Yun, Tian, and Luo sect's disciples were killed by the evil Sky Pavilion. Centuries ago, the evil Sky Pavilion destroyed several thousand weapons of the 3 sects, dealing a heavy blow to our foundations. Since then, we've never been able to truly recover. I was ordered to impersonate the master of the evil Sky Pavilion and commit crimes everywhere." After hearing this, Lu Zhou sighed helplessly. Yun sect is the head of the 3 sections. A grand sect of the noble path is resorting to such despicable methods? Ding Fanqiu responded, "The evil Sky Pavilion has committed so many evil deeds. I was only ordered to give them a taste of their own medicine." Before he could finish speaking, a slap came across his face. "I'll ask you again, what's the secret behind that bone?" After being slapped, Ding Fanqiu became much more honest. "There's a bone from the Bai people that can help a cultivator overcome the great limitation of 1,000 years. Senior, with your knowledge and experience, you must have heard of this before." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou was taken aback. "A bone from the Bai people that's capable of overcoming the life limit of the cultivation world?" After searching my memories again, since Ji Tiandao lived for 1,000 years and traveled across the lands, it's impossible for him to have no collection of this matter. Has this bone been found? The palace has searched for this bone continuously for a decade and didn't find it. The chances are even slimmer for us. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan burst into laughter. Fools, nobody can overcome the life limit. The owner of the bone died. Yet, you're hoping the bone can help you overcome your life limit. What a joke. This cultivation world, everyone steps on this big limit, but there's always someone unwilling to submit, wanting to try. Could it be that Great Yan's emperor is also unwilling to submit to the limit of his lifespan? Just as he was pondering, thousands of soldiers and cultivators slowly approached. They've been affected by the witchcraft formation. They're powerless now. Don't be afraid. Trespassers will be executed on the spot. Attack! Seeing the many cultivators approaching, Xia Yuan stepped forward, ready to make a move. But Lu Zhou shook his head indicating it wasn't necessary. He then summoned Bian. In an instant, a purple lightning bolt descended from the sky and struck the ground. Bian roared and charged into the crowd. The cultivators with cultivation bases in the Brahman Sea realm and below have no choice but to retreat. Meanwhile, the soldiers could not withstand even a single blow. They were all sent flying. The Divine Court realm cultivators launched their madras and flying swords. But not only was Bian unhurt, it was actually enraged. It leaped up, directly pouncing towards those cultivators flying in the air. As Bian began its massacre, continuous notification sounds reached Lu Zhou's ears. Merit points would only increase when cultivators were killed. There was none for ordinary people. So, Lu Zhou slightly moved his thoughts and issued a command to Bian. I've always been a kind old man. Spare the folks, pay attention to the cultivators. Bian's powerful attack was beyond everyone's expectation. Ding Fanqiu watched in astonishment. A legendary mount? Compared to this, Elephant King is just the trash of the trash. Added 800 merit points, but it's not much. Weak cultivators can only award me with pathetically small rewards. Lu Zhou waved his hand indicating that it was enough. Upon receiving the command, Bian let go of the ordinary soldier in its mouth. Then, it turned around and strutted back to its master. As it passed by Elephant King, it disdainfully gave it a glance. The gigantic Elephant King instantly fell to the ground in fear, shivering. So, that's the difference between a legendary mount and an epic mount. Xia Yuan came over and cheered repeatedly. At this time, two people in the distant sky were rapidly flying over. Their speed was extremely fast, and the aura they emitted drew everyone's attention. Ding Fanqiu stared blankly at the sky above. Did the palace send a lot of masters? Just as he was wondering, the two majestic figures had already appeared on the ground one after the other. Ming Shirin bowed with his hands clasped. Master, Duan Mushing was also extremely respectful. Xia Yuan happily bounced over to the two. Third brother, fourth brother. Hearing her address, even a fool would understand who the two people were. The kneeling impostor opened his mouth in confusion. Master, they look a bit like us. Ding Fanqiu compared his disciples to the two. The difference in their presence was not just a little. Lu Zhou calmly looked at them. Why are you two here? The two immediately replied. Master, I've obtained some evidence from Fan Shouwen. He said that there's a witchcraft formation here and was guarded by a palace master. So I came here immediately with third brother to help. There's a lot of masters in the palace. I know, master is very powerful and won't even pay any mind to this. But those pathetic pricks don't deserve the master's attention. We made this decision by ourselves. Forgive us. This kid got a bit better after seeing the separation hook. He's being very detailed with things compared to back then. Lu Zhou shook his head and answered that it was fine. In his heart, he felt somewhat speechless. I would have saved 5 item cards if I knew this earlier. But, what's done has been done. I've already used it and there's no point of regretting it. Duan Mushing looked around somewhat embarrassed. The corpses are everywhere. We're late. Xia Yuan covered her mouth and giggled. Third brother, fourth brother, look at those two counterfeits. Hearing this, the two immediately approached. Only then did they notice the men who looked somewhat similar to them kneeling on the ground. You think you are qualified enough to be my counterfeit? Ming Shirin looked at the three and snorted coldly. The two were frightened, trembling, and hastily explaining. It's a misunderstanding. Ming Shirin didn't waste any words. He directly activated his 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar. In an instant, violent auras crisscrossed around. Duan Mushing showed interest and nodded. Me too. Then he roared. 100 Tribulation Insight Avatar. Seeing that he also wanted to show off, Ming Shirin immediately ran up to stop him. Hey, brother, you already have the Overlord Spear. Just let me handle this. Once his one-leaf avatar is unleashed, his leafless avatar would pale in comparison. Then he turned his head and looked at Lu Zhou. Don't worry, master. Before we left Jinting Mountain, we had definitely beaten Fan Shouwen into his place. I'm sure that he'll be obedient as hell. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou was somewhat speechless. Jinting Mountain has barrier protection, so even the outsiders can't make it in. That's too much. At this moment, Ding Fanqiu was incredibly shocked. Fan Shouwen is an evil sky pavilion? Don't ask about things that you shouldn't. Ming Shirin chastised him. Lu Zhou rose to his feet and looked at Ding Fanqiu. You came from Insect. Who ordered you? Ding Fanqiu hesitated, seeming unwilling to answer. Lu Zhou snorted coldly. If you don't speak, after this, he'll get killed and you'll get yourself in trouble. Upon hearing this, Ding Fanqiu pondered for a moment. What he said made sense. Up until now, there's no point of return anymore. Besides, it was the senior who helped me avenge my female apprentice. After thinking it through, he then began to speak. The law enforcement elder of Yun sect, Hua Wudao. Upon hearing this name, Ming Shiren's eyebrows furrowed. That old fart is still alive? Elder Hua has held a grudge against the old senior ever since the old senior defeated him. It has become an obsession and a knot in his heart, causing him unable to make any progress in his cultivation. So, hearing this, Ming Shiren spat. What a shameless prick. He only got himself to blame for being weak. How dare he blame someone else for being too powerful? Only someone from the evil Sky Pavilion would say something like that. Back then, Hua Wudao was a 6-leaf Golden Lotus Avatar elite, and he is specialized in defense. Even the 10 great elites did not dare to underestimate him. He prided himself on his defensive skills. 20 years ago, he declared that he had the best defense under the heavens. At that time, there were no movements from Evil Sky Pavilion, and it seemed like the Evil Sky Pavilion's strength was waning. He wanted to seize the chance and defeat Ji Tiandao and level up to a 7-leaf avatar. However, on the plains of Jing Province, Hua Wudao and Ji Tiandao had only exchanged one blow that ended in Hua Wudao's humiliating defeat. After all, at that time, Ji Tiandao was already an 8-leaf cultivator. Since that day, Hua Wudao became a laughingstock among the people on the noble path. This became a knot in Hua Wudao's heart, causing his cultivation base to stagnate in the past 20 years. With a calm demeanor, Lu Zhou inquired, "Where's Hua Wudao now?" Ding Fanqiu respectfully replied, "Elder Hua went to the Green Jade Altar 3 days ago. It's said that he has gone there to discuss an alliance to defeat the Evil Sky Pavilion. He knows about the matter regarding the palace fishing up bones from the river more than I do." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou remembered the letter he received from Jian Aijian a few days ago. I think Jian Aijian's letter mentioned that the Fiend Temple Master seemed to have gone to the Green Jade Altar as well. These people are planning to gang up on the Evil Sky Pavilion? Since they want to deal with me, I should just head to the Green Jade Altar directly. Ming Shiren's face changed slightly at the side. "Master, the Green Jade Altar is the righteous sect's territory. I'm afraid." Lu Zhou understood. Before Ming Shiren entered Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm, he ran into Zhang Qiuqiu, an elite from the righteous sect, when he was roaming the lands and causing trouble. He was defeated and he had been traumatized by that incident since then. However, his trauma was not as severe as Yun sect's Hua Wudao's trauma, which created a knot in his heart and caused his cultivation base to stagnate. He then proceeded to ask, "Are you afraid?" Ming Shiren straightened up and replied, "Why would I be afraid?" At the side, Duan Mushing chuckled. "Junior brother, this is a great opportunity." Based on their perception regarding cultivation, Ming Shiren was in fact more talented than Duan Musheng. Duan Musheng joined the pavilion much earlier than Ming Shiren. However, Duan Musheng is currently not much stronger than Ming Shiren. Ming Shiren had too many distracting thoughts and his intentions were not pure, therefore his avatar did not sprout any leaves ever since he entered the Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm. Although they are both in Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm, if one's avatar has no leaves, then he is not regarded as a genuine cultivator in the Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm. With the addition of every leaf, a cultivator's strength would improve dramatically. Xia Yuaner voiced out to remind her master, "There's also Zhang Yuanshan. You should kill him. I can't stand that man for cursing you every single day." Recalling Zhang Yuanshan's demeanor, Lu Zhou said, "He is indeed despicable. He was the one who led the second attack on Jinting Mountain. That person is extremely cunning. Zhang Yuanshan is somehow involved in this secret meeting at the Green Jade Altar." Lu Zhou continued to ask, "One more thing. Do you know who's behind the destruction of Fish Dragon Village?" Ding Fanqiu was stunned for a few seconds upon hearing the question. "Weren't you the one who destroyed the village, old senior?" "This information was given to me by the Yun sect. They even sent someone to investigate the palace. In the end, we confirmed that the culprit of the Fish Dragon Village's destruction was none other than the old man standing before me." Lu Zhou stroked his beard, but did not ask further. "I have asked everything that I can. It's clear that Ding Fanqiu does not know who the mastermind behind all this is. If they're capable of keeping these things a secret for a decade, they're definitely not ordinary people." Having reached this conclusion, he ordered Ming Shiren to take Ding Fanqiu away. Xia Yuaner pointed at the two imposters. "What about them?" Ming Shiren chuckled. "It's alright to impersonate me, but it'll be difficult for you to escape death after defaming my master. So, do we kill them?" "I agree to have them killed. Cut them in half. That's the best way." "I don't think that's enough. let's cut them into 8 pieces. Some elite cultivators are especially cunning. They'll only die when you've cut them up thoroughly. The 3 of them began discussing what to do with the imposters. The 2 imposters were frightened to the point of nearly wetting themselves. After all these years, we have only been impersonating their appearances. We had failed to master the essence of these villains. Ding Fancio, having regained his senses, pleaded with a sullen face. Impersonating the evil Sky Pavilion is my sin alone. Please let them go, Senior. Ming Shirin chuckled. I see that you're willing to take responsibility for your actions. Alas, even if my master spares them, do you think they can continue living? They're already affected by the witchcraft formation. Their cultivation bases will deteriorate sooner or later. This spell is very difficult to break, unless you're thinking of begging my master for help. Hearing this, Ding Fancio's heart sank. He stuttered and did not say anything else. At this point, a messenger bird flew in. Xia Yuaner quickly grabbed it and said, Master, it's a letter from that shameless guy again. At Lu Zhou's indication, she began to read the letter. Old Senior, you told me to investigate the Fish Dragon Village, but this will take time. However, I can provide you with the latest information. It's best if you don't go to the Green Jade Altar. The evil king, your 8th disciple, is lying in wait outside the Green Jade Altar. Finally, how amazing is the sword that you promised me? Upon hearing the contents of the letter, Ming Shirin snorted in anger. I think old 8th didn't have enough last time. How dare he think of attacking Master with his cultivation base? That deceiving scum, who betrayed his master and sect. I'll head over there and skin him alive right now. Lu Zhou shook his head after hearing this. Old 8th has always been one to bully the weak and fear the strong. With his abilities, I don't think he's bold enough to try and ambush me. Duan Mushing was somewhat curious. Then, what is he doing, lying in wait at the Green Jade Altar? Ming Shirin began to analyze. The righteous sect has always regarded itself as a member of the Noble Path. Although Old 8th has left the evil Sky Pavilion, the Noble Path won't share the same opinion. The Nether Sect, the Crouching Dragon Dark Net, and even Old 8th's Tiger Ridge Gang are their targets. I think Old 8th is trying to get revenge with this opportunity. You have a point, but I still think that Old 8th doesn't have the balls for this. 7th junior brother must be the one behind this. At this point, Lu Zhou asked, how powerful is Old 8th's organization? Ming Shirin promptly answered, Old 8th's personal strength is nothing much to speak of, but he has a group of trusted subordinates who listen to him. They're everywhere in the streets. Lu Zhou shook his head and turned to Bayan. All of you, come with me to the Green Jade Altar. Upon hearing their master's command, the 3 of them answered in unison. Yes, Master.